The captive, from the Masjid al-Aqsa of Sayyid Ahmed Wahhabi. Not with an outcry to Allah nor any complaining. He answered his name at the muster and stood to the chaining. When the twin anklets were nipped on the leg bars that held them, he brotherly greeted the armourers, stooping to weld them. Ere the sad dust of the marshalled feet of the chain gang swallowed him, observing him nobly at ease, I alighted and followed him. Thus we had speech by the way, but not touching his sorrow, rather his red yesterday and his regal tomorrow, wherein he statelily moved to the clink of his chains unregarded, nowise abashed, but contented to drink of the potion awarded. Saluting aloofly, his fate he made swift with his story, and the words of his mouth were as slaves spreading carpets of glory, embroidered with names of the jinsa miraculous weaving. But the cool and perspicuous eye overbore unbelieving. So I submitted myself to the limits of rapture. Bound by this man we had bound amid captives his capture, till he returned me to earth and the visions departed. But on him be the peace and the blessing, for he was great-hearted. The captive, he that believeth shall not make haste. Isaiah. The guard-boat lay across the mouth of the bathing pool, her crew idly spanking the water with the flat of their oars. A red-coated militiaman, rifle in hand, sat at the bows, and a petty officer at the stern, between the snow-white cutter and the flat-topped honey-coloured rocks on the beach. The green water was troubled with shrimp-ink prisoner-sophomore bathing behind their orderly tin camp, and the electric light poles rose those stone-dotted spurs that throw heat on Simonstown beneath them. The little Barracuda nodded to the big Gibraltar and the old Penelope that in 10 years has been Bachelor's Club Natural History Museum kindergarten, and prison rooted and dug at her fixed moorings, far out a three-funnelled Atlantic transport, with turtle bow and stern waddled in from the deep sea. Said the sentry, assured of the visitor's good faith, talk to you can to any that speak English you'll find a lot that do. Here and there earnest groups gathered round ministers of the Dutch Reformed Church, who doubtless preached conciliation, but the majority preferred their Bath. The God who looks after small things had caused the visitor that day to receive 2 weeks' delayed mails, in one from a casual postman and the whole heavy bundle of newspapers tied with a strap he dangled as bait at the edge of the beach. Cross-legged, undressed to his sky-blue army shirt, sat a lean ginger-haired man on guard over a dozen heaps of clothing. His eyes followed the incoming Atlantic boat. "Excuse me, mister," he said without turning, and the speech betrayed his nationality. "Would you mind keeping away from these garments? I've been elected janitor on the Dutch vote." The visitor moved over against the barbed wire fence and sat down to his mail at the rustle of the newspaper wrappers. The ginger-coloured man turned quickly, the hunger of a press-ridden people in his close-set iron-grey eyes. "Have you any use for papers?" said the visitor. "Have I any use?" A quick curved forefinger was already snicking off the outer covers. "Why, that's the New York postmark. Give me the ads at the back of Harper's and McClure's, and I am in touch with God's country again. Did you know how I was aching for papers?" The visitor told the tale of the casual postman. "Providential," said the ginger-coloured man, keen as a terrier on his task, both in time and matter. "Yes, the scientific American. Yet once more, oh, it's good, it's good." His voice broke as he pressed his hawk-like nose against the heavily inked patent specifications at the end. "Can I keep it? I thank you, well, the American Tyler of all things created. Do you subscribe to that?" "I am on the free list," said the visitor, nodding. He extended his blue-turned hand with that air of oriental spaciousness which distinguishes the native airborne American, and met the visitor's grasp expertly. "I can only say that you have treated me like a brother. Yes, take every last one you can spare." And if ever he plucked at the bosom of his shirt, "Pshaw, I forgot, id no card on me, but my name's Ziegler Lafton G. Ziegler, an American. If Ohio's still in the Union, I am, sir. But I'm no extreme states' rights man. I've used all of my native country, and a few others as I have found occasion, and now I am the captive of your bow and spear. I am not kicking at that. I am not a coerced alien, nor a naturalized Texas mule tender, nor an adventurer on the installment plan. I don't tag after our consul when he comes around expecting the American eagle to lift me out this by the slack of my pants. No, sir. If a Britisher went into Indian territory and shot up his surroundings with a Colt automatic, not that she's any sort of weapon, but I take her for an illustration, he'd be strung up quicker'n a snowflake. Ud melt in hell, no ambassador of yours. Ud save him. I am my neck ahead on this game anyway. That's how I regard the proposition." Have I gone gunning against the British? To a certain extent. I presume you never heard tell of the Lafton Ziegler automatic 2-inch field gun, with self-feeding hopper single all-cylinder recoil, and ball-bearing gear, throughout or Laftite, the new explosive absolutely uniform in effect, and 1/9 the bulk of any present effete chargerflake cannonite cordite Troisdorf cellulose cocoa cord, or prismi. Don't care what it is, Laftite's immense, so's the Ziegler automatic. It's me, it's 15 years of me. You are not a gun sharp. I am sorry I could have surprised you. Apart from my gun, my tail don't amount to much of anything, I thank you, but I don't use any tobacco you'd be likely to carry. Bull Durham, I take it all back, every last word. Bull Durham, if ever you strike Akron, Ohio, when this fool war's over, remember you've Lafton O. Ziegler in your vest pocket, including the city of Akron. We've a little club there. Hell, what's the sense of talking Akron with no pants? My gun for 2 cents I'd have shipped her to our Philippines, came mighty near it too, but from what I'd read in the papers, you can't trust Aguinaldo's crowd on scientific matters. Why don't I offer it to our army? Well, you've an effete aristocracy running yours, and we've a crowd of politicians. The results are practically identical. I am not taking any U.S. army in. I went to Amsterdam with her too, this Dutch junta that supposes it's bossing the war. I wasn't brought up to love the British, for one thing, and for another I knew that if she got in her fine work, my gun id stand more chance of receiving an unbiased report from a crowd of damn fool British officers than from a hatful of politicians' nephews doing duty as commissaries and ordnance sharps. As I said, I put the brown man out of the question. That's the way I regarded the proposition. The Dutch in Holland don't amount to a row of pins. Maybe I misjudge 'em. Maybe they've been swindled too often by self-seeking adventurers to no enthusiast. When they see him anyway, they're a slower than the wrath o' God. But on diligences to their winning out next Thursday week at 9 a Roman 1000, they arrafe, I may say, sock quite British. I'll tell you a curious thing too. I fought 'em for 10 days before I could get the financial side of my game fixed to my liking. I knew they didn't believe in the Ziegler, but they'd no call to be crazy. Me, I fixed it free passage and freight for me, and the gun to Delagoa Bay and beyond by steam and rail. Then I went aboard to see her crated, and there I struck my fellow passenger soul deadheads, same as me. Well, sir, I turned in my tracks where I stood and besieged the ticket office, and I said, look at here, Van Dunk, I'm paying for my passage and her room in the hold every square and cubic foot. Guess he knocked down the fare to himself, but I paid. I wasn't going to deadhead along that crowd of Pentecostal sweepings. 'Twould have hoodooed my gun for all time. That was the way I regarded the proposition. No, sir, they were not pretty company. When we struck Pretoria, I had a hellender half of a time trying to interest the Dutch vote in my gun and her potentialities. The bottom was out of things rather much just about that time. Kruger was praying some and stealing some, and the Hollander lot was singing, if you haven't any money you needn't come round. Nobody was spending his dough on anything except tickets to Europe. We were both grossly neglected. When I think how I used to give performances in the public streets, with dummy cartridges filling the hopper and turning the handle, till the sweat dropped off me, I blush, sir. I've made her to do her stunts before Kaffir-snaked sons of Ham in Commissioner Street, trying to get a holt somewhere. Did I talk? I despise exaggeration. Tain't American or scientific, but as true as I am sitting here like a blue-ended baboon in a kloof. Teddy Roosevelt's Western tour was a maiden sigh compared to my advertising work. Long in the spring I was rescued by a commandant called Van Zuyler, big fleshy man with a lame leg. Take away his hair and his gun and he'd make a first-class Schenectady barkeep. He found me, and the Ziegler on the Veldt Pretoria wasn't wholesome at that time, and he annexed me in a somnambulistic sort o' way. He was dead against the war from the start, but being a Dutchman, he fought a sight better than the rest of that guard. And the Mauser outfit, Adrian Van Zyl, slept a heap in the daytime and didn't love niggers. I liked him. I was the only foreigner in his commando. The rest was Georgia crackers and Pennsylvania Dutch with a dash o' Philadelphia lawyer. I could tell you things about them. Would surprise you. Religion for one thing, women for another. But I don't know as their notions o' geography weren't the craziest guess. That must be some sort of automatic compensation. There wasn't one blamed anthill in their district. They didn't know and use, but the world was flat, they said, and England was a day's trek from Cape Town. They could fight in their own way, and don't you forget it, but I guess you will not. They fought to kill, and by what I could make out the British fought to be killed, so both parties were accommodated. I am the captive of your bow and spear, sir. The position has its obligations, and both sides. You could not be offensive or partisan to me. I cannot for the same reason be offensive to you. Therefore, I will not give you my opinions on the conduct of your war. Anyway, I didn't take the field as an offensive partisan. But as an inventor, it was a condition, and not a theory that confronted me. Yes, sir, I am a Democrat by conviction, and that was one of the best things Grover Cleveland ever got off. After 3 months' trek, old man Van Zyl had his commando in good shape, and refitted off the British, and he reckoned he'd wait on a British general of his acquaintance that did business on a circuit between Stampisnook Jackalput's Vreligen and Odendalstrom year in and year out. He was a fixture in that section. He's a damn good man, says Van Zyl. He's a friend of mine. He sent in a fine doctor when I was wounded, and our Hollander doc wanted to cut my leg off. Ill guess well stay with him up to date. Me and my Ziegler had lived in innocuous desuetude owing to little odds and ends, riding out of gear. How in thunder was I to know there wasn't the ghost of any road in the country, but rawhides cheap, and lastin'. I guess it'll make my next gun 1,000 pounds heavier though. Well, so we struck the general on his beat Vreligen. It wasn't. Our crowd opened with the usual compliments at 2,000 yards. Van Zyl shook himself into his greasy old saddle, and says, now, we shall be quite happy, Mr. Ziegler, no more trekking juice 12 miles a day till the apricots are ripe. Then we hitched on to his outposts and vedettes and Cossack pickets, or whatever they was called, and we wandered around the veldt arm in arm like brothers. The way we worked large was this way. The general, he had his breakfast at 845 A Roman 1000, to the tick he might have been a Long Island commuter. At 842 A Roman 1000 id go down to the 31st Street ferry to meet him. Id see the Ziegler into position at 2000. I began at 3000, but that was cold, and distant, and blow him off to 2 full hoppersating rounds just as they were bringing in his coffee. If his crowd was busy celebrating the anniversary of Waterloo or the last royal kid's birthday, they'd open on me with 2 guns. I'll tell you about them later on, but if they were disengaged, they'd all stand to their horses and pile on the ironmongery and washers and typewriters, and 5 weeks' grub, and in half an hour they'd sail out after me, and the rest of Van Zyl's boys lying down and firing, till 11:45 A Roman 1000 or maybe high noon. Then we'd go from labour to refreshment, resuming at 2 P Roman 1000, and battling till tea time. Tuesday and Friday was the general's moving days. He'd trek ahead 10 or 12 miles, and we'd loaf around his flankers, and exercise the ponies a piece sometimes. He'd get hung up in a drift-stalled crossin', a crick, and we'd make playful snatches at his wagon's first time that happened. I turned the Ziegler loose with high hopes, sir, but the old man was well posted on rearguards with a gun to M, and I had to haul her out with 3 mules instead of 6. I was pretty mad. I wasn't looking for any experts back of the Royal British Artillery. Otherwise the game was mostly even. He'd lay out 3 or 4 of our commando, and we'd gather in 4 or 5 of his once a week or thereon. One time, I remember long towards dusk, we saw M burying 5 of their boys. They stood pretty thick around the graves. We wasn't more than 1,500 yards off, but old Van Zyl wouldn't fire. He just took off his hat at the proper time. He said, if you stretched a man at his prayers, you'd have to hump his bad luck before the throne as well as your own. I'm inclined to agree with him. So we browsed along week in and week out. A war-sharp might have judged it sort of docile, but for an inventor needing practice one day and peace the next for checking his theories, it suited Lafton o' Ziegler. And friendly was no word for it. We was brothers in arms. Why, I knew those 2 guns of the Royal British Artillery, as well as I used to know the old 5th Avenue stages. They might have been brothers too. They'd jolt into action and wiggle around and skid, and spit and cough and prize themselves back again during our hours of bloody battle, till I could have wept, sir, at the spectacle of modern white men, chained up to these old hand-per back number flint and steel, reaping machines. One of 'em I called her baldished, a long white scar all along her berylid made. Sure of 20 times I knew her crew by sight, but she'd come switching and tettering out of the dust of my shells, like a hen from under a buggy, and she'd dip into a gully, and next thing I'd know I'd be her old nose, peeking over the ridge sniffin' for us. Her runnin' mate had 2 grey mules in the lead, and a natural woodwheel repainted, and a whole raft of rope ends trailin' around. Jever see Tom Reed with his vest off steerin' Congress through a heatwave? I've been to Washington often, too often fillin' my patents. I called her Tom Reed. We 3 ud play pussywance corner, all round the outposts on off-days, crosslots through the sage, and along the mezzes till we was short-circuited by cannons. Oh, it was great for me and Baldy and Tom Reed. I don't know as we didn't neglect the legitimate interests of our respective commanders. Sometimes for this bolt play, I know I Roman 999, long towards the fall, the Royal British Artillery grew shy, hung back in their breaching sort. Often their shooting was way off. I observed they wasn't taking any chances, not though I acted kitten, almost underneath M. I mentioned it to Van Zyl, because it struck me I had about knocked their Royal British moral endways. No, says he, rocking as usual on his pony, my Captain Mankletoe, he is sick, that is all. So's your Captain Mankletoe's guns, I said, but I am going to make him a heap sicker before he gets well. No, says Van Zyl, he has had the enteric a little now he is better, and he was let out from hospital at Jackalput's. That Mankletoe, he always makes me laugh, so I told him long back at Colesburg. I had a little home for him at Nuitgedacht, but he would not Camino, he has been sick, and I am sorry. How do you know that, I says? Why, only today he sends back his love by Johanna van der Merwe, that goes to their doctor for her sick baby's eyes, he sends his love, that Mankletoe, and he tells her, tell me, he has a little garden of roses all ready for me in the Dutch Indies Umballa. He is very funny, my Captain Mankletoe. The Dutch and the English ought to fraternize, sir. They've the same notions of humour to my thinking. When he gets well, says Van Zyl, you look out, Mr. American, he comes back to his guns next Tuesday, then they shoot better. I wasn't so well acquainted with the Royal British Artillery as old man Van Zyl. I knew this Captain Mankletoe by sight, of course, and considering what sort of a man with the hoe he was, I thought he'd done right well against my Ziegler, but nothing epoch-making. Next morning at the usual hour I waited on the General and old Van Zyl, come along with some of the boys. Van Zyl didn't hang round the Ziegler much as a rule, but this was his luck that day. He was peeking through his glasses at the camp, and I was helping pepper the General soberly just as usual when he turns to me quick, and says, Almighty, how all these Englishmen are liars, you cannot trust one, he says. Captain Mankletoe tells our Johanna he comes not back till Tuesday, and today is Friday. And there he is, Almighty, the English are all chamberlains. If the old man hadn't stopped to make political speeches, he'd have had his supper in lager that night, I guess. I was busy attending to Tom Reed at 2000, when Baldy got in her fine work on me. I saw one sheet of white flame wrapped round the hopper, and in the middle of it there was one o' my mules straight on end, nothing out of the way in a mule on end. But this mule hadn't any head. I remember it struck me as incongruous at the time. And when I'd ciphered it out, I was doing the Santos Dumont act without any balloon and my motor out of gear. Then I got to thinking about Santos Dumont, and how much better my new way was. Then I thought about Professor Langley and the Smithsonian, and wishing I hadn't lied so extravagantly in some of my specifications at Washington. Then I quit thinking for quite a while, and when I resumed my train of thought I was nude, sir, in a very stale stretcher, and my mouth was full of fine dirt all flavoured with laphite. I coughed up that dirt. Hullo, says a man walking beside me, you've spoke almost in time, have a drink. I don't use rum as a rule, but I did then because I needed it. What hit us, I said. Me, he said, I got you fair on the hopper as you pulled out of that donga, but I am sorry to say every last round in the hoppers exploded, and your gun's in a shocking state. I'm real sorry. He says, I admire your gun, sir. Are you Captain Mankletoe, I says. Yes, he says, I presume you're a Mr. Ziegler, your commanding officer, told me about you. Have you gathered in old man Van Zyl, I said. Commandant Van Zyl, he says, very stiff, was most unfortunately wounded, but I am glad to say it's not serious. We hope he'll be able to dine with us tonight, and I feel sure, he says, the General would be delighted to see you too, though he didn't expect, he says, and no one else either, by Jove, he says, and blushed like the British do when they're embarrassed. I saw him slide an Episcopalian prayer book up his sleeve, and when I looked over the edge of the stretcher, there was half a dozen enlisted men. Provature just quit digging, and was standing to attention by their spades. I guess he was right on the General not expecting me to dinner, but it was all of a piece with their sloppy British way of doing business, any God's quantity of fuss and flubdub, to bury a man, and not an ounce of forehandedness in the whole outfit, to find out whether he was rightly dead, and I am a Congregationalist anyway. Well, sir, that was my introduction to the British Army. I'd write a book about it if anyone would believe me. This Captain Mankletoe, Royal British Artillery, turned the doctor on me. I could write another book about him, and fixed me up with a suit of his own clothes, and fed me canned beef and biscuits, and give me a cigar, a Henry Clay, and a whiskey and sparklet. He was a white man. Yees, by Jove, he said, dragging out his words like a twist of molasses, we've all admired your gun, and the way you've worked it. Some of us betted you was a British deserter. I won a sovereign on that from a yeoman, and by the way, he says, you've disappointed me groom pretty bad. Where does your groom come in, I said. Oh, he was the yeoman. He's a damn poor groom, says my captain, but he's a way-up barrister when he's at home. He's been running around the camp with his tongue out waiting for the chance of defending you at the court-martial. What court-martial, I says. On you as a deserter from the artillery, you'd have had a good run for your money. Anyway, you'd never have been hung, after the way you worked your gun, deserter. 10 times over, he says, it'd have stuck out for shooting you like a gentleman. Well, sir, right there, it struck me at the pit of my stomach, sort of sickish, sweetish feeling that my position needed regularizing pretty bad. I ought to have been a naturalized burgher of a year's standing. But Ohio's my state, and I wouldn't have gone back on her for a desert full of Dutchmen that, and my enthusiasm as an inventor had led me to the existing crisis, but I couldn't expect this Captain Menkeltoe to regard the proposition that way. There I sat, the rankest breed of unreconstructed American citizen, caught red-handed squirting hell at the British Army for months on end. I tell you, sir, I wished I was in Cincinnati that summer evening. I'd have compromised on Brooklyn. What do you do about aliens, I said, and the dirt I'd coughed up seemed all back of my tongue again. Oh, says he, we don't do much of anything there about all the society we get. I am a bit of a pro-boar myself, he says, but between you and me, the average boar ain't over, and above intellectual you're the first American we've met up with, but of course you're a burgher. It was what I ought to have been if I'd had the sense of a common tick, but the way he drawled it out made me mad. Of course I am not, I says. Would you be a naturalized boar? I am fighting against he says, lighting a cigarette, but it's all a matter of opinion. Well, I says, you can hold any blame opinion you choose, but I am a white man and my present intention is to die in that color. He laughed one of those big thick-ended British laughs that don't lead anywhere, and whacked up some sort of compliment about America that made me mad all through. I am the captive of your bow and spear, sir, but I do not understand the alleged British joke. It is depressing. I was introduced to 5 or 6 officers that evening, and every blame one of 'em grinned, and asked me why I wasn't in the Philippines suppressing our war, and that was British humour. They all had to get it off their chests before they'd talk sense, but they were sound on the Ziegler. They had all admired her. I made out a ferristory of me being wearied of the war, and having pushed the gun at them these last 3 months in the hope they'd capture it and let me go home. That tickled 'em to death. They made me say it 3 times over and laughed like kids each time, but half the British are kids, specially the older men. My Captain Menkeltoe was less of it than the others. He talked about the Ziegler like a lover, sir, and I drew him diagrams of the hopper feed and recall cylinder in his notebook. He asked the one British question I was waiting for. Hadn't I made my working parts too light? The British think weight's strength. At last, had been shy of opening the subject before it last. I said, gentlemen, you are the unprejudiced tribunal I've been hunting after. I guess you ain't interested in any other gun factory and politics. Don't weigh with you. How did it feel your end of the game? What's my gun done anyway? I hate to disappoint you, says Captain Menkeltoe, because I know you feel as an inventor. I wasn't feeling like an inventor. Just then, I felt friendly, but the British haven't more tact than you can pick up with a knife out of a plate of soup. The honest truth, he says, is that you've wounded about 10 of us one way, and another killed 2 battery horses and 4 mules, and oh yes, he said, you've bagged 5 Kaffirs, but buck up, he said, we've all had mighty close call shaves. He called 'em. I remember. Look at my pants. They was repaired right across the seat with Minneapolis flour bagging. I could see the stencil. I ain't bluffing, he says. Get the hospital, returns dark. The doctor gets and reads out under the proper dates. That doctor alone was worth the price of admission. I was right pleased right through that I hadn't killed any of these cheerful kids, but nonetheless I couldn't help thinking that a few more Kaffirs would have served me just as well for advertising purposes as white men. No, sir, any which way you regard the proposition, 21 casualties after months of close friendship like ours was paltry. They gave me taffy about the gun. The British use taffy where we use sugar. It's cheaper and gets there just the same. They sat around and proved to me that my gun was too good, too uniform shot, as close as a Mannlicher rifle. Says one kid, chewing a bit of grass, I counted 8 of your shells, sir, burst in a radius of 10 feet. All of 'em would have gone through one wagon tilt. It was beautiful. He says it was too good. I shouldn't wonder if the boys were right. My Laftite is too mathematically uniform in propelling power. Yes, she was too good for this refractory fool of a country. The training gear was broke too, and we had to swivel her around by the trail. But ill build. My next Ziegler, 1,500 pounds heavier, might work in a gasoline motor under the axles. I must think that up. Well, gentlemen, I said, I'd hate to have been the death of any of you, and if a prisoner can deed away his property, I'd love to present the captain here with what he's seen fit to leave of my Ziegler. Thanks awfully, says my captain, id, like her very much shed look fine, in the mess at Woolwich, that is if you don't mind, Mr. Ziegler. Go right ahead, I says, I've come out of all the mess I've any use for, but shall do to spread the light among the Royal British Artillery. I tell you, sir, there's not much of anything the matter with the Royal British Artillery. They're a brainy men languishing under an effete system, which when you take good holt of it is England just all England times id feel. I was talking with real live citizens, and times id feel, id struck the beef-eaters in the Tower. How well this way I was telling my Captain Menkeltoe what Van Zyl had said about the British being all chamberlains when the old man saw him back from hospital 4 days ahead of time. Oh damn it all, he says, as serious as the Supreme Court. It's too bad, he says, Johanna must have misunderstood me, or else I've got the wrong Dutch word for these blasted days of the week. I told Johanna it'd be out on Friday. The woman's a fool. Oh damn it all, he says, I wouldn't have sold old Van Zyl a pup like that. He says I'll hunt him up and apologize. He must have fixed it all right, for when we sailed over to the General's dinner, my captain had Van Zyl about half full of sherry and bitters, as happy as a clam. The boys all called him Adrian, and treated him like their prodigal father. He'd been hit on the collarbone by a wad of shrapnel, and his arm was tied up. But the General was the peach. I presume you're acquainted with the average run of British generals, but this was my first. I sat on his left hand, and he talked like the Ladies' Home Journal. Jever read that paper? It's refined, sir, and innocuous, and full of nickel-plated sentiments, guaranteed to improve the mind. He began by a Lydia Pinkham heart-to-heart talk about my health, and hoped the boys had done me well, and that I was enjoying my stay in their midst. Then he thanked me for the interesting and valuable lessons that I'd given his crowd, specially in the matter of placing artillery and rearguard attacks. He'd wipe his long thin moustache between drinks, lime juice and water. He used and blat off into a long and ladle out more taffy for me or old man Van Zyl on his right. I told him how I'd had my first pisgar sight of the principles of the Ziegler when I was a 4th class postmaster on a star out in Arkansas. I told him how I'd worked it up by installments when I was machinist in Waterbury, where the dollar watches come from. He had one on his wrist. Then I told him how I'd met Zielinski. He'd never heard of Zielinski when I was an extra clerk in the Naval Construction Bureau at Washington. I told him how my uncle, who was a truck farmer in New Jersey, he loaned money on mortgage too, for 10 acres ain't enough now in New Jersey. How he'd willed me $250,000 because I was the only one of our kin that called him down when he used to come home with a hard cider jag on him and heave oxbows at his nieces. I told him how I'd turned in every red cent on the Ziegler, and I told him the whole circus of my coming out with her, and so on and so following, and every 40 seconds he'd wipe his mustache and blat. How interesting, really now, how interesting. It was like being in an old English book, so like Bracebridge Hall, but an American wrote that I kept peeking around for the Boar's Head, and the Rosemary and Magna Charta, and the cricket on the hearth, and the rest of the outfit. Then Van Zyl whirled in. He was no ways jagged, but thawed, sir, and among friends, they began discussing previous scraps all along the old man's, beat about 60 of 'em, as well as sideshows with other generals and columns. Van Zyl told him of a big beat. He'd worked on a column a week or so before I'd joined him. He demonstrated his strategy with forks on the table. There, said the General when he'd finished, that proves my contention to the hilt. Maybe I am a bit of a pro-boar, but I stick to it. He says that under proper officers, with due regard to his race, prejudices, the Boerud make the finest mounted infantry in the Empire. Adrian, he says, you're simply squandered on a cattle run. You ought to be at the Staff College with De Wet. You catch De Wet and I come to your Staff College, says Adrian, laughing. But you are so slow, General. Why are you so slow for a month? He says you do so well and strong that we say we shall hands up and come back to our farms. Then you send to England and make us a present of 2,300 young men, with rifles and wagons and rum and tobacco, and such a great lot of cartridges that our young men put up their tails and start all over again. If you hold an ox by the horn and hit him by the bottom, he runs round and round, he never goes anywhere. So too this war goes round and round. You know that, General? Quite right, Adrian, says the General, but you must believe your Bible. Who, says Adrian, and reaches for the whiskey. I've never known a Dutchman a professing atheist, but some few have been rather active agnostics since the British sat down in Pretoria. Old man Van Zyl told me had soured on religion after Bloemfontein surrendered. He was a free stater, for one thing. He that believeth, says the General, shall not make haste. That's in Isaiah. We believe we're going to win, And so we don't make haste as far as I'm concerned. Id like this war to last another 5 years wed. Have an army, then it's just this way Mr. Ziegler, he says our people are brimful of patriotism. But they've been born and brought up between houses and England, ain't big enough to train 'em not if you expect to preserve. Preserve what I says England. Know the game he says, and that reminds me gentlemen, we haven't drunk the king and fox hunting. So they drank the king and fox hunting, I drank the king, because there's something about Edward that tickles me, he's so blame British. But I rather stood out on the fox hunting, I've ridden wolves in the cattle country, and needed a drink pretty bad afterwards, but it never struck me as I ought to drink about it hereditarily. No, as I was saying Mr. Ziegler, he goes on, we have to train our men in the field to shoot and ride, I allow 6 months for it. But many column commanders not that I ought to say a word against 'em, for they're the best fellows that ever stepped, and most of 'em, are my dearest friends, seem to think, that if they have men and horses and guns they can take tea with the Boers. It's generally the other way about, ain't it, Mr. Ziegler? To some extent, sir, I said. I am so glad you agree with me. He says my command here I regard as a training depot, and you, if I may say so, have been one of my most efficient instructors. I mature my men slowly, but thoroughly. First I put 'em in a town which is liable to be attacked by night, where they can attend riding school in the day. Then I use 'em with a convoy, and last I put 'em into a column. It takes time, he says, but I flatter myself that any men who have worked under me are at least grounded in the rudiments of their profession. Adrian, he says, was there anything wrong with the men who upset Van Bister's apple cart last month, when he was trying to cross the line to join Piper with those horses he stole from Gabita's? No, General, says Van Zyl, your men got the horses back and 11 dead, and Van Bister's he ran to Delarey in his shirt. They was very good, those men, they shoot hard. So pleased to hear you say, so I laid him down at the beginning of this century, a 1900 vintage, you remember Mankletoe. He says the central Middlesex bunch o' busters clerks and floor walkers mostly, and he wiped his moustache. It was just the same with the Liverpool buckjumpers, but they were stevedores. Let's see, they were a last century draft, weren't they? They did well after 9 months, you know. Van Zyl, you didn't get much change out of 'em at Pootfontein. No, says Van Zyl, at Pootfontein I lost my son Andries. I beg your pardon, Commandant, says the General, and the rest of the crowd sort of cooed over Adrian. Excuse, says Adrian, it was all right, they were good men those, but it is just what I say, some are so damn good we want to hands up, and some are so damn bad we say take the Vierkleur into Cape Town. It is not upright of you, General, it is not upright of you at all. I do not think you ever wish this war to finish. It's a first-class dress parade for Armageddon, says the General. With luck we ought to run 500,000 men through the Roman 1099. Why, we might even be able to give our native army a look in. Oh, not here of course, Adrian, but down in the colonies, a camp exercise at Worcester. You mustn't be prejudiced, Adrian. I've commanded a district in India, and I give you my word the native troops are splendid men. Oh, I should not mind them at Worcester, says Adrian. I would sell you forage for them at Worcesteries and Parle and Stellenbosch. But almighty, he says, must I stay with Cronje till you have taught 500,000 of these stupid boys to ride? I shall be an old man. Well, sir, then, and there they began arguing whether St. Helena would suit Adrian's health, as well as some other places they knew about, and fixing up letters of introduction to dukes and lords of their acquaintance, so's Van Zyl should be well looked after. We own a fair-sized block of real estate America dos, but it made me sickish to hear this crowd fluttering round the Atlas. Oh yes, they had an Atlas, and choosing stray continents for Adrian to drink his coffee. And the old man allowed he didn't want to roost with Cronje, because one of Cronje's kin had jumped one of his farms after Paardeberg. I forget the rights of the case, but it was interesting. They decided on a place called Umballa in India, because there was a first-class doctor there. So Adrian was fixed to drink the king and fox hunting, and study up the native army in India. I'd like to see myself, till the British general had taught the male white citizens of Great Britain how to ride. Don't misunderstand me, sir. I loved that general. After 10 minutes I loved him, and I wanted to laugh at him, but at the same time sitting there and hearing him talk about the centuries, I tell you, sir, it scared me cold. He admitted everything, acknowledged the corn before you spoke. I was more pleased to hear that his men had been used to wipe the gelt with than I was when I knocked out Tom Reed's 2 leadhorses, and he sat back and blew smoke through his nose and matured his men like cigars and talked of the everlasting centuries. I went to bed near a nervous prostration. Then I'd come in a long time next morning. Me and Captain Mankletoe fixed up what his shrapnel had left of my Ziegler for transport to the railroad. She went in on her own wheels, and I stenciled her Royal Artillery Mess Woolwich on the muzzle, and he said he'd be grateful if I'd take charge of her to Cape Town, and hand her over to a man in the ordnance. There, how are you fixed financially? You'll need some money on the way home, he says at last. For one thing, Cap, I said, I am not a poor man, and for another, I am not going home. I am the captive of your bow and spear. I declined to resign office. Skittles, he says, that was a great word of his. You'll take parole, and go back to America, and invent another Ziegler a trifle heavier in the working parts. I would we've got more prisoners than we know what to do with as it is, he says. You'll only be an additional expense to me. As a taxpayer, think of Schedule D, he says, and take parole. I don't know anything about your tariffs, I said, but when I get to Cape Town, I write home for money, and I turn in every cent my board'll cost your country to any 10-century-old department that's been ordained to take it since William the Conqueror came along. But confound you for a thick-headed mule, he says, this war ain't any more than just started. Do you mean to tell me you're going to play prisoner till it's over? That's about the size of it, I says, if an Englishman and an American could ever understand each other. But in heaven's holy name, why, he says, sitting down of a heap on an anthill. Well, Cap, I says, I don't pretend to follow your ways of thought, and I can't see why you abuse your position to persecute a poor prisoner war on his. My dear fellow, he began, throwing up his hands and blushing ill, apologize. But if you insist, I says, there are just 1.5 things in this world. I can't do the odd half, don't matter here. But taking parole and going home and being interviewed by the boys, and giving lectures on my single-handed campaign against the hereditary enemies of my beloved country happens to be the one. Well, let it go at that, Cap. But it'll bore you to death, he says. The British are a heap more afraid of what they call being bored than of dying, I've noticed. I'll survive, I says. I ain't British, I can think, I says. By God, he says, coming up to me and extending the right hand of fellowship, you ought to be English, Ziegler. It's no good getting mad at a compliment like that. The English all do it. They're a crazy breed. When they don't know you, they freeze up tighter'n the St. Lawrence. When they do, they go out like an ice jam in April up. Till we prisoners left for days, me Captain Mankeltoe told me pretty much all about himself. There was his mother and sisters, and his bad brother that was a trooper in some colonial corps, and how his father didn't get on with him, and, well, everything as I've said. They're undomesticated, the British, compared with us. They talk about their own family affairs, as if they belonged to someone else. Tain't as if they hadn't any shame, but it sounds like it. I guess they talk out loud what we think, and we talk out loud what they think. I liked my Captain Mankeltoe. I liked him as well as any man I'd ever struck. He was white. He gave me his silver drinking flask, and I gave him the formula of my laftite. That's $150,000 in his vest pocket, on the lowest count, if he has the knowledge to use it. No, I didn't tell him the money value. He was English. He'd send his valet to find out. Well, me and Adrian and a crowd of damn Dutchmen was sent down the road to Cape Town in first-class carriages under escort. What did I think of your enlisted men? They are largely different from ours, sir, very largely. As I was saying, we slid down south with Adrian, looking out of the car window, and crying, Dutchmen cry mighty easy for a breed that fights as they do. But I never understood how Dutchmen could curse till we crossed into the Orange Free State colony, and he lifted up his hand and cursed Stain for a solid 10 minutes. Then we got into the colony, and the ribs ministers mostly and schoolmisters came round the cars with fruit and sympathy and texts. Van Zyl talked to em in Dutch, and one man, a big red-bearded minister at Beaufort West, I remember, he just wilted on the platform. Keep your prayers for yourself, says Van Zyl, throwing back a bunch of grapes. Y'all need em, and y'all need the fruit too. When the war comes down here, you done it. He says, you and your Picayune church that's deader than Cronge's dead horses. What sort of a guard have you been unloading on us, you black R's? Vogels, the British came, and we beat em, he says, and you sat still and prayed. The British beat us, and you sat still. He says, you told us to hang on, and we hung on, and our farms was burned, and you sat still, you. And your God, see here, he says, I shot my Bible full of bullets after Bloemfontein went, and you and God didn't say anything. Take it and pray over it before we Federals help the British to knock hell out of you rebels. Then I hauled him back into the car. I judged he'd had a fit, but life's curious and sudden and mixed. I hadn't any more use for a reb than Van Zyl, and I knew something of the lies they'd fed us up with from the colony for a year and more. I told the minister to pull his freight out of that, and went on with my lunch when another man come along, and shook hands with Van Zyl. He'd known him at close range in the Kimberley Sage, and before Van Zyl was well seen by his neighbours, I judge. As soon as this other man opened his mouth, I said, you're a Kentucky, ain't you? I am, he says. And what may you be? I told him right off, for I was pleased to hear good United States in any man's mouth, but he whipped his hands behind him, and said I am not knowing any man that fights for a Tammany Dutchman, but I presume you've been well paid you damn gunrunnin' Yank. Well sir, I wasn't looking for that, and it near knocked me over, while old man Van Zyl started in to explain. Don't you waste your breath, Mr. Van Zyl, the man says I know this breed the South's full of 'em, then he whirls round on me, and says look at here, you yank a little thing like a king's neither here nor there. But what you've done, he says, is to go back on the white man in 6 places at unsetwo hemispheres, and 4 continents America, England, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa, don't open your head. He says you know well if you'd been caught at this game in our country, you'd have been jiggling in the bite of a lariat, before you could reach for your naturalization papers go on and prosper, he says, and y'all fetch up by fighting for niggers as the North Roman 999, and he threw me half a crown English money. Sir, I do not regard the proposition in that light, but I guess I must have been somewhat shook by the explosion they told me at Cape Town. 1 rib was driven in onto my lungs. I am not adducing this as an excuse, but the cold God's truth of the matter is the money on the floor, did it I give up, and cried, put my head down and cried. I dream about this still sometimes, he didn't know the circumstances, but I dream about it and it's hell. How do you regard the proposition as a brother if you'd invented your own gun, and spent $57,000 on Herend, had paid your own expenses from the word go an American citizen, has a right to choose his own side in an unpleasantness, and Van Zyl wasn't any Krugerite, and id risked my hide at my own expense. I got that man's address from Van Zyl, he was a mining man at Kimberley, and I wrote him the facts, but he never answered, guess he thought I lied, damned southern rebel. Oh say did I tell you my captain gave me a letter to an English lord in Cape Town, and he fixed things so's I could lie up a piece in his house. I was pretty sick, and threw up some blood from where the rib had gouged into the lungher. This lord was a crank on guns, and he took charge of the Ziegler. He had his knife into the British system, as much as any American. He said he wanted revolution, and not reform in your army. He said the British soldier had failed in every point except courage. He said England needed a Monroe Doctrine worse than America New Doctrine, barring out all the continent and strictly devoting herself to developing her own colonies. He said he'd abolish half the Foreign Office, and take all the old hereditary families clean out of it, because he said they was expressly trained to fool around with continental diplomats, and to despise the colonies. His own family wasn't more than 600 years old. He was a very brainy man, and a good citizen. We talked politics and inventions together when my lung let up on me. Did he know my general? Yes, he knew all called Teddy and Gussie and Willie. They was all of the very best and all his dearest friends, but he told me confidentially, they was none of 'em fit to command a column in the field. He said they were too fond of advertising generals, don't seem very different from actors or doctors or seer inventors. He fixed things for me lovelily at Simon's Town, had the biggest sort of pull-even for a lord. At first they treated me as a harmless lunatic, but after a while I got 'em to let me keep some of their books if I was left alone in the world with the British system of bookkeeping. Id reconstruct the whole British Empire beginning with the army. Yes, I am one of their most trusted accountants, and I'm paid for it as much as $1 a day I keep that I've earned it, and I deduct it from the cost of my board. When the war's over I am going to pay up the balance to the British government. Yes sir, that's how I regard the proposition. Adrian, he left for Umballa 4 months back. He told me he was going to apply to join the National Scouts if the war didn't end in a year. 'Tisn't in nature for one Dutchman to shoot another, but if Adrian ever meets up with Stein, there'll be an exception to the rule. Yees, when the war's over it'll take some of the British army to protect Stein from his fellow patriots, but the war won't be over yet a while. He that believeth don't hurry, as Isaiah says. The ministers and the school teachers and the rebs'll have a war all to themselves long after the North is quiet. I'm pleased with this country. It's big, not so many folk on the ground as in America. There's a boom coming sure. I've talked it over with Adrian, and I guess I shall buy a farm somewhere near Bloemfontein and start in cattle raising. It's big and peaceful, a 10,000-acre farm. I could go on inventing there too. Selma Ziegler, I guess offer the patent rights to the British government, and if they do the really no interesting act over her, turn her over to Captain Menkeltoe and his friend, the Lord Thale, pretty quick, find some Gussie or Teddy or Algie who can get her accepted in the proper quarters. I am beginning to know my English. And now go in swimming and read the papers after lunch. I haven't had such a good time since Willie died. He pulled the blue shirt over his head as the bathers returned to their piles of clothing, and speaking through the folds added, but if you want to realize your assets, you should lease the whole proposition to America for 99 years. The bonds of discipline, Poseidon's law. When the robust and brass-bound man commissioned first for sea, his fragile raft Poseidon laughed, and mariner said he, "Behold a law immutable I lay on thee and thine, that never shall ye act or tell a falsehood at my shrine. Let Zeus adjudge your landward kin, whose votive meal and salt at easy-cheated altars win oblivion for the fault. But ye the unhoodwinked waves shall test that immediate gulfs condemn. Unless ye owe the fates a jest, be slow to jest with them. Ye shall not clear by Greekly speech, nor cousin from your path the twinkling shoal, the leeward beach, and Hadria's white-lipped wrath, nor tempt with painted cloth for wood my fraud-avenging hosts, nor make it all make good your bulwarks and your boasts. Now and henceforward serve unshod through wet and wakeful shifts, a present and oppressive God, but take to aid my gifts, the wide and windward opened eye, the large and lavish hand, the soul that cannot tell a leak except upon the land. In Drummond and in cataphractuit wakeful windwarded, he kept Poseidon's law intact, his ship and freight beside. But once discharged the Drummonds, hold the Byrene beached once more. Splendatiously mendacious rolled the brass-bound man ashore. The Thranite now and Thalamite are pressures low and high, and where 300 blades bit white the twin propellers ply, the guard that hailed the keel that sailed are changed beyond recall. But the robust and brass-bound man, he is not changed at all. From Punt returned from Phormio's fleet, from Javan and Gadir, he strongly occupies the seat about the tavern fire, and moist with much Falernian or smoked Massilian juice, revenges there the brass-bound man his long-enforced truce. The bonds of discipline. As literature it is beneath contempt, it concerns the endurance armament turning circle and inner gear of every ship in the British Navy whole, embellished with profile plates. The Teuton approaches the matter with pagan thoroughness, the Muscovite runs him close, but the Gaul, ever an artist, breaks enclosure to study the morale at the present day of the British sailorman. In this I conceive he is from time to time aided by the zealous amateur, though I find very little in his dispositions to show that he relies on that amateur's hard-won information. There exists, unlike some other publication, it is not bound in lead boardser work, by 1 Roman 1000 to Roman 100, based on the absolutely unadorned performances of one of our well-known acolyte type of cruisers. It contains nothing that did not happen. It covers a period of 2 days, runs to 27 pages of large type, exclusive of appendices, and carries as many exclamation points as the average Dumas novel. I read it with care from the adorably finished prologate. Is the disgrace of our navy that we cannot produce a commissioned officer capable of writing 1 page of lyric, prosito, the eloquent, the joyful, the impassioned end? And my first notion was that I had been cheated in this sort of book collecting. You will see how entirely the bibliophile lies at the mercy of his agent. Roman 1000 to Roman 100. I read opened his campaign by stowing away in one of her boats what time 8 Roman 1000 s. Archimandrite lay off Funchal. Roman 1000 to Roman 100. Was always on behalf of his country, a Madeira Portuguese fleeing from the conscription. They discovered him 80 miles at sea, and bade him assist the cook. So far this seemed fairly reasonable. Next day, thanks to his histrionic powers and his ingratiating address, he was promoted to the rank of supernumerary captain servanta post, which I give his words, I flatter myself, was created for me alone, and furnished me with opportunities unequalled for a task in which 1 word malapropos would have been my destruction. From this point onward, earth and water between them held no marvels like to those Roman 1000 to Roman 100 had envisaged. If I translate him correctly, it became clear to me that Roman 1000 to Roman 100 was either a pyramidal liar, or I was not acquainted with any officer, seaman, or marine in the Archimandrite, but instinct told me I could not go far wrong if I took a third-class ticket to Plymouth. I gathered information on the way from a leading stoker, 2 seaman gunners, and an odd hand in a torpedo factory. They courteously set my feet on the right path, and that led me through the alleys of Devonport to a public house not 50 yards from the water. We drank with the proprietor, a huge yellowish man called Tom Wessels, and when my guides had departed I asked if he could produce any warrant or petty officer of the Archimandrite. The Bedlamite Diumena, last commission when they all went crazy. Shouldn't wonder, I replied. Fetch me a sample and I'll see. You'll excuse me, o' course, but what do you want I am for? I want to make him drunk. I want to make you drunk if you like. I want to make him drunk here. Spoke very handsome, ill, do what I can. He went out towards the water that lapped at the foot of the street. I gathered from the pot that he was a person of influence beyond admirals. In a few minutes I heard the noise of an advancing crowd, and the voice of Mr. Wessels. "He only wants to make you drunk at his expense. Dis say I'll stand you all a drink. Come up and look at Roman 999, he don't bite." A square man with remarkable eyes entered at the head of 6 large bluejackets behind them, gathered a contingent of hopeful freedrinkers. "He's the only one I could get transferred to the postulant 6 months back. I found I am quite accidental." Mr. Wessels beamed. "I am in charge o' the cutter. Our wardroom is dinnin' on the beach en masse. They won't be home till mornin'," said the square man with the remarkable eyes. "Are you an Archimandrite?" I demanded. "That's me. I was, as you might say." "Hold on, I am a Archimandrite." A red marine with moist eyes tried to climb on the table. "Was you lookin' for a bedlamite? I've been invalided, and what with that and visitin' my family 'ome at Lewes, perhaps I've come late of a." "You've 'ad all that's good for you," said Tom Wessels, as the red marine sat cross-legged on the floor. "There are those who haven't 'ad a thing yet," cried a voice by the door. "I will take this Archimandrite," I said, "and this marine. Will you please give the boat's crew a drink now and another in half an hour if Mr. Pyecroft," said the square man. "Emmanuel Pyecroft, 2nd-class petty officer." "Mr. Pyecroft doesn't object. He don't clear out Golden. You pick at the hill by yourself, throwing out a skirmishing line in ample time to let me know when number 1's calmin' down from his victuals." The crowd dissolved. We passed into the quiet of the inner bar, the red marine zealously leading the way. "And what do you drink, Mr. Pyecroft?" I said. "Only water, warm water with a little whiskey and sugar, and perhaps a lemon." "Mine's beer," said the marine. "It always was." "Look, ere glass you take and go to sleep. The picket'll be common for you in a little time, and perhaps y'all ave slep it off by then." "What's your ship now?" said Mr. Wessels. "The ship state most important," said the red marine magnificently, and shut his eyes. "That's right," said Mr. Pyecroft. "He's safest where he is, a nowhere santy to us all. What do you want o' me?" "I want to read you something." "Tracts again," said the marine, never opening his eyes. "Well, I'm game a little more 'eed to it, miss, please." "He thinks 'e's drinkin', lucky beggar," said Mr. Pyecroft. "I'm agreeable to be read to 'twont alter my convictions. I may as well tell you beforehand I am a Plymouth Brother." He composed his face with the air of one in the dentist's chair, and I began at the 3rd page of Roman 1000 to Roman 100. At the moment of asphyxiation, for I had hidden myself under the boat's cover, I heard footsteps upon the superstructure, and coughed with Empress coughed loudly. Mr. Pyecroft, by this time, I judged the vessel to be sufficiently far from land. A number of sailors extricated me amid language appropriate to their national brutality. I responded that I named myself Antonio, and that I sought to save myself from the Portuguese conscription. "Ho," said Mr. Pyecroft, and the fashion of his countenance changed. Then pensively, "The beggar, what might you have in your hand there?" "It's the story of Antonio, a stowaway in the Archimandrites. Cutter, a French spy when he's at home, I fancy. What do you know about it?" And I thought it was tracts, and yet somehow I didn't. Mr. Pyecroft nodded his head wonderingly. Our old man was quite right. So was Roman 1 ere glass. He kicked the marine. "Here's our Antonio as written a impromptu book. He was a spy all right." The red marine turned slightly, speaking with the awful precision of the half-drunk. "Has he got anything in about my horrible death, an execution? Excuse me, but if I open my eyes, I shan't be well. That's where I am different from all other men. "What about glass execution?" demanded Pyecroft. "The book's in French," I replied. "Then it's no good to me." "Precisely. Now, I want you to tell your story just as it happened. I'll check it by this book. Take a cigar. I know about his being dragged out of the cutter. What I want to know is what was the meaning of all the other things, because they're unusual." "They were," said Mr. Pyecroft with emphasis, looking back on it. "As I sit here more and more, I see what an igly unusual affair it was. But it happened, it transpired, in the Archimandrite's ship. You can trust Antonio the beggar." "Take your time, Mr. Pyecroft." In a few moments we came to it thus. The old man was displeased, I don't deny. He was quite a little displeased with the mailboats trotting into Madeira. Every 20 minutes, He didn't see why a low-paid Portuguese had to take liberties with a man-o-war's first cutter anyhow. We couldn't turn ship round for him. We drew him out and took him out to number 1 drown he says drown before he dirties my fine new decks. But our owner was tender-hearted to take him to the galley. He says boil skin cook cut, is bloomin' hair take, is bloomin' number well have him executed at Ascension. Ritalik, our chief cook and a Catholic, was the only one anyway near grateful bane, short-handed in the galley. He annexes the blighter by the left ear and right foot, and sets him to work peelin' potatoes. So then this Antonio that was avoidin' the conscription. Subscription, you pink-eyed Matlow, said the marine with the face of a stone Buddha, and whimpered sadly, Pie, don't see any fun in it at all. Conscription come to his illegitimate sphere in Her Majesty's Navy, and it was just then that old Op, our yeoman of signals and a fastidious joker, made remarks to me about his hands. Those, and says Op, properly considered, never done a day's honest labour in their life. Tell me those hands belong to a blighted Portuguese manual labourist, and I won't call you a liar, but I'll say you and the Admiralty are pretty much unique in your statements. Op was always a fastidious joker in his language as much as anything else he pursued, his investigations with the eye of an hawk. Outside the galley he knew better than to advance linehead against Ritalik, so he attacked en echelon, speaking his remarks as much as possible into the breach of the starboard. 4.7, and to himself. Our chief cook aided what's the matter of your bowels, he says at last, fisting out the mess book agitated like don't mind. Me says Op, I am only a mildewed buntin tosser, he says, but speakin' for my mess I do hope, he says, you ain't goin' to boil your Portuguese friend's boots, long o' that pork you're smellin' so gay. Boots, 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 says Ritalik, and he run round like a earwig in a alderstock. Boots in the galley, he says, cook's mate, cast out and abolish this cutter cuddlin' aborigines' boots. They was hove overboard in quick time, and that was what Op was lyin' to, for as subsequently transpired. Fine Arab arch to that cutter cuddler's hinstep. He says to me, run your eye over it, Pie, he says, nails, all present and correct, he says, bunion, on the little toe too, he says, which comes from wearin' a tight boot. What do you think? Duck in trouble perhaps, I says, he ain't got the hang of spudskinnin', no more he add was simply cannibalisin'. I want to know what has got the hang of, says Op, obstructed like. Watch says, these shoulders were forendrilled somewhere. When it comes to down Amex, which is our naval way o' goin' to bye-bye, I took particular trouble over Antonio, who had his amick ove at with general instructions, to sling it and be sugared in the ensuing melee. I pioneered him to the afterratch, which is a orifice communicatin' with the afterflat, and similar suites of apartments he havin' navigated at 3/5 power immediate ahead. Oh me, I wasn't goin' to volunteer any assistance, nor he didn't need it. Mongju, says he, sniffin' round, and twice more Mongju, which is pure French. Then he slings his amick nips in and coils down, not bad for a Portuguese conscript. I says to myself, casts off the toe, abandons him, and reports to Op. About 3 minutes later I am overrolled by our sub-lieutenant navigatin' under forced draft with his bearings. He had the temerity to say instructed our Antonio to sling his carcass in the alleyway, and was peevish about it. O' course I prevaricated, like you get to do that in the service. Nevertheless, to oblige Mr. Duquesne, I went and readjusted Antonio. You may not have ascertained that there are 2 ways o' comin' out of an amick. When it's cut down, Antonio came out t'other wasted in ansome to his feet. That showed me 2 things. First, he had been in an amick before, and next he hadn't been asleep. Then I reproached for goin' to bed, where Ed been told to go instead o' standin' by, till someone gave him entirely contradictory orders, which is the essence o' naval discipline. In the middle o' this argument, the gunner protrudes his Rambo from his cabin and brings it all to an hurried conclusion, with some remarks suitable to his piebald warrantrank navigatin', thence under easy steam, and leaving Antonio to wrestling his little foreign self. My large flat foot comes in, detonating contact with a small object on the deck, not altin' for the obstacle, nor changin' step. I shuffles it along under the ball of the big toe to the foot o' the hatchway, when lightly stoopin' I catch it in my right hand, and continue my evolutions in rapid time, till I eventuates under Op's lee. It was a small Morixer-bound pocket-book, full of indelible pencil written in French, for I could plainly discern the doodlades, which is about as far as my education runs. Op fists it open and peruses Ed known, an off-cast Frenchwoman pretty intricate, before he was married, when he was trained man in a stinkin' gunboat up the Saigon River. He understood a lot o' French domestic brands, chief lithe kind, that isn't in print. Pie, he says to me, you're a tactician o' no mean value. I am a trifle shady about the precise bearing and import. Oh, this beggar's private log here, he says. But it's evidently a case for the owner yowl, ave your share, oh the credit, he says. Nay, nay, Pauline, I says, you don't catch Emmanuel Pyecroft mind-rippin' under any post-captain's bows, I says, in search of honour. I says, I've been there oft. Well, if you must, he says, tarken me up quick, but ill speak a good word for you, Pye. Yowl shut your mouth up, I says, or you and Melpart, brass rags, the owner has his duties and I have mine, we will keep station, I says, nor seek to deviate. Deviate to blazes, says up, I am goin' to deviate to the owner's comfortable cabin direct, so he deviated. Mr. Pyecroft leaned forward, and dealt the Marine a large pattern navy kick-air glass you a sentry, when up went to the old man the first time with Antonio's washing book. Tell us what transpired, you're sober, you don't know how sober you are. The Marine cautiously raised his head a few inches, as Mr. Pyecroft said he was sober after some Roman 1000 Roman 50 Roman 1 fashion of his own devising up bounds, in like a startled antelope carrion, his signal slate at the ready, the old man was settin' down to his bountiful platternut, like you and me without anythin' more in sight for an all night, and off a day talkin' about food. No, 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 cried Pyecroft, kicking again. What about up? I thought the Marine's ribs would have snapped, but he merely hiccuped. Oh, I am, he 'ad it written all down on his little slate, I thinkin', he shoves it under the old man's nose. Shut the door, says up, for even's sake, shut the cabin door. Then the old man must ha' said somethin' 'bout irons, ill. Put him on, sir, in your very presence. Says up, only ear my prayer or words to that effect. It was just the same with me. When I called our sergeant a bladder-bellied larded perspirin pension cheater, they only put on the charger sheet words to that effect, spoiled the ole fect. Up, what about up, thundered Pyecroft. Up, oh shame thing words that feck door shut nushin more transpired, till up comes out nose extreme angle plungin fire aura words, that affect proud's parrot, oh you prue old parrot, I says. Mr. Glass seemed to slumber again. Lord, how a little moisture disintegrates, don't it, when we had ship's theatricals off Vigo Glass Air, played Dick Deadeye, to the moral though of course the lower deck wasn't pleased to see a leatherneck, interpretin' a strictly maritime part, as you might say it's only his repartees which he can't contain that conquers him. Shall I resume my narrative? Another drink was brought on this hint, and Mr. Pyecroft resumed. The essence o' strategy bane forethought, the essence o' tactics is surprise. Perhaps you didn't know that my forethought, having secured the initial advantage in attack, it remained for the old man to ladle out the surprise packets evens. What surprises that night he dines with the wardroom bane of the kind I've told you, as we were a 'appy ship that likes it. And the wardroom liked it too. This ain't common in the service. They had up the new, maderalful undisciplined stuff, which gives you a cordite mouth next morning. They told the messmen to navigate towards the extreme and remote horizon, and they abrogated the sentry about 15 paces out of earshot. Then they had in the gunner, the boatswain and the carpenter, and stood them large round drinks. It all come out latterwardroom joints bane lower deck hash, as the sayin' is that. Our number one stuck to it, that he couldn't trust the ship for the job. The old man swore he could have'n commanded over 2 years. He was right, there wasn't a ship, I don't care in what fleet, could come near the our command rights. When we give our mind to a thing, we held the cruiser Big Un records the sailing cutter Fancyrig championship, and the challenge up row round the fleet. We add the best nigger minstrels, the best football and cricket teams, and the best squeegee band of anything that ever pushed in front of a brace o' screws, and yet our number one mistrusted us. He said we'd be afloat in hell in a week, and it 'ud take the rest o' the commission to stop our way. They was arguin' it in the wardroom, when the bridge reports a light 3 points off the port bow. We overtakes her switches on our searchlight, and she discloses herself as a collier o' no mean reputation, mackin' about 7 knots on lawful occasion stow, the Cape most like. Then the owner, so we eared in good time, broke the boom springin' all minds together at close interval. Look my jokers, he says, I'm jivin' the grist of his arguments. Remember, number one says we can't enlighten this cutter-cuddling Gaulish lieutenant on the manners and customs o' the navy without mackin' the ship. A market garden, there's a lot in that, he says, specially if we kept it up lavish till we reached Ascension. But he says the appearance o' this strange sail has put a totally new aspect on the game. We can run to just 1 day's amusement for our friend, or else what's the good o' discipline, and then we can turn IM over to our presumably short-handed fellow subject in the small-coal line. Out yonder, hell be pleased, says the old man, and so will Antonio M. Rover. He says to number one, ill lay you a dozen o' licorice, and in kit must ha' been that new tawny port that I've got a ship I can trust for 1 day. He says, Wherefore he says, will you have the extreme goodness to reduce speed as requisite for keeping a proper distance behind this providential tramp, till further orders. Now that's what I call tactics. The other manoeuvres developed next day strictly in accordance with the plans, as laid down in the wardroom, where they sat long and steady up whispers to me, that Antonio was a #1 spy, when he was in commission, and a French lieutenant when he was paid off. So I navigated at 396 revolutions to the galley, never having kicked a lieutenant up to date. I may as well say that I did not manoeuvre against I as a Frenchman, because I like Frenchmen, but strictly on is rank and rattin in his own navy. I inquired after his health from Ritalic. Don't ask me, he says, sneerin' baned his silver spectacles. He's promoted to be captain's second supernumerary servant, to be dressed and undressed, as such if he does his duties same as he skinned the spuds. I ain't for changin' with the old man. In the balmy dawnin', it was given out all among the Arlestones by our sub-lieutenant, who was a three-way discharge devil, that all orders after 8 bells was to be executed in inverse ration to the cube. Oh, the velocity, the regular routine, he says, was arrogated for reasons o' state and policy, and any flatfoot who presumed to exhibit surprise, annoyance, or amusement would be slightly but firmly reproached. Then the gunner mops up a heathenish large detail for some hanky-panky in the magazines, and led off along with our gunnery jack, which is to say our gunnery lieutenant. That put us on the viva voce, particularly when we understood how the owner was navigatin' abroad in his sword-belt trustin'. Us like brothers, we shifts into the dress o' the day, and we musters and we prays en regle, and we carries on anticipatory to bafflin' Antonio. Then our sergeant of marines come to me ringin' his, and's an weepin' Ed been talkin' to the sub-lieutenant, and it looked like as if his upperworks were collapsin'. I want a guarantee, he says, ringin' is, and's like this: I haven't 'ad sunstroke slaved how in Tadra Bay and been compelled to live on quinine and chlorodyne, ever since I don't get the horrors off glasses o' brown sherry. What ave you got now? I says. I ain't an officer, he says. My sword won't be handed back to me at the end o' the court-martial, on account o' my little weaknesses and no stain on my character. I am only a poor beggar of a red marine with 18 years' service, and wifer says he ringin' his hands like this all the time. Must I chuck away my pension sub-lieutenant, or no sub-lieutenant look at He says only look at marines fallin' in for small-armed. The leathernecks was layin' aft at the double, and a more insanitary set of accidents I never wished to behold. Most of was in their shirts. They had their trousers on, of course, rolled up nearly to the knee, but what I mean is belts over shirts 3 or 4, add our caps in them that had drawn helmets, wore their chin straps like portagey earrings, oh yes, and 3 of add only 1 boot. I knew what our bafflin' tactics was goin' to be, but even I was mildly surprised when this gay fantasia of brassy drummers halted under the poop, because of an amick in charge of our navigator, and a small but eagerly efficient landing party. Ard astern both screws, says the navigator room for the captain's amick, the captain's servant Cockburn, his name washed at one end, and our newly promoted Antonio in a blue slop rig at the other. They slung it from the muzzle of the port poop quick for a thoughtships to a stanchion. Then the old man flickered up smarkin' a cigarette and brought his stern to an anchor slow and orient. What a blessin' it is, Mr. Duquesne, he says to our sub-lieutenant, to be out o' sight o' the ole pack o' blighted admirals. What's an admiral after all, he says? Why, he's only a post-captain with the pip. Mr. Duquesne, the drill will now proceed. What o' Antonio descendes, and get me a split. When Antonio came back with the whiskey and soda, he was told off to swing the amick in slow time, and that massacratin' small-arm party went on with their oratorio. The sergeant had been kindly excused from participating, and he was jumpin' round on the poop ladder, stretchin' his leather neck to see the disgustin' exhibition and cluckin' like a ash-hoist. A lot of us went on the fore and aft bridge and watched like listen to the band in the park. All these evolutions, I may as well tell you, are highly unusual in the Navy after 10 minutes o' muckin' about glass irrepidity. E's so drunk says that Ed had enough exercise for his simple needs, and he wants to go home. Mr. Duquesne catches him a sanacatoser of a smite over the eed with the flat of his sword down, comes glass rifle with language to correspond, and he fiddles with the bolt-up jumps. McLeanu was a gosport Iglander and lands on glass neck, thus bringin' him to the deck fully extended. The old man makes a great show o' whacking up from sweet slumbers. Mr. Duquesne, he says, what is this painful interregnum, or words to that effect? Duquesne takes 1 step to the front, and salutes. Only 'nother case of attempted assassination, sir, he says. Is that all, says the old man, while McLean sits on glass collar button. Take him away, he says, he knows the penalty. I suppose that is the invincible morgue Britannic, in the presence of brutally provoked mutiny, I muttered, as I turned over the pages of Roman 1000 to Roman 100, so Glass E was led off kickin' and squealin' and hove down the ladder into is Sergeant's voluptuous arms run Glass forward, and was all for puttin' IM in irons as a maniac. You refill your water jacket and cool off, says Glass, sittin' down rather winded. The trouble with you is you haven't any imagination. Haven't I? I've got the remnants of a little poor authority, though E says lookin' pretty vicious. You ave, says Glass, then, for pity's sake ave some proper feelin' too. I am goin' to be shot this evenin', y'all take charge o' the fearin' party. Sama or other that made the sergeant froth at the mouth. E add no more play to his intellects than a spit kid. E just took everything as it come. Well, that was about all, I think, unless you'd care to have me resume my narrative. We resumed on the old terms, but with rather less hot water. The marine on the floor breathed evenly, and Mr. Pyecroft nodded. I may have omitted to inform you that our number one took a general row round the situation, while the small arm party was at work, and course, he supplied the outlines, but the details we coloured in by ourselves. These were our tactics to baffle Antonio. It occurs to the carpenter to ave the steam cutter down for repairs. E gets his chiraparty together, and down she comes. You've never seen a steam cutter let down on the deck. Ave you, it's not usual, and she takes a lot o' humour in. Thus we ave the starboard side completely blocked and the general traffic tricklin' over Reed along the fore and aft bridge. Then Chips gets into her and begins bailin' out a mess o' small reckonin's on the deck simultaneous. There come up 3 o' those dirty engineer room objects which we call tiffies, and a stoker or two with orders to repair her steaming gadgets. They get into her and bay out another young Christmas tree full of small reckonin's brass, mostly simultaneous. It hits the pusser that Ed better serve out mess pork for the poor Matlow. These things half shifted Ritalik, our chief cook, off his bedplate. Yes, you might say they broke IM wide open. E wasn't at all used to M. Number one tells off 5 or 6 prime able-bodied seaming gunners to the pork barrels. You never see pork fisted out of its receptacle ave, you simultaneous. It hits the gunner that now's the day and now's the hour for a non-continuous class in maxim instruction. So they all give way together. And the general effect was non plus ultra. There was the cutter's innards spread out like a frattin' pawnbroker's shop. There was the tiffies hammer in the stern of and they ain't antiseptic. There was the maxim class in light skirmish in order among the pork. And for'ard the blacksmith had his forge in full blast mac in horseshoes. I suppose, well, that accounts for the starboard side. The Arnie warrant officer, who hadn't a look in so far, was the boatswain, so he stated all out of his own eed, that Chips' reserve o' wood and timber which Chips had stole at our last refit needed restowin'. It was on the port boom's a young and healthy forest of it, for Charlie Peace wasn't to be named longside o' Chips for burglary. All right, says our number one, you can ave the whole port watch if you like. Hell's hell, he says, and when there's study to improve. Jarvis was our boatswain's name. He hunted up the all of the port watch by hand, as you might say, callin' M by name, loud and lovin', which is not precisely Navy Mackie pigeon. They add that timber loft off the booms and they dragged it up and down like so many sweatin' little beavers. But Jarvis was jealous o' Chips and went round the starboard side to envy at him. Tain't enough, he says, when he had climbed back, Chips as got his bizarre lookin' like a coal hulk. In a cyclone, we must adopt more drastic measures. Off he goes to number one, and communicates with Roman 999. Number one got the old man's leave on account of our goin' so slow. We were keepin' Bain the tramp to fit the ship with a full set of patent supernumerary sails. 4 trysail size, you might call M. Trysails was our admiralty allowance in the uneared of event of a cruiser breakin' down. But we had our awnings as well. They was all extricated from the various flats and alls where they was stored, and at the end o' 2 hours hard work, number one made out 11 sails o' different sorts and sizes. I don't know what exact nature of sail you'd call pyjamastunsels, with a touch of Sarah's shimmy perhaps, but the rigging of M and all the supernumerary details, as you might say, Bain carried on through and over and between the cutter and the forge and the pork, and cleaning guns and the maxim class and the boatswain's calaboose. And the paintwork was sublime. There's no other word for it, sublime. The old man keeps swimmin' up and down through it all with the faithful Antonio at his side fetchin' him numerous splits. He had ate that mornin', and when Antonio was detached to get his spyglass or his gloves or his lily-white handkerchief, the old man would waste him down a ventilator. Antonio must ha' learned a lot about our navy thirst. He Roman 999. Would you kindly mind turnin' to the precise page indicated and givin' me a resume of his tactics, said Mr. Pyecroft, drinking deeply id like to know how it looked from his side o' the deck. How will this do, I said, once clear of the land like Voltaire's Habakkuk. One o' their new commerce destroyers, I suppose, Mr. Pyecroft interjected. Each man seemed veritably capable of all to do according to his, will the boats dismantled, and forlorn are lowered upon the planking. One cries aid me, flourishing at the same time the weapons of his business. A dozen launch themselves upon him, in the orgasm of zeal misdirected. He beats them off with the howlings of dogs. He has lost a hammer. This ferocious outcry signifies that only 8 men seek the utensil, colliding on the way with some many others, which seated in the stern of the boat tear up and scatter upon the planking the ironwork, which impedes their brutal efforts elsewhere. One detaches from on high wood canvas iron bolts. Coldest, what do I know? That's where E's common, the bloomin' ingenue, E knows a lot really. They descend thundering upon the planking, and the spectacle cannot reproduce itself in my capacity of valet to the captain, whom I have well and beautifully plied with drink. Since the rising of the sun, behold me also Ganymede. I pass throughout observing it. Maybe not a little. They ask orders, there is none to give them. One sits upon the edge of the vessel, and chants interminably the lugubrious rule Britanniato endure how long. That was me, Ani. 'Twas a life on the ocean wave which I hate more than any stinkin' tune. I know, having dragged too many nasty little guns to it. Yes, number 1 told me off to that for 10 minutes, and I ain't musical, you might say. Then come marines half-dressed, seeking vainly through this tohubohu, that's one of his names for the archimandrite Mr. Pyecroft, for a place whence they shall not be dislodged. The captain, heavy with drink, rolls himself from his hammock. He would have his people fire the maxims they demand, which maxim that to him is equal the breechlock indispensable, is not there. They demand it of one who opens a barrel of pork, for this navy feeds at all hours. He refers them to the cook. Yesterday my master, yes, and Ritalic nearly had a fit. What a truthful and observant little Antonio we ave. It is discovered in the hands of a boy who says, and they do not rebuke him, that he has found it by hazard. I'm afraid I haven't translated quite correctly, Mr. Pyecroft, but I've done my best. Why, it's beautiful. You ought to be a Frenchman, you ought. You don't want anything, oh, me, you've got it all there. Yes, but I like your side of it. For instance, here's a little thing. I can't quite see the end of listen of the domain, which Britannia rules by sufferance. My gross captain knew nothing, and his navigator, if possible, less, from the bestial recriminations and the indeterminate chaos of the grand deck. I ascended always, with a whisky and soda in my handstow. A scene truly grotesque. Behold my captain in plain sea at issue with his navigator. A crisis of nerves due to the enormous quantity of alcohol which he had swallowed up to then has filled for him the ocean with dangers imaginary and fantastic, incapable of judgment, menaced by the phantasms of his brain. Inflamed, he envisages islands perhaps of the Hesperides beneath his keelvages innumerable. I don't know what a vigor is, Mr. Pyecroft. He creates shoals sad and far-reaching of the mid-Atlantic. What was that now? Oh, I see that come after dinner, when our navigator threw his cap down and danced on it. Danby was quartermaster. They had a tea-party on the bridge. It was the old man's contribution. Does he say anything about the leadsman? Is this it, overborne by his superior's causeless suspicion? The navigator took off the badges of his rank and cast them at the feet of my captain, and sobbed a disgusting and maudlin reconciliation. Followed the argument, renewed itself, each grasping the wheel crapulous. That means drunk, I think, Mr. Pyecroft, shouting. It appeared that my captain would chenular. I don't know what that means, Mr. Pyecroft, to the cape at the end. He placed a sailor with the sound, that's the lead, I think, in his hand. Garnished with suet, was it garnished with suet? He put 2 leadsmen in the chains, o' course. He didn't know that there mightn't be shoals there. Said Morgan, went and armed his lead to enter into the spirit. Oh, the thing, they eaved it for 20 minutes. But there wasn't any suitanly tallow, o' course. Garnished with suet at 2,000 meters of profundity. Decidedly, the Britannic Navy is well guarded. Well, that's all right, Mr. Pyecroft. Would you mind telling me anything else of interest that happened? There was a good deal one way and another. I'd like to know what this Antonio thought of our sails. He merely says that the engines, having broken down, an officer extemporized a mournful and useless parody of sails. Oh yes, he says that some of them looked like bonnets in a needle case, I think. Bonnets in a needle case, they were stunsels. That shows the beggars no sailor. That trick was really the one thing we Roman 999 fa. I thought he was a sailorman, and he hasn't sense enough to see what extemporis in 11 good and drowin sails out o' 4 trissels and a few onins means. He must have been drunk. Never mind, Mr. Pyecroft, I want to hear about your target practice, And the execution. Oh, we had a special target practice that afternoon all for Antonio, as I told my croom bane captain of the portbow quickfirer. Though I am a torpedo man, no, it just showed how you can work your gun under any discomforts. A shell 26-inch, shellspustin inboard couldn't have begun to make the varicose collection o' titbits, which we had spilled on our deck. It was a lather, a rich creamy lather. We took it very easy that gun practice. We did it in a complimentary Genevieve another cupo tea style, and the crew was strictly ordered not to rupture themselves with unnecessary exertion. This isn't our custom in the Navy when we're in pourries, naturalibus as you might say, but we wasn't so then. We was impromptu, and Antonio was busy fetchin' splits for the old man. And the old man was wastin' down the ventilators. There must have been 4 inches in the bilges, I should think, would room whiskey and soda. Then I thought I might as well bear a hand as look pretty, so I let my bundup go at 1500 sightin' very particular. There was a sort of 'appy little belch like no more, I give you my word, and the shell trundled out maybe 50 feet, and dropped into the deep Atlantic. Government powder, sir, sings out our gunnery jack to the bridge, laughin' horrid sarcastic, and then of course we all laughs, which we are not encouraged to do in pourries naturalibus. Then of course I saw what our gunnery jack had been after with his subcutaneous details in the magazines. All the mornin' watch he had reduced the charges to a minimum, as you might say, but it made me feel a trifle faint and sickish notwithstanding this spitinthea business. Every time such transpired, our gunnery lieutenant would say something sarcastic about government stores, and the old man fair howled up. Was on the bridge with IM, and he told Mekos, he's a phrenologist and reads character. That Antonio's face was sweatin' with pure joy up. Wanted to kick him. Does Antonio say anything about that? Not about the kicking, but he is great on the gun practice, Mr. Pyecroft. He has put all the results into a sort of appendix, a table of shots. He says that the figures will speak more eloquently than words. What, nothing about the way the crews flinched and hopped, nothing about the little shells rumblin' out the guns so casual. There are a few pages of notes, but they only bear out what you say. He says that these things always happen as soon as one of our ships is out of sight of land. Oh yes, I've forgotten. He says from the conversation of my captain with his inferiors, I gathered that no small proportion of the expense of these nominally efficient cartridges finds itself in his pocket. So much indeed was signified by an officer on the deck below, who cried in a high voice, I hope, sir, you are making something out of it. It is rather monotonous, this insult, so flagrant albeit well merited, was received with a smile of drunken Barnhamithat's cheerfulness. Mr. Pyecroft, your glass is empty. Resuming afresh, said Mr. Pyecroft, after a well-watered interval, I may as well say that the target practice occupied us 2 hours, and then we had to dig out after the tramp. Then we 1/2 cleaned up the decks and mucked about as requisite, haulin' down the patent on in stunsails, which number 1 ad made the old man was a shade doubtful of his course, cause I 'eard him say to number 1, you were right a week. Oh, this would turn the ship into a Haiti beanfeast. But he says, pathetic, haven't they backed the band noble? Oh, it's a picnic for them, says number 1. But when do we get rid o' this Wiskipling blighter o' yours, sir? That's a cheerful way to speak of a viscount, says the old man. He's the bluest blood o' France when he's at home. Which is the precise landfall I wish I am to make, says number 1. It'll take all ends, and the captain of the head to clean up after Roman 990. They won't grudge it, says the old man. Just as soon as it's dusk, we'll overhaul our tramp friend and waft him over. Then a snarmidshipman, Moorshed was his name, come up and says something in a low voice. It fetches the old man. You'll oblige me, he says, by talkin' the wardroom poultry, for that I've earmarked every fowl we've shipped at Madeira, so there can't be any possible mistake. Rover, he says, tell 'em, if they spill 1 drop of blood on the deck, he says they'll not be extenuated, but hung. Mr. Moorshed goes forward looking unusual 'appy, even for him. The Marines was enjoyin' a committee meeting in their own flat. After that it fell dark, with just a little streaky oily light on the sea, and anything more chronic than the Archimandrite id trouble you to behold. She looked like a fancy bazaar, and at auction room eyes she almost looked like a passenger steamer wed, picked up our tramp, and was about 4 mile baned. I noticed the wardroom as a class, you might say, was manoeuvring en masse, and then come the order to cockbill the yards. We hadn't any yards except a couple o' signalin' sticks, but we cockbilled 'em. I hadn't seen that sight not since 13 years in the West Indies, when a post-captain died o' Yellow Jack. It means a sign o' mourning. The yards bane canted opposite ways to look drunk and disorderly they'd. And what might our last giddy-gorund signify, I asks of op. Good Evans, says, are you in the habit o' permitting leathernecks to assassinate lieutenants every morning at drill, without immediately having 'em shot on the forecastle in the horrid, crawly twilight? Yes, I murmured over my dear book, the infinitely lugubrious crepuscule, a spectacle of barbarity unparalleled, hideous, cold-blooded, and yet touched with appalling grandeur. Ho was that the way Antonio looked at it that shows he had feelings to resume without anyone giving us orders to that effect. We began to creep about and whisper, things got stiller and stiller, till they was as still as mushrooms. Then the bugler let off the dead march from the upper bridge. He done it to cover the remarks of a cockbird, bane killed for'ard, but it came out perilous in its tout ensemble. You never heard the dead march on a bugle. Then the pipes went twitterin' for both watches to attend public execution, and we came up like so many ghosts. The old ship's company, why Mucky Arcourt, one o' our boys, was that took in he give tongue like a beagle pup and was properly kicked down the ladder for so doing well there. We lay engines stopped rollin' to the swell all dark yards, cockbilled and that merry tune yowlin' from the upper bridge. We fell in on the forecastle leavin', a large open space, by the capstan, where our sailmaker was sittin' sewing broken firebars into the foot of an old hammock. He looked like a corpse, and Mucky had another fit o' hysterics, and you could hear us breathin' hard. It beat anything in the theatrical line, that even us our command rights had donean we was the ship you could trust. Then come the doctor and lit a red lamp, which he used for his photographic muckins, and chalked it on the capstan that was finally gashly. Then come 12 Marines guarding glass air. You wouldn't think to see what a gratuitous and abounding terror he was, that even in was in a white shirt Ed stole from Cockburn, and his regulation trousers barefooted Ed pipeclayed, and face and feet and as much of his chest as the opening of his shirt showed. Marched under escort with a firm and undeviating step to the capstan, and came to attention the old man reinforced by an extra strong spliteye 17th, and didn't throw that down the ventilator, come up on the bridge and stood like a image up was with says that heard Antonio's teeth singin', not chatterin', singin' like funnel stays in a typhoon. Yes, a moanin' Olean harp up said. When you are ready, sir, drop your handkerchief. Number 1 whispers. Good Lord, says the old man with a jump. What a sight, and he stood drinking it in, I suppose, for quite 2 minutes. Glass never says a word. He shoved aside an handkerchief, which the sub-lieutenant proffered to bind, his eyes with quiet and collected, and if we hadn't been feeling so very much as we did feel, his gestures would have brought down the ooze. I can't open my eyes or I'll be sick, said the Marine with appalling clearness. I am pretty far gone. I know it, but there wasn't anyone could have beaten Edwardo Glass R Roman 1000 Roman 50 Roman 1. That time, why I scared myself nearly into the auras. Go on, Pie Glass is in supporters ever. Then the old man drops his handkerchief and the fearin' party fires, like one man. Glass drops forward, twitchin' and even horrid natural into the shotted hammock, all spread out before him, and the fearin' party closes in to guard the remains of the deceased, while Sales is stitchin' it up, and when they lifted that hammock it was one ringin' mess of blood. They expended 1 wardroom cockbird. 2 did you know poultry bled, that extravagant I never Roman 999, the old Manso op told Mestaid on the bridge, brought up on a dead center number. 1 was similarly though lesser impressed, but course his duty was to think of his fine white decks and the blood off. Sir, he says when the old man was for leavin', we have to wait for the burial, which I am informed takes place immediate. It's beyond me, says the owner. There was general instructions for an execution, but I never knew I had such a dependable push of mountebanks aboard. He says I'm all cold up my back still. The Marines carried the corpse below, then the bugle give us some more dead march. Then we eared a splash from a bow 6-pounder port, and the bugle struck up a cheerful tune. The whole lower deck was complimenting Glass, took it very meek. Is a good actor for all, a leatherneck. Now, said the old man, we must turn over Antonio. He's in what I have eared called one perspirin' funk. Of course I'm tellin' it slow, but it all append much quicker. We run down our tramp without course informin' Antonio of his appy destinion, inquired of her if she had any use for a free and gratis stowaway. Yes. She said she'd be highly grateful, but she seemed a shade puzzled at our generosity, as you might put it, and we lay by till she lowered a boat. Then Antonio was unhappy, distinctly unhappy, was politely requested to navigate elsewhere, which I don't think he looked for was deputed to convey the information, and got in 1 16-inch kick, which oisted all up the ladder. Ain't really vindictive and he's fond of the French, especially the women, but his chances kicking lieutenants was like the cartridge reduced to a minimum. The boat hadn't more than shoved off before a change, as you might say, came o'er the spirit of our dream. the old man says like Elphinstone and Bruce in the Portsmouth election. When I was a boy, gentlemen, he says, for gentlemen you have shown yourselves to be from the bottom of my heart. I thank you the status and position of our late lamented shipmate, made it obligato, he says, to take certain steps not strictly included in the regulations, and nobly says, have you assisted me now? He says you hold the false and felonious reputation of Bain, the smartest ship in the service pigsties, he says, is plain trigonometry, alongside our present disgusting state, efface the effects of this indecent orgy. He says, jump, you low-paired flat-footed butter-backed Amalkites, dig out you brinied beggars. Do captains talk like that in the Navy, Mr. Pycroft? I asked. I've told you once I only give the grist of his arguments, the boatswain's mate translates it to the lower deck, as you may put it, and the lower deck springs smartly to attention. It took us half the night 'fore we got her anyway shipshape. But by sunrise she was beautiful as ever, and we resumed. I've thought it over a lot, since yes, and I've thought a lot of Antonio trimmin' coal in that tramp's bunkers. He must ave been highly surprised, wasn't he? He was, Mr. Pycroft, I responded, but now we're talking of it, weren't you all a little surprised? It come as a pleasant relief to the regular routine, said Mr. Pycroft. We appreciated it as an easy way o' workin' for your country, but the old man was right. A week o' similar manoeuvres would ave knocked our moral double-bottoms bung out. Now couldn't you oblige with Antonio's account of glass execution? I obliged for nearly 10 minutes. It was at best but a feeble rendering of Roman 1000 to Roman 100's magnificent prose, through which the soul of the poet, the eye of the mariner, and the heart of the patriot bore magnificent accord his account of his descent from the side of the infamous vessel consecrated to blood in the vast and gathering dusk of the trembling ocean, could only be matched by his description of the dishonored hammock sinking, unnoticed through the depths, while above the bugler played music of an indefinable brutality. By the way, what did the bugler play after Glass' funeral? I asked. He played the strict QT. It's a very old song. We 'ad it in Fratton nearly 15 years back, said Mr. Pycroft sleepily. I stirred the sugar dregs in my glass. Suddenly entered armed men, wet and discourteous Tom Wessels, smiling nervously in the background. Where is that minutely particularized person, Glass? Said the sergeant of the picket. Ere the marine rose to the strictest of attentions, and it's no good smelling of my breath, because I am strictly and ruinously sober. Oh, and what may you have been doing with yourself? Listenin' to tracks you can look. I've had the evenin' of my little life lead on to the cornucopia's midmost dunging cell. There's a crowd of brass-headed blighters there which will say I've been absent without leaf. Never mind, I forgive them beforein' the evenin' of my life, and please don't forget it then. In a tone of most ingratiating apology to me, I soaked it all in Bain. My shut eyes head jerked a contemptuous thumb towards Mr. Pycroft's a flatfoot, a indigoblu matlow. He never saw the fun from first to last. A mournful beggar, most depressin' private Glass departed leaning heavily on the escort's arm. Mr. Pycroft wrinkled his brows in thought, the profound and far-reaching meditation that follows 5 glasses of hot whiskey, and waiter. Well, I don't see anything comical greatly, except here and there, specially about those reduced charges in the guns. Do you see anything funny in it? There was that in his eye which warned me the night was too wet for argument. No, Mr. Pycroft, I don't, I replied. It was a beautiful tale, and I thank you very much. A sahib's war. The runners. News. What is the word that they tell? No. The little drums beating in the bazaars. They beat among the buyers and sellers. Nimrud a Nimrud. God sends a gnat against Nimrud. Watchers, oh watchers 1,000. News. At the edge of the crops nowhere the well wheels are halted. One prepares to loose the bullocks, and one scrapes his hoe. They beat among the sowers and the reapers. Nimrud a Nimrud. God prepares an ill day for Nimrud. Watchers, oh watchers 10,000. News. By the fires of the camps nowhere the travellers meet, where the camels come in and the horses their men conferring. They beat among the packmen and the drivers. Nimrud a Nimrud. Thus it befell last noon to Nimrud. Watchers, oh watchers 100,000. News. Under the shadow of the border peals no. In the rocks of the passes where the expectant shoe their horses. They beat among the rifles and the riders. Nimrud a Nimrud. Shall we go up against Nimrud? Watchers, oh watchers, 1,000,000. News. Bring out the heaps of grain, open the account books again. Drive forward the well bullocks against the taxable harvest. Eat and lie under the tree spitch, the police-guarded fairgrounds. Oh dancers, hide away the rifles and let down the ladders from the watchtowers. They beat among all the peoples. No, no, no. God has reserved the sword for Nimrud. God has given victory to Nimrud. Let us abide under Nimrud. O well-disposed and heedful 100,000,000. A Sahib's war. Pass, 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 I have one pass already allowing me to go by the rail from Kroonstadt to Estelenbosch, where the horses are where I am to be paid off, and whence I return to India. I am trooper of the Gurgyan Risala Cavalry Regiment, the 141st Punjab Cavalry. Do not herd me with these black Kafirs. I am a Sikh trooper of the state. The Lieutenant Sahib does not understand my talk. Is there any Sahib on the train who will interpret for a trooper of the Gurgyan Risala, going about his business in this devil's devising of a country where there is no flour, no oil, no spice, no red pepper, and no respect paid to a Sikh? Is there no help, God be thanked, here? Is such a Sahib protector of the poor heaven-born? Tell the young Lieutenant Sahib that my name is Amar Singh. I am was servant to Kurban Sahib, now dead, and I have a pass to go to Estelenbosch where the horses are. Do not let him herd me with these black Kafirs. Yes, I will sit by this truck till the heaven-born has explained the matter to the young Lieutenant Sahib, who does not understand our tongue. What orders the young Lieutenant Sahib will not detain me. Good, I go down to Estelenbosch. By the next terrain, good, I go with the heaven-born. Good. Then for this day I am the heaven-born servant. Will the heaven-born bring the honor of his presence to a seat? Here is an empty truck. I will spread my blanket over one corner. Thus, for the sun is hot, though not so hot as our Punjab in May. I will prop it up thus, and I will arrange this hay thus, so the presence can sit at ease, till God sends us a terrain for Estelenbosch. The presence knows the Punjab, Lahore, Amritsar. Atari, belike my village, is north over the fields, 3 miles from Atari, near the big white house, which was copied from a certain place of the great queen's. I have forgotten the name. Can the presence recall it? Sardar Dial Singh Atariwala. Yes, that is the very man. But how does the presence know born and bred in Hind? Was he? This is quite a different matter. The Sahib's nurse was a surty woman from the Bombay side. That was a pity, she should have been an up-country wench, for those make stout nurses. There is no land like the Punjab. There are no people like the Sikhs. Amar Singh is my name. Yes, an old man. Yes, a trooper. Only after all these years. Yees. Look at my uniform. If the Sahib doubts, nay, nay. The Sahib looks too closely. All marks of rank were picked off it long ago. But it is true, mine is not a common cloth such as troopers use for their coats. And the Sahib has sharp eyes. That black mark is such a mark as a silver chain leaves. When long worn on the breast, the Sahib says that troopers do not wear silver chains. New troopers do not wear the ardour of British India. No, the Sahib should have been in the police of the Punjab. I am not a trooper, but I have been a Sahib's servant for nearly a year. Bearer, butler, sweeper, any and all three. The Sahib says that Sikhs do not take menial service. True, but it was for Kurban Sahib. Me, Kurban Sahib dead these 3 months. Young Gough, a reddish face with blue eyes, and he lilted a little on his feet when he was pleased and cracked his finger joints. So did his father before him, who was Deputy Commissioner of Jalandhar in my father's time. When I rode with the Gurgyan Risala, my father Jaywala Singh, a Sikh of Sikh, fought against the English at Sabrayan, and carried the mark to his death. So we were knit as it were by a blood tie. I and my Kurban Sahib. Yes, I was a trooper. First, nay, I had risen to a lance duffadar. I remember Rand, my father gave me a dun stallion of his own breeding on that day. And he was a little Baba sitting upon a wall by the parade ground with his ayah hole, in white Sahib laughing at the end of our drill. And his father and mine talked together, and mine beckoned to me and I dismounted, and the Baba put his hand into Mini 1825 at 27 years gone now. Kurban Sahib, me, Kurban Sahib. We were great friends. After that he cut his teeth on my sword hilt. As the saying is, he called me Big Amar Singh Bawa Amwa Singh, for he could not speak plain. He stood only this high, Sahib, from the bottom of this truck. But he knew all our troopers by name, every one, and he went to England, and he became a young man, and back he came lilting a little in his walk, and cracking his finger joints back to his own regiment. And to me he had not forgotten either our speech or our customs. He was a Sikh at heart, Sahib. He was rich, open-handed, just a friend of poor troopers, keenly jestful and careless. I could tell tales about him in his first years. There was very little he hid from me. I was his Amar Singh. And when we were alone, he called me father, and I called him son. Yes, that was how we spoke. We spoke freely together on everything about war and women and money and advancement, and such all. We spoke about this war too long before it came. There were many barkswallahs peddlers, with Pathans a few in this country, notably at the city of Unisbag, Johannesburg. And they sent news in every week, how the sahibs lay without weapons under the heel of the Boerlaag, and how big guns were hauled up and down the streets to keep sahibs in order, and how a sahib called Sahib Edgar was killed for a jest by the Boerlaag. The sahib knows how we have hind here all that passes over the earth. There was not a gun cocked in Unisbag, that the echo did not come into hind in a month. The sahibs are very clever, but they forget their own cleverness has created the dak the post, and that for an honour or two all things become known. We of hind listened, and heard and wondered, and when it was a sure thing as reported by the peddlers and the vegetable sellers, that the sahibs of Unisbag lay in bondage to the Boerlaag, certain among us asked questions, and waited for signs. Others of us mistook the meaning of those signs, wherefore sahib came the long war in the Turra. This Kurban sahib knew, and we talked together. He said, "There is no haste, presently we shall fight, and we shall fight for all hind in that country round Unisbag." Here he spoke truth. Does the sahib not agree quite? So it is for hind that the sahibs are fighting this war. Ye cannot in one place rule, and in another bear service. Either ye must everywhere rule or everywhere obey. God does not make the nations ring strike. True. So did matters ripen a step at a time. It was nothing to me, except I think and the sahib sees this too, that it is foolish to make an army, and break their hearts in idleness. Why have they not sent for men of the Tacheth, men of the Turath, men of Buna, Fali? 1,000 times we could have done it all so gently. Then upon a day Kurban sahib sent for me, and said, "Ho Dada, I am sick, and the doctor gives me a certificate for many months," and he winked, and I said, "I will get leave and nurse the child. Shall I bring my uniform?" He said, "Yes, and a sword for a sick man to lean on. We go to Bombay, and thence by sea to the country of the Hubshis." Niggers, mark his cleverness. He was first of all our men among the native regiments to get leave for sickness, and to come here. Now they will not let our officers go away sick or well, except they sign a bond not to take part in this war game upon the road. But he was clever. There was no whisper of war when he took his sick leave. I came also assuredly. I went to my colonel, and sitting in the chair I am I wasaf, that rank for which a chair is placed when we speak with the colonel, I said, "My child goes sick, give me leave, for I am old, and sick also." And the colonel, making the word double between English and our tongue, said, "Yes, thou art truly sick." And he called me an old devil jestingly, as one soldier may jest with another. And he said my Kurban sahib was a liar as to his health. That was true too, and at long last he stood up and shook my hand and bade me go and bring my sahib safe again, my sahib back again me. So I went to Bombay with Kurban sahib, but there at sight of the black water Wajib Ali his bearer checked, and said that his mother was dead. Then I said to Kurban sahib, "What is one Mussulman pig more or less? Give me the keys of the trunks, and I will lay out the white shirts for dinner." Then I beat Wajib Ali at the back of Watson's Hotel, and that night I prepared Kurban sahib's razors. I say, sahib, that I a Sikh of the Khalsa, an unshorn man, prepared the razors, but I did not put on my uniform. While I did it, on the other hand, Kurban sahib took for me upon the steamer a room in all respects like to his own, and would have given me a servant. We spoke of many things on the way to this country, and Kurban sahib told me what he perceived would be the conduct of the war. He said, "They have taken men afoot to fight men ahorse, and they will foolishly show mercy to these Boerlaag, because it is believed that they are white." He said, "There is but one fault in this war, and that is that the government have not employed us, but have made it altogether a sahib's war. Very many men will thus be killed, and no vengeance will be taken." True talk. It fell, as Kurban sahib foretold. And we came to this country, even to Cape Town over yonder, and Kurban sahib said, "Bear the baggage to the big dak bungalow, and I will look for employment fit for a sick man." I put on the uniform of my rank, and went to the big dak bungalow called Mon Nihil Sane 1, and I caused the heavy baggage to be bestowed in that dark lower places it known to the sahib, which was already full of the swords and baggage of officers. It is fuller no dead men's kit. All I was careful to secure a receipt for all 3 pieces. I have it in my belt. They must go back to the Punjab. Anon came Kurban sahib, lilting a little in his step, which sign I knew, and he said, "We are born in a fortunate hour. We go to Eshtalembash to oversee the dispatch of horses." Remember, Kurban sahib was squadron leader of the Gurgyan Rasala, and I was Umar Singh, so I said, speaking as we Dow did when none was near, "Thou art a groom, and I am a grass cutter, but is this any promotion, child?" At this he laughed, saying, "It is the way to better things. Have patience, father." He called me father, when none were by. "This war ends not tomorrow, nor the next day. I have seen the new sahibs," he said, and they are fathers of Al-Salalul. So we went to Eshtalenbash, where the horses are Kurban Sahib doing the service of servants in that business, and the whole business was managed without forethought by new sahibs from God knows where, who had never seen a tent pitched, or a peg driven. They were full of zeal, but empty of all knowledge. Then came, little by little from hind, those Pathanthi are just like those vultures up there Sahibthi, always follow slaughter. And there came to Eshtalenbash some Sikhs Musbis Tho and some Madras Munkamen. They came with horses. Putchala sent horses, Jay Hind, and Nabha sent horses. All the nations of the Khalsa sent horses. All the ends of the earth sent horses. God knows what the army did with them. Unless they ate them raw, they used horses as a courtesan uses oil with both hands. These needed many men. Kurban Sahib appointed me to the command. What a command for me of certain woolly ones, Hubshis, whose touch and shadow are pollution. They were enormous eaters, sleeping on their bellies, laughing without cause, wholly like animals. Some were called fingos, and some I think red Kafirs, but they were all Kafirs, filth unspeakable. I taught them to water and feed and sweep and rub down. Yes, I oversaw the work of sweeper. Sir Jemidar of Mater's headman of a Refusagang. Was I and Kurban Sahib little better? For 5 months, evil months, the war went as Kurban Sahib had said. Our new men were slain, and no vengeance was taken. It was a war of fools armed with the weapons of magicians' guns that slew at half a day's march, and men who being new walked blind into high grass, and were driven off like cattle by the Boerlog. As to the city of Eshtalenbash, I am not a Sahibanly a Sikh. I would have quartered one troop only of the Gurgyan Risala in that city, one little troop, and I would have schooled that city till its men learned to kiss the shadow of a government horse upon the ground. There are many mullahs, priests in Eshtalenbash. They preach the jihad against us. This is true, all the camp knew it, and most of the houses were thatched. A war of fools indeed. At the end of 5 months, my Kurban Sahib, who had grown lean, said, the reward has come. We go up towards the front with horses tomorrow, and once away I shall be too sick to return. Make ready the baggage. Thus we got away with some Kafirs in charge of new horses for a certain new regiment that had come in a ship the second day by Terrian, when we were watering at a desolate place without any sort of a bazaar to it. Slipped out from the horse boxes one Sikandar Khan that had been a Jemidar of Says's headgroom at Eshtalenbash, and was by service a trooper in a border regiment. Kurban Sahib gave him big abuse for his desertion, but the Pathan put up his hands as excusing himself, and Kurban Sahib relented and added him to our service. So there were 3 of us, Kurban Sahib, I, and Sikandar Khan Sahib, Sikh and Sag Dog. But the man said, truly, we be far from our homes, and both servants of the Raj. Make truce till we see the Indus again. I have eaten from the same dish as Sikandar Khan, beef too, for aught I know. He said on the night he stole some swine's flesh in a tin from a mestant, that in his book the Quran it is written that whoso engages in a holy war is freed from ceremonial obligations. Why, he had no more religion than the sword point picks up of sugar and water at baptism. He stole himself a horse at a place where there lay a new and very raw regiment. I also procured myself a grey gelding there. They let their horses stray too much, those new regiments. Some shameless regiments would indeed have made away with our horses on the road. They exhibited indents and requisitions for horses, and once or twice would have uncoupled the trucks. But Kurban Sahib was wise, and I am not altogether a fool. There is not much honesty at the front. Notably, there was one congregation of hard-bitten horse thieves, tall, light Sahibs, who spoke through their noses for the most part, and upon all occasions they said, "Oh hell," which in our tongue signifies Jehannam Kojau. They bore each man a vine leaf upon their uniforms, and they rode like Rajputs, nay, they rode like Sikhs. They rode like the Australias whom we met later, also spoke through their noses not little, and they were tall dark men with grey clear eyes, heavily eyelashed, like camels. Icevery proper, mean a new brand of Sahib to me. They said on all occasions, "No fear," which in our tongue means Duro Moot, do not be afraid. So we called them the Duro Moots, dark tall men, most excellent horsemen, hot and angry, waging war as war and drinking tea as a sandhill drinks water. Thieves. A little Sahib Sikandar Khan swore to me, and he comes of a horse-stealing clan. For 10 generations he swore a Pathan was a babe beside a Duro Moot. In regard to horselifting, the Duro Moots cannot walk on their feet at all. They are like hens on the high road, therefore they must have horses, very proper men, with a just lust for the war. Ah, no fear, say the Duro Moots. They saw the worth of Kurban Sahib. They did not ask him to sweep stables. They would by no means let him go. He did substitute for one of their troop leaders who had a fever one long day in a country full of little hills like the mouth of the Khyber. And when they returned in the evening, the Duro Moots said, "Wallah, this is a man, steal him." So they stole my Kurban Sahib, as they would have stolen anything else that they needed, and they sent a sick officer back to Eshtalenbash in his place. Thus Kurban Sahib came to his own again, and I was his bearer and Sikandar Khan was his cook. The law was strict, that this was a Sahib's war. But there was no order that a bearer and a cook should not ride with their sahiband. We had not to wear, but our uniforms we rode up and down this accursed country, where there is no bazaar, no pulse, no flour, no oil, no spice, no red pepper, no firewood, nothing but raw corn and a little cattle. There were no great battles as I saw it, but a plenty of gun-firing. When we were many, the Boerlag came out with coffee to greet us, and to show us Parwana's permits from foolish English generals, who had gone that way before certifying. They were peaceful and well-disposed. When we were few they hid behind stones and shot us. Now the order was that they were sahibs, and this was a sahib's war good. But as I understand it, when a sahib goes to war he puts on the cloth of war, and only those who wear that cloth may take part in the war good. That also I understand, but these people were as they were in Burma, or as the Afridis are, they shot at their pleasure, and when pressed hid the gun and exhibited Parwanas or lay in a house, and said they were farmers, even such farmers as cut up the Madras troops at Lindet alone in Burma, even such farmers as slew Kavagnari Sahib. And the guides at Kabul, we schooled those men to be sure 15-20 of a morning, pushed off the veranda in front of the Bala Hissar. I looked at the Illuminates. Sahib the commander-in-chief would have remembered the old days, but no, all the people shot at us everywhere, and he issued proclamations saying that he did not fight the people, but a certain army, which army in truth was all the Boerlag, who between them did not wear enough of uniform to make a loincloth a fool's war from first to last. For it is manifest that he who fights should be hung if he fights with a gun in one hand, and a Parwana in the other, as did all these people. Yet we, when they had had their belly full for the time, received them with honour, and gave them permits, and refreshed them, and fed their wives and their babes, and severely punished our soldiers, who took their fowls. So the work was to be done not once with a few dead, but thrice and 4 times over. I talked much with Kurban Sahib on this, and he said it is a Sahib's war that is the order. And one night when Sikandar Khan would have lain out beyond the pickets with his knife, and shown them how it is worked on the border, he hit Sikandar Khan between the eyes, and came near to breaking in his head. Then Sikandar Khan, a bandage over his eyes so that he looked like a sick camel, talked to him half one march, and he was more bewildered than I, and vowed he would return to Eshtalenbash. But privately to me, Kurban Sahib said we should have loosed the Sikhs and the Gurkhas on these people till they came in with their foreheads in the dust, for the war was not of that sort which they comprehended. They shot us assuredly, they shot us from houses adorned with a white flag, but when they came to know our custom, their widows sent word by Kaffir runners, and presently there was not quite so much firing, no fear. All the Boerlag with whom we dealt had Parwanas signed by mad generals, attesting that they were well disposed to the state. They had also rifles not a few, and cartridges which they hid in the roof. The women wept very greatly when we burned such houses, but they did not approach too near after the flames had taken good hold of the thatch, for fear of the bursting cartridges. The women of the Boerlag are very clever, they are more clever than the men. The Boerlag are clever, never know it is the Sahibs who are fools for their own honour's sake. The Sahibs must say that the Boerlag are clever, but it is the Sahibs' wonderful folly that has made the Boerlag. The Sahibs should have sent us into the game. But the Duro Moots did well, they dealt faithfully with all that country thereabouts, not in any way as we of Hind should have dealt. But they were not altogether fools. One night, when we lay on the top of a ridge in the cold, I saw far away a light in a house that appeared for the 6th part of an hour and was obscured anon. It appeared again thrice for the 12th part of an hour. I showed this to Kurban Sahib, for it was a house that had been spared, the people having many permits and swearing fidelity at our stereotypes. I said to Kurban Sahib, send half a troop child, and finish that house. They signal to their brethren, and he laughed where he lay and said, if I listened to my bearer Amar Singh, there would not be left 10 houses in all this land. I said, what need to leave one? This is as it was in Burma. They are farmers today, and fighters tomorrow. Let us deal justly with them. He laughed and curled himself up in his blanket, and I watched the far light in the house till day. I have been on the border in 8 wars, not counting Burma, the 1st Afghan War, the 2nd Afghan War, 2 Masud Waziri Wars, that is 2 Black Mountain Wars, if I remember right, the Malakand, and Tura. I do not count Burma, or some small things I know when house signals to house. I pushed Sikandar Khan with my foot, and he saw it too. He said, one of the Boerlag who brought pumpkins for the mess which I fried last night lives in yonder house. I said, how dost thou know? He said, because he rode out of the camp another way, but I marked how his horse fought with him at the turn of the road. And before the light fell I stole out of the camp for evening prayer with Kurban Sahib's glasses, and from a little hill I saw the pied horse of that pumpkin seller hurrying to that house. I said not, but took Kurban Sahib's glasses from his greasy hands and cleaned them with a silk handkerchief, and returned them to their case. Sikandar Khan told me that he had been the first man in the Zenab Valley to use glasses whereby he finished 2 blood feuds cleanly in the course of 3 months' leave, but he was otherwise a liar. That day Kurban Sahib with some 10 troopers was sent on to spy the land for our camp. The Duromoots moved slowly at that time. They were weighted with grain and forage and carts, and they greatly wished to leave these all in some town, and go on light to other business, which pressed, so Kurban Sahib sought a short cut for them a little off the line of march. We were 12 miles before the main body, and we came to a house under a high bushed hill with a nullah which they call a danga behind it, and an old sangar of piled stones, which they call a kraal before it. 2 thorn bushes grew on either side of the door like babool bushes, covered with a golden-coloured bloom, and the roof was all of thatch. Before the house was a valley of stones that rose to another bush-covered hill. There was an old man in the verandah, an old man with a white beard, and a wart upon the left side of his neck, and a fat woman with the eyes of a swine, and the jowl of a swine, and a tall young man deprived of understanding. His head was hairless, no larger than an orange, and the pits of his nostrils were eaten away by a disease. He laughed and slavered, and he sported sportively before Kurban Sahib. The man brought coffee, and the woman showed us parwanas from 3 general sahibs, certifying that they were people of peace and goodwill. Here are the parwanas, Sahib. Does the Sahib know the generals who signed them? They swore the land was empty of boerlog. They held up their hands and swore it. That was about the time of the evening meal. I stood near the veranda with Sikandar Khan, who was nosing like a jackal on a lost scent. At last he took my arm and said, "See yonder, there is the sun on the window of the house that signalled last night. This house can see that house from here." And he looked at the hill behind him, all hairy with bushes, and sucked in his breath. Then the idiot with the shriveled head danced by me and threw back that head, and regarded the roof and laughed like a hyena, and the fat woman talked loudly as it were to cover some noise. After this passed I to the back of the house, on pretence to get water for tea, and I saw fresh horse dung on the ground, and that the ground was cut with the new marks of hoofs, and there had dropped in the dirt 1 cartridge. Then Kurban Sahib called to me in our tongue, saying, "Is this a good place to make tea?" And I replied, knowing what he meant, "There are over many cooks in the cookhouse, mount, and go, child." Then I returned, and he said, smiling to the woman, "Prepare food, and when we have loosened our girths we will come in and eat." But to his men he said in a whisper, "Ride away." No, he did not cover the old man or the fat woman with his rifle. That was not his custom. Some fool of the Duromoots, being hungry, raised his voice to dispute the order to flee, and before we were in our saddles, many shots came from the roof from rifles thrust through the thatch. Upon this we rode across the valley of stones, and men fired at us from the nullah behind the house, and from the hill behind the nullah, as well as from the roof of the house, so many shots that it sounded like a drumming in the hills. Then Sikandar Khan, riding low, said, "This play is not for us alone, but for the rest of the Duromoots." And I said, "Be quiet, keep place," for his place was behind me, and I rode behind Kurban Sahib. "But these new bullets will pass through 5 men arrow." We were not hit, not one of Usand. We reached the hill of rocks and scattered among the stones, and Kurban Sahib turned in his saddle and said, "Look at the old man." He stood in the veranda, firing swiftly with a gun, the woman beside him, and the idiot also, both with guns. Kurban Sahib laughed, and I caught him by the wrist. Buthay's fate was written at that hour. The bullet passed under my armpit and struck him in the liver, and I pulled him backward between 2 great rocks. Atult Kurban Sahib, my Kurban Sahib, from the nullah behind the house, and from the hills came our boerlog in number more than 100, and Sikandar Khan said, "Now we see the meaning of last night's signal. Give me the rifle." He took Kurban Sahib's rifle. This war of fools, only the doctors carry swords, and lay flat to the work. But Kurban Sahib turned where he lay and said, "Be still, it is a Sahib's war." And Kurban Sahib put up his hand thus, and then his eyes rolled on me, and I gave him water that he might pass the more quickly, and at the drinking his spirit received permission. Thus went our fight, Sahib. We Duromoots were on a ridge working from the north to the south, where lay our main body, and the boerlog lay in a valley working from east to west. There were more than 100, and our men were 10, but they held the boerlog in the valley, while they swiftly passed along the ridge to the south. I saw 3 boars drop in the open, then they all hid again, and fired heavily at the rocks that hid our men. But our men were clever, and did not show, but moved away and away, always south, and the noise of the battle withdrew itself southward, where we could hear the sound of big guns, so it fell stark dark, and Sikandar Khan found a deep old jackal's earth amid rocks, into which we slid the body of Kurban Sahib upright. Sikandar Khan took his glasses, and I took his handkerchief and some letters, and a certain thing, which I knew hung round his neck, and Sikandar Khan is witness that I wrapped them all in the handkerchief. Then we took an oath together, and lay still and mourned for Kurban Sahib. Sikandar Khan wept, till daybreak. Heaven he a Patana Mohammedan. All that night, we heard firing to the southward, and when the dawn broke the valley was full of Boerlog in carts, and on horses they gathered by the house, as we could see through Kurban Sahib's glasses, and the old man who I take, it was a priest, blessed them and preached the holy war waving his arm, and the fat woman brought coffee and the idiot capered among them, and kissed their horses. Presently they went away in haste, they went over the hills and were not, and a black slave came out and washed the doorsills with bright water. Sikandar Khan saw through the glasses that the stain was blood, and he laughed, saying, wounded men lie there, we shall yet get vengeance. About noon we saw a thin high smoke to the southward, such a smoke as a burning house will make in sunshine, and Sikandar Khan, who knows how to take a bearing across a hill, said, at last we have burned the house of the pumpkin seller, whence they signalled. And I said, what need now that they have slain my child, let me mourn. It was a high smoke, and the old man, as I saw, came out into the veranda to behold it, and shook his clenched hands at it. So we lay till the twilight, foodless, and without water, for we had vowed a vow neither to eat nor to drink. Till we had accomplished the matter, I had a little opium left, of which I gave Sikandar Khan the half, because he loved Kurban Sahib. When it was full dark, we sharpened our sabres upon a certain softish rock, which mixed with water sharpens steel well, and we took off our boots, and we went down to the house, and looked through the windows very softly. The old man sat reading in a book, and the woman sat by the hearth, and the idiot lay on the floor with his head against her knee, and he counted his fingers and laughed, and she laughed again, so I knew they were mother and son, and I laughed too, for I had suspected this when I claimed her life and her body from Sikandar Khan in our discussion of the spoil. Then we entered with bare swords. Indeed, these Boerlog do not understand the steel, for the old man ran towards a rifle in the corner, but Sikandar Khan prevented him with a blow of the flat across the hands, and he sat down and held up his hands, and I put my fingers on my lips to signify they should be silent, but the woman cried, and one stirred in an inner room, and a door opened, and a man bound about the head with rags stood stupidly fumbling with a gun. His whole head fell inside the door, and none followed him. It was a very pretty stroke for a Pathan. They then were silent, staring at the head upon the floor, and I said to Sikandar Khan, fetch ropes, not even for Kurban Sahib's sake will I defile my sword. So he went to seek, and returned with 3 long leather ones, and said, 4 wounded lie within, and doubtless each has a permit from a general. And he stretched the ropes and laughed. Then I bound the old man's hands behind his back, and unwillingly he laughed in my face, and would have fingered my beard. The idiots at this, the woman with the swine's eyes, and the jowl of a swine, ran forward, and Sikandar Khan said, shall I strike or bind? She was thy property on the division. And I said, refrain, I have made a chain to hold her. Open the door. I pushed out the 2 across the veranda into the darker shade of the thorn trees, and she followed upon her knees and lay along the ground and pawed at my boots, and howled. Then Sikandar Khan bore out the lamp, saying that he was a butler and would light the table, and I looked for a branch that would bear fruit, but the woman hindered me not a little with her screechings and plungings, and spoke fast in her tongue. And I replied in my tongue, I am childless tonight, because of thy perfidy, and my child was praised among men, and loved among women. He would have begotten men, not animals. Thou hast more years to live than I, but my grief is the greater. I stooped to make sure the noose upon the idiot's neck, and flung the end over the branch, and Sikandar Khan held up the lamp that she might well see. Then appeared suddenly a little beyond the light of the lamp the spirit of Kurban Sahib. One hand he held to his side, even where the bullet had struck him, and the other he put forward thus, and said, no, it is a Sahib's war. And I said, wait a while, child, and thou shalt sleep. But he came nearer, riding as it were upon my eyes, and said, no, it is a Sahib's war. And Sikandar Khan said, is it too heavy? And set down the lamp, and came to me. And as he turned to tally on the rope, the spirit of Kurban Sahib stood up within arm's reach of us, and his face was very angry, and a 3rd time he said, no, it is a Sahib's war, and a little wind blew out the lamp, and I heard Sikandar Khan's teeth chatter in his head. So we stayed side by side, the ropes in our hand, a very long while, for we could not shape any words. Then I heard Sikandar Khan open his water bottle and drink, and when his mouth was slaked, he passed to me and said, we are absolved from our vow. So I drank, and together we waited for the dawn in that place where we stood, the ropes in our hand. A little after 3rd cockcrow, we heard the feet of horses and gun wheels very far off, and so soon as the light came, a shell burst on the threshold of the house, and the roof of the veranda that was thatched fell in and blazed before the windows. And I said, what of the wounded Boerlog within? And Sikandar Khan said, we have heard the order, it is a Sahib's war. Stand still. Then came a second shell. Good line, but shorthand scattered dust upon us where we stood, and then came 10 of the little quick shells from the gun that speaks like a stammery's pompum the sahibs call it, and the face of the house folded down like the nose, and the chin of an old man mumbling, and the forefront of the house lay down. Then Sikandar Khan said, if it be the fate of the wounded to die in the fire, I shall not prevent it, and he passed to the back of the house, and presently came back, and 4 wounded Boerlog came after him, of whom 2 could not walk upright, and I said, what hast thou done? And he said, I have neither spoken to them nor laid hand on them, they follow in hope of mercy. And I said, it is a sahib's war, let them wait the sahib's mercy. So they lay still, the 4 men, and the idiot, and the fat woman under the thorn tree, and the house burned furiously. Then began the known sound of cartouches in the roof, 1 or 2 at first, then a trill, and last of all one loud noise, and the thatch blew here and there, and the captives would have crawled aside on account of the heat that was withering the thorn trees, and on account of wood and bricks flying at random. But I said, abide ye be sahibs, and this is a sahib's war, O sahibs, there is no order that ye should depart from this war. They did not understand my words, yet they abode and they lived. Presently rode down 5 troopers of Kurban Sahib's command, and one I knew spoke my tongue, having sailed to Calcutta often with horses, so I told him all my tale using bazar talk, such as his kidney of Sahib would understand. And at the end I said, an order has reached us here from the dead that this is a Sahib's war. I take the soul of my Kurban Sahib, to witness that I give over to the justice of the Sahibs, these Sahibs who have made me childless. Then I gave him the ropes, and fell down senseless, my heart being very full, but my belly was empty, except for the little opium. They put me into a cart with one of their wounded, and after a while I understood that they had fought against the Boerlog for 2 days and 2 nights. It was all one big trap, Sahib, of which we with Kurban Sahib saw no more than the outer edge. They were very angry, the Duro Mutsvari. Angry indeed, I have never seen Sahibs so angry. They buried my Kurban Sahib, with the rites of his faith, upon the top of the ridge, overlooking the house. And I said the proper prayers of the faith, and Sikandar Khan prayed in his fashion, and stole 5 signalling candles which have each 3 wicks, and lighted the grave as if it had been the grave of a saint on a Friday. He wept very bitterly all that night, and I wept with him, and he took hold of my feet, and besought me to give him a remembrance from Kurban Sahib. So I divided equally with him one of Kurban Sahib's handkerchiefs, not the silk ones, for those were given him by a certain woman, and I also gave him a button from a coat, and a little steel ring of no value that Kurban Sahib used for his keys, and he kissed them and put them into his bosom. The rest I have here in that little bundle, and I must get the baggage from the hotel in Cape Town, some 4 shirts we sent to be washed, for which we could not wait when we went up country, and I must give them all to my Colonel Sahib at Sialkot in the Punjab, for my child is dead. Me Babar is dead. I would have come away before there was no need to stay, the child being dead, but we were far from the rail, and the Duro Moots were as brothers to me, and I had come to look upon Sikandar Khan as in some sort a friend, and he got me a horse, and I rode up and down with them, but the life had departed. God knows what they called me, orderly, chaprassi, messenger, cook, sweeper, I did not know nor care. But once I had pleasure, we came back in a month after wide circles to that very valley. I knew it every stone, and I went up to the grave, and a clever Sahib of the Duro Moots. We left a troop there for a week to school those people with parwanas had cut an inscription upon a great rock, and they interpreted it to me, and it was a jest such as Kurban Sahib himself would have loved. Oh, I have the inscription well copied here. Read it aloud, Sahib, and I will explain the jests. There are 2 very good ones. Begin, Sahib. In memory of Walter Desai's Corbin, late Captain 140, 1st Punjab Cavalry. The Gurgyan Risala, that is, go on, Sahib, treacherously shot near this place by the connivance of the late Hendrik Dirk Eyes, a minister of God, who thrice took the oath of neutrality, and Piet his son. This little work. Aha, this is the first jest. The Sahib should see this little work was accomplished in partial and inadequate recognition of their loss by some men who loved him. Si monumentum requiris circumspis. That is the second jest. It signifies that those who would desire to behold a proper memorial to Kurban Sahib must look out at the house, and Sahib the house is not there, nor the well, nor the big tank, which they call dams, nor the little fruit trees, nor the cattle. There is nothing at all, Sahib, except the 2 trees withered by the fire. The rest is like the desert Hira, my hand or my heart empty, Sahib, all empty. Their lawful occasions, the wet litany, when the water's countenance blurs twixt glance and second glance, when the tattered smokes forrun, ashen neath a silvered sun, when the curtain of the haze shuts upon our helpless ways, hear the channel fleet at sea, libera nos dominant, when the engine's bated pulse scarcely thrills the nosing hulls, when the wash along the side sounds a sudden magnified, when the intolerable blast marks each blindfold minute past, when the fogbuoy's squattering flight guides us through the haggard night, when the warning bugle blows, when the lettered doorways close, when our brittle townships press, impotent on emptiness, when the unseen leadsmen lean, questioning a deep unseen, when their lessened count they tell, to a bridge invisible, when the hid and perilous cliffs return our cry to us, when the treble thickness spread swallows up our next ahead, when her siren's frightened whine shows her sheering out of line, when her passage undiscerned we must turn where she has turned, hear the channel fleet at sea, libera nos dominant, their lawful occasions, and a security for such as pass on the seas, upon their lawful occasions. Navy Prayer. Part 1. Disregarding the inventions of the marine captain, whose other name is Gubbins, let a plain statement suffice. H. Roman 1000 Escariatid went to Portland to join Blue Fleet. For manoeuvres, I travelled overland from London by way of Portsmouth, where I fell among friends. When I reached Portland, H. Roman 1000 Escariatid, whose guest I was to have been had, with Blue Fleet, already sailed for some secret rendezvous off the west coast of Ireland, and Portland, breakwater, was filled with Red Fleet, my official enemies, and joyous acquaintances, who received me with unstinted hospitality. For example, Lieutenant Commander a Roman 50 Hignet in charge of 3 destroyers Wraith Stiletto, and Cobbled due to depart at 6 p. Roman 1000 that evening offered me a berth on his 30-knot flagship, but I preferred my comforts, and so accepted sleeping groom in H. Roman 1000 S. pedantic 15,000 tons leader of the second line. After dining aboard her, I took boat to Weymouth to get my kit aboard, as the battleships would go to war at midnight, in transferring my allegiance from Blue to Red Fleet. Whatever the marine captain may say, I did no wrong. I truly intended to return to the pedantic and help to fight Blue Fleet. All I needed was a new toothbrush which I bought from a chemist in a side street at 915 p. Roman 1000. As I turned to go, one entered seeking alleviation of a gumboil. He was dressed in a checked ulster, a black silk hat, 3 sizes too small cord breeches boots, and pure brass spurs. These he managed painfully, stepping like a prisoner fresh from legends. As he adjusted the pepper plaster to the gum, the light fell on his face, and I recognized Mr. Emmanuel Pyecroft, late second-class petty officer of H. Roman 1000 S., our commandant, an unforgettable man, met a year before under Tom Wessel's roof in Plymouth. It occurred to me that, when a petty officer takes to spurs, he may conceivably meditate desertion. For that reason, I, though a taxpayer, made no sign. Indeed, it was Mr. Pyecroft, following me out of the shop, who said hollowly, "What might you be doing here?" "I am going on manoeuvres in the pedantic," I replied. "Ho," said Mr. Pyecroft, "and what manner o' manoeuvres do you expect to see in a blighted cathedral, like the pedantic? I knew her in Malta, when the Vulcan was her permanent tender manoeuvres. You won't see more than man and arm watertight doors in your little woolen undervest." "I am sorry for that." Why, he lurched heavily as his spurs caught, and twanged like tuning forks. Wars declared at midnight. Pedantics be sugared by an AM and C life. For the moment I fancied Mr. Pyecroft a fugitive from justice, purposed that we two should embrace a Robin Hood career in the uplands of Dorset. The spurs troubled me, and I made bold to say as much. Them, he said, coming to an intricate halt, they're a part of the prima facie evidence. But as for Mellet, me carry your bag. Im second in command, lead in hand, cook, steward and lavatory man, with a few incidentals for 6 a day extra on no 267 torpedo boat. They wear spurs there. Well, said Mr. Pyecroft, seeing that 267 belongs to Blue Fleet, which left the day before yesterday. Disguises are imperative. It transpired thus: the Right Honourable Lord God, Almighty Admiral Master Frankie Frobisher K. Roman 100 B commandin' Blue Fleet can't be bothered with one tin torpedo boat more or less, And what with Lion in the reserve 4 years, and what with the new kind o' Tiffy, which cleans dynamos with brick dust, and oil blast these spurs, they want render 267 steam gadgets. Was paralytic our Mr. Moorshed done his painstakin, bestits his first command of a walkano matter age 19 down that alleyway please. But be that as it may, His Holiness Frankie is aware of us, crabbing ourselves round the breakwater at 5 knots and steerin' pari passu as the French say up this alleyway please. If he'd given Mr. Hinchcliffe our chief engineer a little time, it would never have transpired, for what Hinch can't drive he can coax. But the new port bane a trifle cloudy and his joints tinglin'. After a post-captain dinner Frankie come on the upper bridge seekin' for a sacrifice we offer in a broadside target got it. He told us what his grandmamma, was a lady and went to sea in stick, and Stringbotoes had told him about steam he throwed in his own prayers for the ealth and safety of all steam packets and their officers. Then he give us several distinct orders. The first few I kept tally was all about going to hell, the next many was about not evolutin' in his company, when there, and the last all was simply repeatin' the motions in quick time, knowin' Frankie's groovin' to be badly eroded by age and lack of attention. I didn't much panic, but our Mr. Moorshed took it a little to heart me, and Mr. Hinchcliffe consoled as well as service conditions permits. Often we had a resume supper at the back the camber secluded and lugubrious, then one thing leadin' up to another, and our orders, except about anchorin', where he's booked for leavin' us a clear horizon number 267, is no mind the edge of the wharf her. By mysterious doublings, he had brought me out on to the edge of a narrow strip of water, crowded with coastwise shipping, that runs far up into Weymouth town. A large foreign timber brig lay at my feet, and under the round of her stern, cowered close to the wharf edge, a slate-coloured, unkempt, two-funnelled craft of a type, but I am no expert between the first-class torpedo boat and the full-blooded destroyer from her archaic torpedo-tubes at the stern and quick-firers forward and amidship. She must have dated from the early 90s. Hammerings and clinkings, with spurts of steam and fumes of hot oil, arose from her inside, and a figure in a striped jersey squatted on the engineer room gratings. She ain't much of a walkano, but you'll see more life in her than on an whole squadron of bleedin' pedantics. But she's laid up here and Blue Fleet have gone, I protested precisely, only in his comprehensive orders. Frankie didn't put us out of action. Thus we're a non-negotiable fightin' factor, which you mightn't think from this elevation. An Rover Red Fleet don't know, where most of us glanced proudly at his boots didn't run to spurs, but were disguised. Pretty devious, as you might say. Morgan, our signalizer, when last seen, was a Dawlish bathing machine. Proprietor Hinchcliffe was naturally a German waiter, and me you behold as a squire of low degree, while yonder Levantan dragoman on the hatch is our Mr. Moorshed. He was the second cutter's Snartian, the Archimandrite Years Cape Station, likewise on the west coast mangrove swampin', and gettin' the cutter stove in on small and unlikely bars, and manufacturin' lies to correspond. What I don't know about Mr. Moorshed is precisely the same gauge as what Mr. Moorshed don't know about me. Half a millimetre, as you might say. He comes into awful opulence of his own, when ease of age, and judgin' from what passed between us when Frankie cursed I don't think he cares whether he's broke tomorrow or the day after. Are you beginnin' to follow our tactics? They'll be worth followin'. Or are you goin' back to your nice little cabin on the Pedantic, which, I lay they've just dismounted the third engineer out, off to eat 4 fat meals per diem and smoke in the casement? The figure in the jersey lifted its head and mumbled. Yes, sir, was Mr. Pyecroft's answer. I ascertained that Stiletto Wraith and Cobbled left at 6 p. Roman 1000, with the 1st Division Red Fleet's cruisers, except Devolution and Cryptic, which are delayed by engineer room defects. Then to me want you go aboard Mr. Moorshed like someone to talk to you by an AM and see life. At this he vanished, and the demon of pure irresponsibility bade me lower myself from the edge of the wharf to the tea-tray plates of No. 267. What do you want? Said the striped jersey. I want to join Blue Fleet, if I can, I replied. I've been left behind by an accident. Well, Mr. Pyecroft told me to buy a ham and see life. About how big a ham do you need? I don't want any ham, thank you, that's the way up the wharf. Good night. Good night. I retraced my steps, wandered in the dark, till I found a shop, and there purchased of sardines canned, tongue lobster and salmon, not less than half a hundredweight. A belated sausage shop supplied me with a partially cut ham of pantomime tonnage. These things I sweating bore out to the edge of the wharf, and set down in the shadow of a crane. It was a clear, dark summer night, and from time to time I laughed happily to myself. The adventure was preordained on the face of it. Pyecroft alone, spurred or barefoot, would have drawn me very far from the paths of circumspection. His advice to buy a ham and see life clinched it. Presently, Mr. Pycroft, I heard spurs clink past me. Then the Jersey voice said, what the mischief's that? Asn't the visitor come aboard, sir? E. told me he'd purposely abandoned the pedantic for the pleasure of the trip with us, told me. He was official correspondent for the Times, and I know he's literary, by the way. E. tries to talk Navatalk. Haven't you seen I am, sir? Slowly and dispassionately, the answer drawled long on the night pie. You are without exception the biggest liar in the service. Then what am I to do with the bag, sir? It's marked with his name. There was a pause, till Mr. Moorshed said, oh, in a tone which the listener might construe precisely as he pleased. He was the maniac who wanted to buy a ham and see life, was he, if he goes back to the pedantic? Precisely, sir. Gives us all away, sir. Then what possessed you to give it away to him, you owl? I've got his bag. If he gives anything away, hell have to go naked. At this point I thought it best to rattle my tins and step out of the shadow of the crowd. I've bought the ham, I called sweetly. Have you still any objection to my seeing life, Mr. Moorshed? All right, if you're insured, won't you come down? I descended Pycroft by a silent flank movement, possessing himself of all the provisions which he bore to some hole forward. Have you known Mr. Pycroft long, said my host. Met him once a year ago at Devonport. What do you think of him? What do you think of him? I've left the pedanticher boat will be waiting for me at 10 o'clock, too simply, because I happened to meet him, I replied. That's all right if y'all come down below, we may get some We descended a naked steel ladder to a steel-beam tunnel, perhaps 12 feet long by 6 high leather-topped lockers, ran along either side. A swinging table with tray and lamp above occupied the center. Other furniture there was none. You can't shave here, of course we don't wash, and as a rule we eat with our fingers when we're at sea. Do you mind? Mr. Moorshed, black-haired, black-browed, sallow-complexioned, looked me over from head to foot and grinned. He was not handsome in any way, but his smile drew the heart. You didn't happen to hear what Frankie told me from the flagship, did you? His last instructions, and I've logged them here in shorthand, where he opened a neat pocketbook. Get out of this, and conduct your own damned manoeuvres in your own damned tinker fashion. You're a disgrace to the service, and your boat's awful. Awful, I said. Newful tripiswipsulage. Mr. Pycroft entered in the costume of his calling with the ham and an assortment of tin dishes, which he dealt out like cards. I shall take these as my orders, said Mr. Moorshed. I am chucking the service at the end of the year, so it doesn't matter. We cut into the ham under the ill-trimmed lamp, washed it down with whiskey, and then smoked. From the foreside of the bulkhead came an uninterrupted hammering and clinking, and now and then a hiss of steam. That's Mr. Hinchcliffe, said Pycroft. He's what is called a first-class engineer-room artificer. If you hand I.M. a drum of oil and leave I.M. alone, he can coax a stolen bicycle to do typewriting. Very leisurely at the end of his first pipe, Mr. Moorshed drew out a folded map cut from a newspaper of the area of manoeuvres, with the rules that regulate these wonderful things below. Well, I suppose I know as much as an average stick-hand-string admiral, he said, yawning. Is our petticoat ready yet, Mr. Pycroft? As a preparation for naval manoeuvres, these counsels seemed inadequate. I followed up the ladder into the gloom cast by the wharf edge and the big lumbership's side. As my eyes stretched to the darkness, I saw that no 267 had miraculously sprouted an extra pair of funnel soft, for they gave as I touched them. More prima facie evidence. You runs a rope fore and aft, and you erects perpendicularly 2 canvas tubes, which you distends with cane hoops, thus avin as many funnels as a destroyer. At the word "O command up," they go like a pair of concertinas, and consequently collapses equally andy when requisite common. Aft we shall doubtless overtake the Dawlish bathin machine proprietor fit-in on her bustle. Mr. Pycroft whispered this in my ear, as Moorshed moved toward a group at the stern. None of us who ain't built that way can be destroyers, but we can look as near it as we can. Let me explain to you, sir, that the stern of a Thornycroft boat, which we are not, comes out in a pretty bulge, totally different from the Yarrow mark, which again, we are not, but on the other and Dirk Stiletto Goblin Ghoul Gin, and Afrite Red Fleet, destroyers with whom we hope to consort later on terms o' perfect equality. Thornycrofts, and carry that Grecian bend, which we are now adjusting to our rerepensiers. The French would put it be means of painted canvas, and iron rods bent as requisite between you and me and Frankie. We are the gnome now in the fleet reserve at Pompey Portsmouth, I should say. The first sea will carry it all away, said Moorshed, leaning gloomily outboard, but it will do for the present. We've a lot of prima facie evidence about us, Mr. Pycroft. Went on a first-class torpedo boat, sits lower in the water than a destroyer, hence we artificially raise our sides with a black canvas wash streak to represent extra freeboard, at the same time padding out the cover of the forward 3-pounder like as if it was a 12-pounder, and variously facking up the bows of as you might say. We've took thought and added a cubic to our stature. It's our length that sugars us 140 feet, which is our length into 210, which is about the gnomes leaves 70 feet over, which we haven't got. Is this all your own notion, Mr. Pycroft? I asked. In spots, you might say, as though we all contributed to make up deficiencies, but Mr. Moorshed, not much caring for further navy, after what Frankie said, certainly threw himself into the part with avidity. What the dickens are we going to do? Speaking as a seaman gunner, I should say we'd wait till the sights came on and then fire. Speaking as a torpedoc Swain Roman 52 T Roman 1 Roman 1000 Roman 500, etc. I presume we fall in number 1 in rear of the tube, etc. Secure tube to ball or diaphragm, clear away securing bar, release saffatippin from locking levers, and pray heaven to look down on us as second in command. 267. I say wait and see. What's happened? We're off, I said. The timber ship had slid away from us. We are stern first and broadside on. If we don't hit anything too hard, well do. Come on the bridge, said Mr. Moorshed. I saw no bridge, but fell over some sort of connector forward, near which was a wheel. For the next few minutes I was more occupied with cursing my own folly than with the science of navigation. Therefore I cannot say how we got out of Weymouth harbour, nor why it was necessary to turn sharp to the left and wallow in what appeared to be surf. Excuse me, said Mr. Pycroft behind us. I don't mind ramming a bathing machine, but if only one of them weekend Weymouth blighters has thrown his empty baccatin into the sea here, well, rip our plates open on it. 267, isn't the Archimandrite's old cutter? I am hugging the shore, was the answer. There's no actual arm in hugging, but it can come expensive if pursued. Righto, said Moorshed, putting down the wheel, and as we left those scant waters, I felt 267 move more freely. A thin cough ran up the speaking tube. Well, what is it, Mr. Hinchcliffe? said Moorshed. I merely wish to report that she is still continuing to go, sir. Righto, can we whack her up to 15, do you think? I'll try, sir, but we'd prefer to have the engineer room hatch open at first, sir. Whacked up then she was, and for half an hour was careered largely through the night, turning at last with a suddenness that slung us across the narrow deck. This, said Mr. Pycroft, who received me on his chest, as a large rock receives a shadow, represents the gnome arriving cautious from the direction o' Portsmouth with Admiralty orders. He pointed through the darkness ahead, and after much staring my eyes opened to a dozen destroyers in 2 lines some few hundred yards away. Those are the Red Fleet destroyer flotilla, which is too frail to panic about among the full-blooded cruisers inside Portland breakwater, and several millimeters too excited over the approaching war to keep a lookout inshore, hence our tactics. We wailed through our Serena long malignant hyena-like howland. A voice hailed us as we went astern tumultuously. The gnome Carteret Jones from Portsmouth with orders stiletto Moorshed answered through the megaphone in a high whining voice rather like a chaplain's. Who was the answer? Carteret Jones. Oh Lord. There was a pause. A voice cried to some friend, it's Podgy adrift on the high seas in charge of a whole destroyer. Another voice echoed Podgy, and from its note I gathered that Mr. Carteret Jones had a reputation, but not for independent command. Who's your sub? said the first speaker, a shadow on the bridge of the Dirk. A gunner at present, sir. The stiletto broken down, turns over to us. When did the stiletto break down? Off the start, sir, 2 hours after she left here, this evening. I believe my orders are to report to you for the maneuver signal codes, and join Commander Hignet's flotilla, which is in attendance on stiletto. A smothered chuckle greeted this last. Moorshed's voice was high and uneasy, said Pycroft. With a sigh, the amount o' trouble me and my bright spurs ad fishing out, that information from torpedo coxswains and similar blighters in pubs all this afternoon, you would never believe. But has the stiletto broken down? I asked weakly. How else are we to get Red Fleet's private signal code anyway? If she hasn't now, she will before manoeuvres are ended. It's only executing in anticipation. Go astern and send your coxswain aboard for orders, Mr. Jones. Water carries sound well, but I do not know whether we were intended to hear the next sentence. They must have given him one intelligent keeper. That's me, said Mr. Pyecroft, as a black and coal-stained dinghy did not foresee how well I should come to know her was flung overside by 3 men. Having bought an AM, we will now see life. He stepped into the boat and was away. I say, Podgy, the speaker was in the last of the line of destroyers, as we thumped astern. Aren't you lonely out there? Oh, don't rag me, said Morshed. Do you suppose I'll have to maneuver with your flotilla? No, Podgy, I am pretty sure our commander will see you sifting cinders in Tophet before you come with our flotilla. Thank you, she steers rather wild at high speeds. 2 men laughed together. By the way, who is Mr. Carteret Jones when he's at home? I whispered. I was with him in the Britannia. I didn't like him much, but I am grateful to him now. I must tell him so some day. They seem to know him hereabouts. He rammed the caryatid twice with her own steam pinnace. Presently, moved by long strokes, Mr. Pyecroft returned skimming across the dark. The dinghy swung up behind him even as his heels spurned it. Commander Facet's compliments to Mr. Roman 50 Carteret Jones, and the sooner he digs out in pursuance of Admiralty orders as received at Portsmouth, the better pleased Commander Facet will be, but there's a lot more. Whack her up, Mr. Hinchcliffe, come on to the bridge, we can settle it as we go well. Mr. Pyecroft drew an important breath and slid off his cap. Day and night private signals of Red Fleet complete. Sir, he handed a little paper to Morshed. You see, sir, the trouble was that Mr. Carteret Jones Bain, so to say a little new to his duties, forgot to give his gunner his Admiralty orders in written. But as I told Commander Facet, Mr. Jones had been repeating to me nervous-like, most of the way from Portsmouth, so I knew by heart, and better the commander recognizing in me a man of agility, cautioned me to be a father and mother to Mr. Carteret Jones. Didn't he know you? I asked, thinking for the moment that there could be no duplicates of Emmanuel Pyecroft in the Navy. What's a torpedo gunner more or less to a full lieutenant commanding 6 30-knot destroyers? For the first time seemed to cherish the hope that might use the gnome for his own horrible purposes. But what I told him about Mr. Jonas' sad lack o' nerve, comin' from Pompey and going dead slow on account of the dark, short-circuited that connection. Rover, I says to him, our orders is explicit stilettos reported broke down somewhere off the start, and we've been tryin' to coil down a new stiff wire hawser all the evenin' so it looks like towing her back, don't it? I says that more than ever jams his turrets and makes him keen to get rid of us. He even hinted that Mr. Carteret Jones passin' hawsers and assistin' the impotent in a seaway might come pretty expensive. On the taxpayer, I agreed in a disciplined way. I ain't proud, God knows I ain't proud, but when I am really digging out in the fancy line, I sometimes think that me and a copper punt singling did beat a cutter full of de rougemongs in a row round the fleet. At this point I reclined without shame on Mr. Pyecroft's bosom, supported by his quivering arm. Well, said Morshed, scowling into the darkness, as 267's bows snapped at the shore seas of the broader channel, and we swayed together. You'd better go on, says Commander Facet, and do what you're told to do. I don't envy Hignett if he has to dry nurse the gnome's commander. But what do you want with signals? Says it's criminal lunacy to trust Mr. Jones with anything that steams. May I make an observation, sir? I says, suppose I says you was torpedo gunner on the Gnome and Mr. Carteret Jones was your commanding officer, and you had your reputation as a second in command. For the first time, I says, well knowing it was his first command of a flotilla, what 'ud you do, sir, that gouged his unprotected ends, open clear back to the citadel? What did he say? Morshed jerked over his shoulder. If you were Mr. Carteret Jones, it might be disrespect for me to repeat it, sir. Go ahead, I heard the boy chuckle. Dewey says I'd rub the young blighter's nose into it, till I made a perishin' man of him, or a perspirin' pillowcase. Says which he adds is 40% more than he is at present. Whilst he's gettin' the private signals there, rather particular ones, I went forward to see the Dirk's gunner about borrowin' a holdin' down bolt for our 12-pounder my open ears. While I was rovin' over his packet, got the following authentic particulars. I heard his voice change, and his feet shifted. There's been a last council o' war of destroyer captains at the flagship, and a lot of things, as come out to begin with Cryptic and Devolution Captain Pank, and Captain Mallon. Cryptic and Devolution first-class cruisers, said Mr. Morshed dreamily. Go on, Pyecroft. Bain, delayed by minor defects in engineer room, did not, as we know, accompany Red Fleet's first division of scouting cruisers, whose rendezvous is unknown, but presumed to be somewhere off the Lizard Cryptic, and devolution left at 930 P Roman 1000, still reporting copious minor defects in engineer room admiral's final instructions, was they was to put into Torbay and mend themselves there if they can do it. In 24 hours they're to come on and join the battle squadron at the first rendezvous down channel, somewhere. I couldn't get that, sir, if they can't hell think about sending them some destroyers for escort, but his present intention is to go hammer and tongs down channel using is destroyers for all they're worth, and thus keep in Blue Fleet too busy off the Irish coast to sniff into any estuaries. But if those cruisers are crocks, why does the Admiral let 'em out of Weymouth at all, I asked. The taxpayer, said Mr. Morshed. And newspapers, added Mr. Pyecroft in Torbay they'll look, as they was mucking about for strategical purpose jammering like blazes in the engine room, all the weary day, and the skipper dropping questions down the engineer room, hatch every 2 or 3 minutes. I've been there now, sir. I saw the white of his eye turn broad on Mr. Morshed. The boy dropped his chin over the speaking tube. Mr. Hinchcliffe, what's her extreme economical radius? 340 knots down to swept bunkers. Can do, said Morshed. By the way, have her revolutions any bearing on her speed, Mr. Hinchcliffe? None that I can make out yet, sir. Then slow to 8 knots, well jogged down to 49:45 or 4 about, and 3 east, that puts us say 40 miles from Torbay by 9 o'clock. Tomorrow morning we'll have to muck about till dusk before we run in and try our luck with the cruisers. Yes, sir, their picket boats will be panicking round them all night. It's considered good for the young gentlemen. Hallow wars declared they're off, said Morshed. He swung 267's head round to get a better view a few miles to our right. The low horizon was spangled with small balls of fire, while nearer ran a procession of tiny cigar ends. Red hot, set 'em alight, said Mr. Pyecroft. That's the second destroyer flotilla, digging out for Commander Facet's reputation. The smaller lights disappeared, the glare of the destroyer's funnels dwindled, even as we watched. They're going down channel with lights out, thus showing their zeal and driven, all watch officers crazy now. If y'all excuse me, I think I'll get you your pajamas and y'all turn in, said Pyecroft. He piloted me to the steel tunnel, where the ham still swung majestically over the swaying table, and dragged out trousers, and a coat with a monk's hood all hewn from one hairy inch-thick board. If you fall over in these y'all be drowned, they're lammies ill chuck you off with a pillow, but sleepin' in a torpedo boats, which you might call an acquired habit. I coiled down on an iron-hard horsehair pillow, next the quivering steel wall to acquire that habit. The sea sliding over 267's skin worried me with importunate half-caught confidences. It drummed tackily to gather my attention, coughed, spat, cleared its throat, and on the eve of that portentous communication, retired upstage as a multitude whispering. Anon I caught the tramp of armies afoot, the hum of crowded cities awaiting the event, the single sob of a woman, and dry roaring of wild beasts. A dropped shovel clanging on the stokehold floor was naturally enough the unbarring of arena gates, our sucking uplift across the crest of some little swell, nothing less than the hailing forth of new worlds, half-turning descent into the hollow of its mate, the abysmal plunge of God-forgotten planets through all these phenomena, and more though, I ran with wild horses over illimitable plains of rustling grass, though I crouched belly-flat under appalling fires of musketry, though I was Livingstone painless and incurious in the grip of his lion-me shut eyes, saw the lamp swinging in its gimbals, the irregularly gliding patch of light on the steel ladder, and every elastic shadow in the corners of the frail anglerons, while my body strove to accommodate itself to the infernal vibration of the machine. At the last I rolled limply on the floor, and woke to real life with a bruised nose, and a great call to go on deck at once. It's all right, said a voice in my booming ears. Morgan and Lafton are worse than you. I was gripping a rail. Mr. Pyecroft pointed with his foot to 2 bundles beside a torpedo tube, which at Weymouth had been a signaller, and a most able seaman shed do better in a bigger sea, said Mr. Pyecroft. This lop is what fetches it up. The sky behind us whitened as I laboured, and the first dawn drove down the channel, tipping the wave-tops with a chill glare to me. That round wind which runs before the true day has ever been fortunate, and of good omen. It cleared the trouble from my body and set my soul dancing to 267's heel and toe across the northerly set of the Waversuch waves. As I had often watched contemptuously from the deck of a 10,000-ton liner, they shouldered our little hull sideways, and passed scalloped and splayed out toward the coast, carrying our white wake in loops along their hollow backs in succession. We looked down a leaguery cutting of water for half a clear mile, were flung up on its ridge, beheld the channel, traffic full sailed to that fair breeze all about us, and swung slantwise light as a bladder elastic as a basket into the next furrow. Then the sun found us struck the wet grey bows to living leaping opal the colourless deep, to hard sapphire the many sails to pearl, and the little steam plume of our escape to an inconstant rainbow. A fair day and a fair wind for all, thank God, said Emmanuel Pyecroft, throwing back the cowl-like hood of his blanket coat. His face was pitted with coal dust and grime pallid for lack of sleep, but his eyes shone like a gull's. I told you you'd see life, think oh the pedantic now, think oh her number one chassin the mobilized garbies round the lower deck flats, think oh the poor little snarties now bane washed fed, and taught and the yeoman oh signals, with a pink eye whackin' bright and brisk to another perishin' day of 5 flag hoists, whereas we shall cock and smoke cigarettes same as the Spanish destroyers did for 3 weeks after war was declared. He dropped into the wardroom singing, "If you're going to marry me, Bill. It's no use muckin' about." The man at the wheel, uniformed in what had once been a tam o' shanter, a pair of very worn Roman 1000 Roman 50 Roman 1 trousers rolled up to the knee, and a black sweater, was smoking a cigarette Moorshed in a grey balaclava, and a brown mackintosh with a flapping cape, hauled at our supplementary funnel guys, and a thing like a waiter from a Soho restaurant sat at the head of the engineer room ladder, exhorting the unseen. Below, the following wind beat down our smoke, and covered all things with an inch-thick layer of stokers, so that eyelids, teeth, and feet gritted in their motions. I began to see that my previous experiences among battleships and cruisers had been altogether beside the mark. Part 2. The wind went down with the sunset. The fog came up with the tide. When the Witch of the North took an eggshell bis, with a little blue devil inside. "Sink," she said, "or swim," she said. "It's all you will get from me. And that is the finish of him," she said. And the eggshell went to sea. The wind got up with the morning, and the fog blew off with the rain. When the Witch of the North saw the eggshell, and the little blue devil again. "Did you swim?" she said. "Did you sink?" she said. And the little blue devil replied, "For myself I swam, but I think," he said, "there's somebody sinking outside." But for the small detail that I was a passenger and a civilian, and might not alter her course, torpedo boat, no 267, was mine to me all that priceless day. Moorshed, after breakfast, frizzled ham, and a devil that Pyecroft made out of sardines, anchovies, and French mustard smashed together, with a spanner, showed me his few and simple navigating tools, and took an observation. Morgan, the signaller, let me hold the chamois leathers, while he cleaned the searchlight. We seemed to be better equipped with electricity than most of our class that lived under a bulbous umbrella cover amidship. Then Pyecroft and Morgan, standing easy, talked together of the King's service, as reformers and revolutionists so notably, that were I not engaged on this tale, I would for its conclusion substitute theirs. I would speak of Hinchcliffe, Henry Salt Hinchcliffe, first-class engineer-room artificer, and genius in his line, who was prouder of having taken part in the Hat Crusade in his youth, than of all his daring, his skill, and his nickel-steel nerve. I consorted with him for an hour in the packed and dancing engineer-room, when Moorshed suggested whacking her up to 18 knots, to see if she would stand it. The floor was ankle-deep in a creamy batter of oil and water, each moving part flicking more oil in zoetrope circles, and the gauges invisible for their dizzy chattering on the chattering steel bulkhead. Leading stoker Grant, said to be a bigamist, an oxide man smothered in hair, took me to the stokehold, and planted me between a searing white furnace and some hell-hot iron plate for 15 minutes, while I listened to the drone of fans, and the worry of the sea, without striving to wrench all that palpitating firepot wide open. Then I came on deck, and watched Moorshed revolving in his orbit from the canvas bustle and torpedotubes aft by way of engineer-room connector, and wheel to the doll's house of a foxler learned, inexperience withheld from me, moved by laws beyond my knowledge, authoritative, entirely adequate, and yet in heart a child at his play. I could not take 10 steps along the crowded deck, but I collided with some body or thing, but he and his satellites swung past and returned on their vocations with the freedom and spaciousness of the well-poised stars. Even now I can at will recall every tone and gesture, with each dissolving picture inboard, or overside Hinchcliffe's white arm, buried to the shoulder, in a hornet's nest of spinning machinery. Moorshed's halt and jerk to windward, as he looked across the water. Pyecroft's back bent over the berthon collapsible boat, while he drilled 3 men in expanding it swiftly, the outflung white water at the foot of a homeward-bound Chinaman, not 100 yards away, and her shadow-slashed rope-puffled sails bulging sideways like insolent cheeks, the ribbed and pitted coal dust on our decks, all iridescent under the sun, the first filmy haze that paled the shadows of our funnels about lunchtime, the gradual deepen and dulling over of the short cheery, seized the sea that changed to a swell, the swell that crumbled up and ran all whither oilily, the triumphant, almost audible roll inward of wandering fog-walls that had been stalking us for 2 hours and dwelt upon welt chill, as the gravid drive of the interminable main fog of the Atlantic. We slowed to little more than steerage way and lay, listening. Presently, a hand below's foghorn jarred like a corncrake, and there rattled out of the mist a big ship, literally above us. We could count the rivets in her plates as we scrooped by, and the little drops of dew gathered below them. Wonder why there are always Barkselways, Steelways, Formestead, never less than 2,000 tons, but they are said Pyecroft, he was out on the turtle-backed bows of her moorshed, was at the wheel, and another man worked the whistle. This fog is the best thing could ha happened to us, said Moorshed. It gives us our chance to run in on the quiet Hal. A cracked bell rang clean and sharp, beautifully grained too. A bowsprit surged over our starboard bow, the bobstay, confidentially hooking itself into our forward rail. I saw Pyecroft's arm fly up, heard at the same moment the severing of the tense rope, the working of the wheel, Moorshed's voice down the tube, saying astern, a little please, Mr. Hinchcliffe, and Pyecroft's cry, trawler with her gear down, look out for our propeller, sir, or well be wrapped up in the rope. 267 surged quickly under my feet. As the pressure of the downward-bearing bobstay was removed, 6 men of the forecastle had already thrown out fenders and stood by to bear off a just visible bulwark. Still going astern, we touched slowly broadside on to a suggestive crunching of fenders, and I looked into the deck of a Brixham trawler. Her crew struck dumb. Any luck, said Moorshed politely. Not till we met you, was the answer. The lard he saved us from they big ships to be spitted by the little one, where be gwine too, with our fine new bobstay. Ya, you've had time to splice it by now, said Pyecroft with contempt. But whem all crushed to port like eggs you was runnin', 27 knots us reckoned it, didn't us, Albert? Like her 29 and neither no whistle. Yes, we always do that. Do you want a tow to Brixham, said Moorshed. A great silence fell upon those wet men of the sea. We lifted a little toward their side, but our silent, quick-breathing crew braced and strained outboard, bore us off as though we had been a mere picket boat. What for, said a puzzled voice. For love for nothing, y'all be abed in Brixham by midnight. Yis, but trolls down. No hurry, ill pass your line and go ahead, sing out when you're ready. A rope smacked on their deck. With the word they made it fast, we slid forward, and in 10 seconds saw nothing save a few feet of the wire rope running into fog over our stern, but we heard the noise of debate. Catch a Brixham trawler letting go of a free tow in a fog, said Moorshed, listening. But what in the world do you want him for, I asked. Oh, hell came in handy later. Was that your first collision? Yes, I shook hands with him in silence, and our tow hailed us. You little man, or the voice rose muffled and wailing after us, up troll us'll be glad of a tow leave line. Just slack a bear at his tees now, and kip a good fine lookout, baned e. There's an accommodat in Blighter for you, said Pyecroft. Where does he expect well be with these currents evolutin' like sailormen at the agricultural hole? I left the bridge to watch the wire rope at the stern as it drew out and smacked down upon the water. By what instinct or guidance 267 kept it from fouling her languidly flapping propeller, I cannot tell. The fog now thickened and thinned in streaks that bothered the eyes like the glare of intermittent flash lamps, by turns granting us the vision of a sick sun that leered and fled, or burying all 1,000 fathom deep in gulfs of vapours. At no time could we see the trawler, though we heard the click of her windlass, the jar of her trollbeam, and the very flap of the fish on her deck. Forward was Pyecroft with the lead on the bridge. Moorshed pawed a channel chart. Aft sat I, listening to the whole of the British mercantile marine, never a keel less, returning to England, and watching the fog do run round the bight of the tow back to its mother fog. You little man, or when done with troll, you can take us home if you know the road. Right, oh, said Moorshed. Well, give the fishmonger a run for his money. Whack her up, Mr. Hinchcliffe. The next few hours completed my education. I saw that I ought to be afraid, but more clearly this was when a liner hooted down the back of my neck, that any fear which would begin to do justice to the situation would, if yielded to, incapacitate me for the rest of my days. A shadow of spread sails deeper than the darkening twilight, brooding over us like the wings of Azrael. Pyecroft said she was a Swede and miraculously withdrawn, persuaded me that there was a working chance that I should reach the beachny beachlive, if not dry. and this was when an economical tramp laved our port trail with her condenser water, were I so spared I vowed I would tell my tale worthily. Thus we floated in space, as souls drift through raw time night added herself to the fog, and I laid hold on my limbs, jealously lest they too should melt in the general dissolution. Where's that provocative in fishmonger, said Pyecroft, turning a lantern on a scant yard of the gleaming wire rope that pointed like a stick to my left. He's doin' some fancy steerin' on his own, no wonder Mr. Hinchliffe is blasphemous. The tows sheared off to starboard, Sir Hell fair pull the stern out of us. Moorshed invisible cursed through the megaphone into invisibility. You little man, or the voice buted through the fog, with the monotonous insistence of a strayed sheep's, we don't all like the road Yaum Tarkan tease, no road to Brixham Yowl, be buckled up under Prawl Point by. Do you pretend to know where you are? The megaphone roared. Is I reckon, but there's no pretence to me. Oh Peter, said Pyecroft, let's hang him at his own gaff. I could not see what followed, but Moorshed said, take another man with you, if you lose the tow you're done ill, slow her down. I heard the dinghy splash overboard ere I could cry murder, heard the rasp of a boat hook along the wire rope, and then as it had been in my ear Pyecroft's enormous and jubilant bellow astern, why he's here right atop of us. The blighter has pouched half the tow like a shark. A long pause filled with soft Devonian bleatings, then Pyecroft solo arpeggio, rum rum rum, is that all? Come and try it, uncle. I lifted my face to where once God's sky had been, and besought the truths I might not die inarticulate amid these half-worked miracles, but live at least till my fellow mortals could be made 1 millionth as happy as I was happy. I prayed, and I waited, and we went slow as the processes of evolution till the boat hook rasped again. He's not what you might call a scientific navigator, said Pyecroft, still in the dinghy, but rising like a fairy from a pantomime trap. The leads what he goes by, mostly rum, is what he's come for, and Brixham is his own lay on Macduff. A white-whiskered man in a frockcoat, as I live by bread, a frockcoatsy boots, and a comforter crawled over the torpedatube into Moorshed's grip and vanished forward. Probably old 3-gallon look sharp with that dinghy, but his nephew left in charge of the Agatha wants 2 bottles common allowance. You're a taxpayer, sir, do you think that excessive? Lead, their lead rang out from forward. Didn't I say he wouldn't understand compass deviations? Watch him close, it'll be worth it. As I neared the bridge, I heard the stranger say, let me zemail on, and to his nose was the lead presented by a trained man of the King's Navy. I'll tell ye where to go if ye'll tell your donkeyman what to do. I am no hand, why steam on these lines. We proceeded miraculously, and under Moorshed's orders I was the fisherman's Ganymede, even as Roman 1000 to Roman 100 had served the captain. I found both rum and curacoa in a locker, and mixed them equal bulk in an enamelled iron cup. Now wem just a beam where we should be, he said at last, and here well lay, till she lifts id take ye in for another bottle and one for my nevy. But I reckon you'm short allowanced for rum, that's niver no navy rum. You'm give me node by the smack to unanchor now. I was between Pyecroft and Moorshed on the bridge, and heard them spring to vibrating attention at my side. A man, with a lead a few feet to port, caught the panic through my body, and checked like a wild boar at gaze, for not far away, an unmistakable ship's bell was ringing. It ceased, and another began. Them, said Pyecroft, anchored. More, said our pilot, passing me the cup, and I filled it. The trawler astern clattered vehemently on her bell. Pyecroft, with a jerk of his arm, threw loose the forward 3-pounder. The bar of the backsight was heavily blobbed with dew. The foresight was invisible. Northey wouldn't have their picket boats out in this, whether though they ought to. He returned the barrel to its crotch slowly. Be you gwine to anchor, said Macduff, smacking his lips, or be you gwine straight on to Livermead Beach? Tell him what we're driving at, get it into his head, somehow, said Moorshed, and Pyecroft, snatching the cup from me, enfolded the old man with an arm and a mist of wonderful words. And if you pull it off, said Moorshed at the last, I'll give you a 5. Lord, what's 5 to me, young man? My nevy he likes but I do cherish more on fine drink than filthy lucre, any day. O gods, good weeks leave goo my arm, you common sailorman, I tall ye gentlemen. I hain't the ramp-faced ruddle-nosed old fool you reckon I be. Before the mast I've fared in my time, fisherman I've been, since I seed the unsense of sea danger in barky and spiritious, and cigars too. I've run a plenty. I am no blind horse or boy to be coaxed with your 40-mile free towin', and rum atop of all, there's none more sober to Brixham this tide. I don't care who 'tis than me, I know yandem 2 great kings, ships you'm wishful to sink burn, and destroy they while us kips busy sellin' fish, No need toll me so 20 tame over us'll find they ships us'll find 'em, if us has to break our fine new bowsprit so close as Crump's bull's horn. Good egg, quoth Moorshed, and brought his hand down on the wide shoulders with the smack of a beaver's tail. Us'll go look for they by hand, us'll give they something to play upon and do deal with them faithfully, and may the Lord have mercy on your souls, amen. Put I in dinghy again. The fog was as dense as ever we moved in the very womb of night, but I cannot recall that I took the faintest note of it, as the dinghy guided by the tow-rope disappeared toward the Agatha Pyecroft. Rowing, the bell began again on the starboard bow. We're pretty near, said Moorshed, slowing down out with the berthon. Well, sell fish too, and if anyone rows Navastroke ill break his jaw with the tiller, Mr. Hinchcliffe. This down the tube y'all stay here in charge with Gregory and Shergold, and the engineer room staff. Morgan stays too for signalling purposes. A deep groan broke from Morgan's chest, but he said nothing. If the fog thins, and you're seen by any one, keep 'em quiet with the signals. I can't think of the precise lie just now, but you can, Morgan. Yes, sir. Suppose their torpedonets are down, I whispered, shivering with excitement. If they've been repairing minor defects all day, they won't have anyone to spare from the engineer room, and out nets is a job for the whole ship's company. I expect they've trusted to the fog like us. Well, Pyecroft. That great soul had blown up onto the bridge like a feather ad to see the first o' the rum into the Agathite, sir. They was a bit jealous o' their commanding officer, Carmen Ohm, so richly lacquered, and at first the conversazione languished, as you might say, but they sprang to attention ere I left 6 sharp strokes on the bells. If any of 'em are sober enough to keep tally, will be the signal that our consort has cast off her tow and is mansouvering on her own. Right, oh, take Lafton with you in the dinghy. Put that berthon over quietly there. Are you all right, Mr. Hinchcliffe? I stood back to avoid the rush of half a dozen shadows, dropping into the berthon boat. A hand caught me by the slack of my garments, moved me in generous arcs through the night, and I rested on the bottom of the dinghy. I want you for prima facie evidence, in case the vaccination don't take, said Pyecroft in my ear. Push off, Alf. The last bell ringing was high overhead. It was followed by 6 little tinkles from the Agatha, the roar of her falling anchor, the clash of pans, and loose shouting. We're be gwine to port your ellum air, you mudridger, in the fairway goo astern out, boats shall sink us. A clear-cut navy voice drawled from the clouds. Quiet, you gardeners there, this is the cryptic at anchor. Thank you for the range, said Pyecroft, and paddled gingerly. Feel well out in front of you, Alf. Remember your fat fist is our only Marconi installation, the voices resumed. Bournemouth steamer, he says she be. Then where be Brixham Harbour? Damn, I am a taxpayer too. They've no right to cruise about this way. I'll have the law on if anything carries away. Then the man afore. Short on your anchor, heave short, you howling maniacs. I'll get yourselves smashed in a minute if you drift. The air was full of these and other voices. As the dinghy checking swung, I passed one hand down Lafton's stretched arm, and felt an iron gooseneck, and a foot or two of a backward-slipping torpedonet boom. The other hand I laid on broad cold iron-even the flanks of 8 Roman 1000s cryptic, which is 12,000 tons. I heard a scrubby, raspy sound, as though Pyecroft had chosen that hour to shave, and I smelled paint drop. After bit, Alf well put a stencil under the stern 6-inch casements. Boom by boom, Laughlin slid the dinghy along the towering curved wall once, twice, and again we stopped, and the keen scrubbing sound was renewed. Umpires are arduated blighters, but this ought to convince Captain Pank's sternwalk is now above our defenceless eads. Repeat the evolution up the starboard side, Alf. I was only conscious that we moved around an iron world palpitating with life, though my knowledge was all by touches. For example, when Pyecroft led my surrendered hand to the base of some bulging sponson, or when my palm closed on the niffage of the stem and patted it timidly, I felt lonely and unprotected as the enormous helpless ship was withdrawn, and we drifted away into the void where voices sang. Tom Pierce, lend me thy grey mare. All along, out along, down along Lee. I want for to go to Widdicombe Fair. With Bill Brewer, Sam Sewer, Peter Gurney, Harry Hawk. Old Uncle Tom Carbley and all. That's old Sinbad and his little lot from the Agatha. Give way, Alf, you might sing something too. I am no burnin' Patty, ain't there noise enough for you, Pye? Yes, but it's only amateurs give me the tones of earth and ohm. Ha, list to the blighter on the horizon, sayin' his prayers Nava fashion, even help me argue that way when I am a warrant officer. We headed with little lapping strokes toward what seemed to be a fair-sized riot. "And I've eared the devolution called a happy ship too," said Pyecroft. "Just shows our man's misled by prejudice. She's peevish, that's what she isna stipevish probably. All because the Agathites are scratching paint well rub along Alf. I've got the lymph." A voice which Mr. Pyecroft assured me belonged to a chief carpenter was speaking through an aperture starboard bow 12-pounder on the lower deck. He did not wish to purchase any fish even at grossly reduced rates. Nobody wished to buy any fish. This ship was the devolution at anchor, and desired no communication with shore boats. Mark how the Navy holds its own. He's sober. The Agathites are not, as you might say, and yet they can't live with Roman 999. It's the discipline that does it. Ark to the bold and unconvincing watch officer. Chimin in. I wonder where Mr. Moorshed has got to. We drifted down the devolution's side, as we had drifted down her sister's, and we dealt with her in that dense gloom as we had dealt with her sister. Whitey's a man-o-war after all. I can see the captain's whisker all gilt at the edges. We took for the Bournemouth steamer. 3 cheers for the real man-o-war. That cry came from under the devolution's stern. Pyecroft held something in his teeth, for I heard him mumble, "Our Mr. Moorshed," said a boy's voice above us just as we dodged a jet of hot water from some valve. "I don't half like that cheer. If it'd been the old man I'd turned loose the quickfirers at the first goof errant, they rowing Navistroke yonder." "True," said Pyecroft, listening to retreating oars. "It's time to go 'ome when snotties begin to think the fog's thinnin' too." I felt a chill breath on my forehead, and saw a few feet of the steel stand out darker than the darkness disappear. It was then the dinghy shot away from it and emerge once more. "Hallo, what boat's that?" said the voice suspiciously. "Why, I do believe it's a real man-o-war after all," said Pyecroft, and kicked Lafton. "What's that for?" Lafton was no dramatist. "Answer in character, you blighter, say something opposite." "What boat's that?" the hail was repeated. "What do ye say?" Pyecroft bellowed, and under his breath to me, "Give us a hand." "It's called the Marietta F.J. Stokes Torquay," I began quaveringly. "At least that's the name on the nameboard. I've been dinningen a yacht." I see the voice shook a little, and my way opened before me with disgraceful ease. "Yes, dining private yacht Eschmischeralda. I belong to Torquay Yacht Club. Are you member Torquay Yacht Club?" "You'd better go to bed, sir. Good night." We slid into the rapidly thinning fog. "Dig out, Alf, put your Nix Manger back into it. The fog's peeling off like a petticoat. Where's 267? "I can't see her," I replied, "but there's a light low down ahead." The Agatha. They rowed desperately through the uneasy dispersal of the fog for 10 minutes, and ducked round the trawler's bow. "Well, Emmanuel means God with us so far." Pyecroft wiped his brow, laid a hand on the low rail, and as he boosted me up to the trawler, I saw Moorshed's face white as pearl in the thinning dark. "Was it all right?" said he over the bulwarks. "Vaccination ain't in it. She's took beautiful, but where's 267? Sir?" Pyecroft replied. "Gone. We came here as the fog lifted. I gave the devolution 4. Was that you behind us?" "Yes, sir, but I only got in 3 on the devolution. I gave the cryptic 9, though they're what you might call more or less vaccinated." He lifted me inboard, where Moorshed and 6 pirates lay round the Agatha's hatch. There was a hint of daylight in the cool air. "Where is the old man?" I asked. "Still selling fish. I suppose he's a darling, but I wish I could get this filthy paint off my hands. Hallo, what the deuce is the cryptic signalling?" A pale masthead light winked through the last of the fog. It was answered by a white pencil to the southward. "Destroyer signalling with searchlight." Pyecroft leaped on the sternrail. "The first part is private signals. Now she's morsing against the fog past ties postponed. Go on departure rettle further order switch will calm." He's dropped the other unicated verbally end. He swung round cryptic. "Is now answering ready. Proceed immediately. What news? Promise a destroyer flotilla." "Hallo," said Moorshed. "Well, never mind, they'll come too late." "Hugh, that's some Igborn suckling on the destroyer signals. Care not, all will be known later. What merry beehives broken loose now. What odds we've done our little job. Wee, it's 267. Here Pyecroft dropped from the rail among the fishy nets, and shook the Agatha with heavings. Moorshed cast aside his cigarette, looked over the stern, and fell into his subordinate's arms. I heard the guggle of engines, the rattle of a little anchor, going over not 100 yards away, a cough, and Morgan's subdued hail. So far as I remember, it was Lafton whom I hugged, but the men who hugged me most were Pyecroft and Moorshed adrift among the fishy nets. There was no semblance of discipline in our flight over the Agatha's side, nor indeed were ordinary precautions taken for the common safety. Because I was in the Berthun they held that patent boat open by hand for the most part, we regained our own craft cackling like wild geese and crowded round Moorshed and Hinchcliffe behind us. The Agatha's boat returning from her fish-selling cruise yelled, "Have 'e done the trick, have 'e done the trick?" And we could only shout hoarsely over the stern, guaranteeing them rum by the holdful. "Fog got patchy here at 12:27, said Henry Salt Hinchcliffe. Growing clearer every instant in the dawn, went down to Brixham Harbour to keep out of the road, heard whistles to the south, and went to look. I had her up to 16, good Morgan, kept on shedding private Red Fleet signals out of the signal book as the fog cleared, till we was answered by 3 destroyers. Morgan signalled M by searchlight alter course to south 17, east so as not to lose time. They came round quick. We kept well away in their port beam and Morgan gave M their orders. He looked at Morgan and coughed. The signalman acting as second in command, said Morgan swelling, then informed destroyer flotilla that cryptic and devolution had made good defects, and in obedience to Admiral's supplementary orders, I was afraid they might suspect that but they didn't had proceeded at 7 knots at 11:23 P. Roman 1000 to rendezvous near Channel Islands, 7 miles NNW. The Cascade Light. I've rendezvoused there myself, so destroyer flotilla would therefore follow cruisers and catch up with them on their course. Destroyer flotilla then dug out on course, indicated all funnels sparking briskly. Who were the destroyers? Wraith cobbled stiletto lieutenant commander, a Roman 50 Hignet, acting under Admiral's orders to escort cruisers received off the Dodman at 7 P. Roman 1000. They'd come slow on account of fog. Then who were you? We were the Afrite Portengin broke down put into Torbay, and there, instructed by cryptic previous to her departure, with devolution, to inform Commander Hignet of change of plans. Lieutenant Commander Hignet signalled that our meeting was quite providential. After this, we returned to pick up our commanding officer, and being interrogated by cryptic mark time signalling, as requisite, which you may have seen the Agatha representing the last known rallying puntor, as I should say pivot ship of the Evolutionate, was decided to repair to the Agatha at conclusion of manoeuvre. We breathed deeply all of us, but no one spoke a word till Moorshed said, "Is there such a thing as one fine big drink aboard this one fine big battleship?" "Can do so," said Pyecroft, and got it, beginning with Mr. Moorshed, and ending with myself junior to the 3rd first-class stoker. We drank, and it was as water of the brook, that 2.5 inches of stiff treacly navy rum, and we looked each in the other's face, and we nodded bright-eyed, burning with bliss. Moorshed walked aft to the torpedo-tubes, and paced back and forth, a captain victorious on his own quarterdeck, and the triumphant day broke over the green-bedded villas of Torquay to show us the magnitude of our victory. There lay the cruisers. I have reason to believe that they had made good their defects. They were each 440 feet long, and 6 to 6 wide. They held close upon 800 men apiece, and they had cost, say, $1.5 million the pair, and they were ours, and they did not know it. Indeed, the cryptic senior ship was signalling vehement remarks to our address, which we did not notice. "If you take these glasses y'all get the general run o' last night's vaccination," said Pyecroft. "Each one represents a torpedo got 'ome, as you might say." I saw on the cryptic's port side, as she lay half a mile away across the glassy water, 4 neat white squares in outline, a white blur in the centre. There are 5 more to starboard. Airs the original. He handed me a paint-dappled copper stencil plate 2 feet square, bearing in the centre the 6-inch initials G. Roman 1000. 10 minutes ago, Id ha eulogized about that little trick of ours, but Morgan's performance has short-circuited me. Are you happy, Morgan? Bustin, said the signalman briefly. You may be God forgive you, Morgan, for, as Queen Henrietta said to the housemaid, I never will Id ha given a year's pay for 10 minutes o' your signalin' work this mornin'. I wouldn't Ave took it up, was the answer. Perishin evens above. Look at the devolutions. Semaphore, 2 black wooden arms waved from the junior ship's upper bridge. They've seen it. The moat on their neighbour's beam, of course, said Pyecroft, and read syllable by syllable Captain Mallon to Captain Pank, stenciled, freeze your starboard side, new Admiralty regulation, or your number one's private expense. Now cryptic is saying not understood. Poor old Crippy, the devolutes Ragan saw, who is G. Roman 1000. She says that's fetched the cryptic. She's answerin' you ought to know, examine own paintwork. Oh Lord, they're a both on to it now. This is balm, this is beginning to be balm. I forgive you, Morgan. 2 frantic pipes twittered from either cruiser. A whaler dropped into the water and madly rowed round the ship, as a gay-coloured hoist rose to the cryptic's yardarm. Destroyer will close at once. Wished to speak by semaphore, then on the bridge semaphore itself, have been trying to attract your attention. Last half hour send commanding officer aboard at once. Our attention after all the attention we've given to, said Pyecroft. What a greedy old woman to Moorshed's signal from the cryptic, sir. Never mind that, said the boy peering through his glasses. Our dinghy quick, or they'll paint our marks out. Come along. By this time I was long past even hysteria. I remember Pyecroft's bending back the surge of the driven dinghy, a knot of amazed faces, as we skimmed the cryptic's ram, and the dropped jaw of the midshipman in her whaler, when we barged fairly into him. Mind my paint, he yelled. You mind mine, Snotty, said Moorshed. I was all night putting these little earmarks on you, for the umpires to sit on. Leave 'em alone. We splashed past him to the Devolution's boat, where sat no one less than her first lieutenant, a singularly unhandy-looking officer. What the deuce is the meaning of this? He roared with an accusing forefinger. You're sunk, that's all. You've been dead half a tide. Dead am I? I'll show you whether I'm dead or not, sir. Well, you may be a survivor, said Moorshed ingratiatingly, though it isn't at all likely. The officer choked for a minute. The midshipman crouched up in stern, said half aloud, then I was right last night. Yes, I gasped from the dinghy's coal dust. Are you member Torquay Yacht Club? Hell, said the first lieutenant, and fled away. The cryptic's boat was already at that cruiser's side, and semaphores flicked zealously from ship to ship. We floated a minute's speck between the two hulls, while the pipes went for the captain's galley on the Devolution. That's all right, said Moorshed. Wait till the gangway's down, and then board her decently. We oughtn't to be expected to climb up a ship we've sunk. Pyecroft lay on his disreputable oars, till Captain Mallon, full uniformed, descended the Devolution's side, with due compliments not acknowledged, I grieve to say you, fell in behind his sumptuous galley, and at last, upon pressing invitation, climbed black as sweeps. All the lowered gangway of the cryptic at the top stood as fine a constellation of marine stars as ever sang together of a morning on a king's ship. Every one who could get within earshot found that his work took him. After I counted 11 able seamen polishing the breech block of the stern 9.0, 4 marines, zealously relieving each other, at the lifebuoy 6 Colby's 9 midshipmen of the watch exclusive of naval cadets, and the higher ranks past all census. If I die, oh joy, said Pyecroft behind his hand, remember, I died for giving Morgan from the bottom of my eart, because like Martha, we ave scoffed the better part. You'd better try to come to attention, sir. Moorshed ran his eye voluptuously over the upper deck battery, the huge beam, and the immaculate perspective of power. Captain Pank and Captain Mallon stood on the well-browned flashplates by the dazzling hatch precisely over the flagstaff. I saw 267, astern, her black petticoat half hitched up, meekly floating on the still sea. She looked like the pious Abigail who has just spoken her mind, and with folded hands sits, thanking heaven among the pieces. I could almost have sworn that she wore black worsted gloves, and had a little dry cough, but it was Captain Pank that coughed so austerely. He favoured us with a lecture on uniform deportment, and the urgent necessity of answering signals from a senior ship. He told us that he disapproved of masquerading, that he loved discipline, and would be obliged by an explanation. And while he delivered himself deeper and more deeply into our hands, I saw Captain Mallon wince. He was watching Moorshed's eye. I belong to Blue Fleet, sir. I command number 267, said Moorshed, and Captain Plank was dumb. Have you such a thing as a frameplin of the cryptic aboard? He spoke with winning politeness, as he opened a small and neatly folded paper. I have, sir. The little man's face was working with passion. Ah, then I shall be able to show you precisely where you were torpedoed last night. And he consulted the paper with one finely arched eyebrow in 9 places. And since the Devolution is, I understand, a sister ship, bowed slightly toward Captain Mallon, the same plan. I had followed the clear precision of each word with a dumb amazement, which seemed to leave my mind abnormally clear. I saw Captain Mallon's eye turn from Moorshed, and seek that of the cryptic's commander, and he telegraphed as clearly as Moorshed was speaking. My dear friend and brother officer, I know Pank, you know Pank, we know Panky, good little Pank. In less than 3 Greenwich chronometer seconds Pank will make an enormous ass of himself, and I shall have to put things straight unless you, who are a man of tact and discernment, carry on the commander's order, supplied the unspoken word. The cruiser boiled about her business around us, watch and watch officers together, up to the limit of noise permissible. I saw Captain Mallon turn to his senior. Come to my cabin, said Pank gratingly, and led the way. Pyecroft and I stayed still. It's all right, said Pyecroft, they daren't leave us loose aboard for one revolution, and I knew that he had seen what I had seen. You too, said Captain Mallon, returning suddenly, We passed the sentry between white enamelled walls of speckless small arms, and since that Royal Marine Light infantryman was visibly suffocating from curiosity, I winked at him. We entered the chintz-adorned, photo-speckled, brass-fendered, tile-stoved main cabin moorshed, with a ruler was demonstrating before the Franklin of H. Roman 1000s cryptic. Making 9 stencils in all of my initials G Roman 1000, I heard him say further, you will find attached to your rudder, and you too, sir, he bowed to Captain Mallon, yet Aginon 14-inch mark Roman 4 practice torpedo, as issued to first-class torpedo boats, properly buoyed. I have sent full particulars by telegraph to the umpires, and have requested them to judge on the facts as they appear. He nodded through the large window to the stenciled devolution, awink with brass work in the morning sun, and ceased. Captain Pank faced us. I remembered that this was only play, and caught myself wondering with what keener agony comes the real defeat. Good God, Johnny, he said, dropping his lower lip like a child, this young pup says he has put us both out of action. Inconceivable, my first command of one of the class. What shall we do with him? What shall we do with him? As far as I can see, there's no getting over the stencils, his companion answered. Why didn't I have the nets down? Why didn't I have the nets down? The cry tore itself from Captain Pank's chest as he twisted his hands. I suppose we'd better wait and find out what the umpires will say. The Admiral won't be exactly pleased. Captain Mallon spoke very soothingly. Moorshed looked out through the stern door at 267 Pycroft, and I at attention studied the paintwork opposite. Captain Pank had dropped into his desk chair and scribbled nervously at a blotting pad. Just before the tension became unendurable, he looked at his junior for a lead. What are you going to do about it, Johnny? Well, if you don't want him, I'm going to ask this young gentleman to breakfast, and then make and mend clothes till the umpires have decided. Captain Pank flung out a hand swiftly. Come with me, said Captain Mallon. Your men had better go back in the dinghy to their own ship. Yes, I think so, said Moorshed, and passed out behind the captain. We followed at a respectful interval, waiting till they had ascended the ladder. Said the sentry, rigid as the naked barometer behind him, for God's sake, come air, for God's sake, what's append? Oh, come air and tell. Tell you, said Pycroft. Neither man's lips moved, and the words were whispers. Your ultimate illegitimate grandchildren might begin to understand, not Yowner ever will. Captain Mallon's galley away, sir, cried a voice above, and one replied, then get those 2 greasers into their dinghy, and hoist the Blue Peter. We're out of action. Can you do it, sir, said Pycroft at the foot of the ladder. Do you think it is in the English language, or do you not? I don't think I can, but I'll try if it takes me 2 years. I'll try. There are witnesses who can testify that I have used no artifice. I have, on the contrary, cut away priceless slabs of opus alexandrinum, my gold. I have lacquered down to dull bronze my purples, overlaid with sepia of the sea, and for hell-hearted ruby and blinding diamond, I have substituted pale amethyst and mere jargoon, because I would say again, disregarding the inventions of the marine captain, whose other name is Gubbins, let a plain statement suffice. The comprehension of private copper, the king's task, after the sack of the city, when Rome was sunk to a name, in the years when the lights were darkened, or ever Saint Wilfrid came. Lo, on the borders of Britain the ancient poets sing, between the cliff and the forest there ruled a Saxon king. Stubborn all were his people, a stark and a jealous horde, not to be schooled by the cudgel, scarce to be cowed by the sword, blithe to turn at their pleasure, bitter to cross in their mood, and set on the ways of their choosing as the hogs of Andred's wood. They made them laws in the Witan, the laws of flaying and fine, Falkland common and pannage, the theft and the track of kine, statutes of ton and of market for the fish and the malt and the meal, the tax on the Bramber pack horse and the tax on the Hastings keel, over the graves of the Druids and over the wreck of Rome. Rudely but deeply they bedded the plinth of the days to come, behind the feet of the legions and before the Northmen's ire. Rudely but greatly begat they the body of state and of shire. Rudely but greatly they laboured, and their labour stands till now, if we trace on our ancient headlands the twist of their Aetox plough. The comprehension of Private Copper. Private Copper's father was a Southdown shepherd. In early youth Copper had studied under him. 5 years' army service had somewhat blunted Private Copper's pastoral instincts, but it occurred to him, as a memory of the chalk, that sheep, or in this case, buck, do not move towards one across turf, or in this case, the Colesberg copies unless a stranger, or in this case, An enemy is in the neighborhood. Copper, helmet back first, advanced with caution, leaving his mates of the picket full a mile behind the picket. Concerned for its evening meal, did not protest a year ago. It would have been an officer's command, moving as such today. It paid casual allegiance to a Canadian nominally, a sergeant actually, a trooper of irregular horse discovered convalescent in Newport Hospital, and forthwith employed on odd jobs. Private Copper crawled up the side of a bluish rock-strewn hill, thinly fringed with brush atop, and remembering how he had peered at Sussex canaries through the edge of furze clumps, cautiously parted the dry stems before his face. At the foot of the long slope sat 3 farmers smoking. To his natural lust for tobacco was added personal wrath, because spiky plants were pricking his belly, and Private Copper slid the backsight up to 1,500 yards. "Good evening, Khaki, please don't move," said a voice on his left, and as he jerked his head round, he saw entirely down the barrel of a well-kept Lee Metford, protruding from an insignificant tuft of thorn. Very few graven images have moved less than did Private Copper through the next 10 seconds. "It's nearer 1,700 than 15, said a young man in an obviously ready-made suit of grey tweed, possessing himself of Private Copper's rifle. "Thank you, we've got a post of 37 men out yonder. You've 11, eh? We don't want to kill 'em, we have no quarrel with poor uneducated khakis, and we do not want prisoners, we do not keep. It is demoralizing to both sides." Private Copper did not feel called upon to lay down the conduct of guerrilla warfare. This dark-skinned, dark-haired and dark-eyed stranger was his first intimate enemy. He spoke, allowing for a clipped cadence that recalled to Copper vague memories of Umballa, in precisely the same offensive accent that the young squire of Wilmington had used 15 years ago when he caught and kicked Alf Copper a rabbit in each pocket out of the ditches of Cuckmere. The enemy looked Copper up and down, folded, and repocketed a copy of an English weekly which he had been reading, and said, "You seem an inarticulate sort of swine like the rest of theme." "You said," Copper, thinking somehow of the crushing answers he had never given to the young squire, "are a renegade. Why, you ain't Dutch, you're English, same as me." "No, Khaki, if you cannot talk civilly to a gentleman, I will blow your head off." Copper cringed, and the action overbalanced him so that he rolled some 6 or 8 feet downhill under the lee of a rough rock. His brain was working with a swiftness and clarity strange in all his experience of Alf Copper. While he rolled he spoke, and the voice from his own jaws amazed him. "If you did, 'twouldn't make you any less of a renegade." As a useful afterthought, he added, "I've sprained my ankle." The young man was at his side in a flash. Copper made no motion to rise, but cross-legged under the rock grunted, "How much did old Kruger pay you for this? What was you wanted for it 'ome? Where did you desert from?" "Khaki," said the young man, sitting down in his turn, "you are a shade better than your mates. You did not make much more noise than a yoke of oxen when you tried to come up this hill. But you are an ignorant, diseased beast like the rest of your peoply. When you were at the ragged schools, did they teach you any history, Tommyhistory, I mean?" "Don't need no schoolin' to know a renegade," said Copper. He had made 3 yards down the hill out of sight, unless they could see through rocks of the enemy's smoking party. The young man laughed and tossed the soldier a black sweating stick of true affection. Private Copper had not smoked a pipe for 3 weeks. "You don't get thysay," said the young man. "We do, we take it from the trains. As we want it you can keep the cake, you po." Tommy Copper rammed the good stuff into his long-cold pipe and puffed luxuriously. 2 years ago the sister of Gunnerguard de Souza East India Railway had at a dance given by the sergeants to the Allahabad Railway volunteers informed Copper that she could not think of waltzing with a poor Tommy. Private Copper wondered why that memory should have returned at this hour. "I'm going to waste a little trouble on you before I send you back to your picket quite naked, eh? Then you can say how you were overpowered by 20 of us, and fired off your last round like the men we picked up at the drift, playing cards at Striden's farm, eh? What's your name?" Private Copper thought for a moment of a faraway housemaid, who might still, if the local postman had not gone too far, be interested in his fate. On the other hand, he was by temperament economical. Of the truth, Pennycuick, he said. "John Pennycuick." "Thank you, well, Mr. John Pennycuick, I am going to teach you a little history, as you'd call it." "Ow," said Copper, stuffing his left hand in his mouth. "So long since I've smoked I've burned my anden. The pipes dropped too. No objection to my moving down to fetch it, is there, sir?" "I've got you covered," said the young man graciously, and Private Copper, hopping on one leg, because of his sprain, recovered the pipe, yet another 3 yards downhill, and squatted under another rock, slightly larger than the first. A roundish boulder made a pleasant rest for his captor, who sat cross-legged, once more facing Copper, his rifle across his knee, his hand on the trigger guard. Well, Mr. Pennycuick, as I was going to tell you a little after you were born in your English workhouse, your kind, honourable, brave country England sent an English gentleman who could not tell a lie to say that so long as the sun rose and the rivers ran in their courses, the Transvaal would belong to England. Did you ever hear that, Cocky? Oh no, sir, said Copper, this sentence about the sun and the rivers happened to be a very aged jest of McBride, the professional humorist of D Company. When they discussed the probable length of the war, Copper had thrown beefsteaks at McBride in the grey dawn of many wet and dry camps for intoning it. Of course you would not now, man, I tell you, listen, he spat aside and cleared his throat. Because of that little promise, my father, he moved into the Transvaal and bought a farmer little place of 20 or 30,000 acres downtown. The tone, in spite of the sing-song cadence fighting with the laboured parody of the English drawl, was unbearably like the young Wilmington squires, and Copper found himself saying I ought to I've 'elped burn some. Yes, y'all pay for that later, and he opened a store. Ho, shopkeeper was he. The kind you call, sir, and sweep the floor for Pennycuick, you see, in those days. One used to believe in the British government, my father Roman 999. Then the Transvaal wiped the earth with the English. They beat them 6 times running, you know that. Isn't what we've come here for. But my father, he knows better now, kept on believing in the English, I suppose. It was the pretty talk about rivers and suns that cheated Jaime anyhow. He believed in his own country soil. See, was a little startled when he found himself handed over to the Transvaal as a prisoner of war. That's what it came to, Tommy, a prisoner of war. You know what that I say, England was too honourable and too gentlemanly to take trouble. There were no terms made for my father. So he made himself useful, old bird. Private Copper sliced up another pipeful and looked out across the wrinkled sea of copies, through which came the roar of the rushing Orange River, so unlike quiet Cuckmere. The young man's face darkened. I think I shall shambark you myself when I've quite done with you. Know my father, he was a fool, made no terms for 8 years 96 months, and for every day of them the Transvaal made his life hell for my father and his people. I am glad to hear that, said the impenitent Copper. Are you can think of it when I am taking the skin off your back, my father, he lost everything down to his self-respect. You don't know what that means. Why, said Copper, I am smarkin' barky stole by a renegade. Why wouldn't I know? If it came to a flogging on that hillside, there might be a chance of reprisals, of course. He might be marched to the Boer camp in the next valley, and there operated upon, but army life teaches no man to cross bridges unnecessarily. Yes, after 8 years, my father, cheated by your bitch of a country, he found out who was the upper dog in South Africa. That's me, said Copper valiantly. If it takes another 1/2 century, it's me and the likes of me. You heaven help you'll be screaming at a wagon wheel in an hour. Then it struck my father that he'd like to shoot the people who'd betrayed him. You. He told his son all about it. He told him never to trust the English. He told him to do them all the harm he could. Man, I tell you, I don't want much telling. I was born in the Transvaal, I'm a burgher. If my father didn't love the English, by the Lord, man, I tell you I hate them from the bottom of my soul. The voice quavered and ran high once more for no conceivable reason. Private Copper found his inward eye turned upon Umballa cantonments of a dry, dusty afternoon, when the saddle-coloured son of a local hotel-keeper came to the barracks to complain of a theft of fowls. He saw the dark face, the plover-sectinted eyeballs, and the thin, excited hands above all. He remembered the passionate, queerly-strung words. Slowly, he returned to South Africa, using the very sentence his sergeant had used to the poultry man. Go on with your complaint, I am listening. Complaint about you ox we strip, and kick your sort by thousands. The young man rocked to and fro above the rifle, whose muzzle thus deflected itself from the pit of Private Copper's stomach. His face was dusky with rage. Yes, I'm a Transvaal burgher. It took us about 20 years to find out how rotten you were, we know. And you know it now. Your army is the laughingstock of the continent. He tapped the newspaper in his pocket. You think you're going to win, you poor fools. Your own people, silly rotten fools of people, will crawl out of it, as they did after Majuba. They are beginning now. Look what your own working classes, the diseased, lying, drinking white stuff that you come out of, are saying. He thrust the English weakly doubled at the leading article on Copper's knee. See what dirty dogs your masters are. They do not even back you in your dirty work. We cleared the country down to Ladysmithto Estcourt. We cleared the country down to Colesburg. Yes, we had to clean up Bained, you messy, I call it. You've had to stop farm burning because your people daren't do it. They were afraid. You daren't kill a spy, you daren't shoot a spy when you catch him in your own uniform. You daren't touch our loyal people in Cape Town. Your masters won't let you. You will feed our women and children, till we are quite ready to take them back. You can't put your cowardly noses out of the towns you say you've occupied. You daren't move a convoy 20 miles. You think you've done something. You've done nothing. And you've taken 250,000 of men to do it. There isn't a nigger in South Africa that doesn't obey us if we lift our finger. You pay the stuff £4 a month. And they lie to you. We flog 'em as I shall flog you. He clasped his hands together and leaned forward, his outthrust chin within 2 feet of Copper's left or pipe hand. Yus, said Copper. It's a fair knockout. The fist landed to a hair on the chin point, the neck snicked like a gunlock, and the back of the head crashed on the boulder behind. Copper grabbed up both rifles, unshipped the crossbandoliers, drew forth the English weekly, and picking up the lax hands looked long and intently at the fingernails. No, not a sign of it there, he said. His nails are as clean as mine, but he talks just like em though. And he's a landlord too, a landed proprietor. Shockin', I call it. The arms began to flap with returning consciousness. Private Copper rose up and whispered, if you open your head I'll bash it. There was no suggestion of sprain in the flung-back left boot. Now walk in front of me. Both arms perpendicularly elevated. I am only a third-class shot, so if you don't object I'll rest the muzzle of my rifle lightly, but firmly on your collar button, covering the serviceable vertebrae, if your friends see us thus engaged. You prayard. Private and prisoner staggered downhill. No shots broke the peace of the afternoon, but once the young man checked and was sick. There's a lot of things I could say to you, Copper observed at the close of the paroxysm, but it doesn't matter. Look, ere you call me poor Tommy again. The prisoner hesitated. Oh, I ain't going to do anything to you. I am reconnoitering in my own say poor Tommy $6 times. The prisoner obeyed. That's what's been puzzling me since I 'ad the pleasure o' meetin'. You said, Copper, you ain't ulf caste, but you talk chichipuka bazar. Chichi, proceed. Hullo, said the sergeant of the picket 20 minutes later. Where did you round him up? On the top o' yonder craggy mounting. There's a mob of 'em sitting round their Bibles. 1700 yards. You said it was 1700 t'other sidean. I want some coffee. He sat down on the smoke-blackened stones by the fire. How did you get IM, said McBride, professional humorist, quietly filching the English weekly from under Copper's armpit. On the chin, while E was wagging it at me. What is another colonial rebel to be horribly disenfranchised, or a Cape minister, or only a loyal farmer with dynamite in both boots? Tell us all about it, Berger. You leave my prisoner alone, said Private Copper. E's 'ad losses and trouble, and it's in the family too. E thought I never read the papers, so E kindly lent me his very own Gerald's Weekly, and E explained it to me as patronising, as R's a militia subaltern doing railway staff officer. E's a leftover from Majubayan of the worst kind, and earin' the evidence, as I did. I don't exactly blame Roman 999, it was this way. To the picket, Private Copper held forth for 10 minutes on the life history of his captive, allowing for some purple patches. It was an absolute fair rendering. But what I disliked was this backapriggin beggar whose people on his own showing couldn't have been more than 30 or 40 years in the Cownan. This god-forsaken dust-heap, calmin' the squire over me. They're all parsants, we know that, but parson and squire is a bit too thick for Alf Copper. Why, I caught I am in the shameful act of tryin' to start a aristocracy on a gun, and a wagon, and a shambuck. Yes, that's what it was, a bloomin' aristocracy. No, it weren't, said McBride at length on the dirt above the purloined weekly. You're the aristocrat Alf old Gerald's. Jiven it you art. You're the uneducated hireling of a callous aristocracy, which has sold itself to the Ebru financier. Meantime Ducky ran his finger down a column of assorted paragraphs here. Slack in your brutal instincts, in furious excesses, shriekin' women, and desolated homesteads, is what you enjoy. Alf Halloa, what's a smarkin' ectocomb? Let's look. Haven't seen a proper spicy paper for a year. Good old Gerald's, Pinewood, and Moppet reservists flung themselves on McBride's shoulders, pinning him to the ground. Lie over your own bloomin' side of the bed, and we can all look, he protested. They're only po Tommies, said Copper apologetically, to the prisoner po uneducated khakis. They don't know what they're fightin' for. They're lookin' for what the diseased lying drinkin' white stuff that they come from is sayin' about 'em. The prisoner set down his tin of coffee and stared helplessly round the circle. I don't understand them. The Canadian sergeant, picking his teeth with a thorn, nodded sympathetically. If it comes to that, we don't in my country. Say, boys, when you're through with your English mail, you might's well provide an escort for your prisoner. He's waitin'. "Mo Sergeant," said McBride, still reading. "Airs old barbarity on the ramp again, with some of his lady friends, 'oo don't like concentration camps. Wish they'd visit ours Pinewoods, a married man he do know how to beave. Well, I ain't goin' to amuse my prisoner alone. 'E's gettin' 'omesick," cried Copper. "One of you thieves read out what's vexin' old barbarity and his arum these days. You'd better listen, Burger. Because afterwards, I'm goin' to fall out and perpetrate those nameless barbarities all over you, to keep up the reputation of the British Army." From that English weekly to bar out which a large and perspiring staff of press censors twirled 7 days of the week at Cape Town, did Pinewood of the Reserve read unctuously excerpts of the speeches of the accredited leaders of His Majesty's opposition. The night picket arrived in the middle of it, but stayed entranced without paying any compliments, till Pinewood had entirely finished the leading article and several occasional notes. "Gentlemen of the jury," said Alf Copper, hitching up what war had left to him of trousers you've eared, "what 'e's been fed up with do you blame the beggar cause? I don't leave I am alone, McBride, he's my first and only capture, and I am goin' to walk 'ome with I am. Ain't I ducky fallin' Burger? It's Bermuda or Umballa or Ceylon for you and id. Give a month's pay to be in your little shoes." As not infrequently happens, the actual moving off the ground broke the prisoner's nerve. He stared at the tinted hills round him, gasped, and began to struggle, kicking, swearing, weeping, and fluttering all together. "Poor beggar, oh poor beggar," said Alf, leaning in on one side of him, while Pinewood blocked him on the other. Let me go, man, I tell you, let me go." "'E screams like a woman," said McBride. "They'll 'ear I am 5 miles off." "There's 1 or 2 ought to 'ear him in England," said Copper, putting aside a wildly waving arm. "Married ain't 'e," said Pinewood. "I've seen 'em go like this before, just at the last, old on old man. No one's goin' to 'urt you." The last of the sun threw the enormous shadow of a copy over the little anxious wriggling group. "Quit that," said the sergeant of a sudden. "You're only making him worse. Hands up, prisoner. Now you get a holt of yourself, or this'll go off." And indeed the revolver barrel square at the man's panting chest seemed to act like a tonic. He choked, recovered himself, and fell in between Copper and Pinewood. As the picket neared the camp, it broke into song that was heard among the officers' tents. "'E sent us 'is blessin' from London town, the beggar that kept the cordite down. But what do we care if 'e smile or frown? The beggar that kept the cordite down. The mildly nefarious, wildly barbarous beggar that kept the cordite down," said a captain a mile away. "Why are they singing that we haven't had a mail for a month, have we?" An hour later the same captain said to his servant Jenkins, "I understand the picket have got Agate a newspaper off a prisoner today. I wish you could lay hands on it. Jenkins, copy of the Times, I think." "Yes, sir, copy of the Times, sir," said Jenkins without a quiver, and went forth to make his own arrangements. "Copy of the Times," said the blameless Alf from beneath his blanket. "I ain't a member of the Soldiers' Institute. Go and look in the regimental reading room, Velt Row, Copy Street, second turnin', to the left between Ayr and Nowport." Jenkins summarized briefly in a tense whisper the thing that Alf Copper need not be. "But my particular copy of the Times is specially prohibited by the censor from corruptin'. The morals of the army get a written order from KOK, properly countersigned, and ill think about it." "I've got all you want," said Jenkins, up. "I want to have a squint myself." Something gurgled in the darkness, and Private Copper fell back, smacking his lips. "God bless my prisoner, and make me a good boy, amen. Ere you are, Jenkins, it's dirt cheap at a tart. Steam tactics, the necessitarian, I know not in whose hands are laid, to empty upon earth's, from unsuspected ambuscade, the very urns of mirth, who bids the heavenly lark arise, and cheer our solemn round, the jest beheld with streaming eyes, and grovellings on the ground, who joins the flats of time and chance, behind the prey preferred, and thrones on shrieking circumstance, the sacredly absurd, till laughter voiceless through excess, waves mute appeal and soar, above the midriff's deep distress, for breath to laugh once more. No creed hath dared to hail him Lord, no raptured choirs proclaim, and nature's strenuous overword hath nowhere breathed his name. Yet may it be on wayside jape, The selfsame power bestows. The selfsame power as went to shape his planet or his rose. Steam tactics. I caught sight of their faces as we came up behind the cart in the narrow Sussex lane, but though it was not 11 o'clock, they were both asleep. That the carrier was on the wrong side of the road made no difference to his language. When I rang my bell, he said aloud of motor cars, and specially of steam ones, all the things which I had read in the faces of superior coachmen. Then he pulled slantwise across me. There was a vociferous steam air pump attached to that car, which could be applied at pleasure. The cart was removed about a bowshot's length in 7.25 seconds to the accompaniment of parcels clattering at the foot of the next hill. The horse stopped, and the two men came out over the tailboard. My engineer backed and swung the car ready to move out of reach. The blighted egg boiler has steam up, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, pausing to gather a large stone temporize with the beggar pie, till the sights come on. I can't leave my 'orse, roared the carrier, but bring him up ere and ill kill 'em all over again. Good morning, Mr. Pyecroft, I called cheerfully, can I give you a lift anywhere? The attack broke up round my forewheels. Well, we do ave the knack o' meeting in puris naturalibus, as I've so often said. Mr. Pyecroft wrung my hand. Yes, I'm on leaf, so's Hinch were visiting friends among these copies. A monotonous bellowing up the road persisted where the carrier was still calling for corpses. That's he's Hinch's cousin, you aren't fortunate in your family connections. Hinch is using language in derogation of good manners. Go and abolish Roman 999. Henry Salt Hinchcliffe stalked back to the cart and spoke to his cousin. I recall much that the wind bore to me of his words, and the carrier's it seemed as if the friendship of years were dissolving amid throes. Ave it your own silly way, then, roared the carrier, and get into Linghurst on your own silly feet. I've done with you two runagates. He lashed his horse and passed out of sight, still rumbling. The fleet sailed, said Pyecroft, leaving us on the beach. As before, had you any particular port in your mind? Well, I was going to meet a friend at Instead Wick, but I don't mind. Oh, that'll do as well as anything. We're on leaf, you see. Shall hardly hold for, said my engineer. I had broken him of the foolish habit of being surprised at things, but he was visibly uneasy. Hinchcliffe returned, drawn as by ropes, to my steam-car round, which he walked in narrowing circles. What's her speed? He demanded of the engineer. 25, said that loyal man. Easy to run. No, very difficult, was the emphatic answer. That just shows that you ain't fit for your rating, Diu. Suppose that a man who earns his livin' by runnin' not destroyers for a pastime mark, Yui's going to lie down before any blighted land-crabbing steampiness on springs. Yet that was what he Roman 999, directly under the car he lay, and looked upward into pipe spectral steam and water with a keen and searching eye. I telegraphed Mr. Pyecroft a question. Note in Thelist was the answer. Steam gadgets always take him that way. We had a bit of a riot at Parsley Green, through his tryin' to show a traction engine haulin' gypsy wagons how to turn corners. Tell him everything he wants to know, I said to the engineer as I dragged out a rug and spread it on the roadside. He don't want much showing, said the engineer. Now the two men had, not counting the time we took to stuff our pipes, been together more than 3 minutes. This, said Pyecroft, driving an elbow back into the deep verdure of the hedgefoot, is a little bit of all right, Hinch. I shouldn't let too much o' that hot muckings drop in my eyes. Your leaf's up in a fortnight and you'll be wantin' 'em. Here, said Hinchcliffe, still on his back, to the engineer, come here and show me the lead of this pipe, and the engineer lay down beside him. That's all right, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, rising, but she's more of a bag of tricks than I thought. Unship this superstructure aft, pointed to the back seat end. I'll have a look at the forced draft. The engineer obeyed with alacrity. I heard him volunteer the fact that he had a brother an artificer in the Navy. They couple very well, those two, said Pyecroft critically, while Hinchcliffe sniffed round the asbestos-lagged boiler and turned on gay jets of steam. Now take me up the road, he said. My man, for form's sake, looked at me. Yes, take him, I said. He's all right. No, I am not, said Hinchcliffe of a sudden. Not if I'm expected to judge my water out of a little shaving glass. The water gauge of that steam-car was reflected on a mirror to the right of the dashboard. I also had found it inconvenient. Throw up your arm and look at the gauge under your armpit. Only mind how you steer while you're doing it, or you'll get ditched, I cried, as the car ran down the road. I wonder, said Pyecroft, musing, But after all, it's your steamin' gadgets he's usin' for his libretto, as you might put it, he said to me, after breakfast only this mornin' ow. He thanked his maker on all fours that he wouldn't see nor smell, nor thumb a runnin' bulgin, till the 19th prox. Now look at him, only look at him. We could see down the long slope of the road my driver, surrendering his seat to Hinchcliffe, while the car flickered generously from hedge to hedge. What happens if he upsets? The petrol will light up and the boiler may blow up. How rambunctious, and Pyecroft blew a slow cloud, ags about 3 hoops up this mornin' too. What's that to do with us? He's gone down the road, I retorted. Yees, but well overtake him, he's a vindictive carrier. He and Hinch 'ad words about pig breeding this morning, o' course. Hinch don't know the elements o' that evolution. But he fell back on 'is naval rank, and office, and ag grew peevish. I wasn't sorry to get out of the cart. Have you ever considered how, when you and I meet, so to say, there's nearly always a remarkable hectic day ahead of us? Hullo, behold the beefboat returnin'. He rose as the car climbed up the slope, and shouted in bow way nuff. You be quiet, cried Hinchcliffe, and drew up opposite the rug, his dark face shining with joy. She's the poetry o' motion, she's the angel's dream, he shut off steam, and the slope being against her, the car slid soberly downhill again. What's this, I've got the brake on, he yelled. It doesn't hold backwards, I said, put her on the midlink. That's a nasty one for the chief engineer. Oh, the gin, 31 knot TB Roman 500, said Pyecroft. Do you know what the midlink is, Hinch? Once more the car returned to us, but as Pyecroft stooped to gather up the rug, Hinchcliffe jerked the lever testily, and with prawn-like speed, she retired backwards into her own steam. Apparently, "'E don't," said Pyecroft. What's he done now, sir? Reversed her. I've done it myself. But he's an engineer. For the third time the car maneuvered up the hill. "I'll teach you to come alongside properly, if I keep you tiffies out all night," shouted Pyecroft. It was evidently a quotation. Hinchcliffe's face grew livid, and his hand ever so slightly working on the throttle. The car buzzed 20 yards uphill. "That's enough. Well, take your word for it, the mountain will go to mound. Stand fast." Pyecroft and I and the rug marched up, where she and Hinchcliffe fumed together. "Not as easy as it looks, eh, Hinch?" "It is dead easy. I am going to drive her to instead Wicurrent," I said. The first-class engineer room artificer. I thought of his performances with no 267, and nodded. After all, it was a small privilege to accord to pure genius. "But my engineer will stand by it first," I added. "And you a family man too," muttered Pyecroft, swinging himself into the right rear seat. "Sure to be a remarkably hectic day when we meet." We adjusted ourselves, and in the language of the immortal Navy doctor, paved our way towards Linghurst, distant by milepost 1134 miles. Mr. Hinchcliffe, every nerve and muscle braced, talked only to the engineer, and that professionally. I recalled the time when I too had enjoyed the rack, on which he voluntarily extended himself. And the county of Sussex slid by in slow time. "How cautious is the Tifferbird," said Pyecroft. "Even in a destroyer," Hinch snapped over his shoulder. "You ain't expected to con and drive simultaneous. Don't address any remarks to me." "Pump," said the engineer, "your water's droppin'." "I know that where the heavens is that blighted bypass." He beat his right or throttle hand madly on the side of the car, till he found the bent rod that more or less controls the pump, and neglecting all else twisted it furiously. My engineer grabbed the steering bar, just in time to save us lurching into a ditch. If I was a burnin' peacock with 200 bloodshot eyes in my shinin' tail, "I'd need 'em all on this job," said Hinch. "Don't talk, steer, this ain't the North Atlantic," Pyecroft replied. "Blast my stokers, why the steam's dropped 50 pounds, Hinchcliffe cried. "Fire's blown out," said the engineer. "Stop her." "Does she do that often?" said Hinch, descending. "Sometimes. Any time a crosswind catches her." The engineer produced a match and stooped. "That car now, thank heaven, no more than an evil memory, never lit twice in the same fashion. This time she backfired superbly, and Pyecroft went out over the right rear wheel in a column of rich yellow flame. "I've seen a mine explode at Bantry-on-Supremator," he volunteered. "That's all right," said Hinchcliffe, brushing down his singed beard. With a singed forefinger, he had been watching too closely. "Has she any more little surprises up her dainty sleeve?" "She hasn't begun yet," said my engineer with a scornful cough. "Someone has opened the petrol supply valve too wide." Change places with me, Pyecroft, I commanded, for I remembered that the petrol supply, the steam lock and the forced draft were all controlled from the right rear seat. Me, why, there's a whole switchboard full o' nickel-plated muckins, which I haven't begun to play with yet, the starboard side's crawlin' with M. Change or ill kill, you, said Hinchcliffe, and he looked like it. That's the tiffy all over. When anything goes wrong, blame it on the lower deck. Navigate by your automatic self, then I won't help you any more. We navigated for a mile in dead silence. Talkin' o' wakes, said Pyecroft suddenly. We weren't, Hinchcliffe grunted. There's some wakes would break a snake's back, but this of yours, so to speak, would fair turn a tapeworm giddy. That's all I wish to observe. Hinchcart at anchor on the portbow, it's ag. Far up the shaded road into secluded Bromlinglee, we saw the carrier's cart at rest before the post office. He's bung in the fairway haum, I to get past, said Hinchcliffe. There's no room here, Pye, come and relieve the wheel. Nay, nay, Pauline, you've made your own bed, you've as good as left your happy home and family cart to steal it. Now you lie on it. Ring your bell, I suggested. Glory, said Pyecroft, falling forward into the nape of Hinchcliffe's neck, as the car stopped dead. Get out, oh my back hair, that must have been the brake I touched off, Hinchcliffe muttered, and repaired his error tumultuously. We passed the cart, as though we had been all Bruges Belfry ag from the port office. Dor regarded us with a too pacific eye. I remembered later that the pretty postmistress looked on us pityingly. Hinchcliffe wiped the sweat from his brow and drew breath. It was the first vehicle that he had passed, and I sympathized with him. You needn't grip so hard, said my engineer. She steers as easy as a bicycle. Ho, you suppose I ride bicycles up and down my engineer room? Was the answer. I've other things to think about. She's a terror. She's a whistlin' lunatic. I'd sooner run the old southeaster at Simon's Town than. One of the nice things they say about her, I interrupted, is that no engineer is needed to run this machine. No, they'd need about 7. Common sense only is needed, I quoted. Make a note of that, Hinch, just common sense, Pyecroft put. And now, I said, we'll have to take in water. There isn't more than a couple of inches of water in the tank. Where do you get it from? Cottages and such like. Yes, but that being so, where does your much advertised 25 miles, an hour come in? Ain't a Duncart more to the point? If you want to go anywhere, I suppose, it would be, I replied. I don't want to go anywhere. I am thinking of you. Hove got to live with her shell, burn her tubes, if she loses her water. She will. I've never scorched yet, and I not beginning now. He shut off steam firmly. Out you get, Pye, and shove her along by hand. Where to? The nearest water tank, was the reply, and Sussex is a dry county. She ought to have drag ropes, little pipe-clayed ones, said Pyecroft. We got out and pushed under the hot sun for half a mile, till we came to a cottage sparsely inhabited by one child who wept. All out Haymakin, o' course, said Pyecroft, thrusting his head into the parlour. For an instant, what's the evolution now? Skirmish till we find a well, I said. But they wouldn't ave left that kid without a chaperone, so to say. I thought so. Where's a stick? A bluish and silent beast of the true old sheepdog breed glided from behind an outhouse, and without words fell to work. Pyecroft kept him at bay with a rake handle, while our party in rallying square retired along the box-bordered brick path to the car. At the garden gate the dumb devil halted, looked back on the child, and sat down to scratch. That's his 3-mile limit, thank heaven, said Pyecroft. Fall in push party, and proceed with land transport. O pinnace, ill protect your flanks, in case this sniffin' fleabag is tempted beyond his strength. We pushed off in silence. The car weighed 1200 lb, and even on ball bearings was a powerful sudorific. From somewhere behind a hedge, we heard a gross rustic laugh. Those are the beggars we lie awake for patrolling the high seas. There ain't a port in China where we wouldn't be better treated. Yes, a boxer 'ud be ashamed of it, said Pyecroft. A cloud of fine dust boomed down the road. Some happy craft with a well-found engineer room. How different, panted Hinchcliffe, bent over the starboard mudguard. It was a claret-coloured petrol car, and it stopped courteously as good cars will at sight of trouble. Water, only water, I answered in reply to offers of help. There's a lodge at the end of these oak palings. They'll give you all you want, say. I sent you Gregory, Michael Gregory, goodbye. Ought to ave been in the service probably, was Pyecroft's comment. At that thrice-blessed lodge our water tank was filled. I dare not quote Mr. Hinchcliffe's remarks when he saw the collapsible rubber bucket with which we did it, and we re-embarked. It seemed that Sir Michael Gregory owned many acres, and that his park ran for miles. No objection to your going through it, said the lodgekeeper. It'll save you a goodish bit to instead Wick. But we needed petrol, which could be purchased at Pigginfold a few miles farther up, and so we held to the main road as our fate had decreed. We've come 7 miles in 54 minutes so far, said Hinchcliffe. He was driving with greater freedom and less responsibility, and now we have to fill our bunkers. This is worse than the Channel Fleet. At Pigginfold, after 10 minutes, we refilled our petrol tank and lavishly oiled our engines. Mr. Hinchcliffe wished to discharge our engineer on the grounds that he, Mr. Hinchcliffe, was now entirely abreast of his work. To this I demurred, for I knew my car. She had, in the language of the road, held up for a day and a half, and by most bitter experience, I suspected that her time was very near. Therefore, 3 miles short of Linghurst, I was less surprised than anyone, excepting always my engineer, when the engines set up a lunatic clucking, and after 2 or 3 kicks jammed. Heaven forgive me all the harsh things I may have said about destroyers in my sinful time, wailed Hinchcliffe, snapping back the throttle. What's worryin' Ada now? The forward eccentric strap screws dropped off, said the engineer, investigating. That all? I thought it was a propeller blade. We must go and look for it. There isn't another. Not me, said Pycroft from his seat. Out Pinus Hinch, and creep for it. It won't be more than 5 miles back. The 2 men with bowed heads moved up the road. Look like etymologists, don't they? Does she decant her innards often, so to speak? Pycroft asked. I told him the true tale of a raceful of ball bearings, strewn 4 miles along a Hampshire road, and by me recovered in detail. He was profoundly touched. Poor Hinch, he said, and that's only one of her little games, is it? Hell be homesick for the Navy by night. When the search party doubled back with the missing screw, it was Hinchcliffe who replaced it in less than 5 minutes, while my engineer looked on admiringly. Your boiler's only seated on 4 little paper clips, he said, crawling from beneath her. She's a wickerwillow lunch basket. Below, she's a runnin' miracle. Have you had this combustible spirit lamp long? I told him. And yet you were afraid to come into the Nightmare's engineer room when we were runnin' trials. It's all a matter of taste, Pycroft volunteered, but I will say for you, Hinch, you've certainly got the hang of her steamin' gadgets in quick time. He was driving her very sweetly, but with a worried look in his eye and a tremor in his arm. She don't seem so. Answer her helm somehow, he said. There's a lot of play to the steering gear, said my engineer. We generally tighten it up every few miles. Like me to stop now? We've run as much as 1.5 miles without incident, he replied tartly. Then you're a lucky, said my engineer, bristling into. They'll wreck the whole turret out. Oh, nasty professional spite. In a minute, said Pycroft. That's the worst. Oh, machinery man dead ahead. Hinch semaphorin, like the flagship in a fit. Amen, said Hinchcliffe. Shall I stop, or shall I cut him down? He stopped, for full in the centre of the Linghurst road stood a person in pepper-and-salt raiment, ready-made, with a brown telegraph envelope in his hands. 23.5 miles an hour, he began, weighing a small beam engine of a Waterbury in one red paw from the top of the hill over our measured quarter-mile. 23.5. You manurial gardener, Hinchcliffe began. I prodded him warningly from behind and laid the other hand on Pycroft's stiffening knee. Also an information receiver, drunk and disorderly, in charge of a motor carto, the common danger to men like sailors in appearance, the man went on. Like sailors, that's Ag's little ruse. No wonder he smiled at us, said Pycroft. I've been waiting for you some time, the man concluded, folding up the telegram. Who's the owner? I indicated myself. Then I want you, as well as the 2 seafaring men. Drunk and disorderly can be treated summary. You come on. My relations with the Sussex constabulary have so far been of the best, but I could not love this person. Of course you have your authority to show, I hinted. I'll show it you at Linghurst, he retorted hotly. All the authority you want. I only want the badge or warrant, or whatever it is a plainclothes man has to show. He made as though to produce it, but checked himself, repeating less politely the invitation to Linghurst, the action, and the tone confirmed my manner-times-tested theory that the bulk of English shoregoing institutions are based on conformable strata of absolutely impervious inaccuracy. I reflected and became aware of a drumming on the back of the front seat. That Pycroft bowed forward and relaxed, was tapping with his knuckles. The hardly checked fury on Hinchcliffe's brow had given place to a greasy imbecility, and he nodded over the steering bar in longs and shorts, as laid down by the pious and immortal Mr. Morse Pyecroft, tapped out sham drunk, get him in the car. I can't stay here all day, said the constable. Pyecroft raised his head, then was seen with what majesty the British sailorman envisages a new situation. Met gentleman heavy sheeway, said he, do tell me British gentleman, can't give all Brish Navy liff, own blighted steacart, have another drink. I didn't know they were as drunk as all that when they stopped me, I explained. You can say all that at Linghurst, was the answer, come on. Quite right, I said, but the question is if you take these two out on the road they'll fall down or start killing you. Then I'd call on you to assist me in the execution o' my duty. But I'd see you further first, you'd better come with us in the car, I'll turn this passenger out. This was my engineer sitting, quite silent, you don't want him, and anyhow he'd only be a witness for the defence. That's true, said the constable, but it wouldn't make any odds at Linghurst. My engineer skipped into the bracken like a rabbit. I bade him cut across Sir Michael Gregory's park, and if he caught my friend to tell him, I should probably be rather late for lunch. I ain't going to be driven by him. Our destined prey pointed at Hinchcliffe with apprehension. Of course not, you take my seat, and keep the big sailor in order, he's too drunk to do much, ill change places with the other one, only be quick. I want to pay my fine and get it over. That's the way to look at it, he said, dropping into the left rear seat. We're making quite a lot out o' you motor gentry. He folded his arms judicially as the car gathered way under Hinchcliffe's stealthy hand. But you aren't driving, he cried, half rising. You've noticed it, said Pyecroft, and embraced him with one anaconda-like left arm. Don't kill him, said Hinchcliffe briefly. I want to show him what 23 1/4 is. We were going a fair 12, which was about the car's limit. Our passenger swore something and then groaned. Hush, darling, said Pyecroft, or I'll have to hug you. The main road, white under the noon sun, lay broad before us, running north to Linghurst. We slowed and looked anxiously for a side track. And now, said I want to see your authority. The badge of your ratin, Pyecroft added. I am a constable, he said, and kicked. Indeed, his boots would have bewrayed him across half a county's plough, but boots are not legal evidence. I want your authority, I repeated coldly, some evidence that you are not a common drunken tramp. It was as I had expected. He had forgotten or mislaid his badge. He had neglected to learn the outlines of the work, for which he received money and consideration, and he expected me, the taxpayer, to go to infinite trouble to supplement his deficiencies. If you don't believe me, come to Linghurst, was the burden of his almost national anthem. But I can't run all over Sussex every time a blackmailer jumps up and says he is a policeman. Why, it's quite close, he persisted. "'Twant bassoon," said Hinchcliffe. "None of the other people ever made any trouble to be sure they was gentlemen," he cried. "All I can say is it may be very funny, but it ain't fair." I laboured with him in this dense fog, but to no end. He had forgotten his badge, and we were villains for that we did not cart him to the pub or barracks where he had left it. Pyecroft listened critically as we spun along the hard road. If he was a concentrated bore, he couldn't expect much more, he observed. Now suppose I'd been a lady, in a delicate state, oh healthy out, ha made me very ill with your doings. I wish I 'ad air elp high. The man had seen a constable in uniform 50 yards ahead, where a lane ran into the road, and would have said more, but that Hinchcliffe jerked her up that lane with a wrench that nearly capsized us, as the constable came running heavily. It seemed to me that both our guest and his fellow villain in uniform smiled, as we fled down the road easterly betwixt the narrowing hedges. "You'll know all about it in a little time," said our guest. "You've only yourselves to thank for running your Eid into a trap," and he whistled ostentatiously. We made no answer. "If that man ad chose could have identified me," he said. Still we were silent. "But I'll do it later when you're caught." "Not if you go on talking, won't be able to," said Pyecroft. "I don't know what traverse you think you're workin', but your duty till you're put in cells for a highway robber is to love, honour and cherish me most special, performin' all evolutions signalled in rapid time. I tell you this in case anything turnin' up." "Don't you fret about things turnin' up," was the reply. Hinchcliffe had given the car a generous throttle, and she was well set to work when, without warning, the road there are 2 or 3 in Sussex like it turned down and ceased. "Holy muckins," he cried, and stood on both brakes as our helpless tyres slithered over wet grass and bracken down, and down into forestierly British woodland. It was the change of a nightmare, and that all should fit 50 yards ahead of us. A babbling brook barred our way on the far side. A velvet green ride, sprinkled with rabbits and fern, gently sloped upwards, and away, but behind us was no hope. 40 horsepower would never have rolled wet pneumatic tires up that verdurous cliff we had descended. Our guest coughed significantly. A great many cars thinks they can take this road, but they all come back. We walks after at our convenience. Meanin' that the other jaunty is now pursuing us on his lily feet, said Pyecroft. Precisely. And you think, said Pyecroft, I have no hope to render the scorn of the words that'll make any odds get out. The man obeyed with alacrity. See those spars appended over there, I mean that wicky-up thing hopples, then you rural blighter, keep on fetching me hopples at the double. And he doubled Pyecroft at his heels, for they had arrived at a perfect understanding. There was a stack of hurdles a few yards downstream, laid aside after sheep washing, and there were stepping stones in the brook Hinchcliffe. Rearranged these last to make some sort of causeway. I brought up the hurdles, and when Pyecroft and his subaltern had dropped a dozen hopples across the stream, laid them down over all. Talk o' the agricultural hall, he said, mopping his brow. Tisn't in it with us. The approach to the bridge must now be paved with hurdles owing to the squashy nature. Oh, the country, yes, and we'd better have one or two on the far side to lead her on to terra firma. Now Hinch, give her full steam and up along. If she slips off, we're done. Shall I take the wheel? No, this is my job, said the first-class engineer room artificer. Get over the far side, and be ready to catch her if she jibs on the uphill. We crossed that elastic structure and stood ready amid the bracken. Hinchcliffe gave her a full steam, and she came like a destroyer on her trial. There was a crack, a flicker of white water, and she was in our arms 50 yards up the slope, or rather we were behind her, pushing her madly towards a patch of raw gravel, whereon her wheels could bite of the bridge. Remained only a few wildly vibrating hopples, and those hurdles which had been sunk in the mud of the approaches. Shesh kicked out all the loose ones behind her as she finished with Hinchcliffe panted. At the agricultural hall they would have been fastened down with ribbons, said Pyecroft, but this ain't Olympia. She nearly wrenched the tiller out of my hand. Don't you think I conned her like a cockingel pie? I never saw anything like it, said our guest propitiatingly. And now, gentlemen, if y'all let me go back to Linghurst, I promise you won't hear another word from me. Get in, said Pyecroft as we puffed out onto a metalled road. Once more, we haven't begun on you yet. A joke's a joke, he replied. I don't mind a little bit of a joke myself, but this is going beyond it. Miles and miles beyond it. If this machine stands up, we'll want water pretty soon. Our guest's countenance brightened and Pyecroft perceived it. Let me tell you, he said earnestly, it won't make any difference to you whatever happens, barrin' a dow or two. Tadgeraway prizes are scarce in the Navy, hence we never abandon 'em. There was a long silence. Pyecroft broke it suddenly. Robert, he said, have you a mother? Yes. Have you a big brother? Yes. And a little sister? Yes. Robert, does your mama keep a dog? Yes. Why? All right, Robert, I won't forget it. I looked for an explanation. I saw his cabinet photograph in full uniform on the mantelpiece. Oh, that cottage before faithful Fido turned up. Pyecroft whispered, ain't you glad it's all in the family somehow? We filled with water at a cottage on the edge of St. Leonard's Forest, and despite our increasing leakage, made shift to climb the ridge above instead. Wick, knowing the car, as I did, I felt sure that final collapse would not be long delayed. My sole concern was to run our guest well into the wilderness before that came. On the roof of the world, a naked plateau, clothed with young heathers retired from active life, in floods of tears, her feedwater heater Hinchcliffe blessed it, and its maker for 3 minutes was leaking beyond hope of repair. She had shifted most of her packing, and her water pump would not lift. If I had a bit of piping, I could disconnect this tin cartridge case and feed direct into the boiler. It 'ud knock down her speed, but we could get on, said he, and looked hopelessly at the long-dun ridges that hove us above the panorama of Sussex northward. We could see the London haze southward. Between gaps of the whale-backed downs lay the channel's zinc blue, but all our available population in that vast survey was 1 cow and a kestrel. It's downhill to instead, Wick, we can run her there by gravity, I said at last. Then hell only have to walk to the station to get home, unless we take off his boots first, Pyecroft replied. That, said our guest earnestly, would be theft atop of assault and very serious. Oh, let's hang him and be done, Hinchcliffe grunted, it's evidently what he's sufferin' for. Somehow murder did not appeal to us that warm noon. We sat down to smoke in the heather, and presently out of the valley below came the thick beat of a petrol motor ascending. I paid little attention to it, till I heard the roar of a horn that has no duplicate in all the home counties. "That's the man I was going to lunch with," I cried, "hold on," and I ran down the road. It was a big black to no 24-horse octopod, and it bore not only Kish my friend and Salmon his engineer, but my own man, who for the first time in our acquaintance smiled. "Did they get you? What did you get?" I was coming into Linghurst, as witness to character a man told me what happened, but I was stopped near instead. "Wick myself," cried Kish. "What for?" "Leaving car unattended, an infernal swindle, when you think of the loose carts outside every pub in the county. I was jawing with the police for an hour, but it's no use, they've got it all their own way, and were helpless." Hereupon I told him my tale, and for proof as we topped the hill pointed out the little group round my car. All supreme emotion is dumb. Kish put on the brake, and hugged me to his bosom, till I groaned. Then, as I remember, he crooned like a mother returned to her suckling. "Divine, divine," he murmured, "command me." "Take charge of the situation," I said. "Yowl, find a Mr. Pyecroft on the quarterdeck. I am altogether out of it." "He shall stay there. Who am I but the instrument of vengeance in the hands of an overruling providence? And I put in fresh sparking plugs this morning. Salmon, take that steam kettle home. Somehow I would be alone." "Leggett," I said to my man, "help Salmon home with my car." "Home now, it's hard, it's cruel hard," said Leggett almost with a sob. Hinchcliffe outlined my car's condition briefly to the two engineers. Mr. Pyecroft clung to our guest, who stared with affrighted eyes at the palpitating octopod, and the free wind of high Sussex whimpered across the ling. "I am quite agreeable to walk in 'ome all the way on my feet," said our guest. "I wouldn't go to any railway station. It 'ud be just the proper finish to our little joke." He laughed nervously. "What's the evolution?" said Pyecroft. "Do we turn over to the new cruiser?" I nodded, and he escorted our guest to the tonneau with care. When I was in, he sat himself broad-armed on the little flap seat, which controls the door. Hinchcliffe sat by Kish. "You drive?" Kish asked with the smile that has won him his checkered way through the world. "Steam only, and I've about had my whack for today, thanks." "I see." The long low car slid forward, and then dropped like a bullet down the descent. Our steam toy had so painfully climbed our guest's face blanched, and he clutched the back of the tonneau. "New commander's evidently been trained on a destroyer," said Hinchcliffe. "What's his wonderful name?" whispered Pyecroft. "Oh well, I'm glad it ain't Sol we've run up against ner Nimshi. For that matter, this is makin' me feel religious." Our impetus carried us halfway up the next slope, where we steadied to a resonant 15 an hour against the collar. "What do you think?" I called to Hinchcliffe. "'Tain't as sweet as steam, o' course, but for power it's twice the furious against half the Jasur in a head sea." Volumes could not have touched it more exactly. His bright eyes were glued on Kish's hands, juggling with levers behind the discreet backward, sloping dash. "And what sort of a brake might you use?" he said politely. This Kish replied as the last of the hill shot up to 1 in 8. He let the car run back a few feet, and caught her deftly on the brake, repeating the performance cup and ball fashion. It was like being dapped above the pit, at the end of an uncoiled solar plexus. Even Pyecroft held his breath. It ain't fair, our guest moaned. "You're mackin' me sick." "What an ungrateful blighter he is," said Pyecroft. "Money couldn't buy you a run like this. Do it well overboard." "Well, just trundle up the forest and drop into the Park Row, I think," said Kish. "There's a bit of good going hereabouts." He flung a careless knee over the low raking tiller that the ordinary expert puts under his armpit, and down 4 miles of yellow road, cut through barren waste, the octopod sang like a 6-inch shell. "Hugh, but you know your job," said Hinchcliffe. "You're wasted here. Id give something to have you in my engineer room." "He's steering with his little hind legs," said Pyecroft. "Stand up and look at him. Robert You'll never see such a sight again." "Nor don't want to," was our guest's reply. £500 wouldn't begin to cover his fines even since I've been with him. Park Row is reached by one hill, which drops 300 feet in half a mile. Kish had the thought to steer with his hand down the abyss, but the manner in which he took the curved bridge at the bottom brought my few remaining hairs much nearer the grave. "We're in Surrey now, better look out," I said. "Never mind, I'll roll her into Kent for a bit. We've lots of time, it's only 3 o'clock. Want to fill your bunkers, or take water or oil her up," said Hinchcliffe. "We don't use water, and she's good for 200 on 1 tank o' petrol. if she doesn't break down. 200 miles from home and mother and faithful Fido. Tonight, Robert, said Pyecroft, slapping our guest on the knee. Cheer up, why I've known a destroyer do less. We passed with some decency through some towns, till by way of the Hastings Road, we whirled into Cramberhurst, which is a deep pit. Now, said Kish, we begin. Previous service not reckoned towards pension, said Pyecroft, we are doing you lavish, Robert. But when's this silly game to finish anyhow? Our guest snarled. Don't worry about the when of it, Robert, the where's the interest in point for you just now. I had seen Kish drive before, and I thought I knew the octopod, but that afternoon he and she were exalted beyond my knowledge. He improvised on the keys, snapping levers, and quivering accelerators, marvelous variations, so that our progress was sometimes a fugue, and sometimes abundance varied on open greens, by the weaving of fairy rings. When I protested, all that he would say was ill hypnotize the fowl, ill dazzle the rooster, or other words, equally futile, and she, oh, that I could do her justice, turned her broad black bows to the westering light, and lifted us high upon hills that we might see and rejoice with her. She whooped into veiled hollows of elm and Sussex oak. She devoured infinite perspectives of park palings. She surged through forgotten hamlets, whose single streets gave back, reduplicated the clatter of her exhaust and tireless. She repeated the motions over naked uplands. She droned like a homing bee, her shadow lengthening in the sun that she chased to his lair. She nosed up unparochial byways and accommodation roads of the least accommodation, and put old scarred turf or new-raised molehills under her most marvellous springs, with never a jar. And since the King's Highway is used for every purpose save traffic in mid-career, she stepped aside for or flung amazing loops about the brainless driver, the driverless horse, the drunken carrier, the engaged couple, the female student of the bicycle, and her staggering instructor, the pig, the perambulator, and the infant school, where it disembogued yelping on crossroads, with the grace of Nellie Farron, upon whom be the peace, and the lithe abandon of all the Vokes family. But at heart she was ever Judic, as I remember that Judic long ago, Judic clad in bourgeois black from wrist to ankle, achieving incredible improprieties. We were silent, Hinchcliffe and Pyecroft through professional appreciation, I with a layman's delight in the expert, and our guest because of fear. At the edge of the evening, she smelt the sea to southward and sheered thither like the strong-winged albatross, to circle enormously amid green flats, fringed by Martello towers. Ain't that Eastbourne yonder, said our guest, reviving. I've a aunt there, she's cook to a J.P. could identify me. Don't worry her for a little thing like that, said Pyecroft, and ere he had ceased to praise family love, our unpaid judiciary, and domestic service, the downs rose between us and the sea, and the long man of Hillingdon lay out upon the turf. Trevington up yonder is a fairly isolated little dorp, I said, for I was beginning to feel hungry. No, said Kish, he'd get a lift to the railway in no time, besides I am enjoying myself, £3.18, and sixpence infernal swindle. I take it one of his more recent finds was rankling in Kish's brain, but he drove like the archangel of the twilight. About the longitude of Cassock's, Hinchcliffe yawned, errant, we go into maroon our Robert, I am hungry too. The Commodore wants his money back, I answered. If he drives like this habitual, there must be a tiddyish little lump owing to him, said Pyecroft. Well, I'm agreeable. I didn't know it could be done, swelp me, I didn't, our guest murmured. But you will, said Kish, and that was the first and last time he addressed the man. We ran through Penfield Green, half stupefied with open air, drugged with the relentless boom of the octopod, and extinct with famine. I used to shoot about here, said Kish, a few miles further on. Open that gate, please. And he slowed as the sun touched the skyline. At this point, we left metalled roads, and bucked vigorously amid ditches, and under trees for 20 minutes. Only cross-country car on the market, he said, as we wheeled into a straw yard, where a lone bull bellowed defiance to our growlings. Open that gate, please. I hope the cattle bridge will stand up. I've took a few risks in my time, said Pyecroft, as timbers cracked beneath us, and we entered between thickets, but I am a babe to this man Hinch. Don't talk to me, watch him, it's a liberal education, as Shakespeare says, fallen tree on the port bow, sir. Right, that's my mark, sit tight. She flung up her tail like a sounding whale, and buried us in a 15-foot deep bridle path buttressed with the exposed roots of enormous beeches. The wheels leaped from root to rounded boulder, and it was very dark in the shadow of the foliage. There ought to be a hammer pond somewhere about here. Kish was letting her down this chute in breakful spasms. Water dead ahead, sir, stack o' brushwood on the starboard beam, and no road, sang Pyecroft. CRRIKE, said Hinchcliffe as the car on a wild cant To the left went astern, screwing herself round the angle of a track that overhung the pond. If she only had 2 propellers, I believe she'd talk poetry. She can do everything else. We're rather on our port wheels now, said Kish, but I don't think she'll capsize. This road isn't used much by motors. You don't say so, said Pyecroft. What a pity. She bored through a mass of crackling brushwood and emerged into an upward sloping fernglade, fenced with woods so virgin, so untouched, that William Rufus might have ridden off as we entered. We climbed out of the violet-purple shadows towards the upland, where the last of the day lingered. I was filled to my moist eyes with the almost sacred beauty of sense and association that clad the landscape. Does Unger produce hallucinations, said Pyecroft in a whisper, because I've just seen a sacred ibis walk in arm with a British cock pheasant. What are you panicking at, said Hinchcliffe. I've been seeing zebra for the last 2 minutes, but I haven't complained. He pointed behind us, and I beheld a superb painted zebra Birchell's, I think following our track with palpitating nostrils. The car stopped, and it fled away. There was a little pond in front of us from which rose a dome of irregular sticks, crowned with a blunt-muzzled beast that sat upon its haunches. Is it catching, said Pyecroft. Yes, I am seeing beaver, I replied. It is here, said Kish with the air and gesture of Captain Nemo, and half turned. No, for even's sake not, ere our guest gasped like a sea-bathed child, as 4 efficient hands swung him far outboard onto the turf. The car ran back noiselessly down the slope. Look, it's sorcery, cried Hinchcliffe. There was a report like a pistol shot as the beaver dived from the roof of his lodge. But we watched our guest. He was on his knees, praying to kangaroos. Yea, in his bowler hat he kneeled, before kangaroos gigantic erect, silhouetted against the light for buck kangaroos, in the heart of Sussex. And we retrogressed over the velvet grass, till our hindwheels struck well-rolled gravel, leading us to Sanity main roads, and half an hour later the Grapnel Inn at Horsham. After a great meal we poured libations and made burnt offerings in honour of Kish, who received our homage graciously, and by the way explained a few things in the natural history line that had puzzled us. England is a most marvellous country, but one is not till one knows the eccentricities of large landowners, trained to accept kangaroos, zebras or beavers as part of its landscape. When we went to bed, Pyecroft pressed my hand, his voice thick with emotion. We owe it to you, he said. We owe it all to you, didn't I say? We never met in pupuris naturalibus, if I may so put it, without a remarkably hectic day ahead of us. That's all right, I said. Mind the candle. He was tracing smoke patterns on the wall. But what I want to know is whether we'll succeed in acclimatising the blighter, or whether Sir William Gardner's keepers kill him before he gets accustomed to his surroundings. Some day I think we must go up the Linghurst Road and find out. Wireless. Kaspar's song in Varda. From the Swedish of Stagnelius. Eyes aloft over dangerous places. The children follow where Psyche flies, and in the sweat of their upturned faces, slash with a net at the empty skies. So it goes, they fall amid brambles, and sting their toes on the nettle tops, till after 1,000 scratches and scrambles, they wipe their brows and the hunting stops. Then to quiet them comes their father, and stills the riot of pain and grief, saying, little ones, go and gather out of my garden a cabbage leaf. You will find on it whorls and clots of dull grey eggs that properly fed turn by way of the worm to lots of radiant psyches raised from the dead. Heaven is beautiful, earth is ugly, the 3-dimensioned preacher saith. So we must not look where the snail and the slug lie, for Psyche is birth and that is our death. Wireless. It's a funny thing this Marconi business, isn't it, said Mr. Shaner, coughing heavily. Nothing seems to make any difference by what they tell Mestorm's Hills or anything, but if that's true we shall know before morning. Of course it's true, I answered, stepping behind the counter. Where's old Mr. Cashel? He's had to go to bed on account of his influenza. He said you'd very likely drop in. Where's his nephew? Inside getting the things ready. He told me that the last time they experimented they put the pole on the roof of one of the big hotels here, and the batteries electrified all the water supply, and he giggled the ladies got shocks when they took their baths. I never heard of that. The hotel wouldn't exactly advertise it, would it, just now? By what Mr. Cashel tells me they're trying to signal from here to Poole, and they're using stronger batteries than ever, but you see he being the governor's nephew, and all that, and it will be in the papers too. It doesn't matter how they electrify things in this house. Are you going to watch? Very much. I've never seen this game. Aren't you going to bed? We don't close till 10 on Saturdays. There's a good deal of influenza in town too, and there'll be a dozen prescriptions coming in before morning. I generally sleep in the chair here. It's warmer than jumping out of bed every time. Bitter cold, isn't it? Freezing hard. I'm sorry your cough's worse. Thank you, I don't mind cold so much. It's this wind that fair cuts me to pieces. He coughed again hard and hackingly, as an old lady came in for ammoniated quinine. We've just run out of it in bottles, madam, said Mr. Shaner, returning to the professional tone. But if you will wait 2 minutes, I'll make it up for you, madam. I had used the shop for some time, and my acquaintance with the proprietor had ripened into friendship. It was Mr. Cashel who revealed to me the purpose and power of apothecaries' hall. What time a fellow chemist had made an error in a prescription of mine, had lied to cover his sloth, and when error and lie were brought home to him, had written vain letters. A disgrace to our profession, said the thin mild-eyed man, hotly. After studying the evidence, you couldn't do a better service to the profession than report him to apothecaries' hall. I did so, not knowing what gins I should evoke, and the result was such an apology as one might make who had spent a night on the rack. I conceived great respect for Apothecaries' Hall and esteem for Mr. Cashel, a zealous craftsman who magnified his calling, until Mr. Shaner came down from the north. His assistants had by no means agreed with Mr. Cashel. They forget, said he, that first and foremost the compounder is a medicineman. On him depends the physician's reputation. He holds it literally in the hollow of his hand, sir. Mr. Shaner's manners had not perhaps the polish of the grocery and Italian warehouse next door, but he knew and loved his dispensary work in every detail for relaxation. He seemed to go no farther afield than the romance of drugs there, discovery, preparation, packing, and export, but it led him to the ends of the earth, and on this subject, and the pharmaceutical formulary and Nicholas Culpeper, most confident of physicians we met. Little by little, I grew to know something of his beginnings, and his hopes of his mother, who had been a schoolteacher in one of the northern counties, and of his red-headed father, a small job-master at Kirby Moors, who died when he was a child, of the examinations he had passed, and of their exceeding and increasing difficulty, of his dreams of a shop in London, of his hate for the pricey-cutting cooperative stores, and most interesting, of his mental attitude towards customers. There's a way you get into, he told me, of serving them carefully, and I hope politely, without stopping your own thinking. I've been reading Christie's new commercial plants all this autumn, and that needs keeping your mind on it. I can tell you, so long as it isn't a prescription. Of course I can carry as much as half a page of Christie in my head, and at the same time I could sell out all that window twice over, and not a penny wrong at the end. As to prescriptions, I think I could make up the general run of 'em in my sleep, almost. For reasons of my own, I was deeply interested in Marconi experiments at their outset in England, and it was of a piece with Mr. Cashel's unvarying thoughtfulness that when his nephew the electrician appropriated the house for a long-range installation, he should, as I have said, invite me to see the result. The old lady went away with her medicine and Mr. Shaner, and I stamped on the tiled floor behind the counter to keep ourselves warm. The shop, by the light of the many electrics, looked like a Paris diem, and mine, for Mr. Cashel believed in all the ritual of his craft. 3 superb glass jars, red, green, and blue, off the sort that led Rosamund to parting with her shoes, blazed in the broad plate-glass windows, and there was a confused smell of Oris Kodak films, vulcanite tooth-powder sachets, and almond cream in the air. Mr. Shaner fed the dispensary stove, and we sucked cayenne pepper jujubes and menthol lozenges. The brutal east wind had cleared the streets, and the few passers-by were muffled to their puckered eyes. In the Italian warehouse next door, some gay feathered birds and game hung upon hooks sagged to the wind across the left edge of our window frame. They ought to take these poultry and all knocked about like that, said Mr. Shaner. Doesn't it make you feel fair perishing? See that old hare, the wind's nearly blowing the fur off him. I saw the belly-fur of the dead beast blown apart in ridges and streaks, as the wind caught it, showing bluish skin underneath. Bitter cold, said Mr. Shaner, shuddering. Fancy going out on a night like this. Oh, here's young Mr. Cashel. The door of the inner office behind the dispensary opened, and an energetic spade-bearded man stepped forth, rubbing his hands. I want a bit of tinfoil, Shaner, he said. Good evening. My uncle told me you might be coming this to me, as I began the first of 100 questions. I've everything in order, he replied. We're only waiting until Poole calls us up. Excuse me, a minute, you can come in whenever you like, but it'd better be with the instruments. Give me that tinfoil, thanks. While we were talking, a girl, evidently no customer, had come into the shop, and the face and bearing of Mr. Shaner changed. She leaned confidently across the counter. But I can't, I heard him whisper uneasily. The flush on his cheek was dull red, and his eyes shone like a drugged moth's. I can't, I tell you, I'm alone in the place. No, you aren't. Who's that? Let him look after it for half an hour. A brisk walk will do you good. Ah, come now, John. But he isn't. I don't care, I want you to well, only go round by St. Agnes if you don't. He crossed to where I stood in the shadow of the dispensary counter, and began some sort of broken apology about a lady friend. Yes, she interrupted, you take the shop for half an hour to oblige me, won't you? She had a singularly rich and promising voice that well matched her outline. All right, I said, I'll do it, but you'd better wrap yourself up, Mr. Shaner. Oh, a brisk walk ought to help me. We're only going round by the church. I heard him cough grievously as they went out together. I refilled the stove, and after reckless expenditure of Mr. Cashell's coal drove some warmth into the shop. I explored many of the glass-knobbed drawers that lined the walls, tasted some disconcerting drugs, and by the aid of a few cardamoms, ground ginger chlorester, and dilute alcohol, manufactured a new and wildish drink of which I bore a glassful to young Mr. Cashell, busy in the back office. He laughed shortly when I told him that Mr. Shaner had stepped out, but a frail coil of wire held all his attention, and he had no word for me. Bewildered among the batteries and rods, the noise of the sea on the beach began to make itself heard as the traffic in the street ceased. Then briefly, but very lucidly, he gave me the names and uses of the mechanism that crowded the tables and the floor. When do you expect to get the message from Poole? I demanded, sipping my liquor out of a graduated glass. About midnight, if everything is in order. We've got our installation pole fixed to the roof of the house. I shouldn't advise you to turn on a tap or anything tonight. We've connected up with the plumbing, and all the water will be electrified. He repeated to me the history of the agitated ladies at the hotel at the time of the first installation. But what is it? I asked. Electricity is out of my beat altogether. If you knew that, you'd know something nobody knows. It's just what we call electricity, but the magic, the manifestations, Hertzian waves are all revealed by this, the coherer we call it. He picked up a glass tube, not much thicker than a thermometer, in which almost touching were two tiny silver plugs, and between them an infinitesimal pinch of metallic dust. That's all, he said proudly, as though himself responsible for the wonder that is the thing that will reveal to us the powers, whatever the powers may be, work through spacia long distance away. Just then Mr. Shaner returned alone and stood coughing his heart out on the mat. Serves you right for being such a fool, said young Mr. Cashell, as annoyed as myself at the interruption. Never mind, we've all the night before us to see wonders. Shaner clutched the counter, his handkerchief to his lips. When he brought it away, I saw two bright red stains. I've got a bit of a rasped throat from smoking cigarettes, he panted. I think I'll try a cubeb. Better take some of this I've been compounding. While you've been away, I handed him the brew. 'Twon't make me drunk, will it? I'm almost a teetotaler, my word. That's grateful and comforting. He sat down the empty glass to cough afresh. Brr, but it was cold out there. I shouldn't care to be lying in my grave a night like this. Don't you ever have a sore throat from smoking? He pocketed the handkerchief after a furtive peep. Oh yes, sometimes, I replied, wondering, while I spoke, into what agonies of terror I should fall if ever I saw those brighted danger signals under my nose. Young Mr. Cashell, among the batteries, coughed slightly to show that he was quite ready to continue his scientific explanations, but I was thinking still of the girl with the rich voice and the significantly cut mouth at whose command I had taken charge of the shop. It flashed across me that she distantly resembled the seductive shape on a gold-framed toilet waiter advertisement, whose charms were unholily heightened by the glare from the red bottle in the window. Turning to make sure, I saw Mr. Shaner's eyes bent in the same direction, and by instinct recognized that the flamboyant thing was to him a shrine. What do you take for your cough? I asked. Well, I am the wrong side of the counter to believe much in patent medicines, but there are asthma cigarettes, and there are pastilles, to tell you the truth, if you don't object to the smell, which is very like incense. I believe, though I am not a Roman Catholic, Blaudit's cathedral pastilles relieve me as much as anything. Let's try. I had never raided a chemist's shop before, so I was thorough. We unearthed the pastilles brown gummy cones of benzine and set them alight under the toilet waiter advertisement, where they fumed in thin blue spirals. Of course, said Mr. Shaner to my question, what one uses in the shop for oneself comes out of one's pocket while stock-taking in our business is nearly the same as with jewellers, and I can't say more than that, but one gets them hair pointed to the pastelebix at trade, prices, evidently the sensing of the gay seven-tinted wench with the teeth was an established ritual, which cost something. And when do we shut up shop? We stay like this all night, the garbled Mr. Cashel doesn't believe in locks and shutters as compared with electric light. Besides, it brings trade ill. Just sit here in the chair by the stove, and write a letter if you don't mind electricity, isn't my prescription. The energetic young Mr. Cashel snorted within, and Shaner settled himself up in his chair, over which he had thrown a staring red, black and yellow Austrian jute blanket. Rather like a table cover, I cast about amid patent medicine pamphlets for something to read, but finding little return to the manufacture of the new drink, the Italian warehouse took down its game, and went to bed across the street. Blank shutters flung back the gaslight in cold smears. The dried pavement seemed to rough up in gooseflesh under the scouring of the savage wind, and we could hear long ere he passed the policeman flapping his arms to keep himself warm within the flavours of cardamoms and chloristher, disputed those of the pastilles, and a score of drugs and perfume and soap scents. Our electric lights set low down in the windows, before the tun-bellied Rosamund jars flung inward 3 monstrous daubs of red, blue, and green that broke into kaleidoscopic lights on the faced knobs of the drug drawers, the cut-glass scent flagons, and the bulbs of the sparklet bottles. They flushed the white-toed floor in gorgeous patches, splashed along the nickel-silver counter-rails, and turned the polished mahogany counterpanels to the likeness of intricate-grained marble slabs of porphyry and malachite. Mr. Shaner unlocked a drawer, and ere he began to write took out a meagre bundle of letters from my place by the stove. I could see the scalloped edges of the paper with a flaring monogram in the corner, and could even smell the reek of cipher at each page. He turned toward the toilet-waiter lady of the advertisement, and devoured her with over-luminous eyes. He had drawn the Austrian blanket over his shoulders, and among those warring lights, he looked more than ever the incarnation of a drugged moth, a tiger moth, as I thought. He put his letter into an envelope, stamped it with stiff mechanical movements, and dropped it in the drawer. Then I became aware of the silence of a great city asleep, silence that underlaid the even voice of the breakers along the seafront, a thick tingling quiet of warm life, stilled down for its appointed time, and unconsciously I moved about the glittering shop as one moves in a sickroom. Young Mr. Cashel was adjusting some wire that crackled from time to time, with the tense knuckle-stretching sound of the electric spark upstairs, where a door shut and opened swiftly. I could hear his uncle coughing abed. Here, I said when the drink was properly warmed, take some of this, Mr. Shaner. He jerked in his chair with a start and a wrench, and held out his hand for the glass, the mixture of a rich port wine colour, frothed at the top. It looks, he said suddenly, it looks those bubbles like a string of pearls winking at your other, like the pearls round that young lady's neck. He turned again to the advertisement, where the female in the dove-coloured corset had seen fit to put on all her pearls before she cleaned her teeth. Not bad, is it? I said. Eh? He rolled his eyes heavily full on me, and as I stared I beheld all meaning and consciousness die out of the swiftly dilating pupils. His figure lost its stark rigidity, softened into the chair, and chin on chest, hands dropped before him. He rested open-eyed, absolutely still. I'm afraid I've rather cooked Shaner's goose, I said, bearing the fresh drink to young Mr. Cashel. Perhaps it was the chloristher. Oh, he's all right. The spade-bearded man glanced at him. Pityingly, consumptives go off in those sort of doses. Very often it's exhaustion. I don't wonder. I dare say the liquor will do him good. It's grand stuff. He finished his share appreciatively well. As I was saying before, he interrupted about this little coherer. The pinch of dust you see is nickel filings, the Hertzian waves you see come out of space from the station that dispatches M, and all these little particles are attracted toward the cohere. We call it for just so long as the current passes through them. Now, it's important to remember that the current is an induced current. There are a good many kinds of induction. Yes, but what is induction? That's rather hard to explain untechnically, but the long and the short of it is that when a current of electricity passes through a wire, there's a lot of magnetism present round that wire, and if you put another wire parallel to and within what we call its magnetic field, then the second wire will also become charged with electricity. On its own account. On its own account. Then let's see if I've got it correctly. Miles off at Poole, or wherever it is. It will be anywhere in 10 years. You've got a charged wire. charged with Hertzian waves, which vibrate say 230 million times. A second Mr. Cashel snaked his forefinger rapidly through the air. All right, a charged wire at pool giving out these waves into space. Then this wire of yours sticking out into space on the roof of the house in some mysterious way gets charged with those waves from pool. Or anywhere it only happens to be pool tonight. And those waves set the coherer at work, just like an ordinary telegraph office ticker. No, that's where so many people make the mistake. The Hertzian waves wouldn't be strong enough to work a great heavy Morse instrument like ours. They can only just make that dust cohere. And while it coheres a little while for a dot and a longer while for a dash, the current from this batteryth home battery laid his hand on the thing can get through to the Morse printing machine to record the dot or dash. Let me make it clearer. Do you know anything about steam? Very little, but go on. Well, the coherer is like a steam valve. Any child can open a valve and start a steamer's engines, because a turn of the hand lets in the main steam, doesn't it? Now this home battery here ready to print is the main steam. The coherer is the valve always ready to be turned on the Hertzian wave, is the child's hand that turns it. I see, that's marvelous. Marvelous, isn't it? And remember, we're only at the beginning. There's nothing we shan't be able to do in 10 years. I want to live me God how I want to live, and see it develop. He looked through the door at Shaner breathing lightly in his chair, poor beast, and he wants to keep company with Fanny Brand. Fanny, who I said for the name struck an obscurely familiar chord in my brain, something connected with a stained handkerchief, and the word arterial. Fanny Brand, the girl you kept shop for, he laughed. That's all I know about her, and for the life of me, I can't see what Shaner sees in her or she in him. Can't you see what he sees in her? I insisted. Oh yes, if that's what you mean, she's a great big fat lump of a girl. And so on. I suppose that's why he's so crazy after her. She isn't his sort. Well, it doesn't matter. My uncle says he's bound to die before the year's out. Your drink's given him a good sleep at any rate. Young Mr. Cashel could not catch Mr. Shaner's face, which was half turned to the advertisement. I stoked the stove anew, for the room was growing cold, and lighted another pastille. Mr. Shaner in his chair, never moving, looked through and over me with eyes as wide and lustreless as those of a dead hare. Pool's late, said young Mr. Cashel, when I stepped back. Ill, just send them a call. He pressed a key in the semi-darkness, and with a rending crackle there leaped between two brass knobs a spark, streams of sparks and sparks again. Grand, isn't it? That's the power unknown power, kicking and fighting to be let loose, said young Mr. Cashel. There she goes, kick into space. I never get over the strangeness of it. When I work a sending machine, waves going into space, you know, TR, is our call. Pool ought to answer with Roman 50, Roman 50, Roman 50. We waited 2-3-5 minutes in that silence, of which the boom of the tide was an orderly part. I caught the clear kiss of the halyards on the roof as they were blown against the installation pole. Pool is not ready. Ill stay here and call you when he is. I returned to the shop and set down my glass on a marble slab with a careless clink. As I did so, Shaner rose to his feet, his eyes fixed once more on the advertisement, where the young woman, bathed in the light from the red jar, simpered pinkly over her pearls. His lips moved without cessation. I stepped nearer to listen, and through, he repeated, his face all sharp with some inexplicable agony. I moved forward astonished, but it was then he found words delivered roundly and clearly, these. And threw warm gules on Madeline's young breast. The trouble passed off his countenance, and he returned lightly to his place, rubbing his hands. It had never occurred to me, though we had many times discussed reading and prize competitions, as a diversion, that Mr. Shaner ever read Keats, or could quote him at all appositely. There was after all a certain Stanislas effect of light on the high bosom of the hylipolist picture, which might by stretch of fancy suggest as a vile chromo recall some incomparable canvas. The line he had spoken, night, my drink and solitude, were evidently turning Mr. Shaner into a poet. He sat down again and wrote swiftly on his villainous notepaper, his lips quivering. I shut the door into the inner office and moved up behind him. He made no sign that he saw or heard. I looked over his shoulder and read, amid half-formed word sentences and wild scratches. Very cold, it was very cold. The Harith here. The birds. He raised his head sharply and frowned toward the blank shutters of the poulterer's shop, where they jutted out against our window. Then one clear line came. The hair, in spite of fur, was very cold. The head, moving machine-like, turned right to the advertisement, where the Bloodit's Cathedral pastille reeked abominably. He grunted and went on. Incense in a censer. before her darling picture framed in gold. Maiden's picture angel's portrait. HSH, said Mr. Cashel guardedly from the inner office as though in the presence of spirits. There's something coming through from somewhere. But it isn't Poole. I heard the crackle of sparks, as he depressed the keys of the transmitter in my own brain too. Something crackled, or it might have been the hair on my head. Then I heard my own voice in a harsh whisper. Mr. Cashel, there is something coming through here too. Leave me alone till I tell you. But I thought you'd come to see this wonderful thing, sir, indignantly at the end. Leave me alone till I tell you. Be quiet. I waited under the blue-veined hand, the dry hand of the consumptive came, away clear without erasure. And my weak spirit fails. To think how the dead must freeze. He shivered as he wrote. Beneath the churchyard mould. Then he stopped, laid the pen down and leaned back. For an instant that was half an eternity, the sharp spun before me in a rainbow-tinted whirl, in and through which my own soul most dispassionately considered my own soul as that fought with an overmastering fear. Then I smelt the strong smell of cigarettes from Mr. Shayner's clothing, and heard as though it had been the rending of trumpets the rattle of his breathing. I was still in my place of observation, much as one would watch a rifle shot at the butt's half-burnt, hands on my knees and head, within a few inches of the black, red, and yellow blanket of his shoulder. I was whispering encouragement, evidently, to my other self, sounding sentences, such as men pronounce in dreams. If he has read Keats, it proves nothing. If he hasn't, like causes must beget like effects. There is no escape from this law. You ought to be grateful that you know St. Agnes Eve without the book. Because given the circumstances, such as Fanny Brand, who is the key of the enigma, and approximately represents the latitude and longitude of Fanny Brawn, allowing also for the bright red colour of the arterial blood upon the handkerchief, which was just what you were puzzling over in the shop just now, and counting the effect of the professional environment here almost perfectly duplicated, the result is logical and inevitable as induction. Still the other half of my soul refused to be comforted. It was cowering in some minute and inadequate corner at an immense distance. Hereafter I found myself one person again, my hands still gripping my knees and my eyes glued on the page before Mr. Shayner, as dreamers accept and explain the upheaval of landscapes and the resurrection of the dead, with excerpts from the evening hymn or the multiplication table. So I had accepted the facts, whatever they might be, that I should witness, and had devised a theory sane and plausible to my mind, that explained them all. Nay, I was even in advance of my facts, walking hurriedly before them, assured that they would fit my theory, and all that I now recall of that epoch-making theory are the lofty words, if he has read Keats it's the chloristher, if he hasn't it's the identical bacillus or Hertzian wave of tuberculosis, plus Fanny Brand, and the professional status which, in conjunction with the mainstream of subconscious thought common to all mankind, has thrown up temporarily and induced Keats. Mr. Shayner returned to his work, erasing and rewriting as before with swiftness 2 or 3 blank pages. He tossed aside, then he wrote, muttering, "The little smoke of a candle that goes out." No, he muttered, little smoke, little smoke, little smoke. What else? He thrust his chin forward, toward the advertisement whereunder the last of the Blaudit's cathedral pastilles fumed in its holder. Then, with relief, "The little smoke that dies in moonlight cold." Evidently he was snared by the rhymes of his first verse, for he wrote and rewrote gold cold mold many times again. He sought inspiration from the advertisement, and set down without erasure the line I had overheard. "And threw warm gules on Madeline's young breast." As I remembered the original, it is fair, a trite word instead of young, and I found myself nodding approval, though I admitted that the attempt to reproduce its little smoke in pallid moonlight dyed was a failure. Followed without a break 10 or 15 lines of bold prose, the naked soul's confession of its physical yearning for its beloved unclean, as we count uncleanliness unwholesome, but human exceedingly, the raw material, so it seemed to me in that hour. And in that place, whence Keats wove the 26th, 7th, and 8th stanzas of his poem Shame, I had none in overseeing this revelation, and my fear had gone with the smoke of the pastille. "That's it," I murmured, "that's how it's blocked out. Go on, ink it in, man, ink it in." Mr. Shayner returned to broken verse, wherein loveliness was made to rhyme with a desire to look upon her empty dress. He picked up a fold of the gay soft blanket, spread it over one hand, caressed it with infinite tenderness, thought, muttered, traced some snatches, which I could not decipher, shut his eyes, drowsily shook his head, and dropped the stuff. Here I found myself at fault, for I could not then see as I do now in what manner a red, black, and yellow Austrian blanket coloured his dreams. In a few minutes he laid aside his pen and chin on hand, considered the shop with thoughtful and intelligent eyes. He threw down the blanket rows passed along a line of drug drawers, and read the names on the labels aloud. Returning, he took from his desk Christie's new commercial plants and the old Culpeper that I had given him opened, and laid them side by side with a clerky air, all trace of passion gone from his face, read first in one and then in the other, and paused with pen behind his ear. What wonder of heaven's coming now, I thought. Manna, 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 he said at last under wrinkled brows, that's what I wanted. Good now then, good, good, oh by God, that's good. His voice rose, and he spoke rightly and fully without a falter. Candied apple, quince and plum and gourd, and jellies smoother than the creamy curd, and lucent syrups tinct with cinnamon, manna and dates in argosy transferred, from fairs and spiced dainties every one, from silken Samarkand to cedared Lebanon. He repeated it once more, using blander for smoother in the second line, then wrote it down without erasure, but this time my set eyes missed no stroke of any word. He substituted soother for his atrocious second thought, so that it came away under his hand, as it is written in the book, as it is written in the book. A wind went shouting down the street, and on the heels of the wind followed a spurt and rattle of rain. After a smiling pause seemed good right, had he to smile began anew, always tossing the last sheet over his shoulder. The sharp rain falling on the window pane, rattling sleet, the wind-blown sleet. Then prose, it is very cold of mornings when the wind brings rain and sleet with it. I heard the sleet on the window pane outside, and thought of you, my darling. I am always thinking of you. I wish we could both run away like two lovers into the storm, and get that little cottage by the sea which we are always thinking about, my own dear darling. We could sit and watch the sea beneath our windows. It would be a fairyland, all of our own, a fairy sea, a fairy sea. He stopped, raised his head, and listened. The steady drone of the channel along the seafront that had borne us company so long leaped up a note to the sudden fuller surge that signals the change from ebb to flood. It beat in like the change of step throughout an armith's renewed pulse of the sea, and filled our ears till they, accepting it, marked it no longer. A fairyland for you and me. Across the foam beyond, a magic foam, a perilous sea. He grunted again with effort and bit his underlip. My throat dried, but I dared not gulp to moisten it, lest I should break the spell that was drawing him nearer and nearer to the high-water mark. But two of the sons of Adam have reached. Remember that in all the millions permitted, there are no more than 5 little lines off, which one can say these are the pure magic, these are the clear vision, the rest is only poetry. And Mr. Shaner was playing hot and cold with two of them. I vowed no unconscious thought of mine should influence the blindfold soul, and pinned myself desperately to the other three, repeating and re-repeating. A savage spot as holy and enchanted as ere beneath a waning moon was haunted by woman wailing for her demon lover. But though I believed my brain thus occupied, my every sense hung upon the writing under the dry bony hand, all brown-fingered with chemicals and cigarette smoke. Our windows fronting on the dangerous foam, he wrote after long irresolute snatches, and then our open casements facing desolate seas. Forlorn, forlorn. Here again his face grew peaked and anxious with that sense of loss I had first seen when the power snatched him, but this time the agony was tenfold keener. As I watched it mounted like mercury in the tube, it lighted his face from within, till I thought the visibly scourged soul must leap forth naked between his jaws, unable to endure. A drop of sweat trickled from my forehead down my nose, and splashed on the back of my hand. Our windows facing on the desolate seas, and pearly foam of magic fairyland. Not yet, he muttered. Wait a minute, please, wait a minute, I shall get it then. Our magic windows fronting on the sea, the dangerous foam of desolate seas. For oh my God. From head to heel he shook from the marrow of his bones, outwards, then leaped to his feet with raised arms, and slid the chair screeching across the tiled floor, where it struck the drawers behind, and fell with a jar mechanically. I stooped to recover it. As I rose, Mr. Shaner was stretching and yawning at leisure. I've had a bit of a doze, he said. How did I come to knock the chair over? You look rather. The chair startled me, I answered. It was so sudden in this quiet. Young Mr. Cashel, behind his shut door, was offendedly silent. I suppose I must have been dreaming, said Mr. Shaner. I suppose you must, I said, talking of dreams. I noticed you writing before. He flushed consciously. I meant to ask you if you've ever read anything written by a man called Keats. Oh, I haven't much time to read poetry, and I can't say that I remember the name exactly. Is he a popular writer? Middling. I thought you might know him, because he's the only poet who was ever a druggist, and he's rather what's called the lover's poet. Indeed, I must dip into him. What did he write about? A lot of things. Here's a sample that may interest you. Then and there carefully I repeated the verse he had twice spoken, and once written not 10 minutes ago. Anybody could see he was a druggist from that line about the tinctures and syrups. It's a fine tribute to our profession. I don't know, said young Mr. Cashel with icy politeness, opening the door 1/2 inch, if you still happen to be interested in our trifling experiments, but should such be the case. I drew him aside, whispering. Shayner seemed going off into some sort of fit. When I spoke to you just now, I thought even at the risk of being rude it wouldn't do to take you off your instruments, just as the call was coming through, don't you see? Granted, as soon as asked, he said, unbending. I did think it a shade odd at the time, so that was why he knocked the chair down. I hope I haven't missed anything, I said. I'm afraid I can't say that, but you're just in time for the end of a rather curious performance. You can come in too, Mr. Shayner. Listen, while I read it off. The Morse instrument was ticking furiously. Mr. Cashel interpreted. KK Roman 5. Can make nothing of your signals. A pause. Roman 1000 Roman 1000 Roman 5. Roman 1000 Roman 1000 Roman 5. Signals unintelligible. Purpose anchor Sandon Bay. Examine instruments tomorrow. Do you know what that means? It's a couple of men who are working Marconi signals off the Isle of Wight. They are trying to talk to each other. Neither can read the other's messages, but all their messages are being taken in by our receiver here. They've been going on for ever so long. I wish you could have heard it. How wonderful, I said. Do you mean we're overhearing Portsmouth ships trying to talk to each other? That we're eavesdropping across half South England? Just that their transmitters are all right, but their receivers are out of order, so they only get a dot here and a dash there, nothing clear. Why is that? God knows, and science will know tomorrow. Perhaps the induction is faulty, perhaps the receivers aren't tuned to receive just the number of vibrations per second, that the transmitter sends only a word here, and they're just enough to tantalize. Again the Morse sprang to life. That's one of 'em complaining. Now listen, disheartening, most disheartening. It's quite pathetic. Have you ever seen a spiritualistic seance? It reminds me of that sometimes. Odds and ends of messages coming out of no hurry, a word here, and they're no good at all. But mediums are all impostors, said Mr. Shayner, in the doorway lighting an asthma cigarette. They only do it for the money they can make. I've seen 'em. Here's Poole at last, clear as a bell. Roman 50 Roman 50 Roman 50 now. We shan't be long. Mr. Cashel rattled the keys merrily. Anything you'd like to tell 'em? No, I don't think so, I said. I'll go home and get to bed. I am feeling a little tired. The army of a dream. Song of the old guard. And thou shalt make a candlestick of pure gold of beaten work. Shall the candlestick be made his shaft, and its branches his bowls, his knops, and his flowers shall be the same. And there shall be a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the candlestick. Their knops and their branches shall be the same. Exodus. No, this, my brethren, heaven is clear, and all the clouds are gone. The proper sort shall flourish now. Good times are coming on. The evil that was threatened late, to all of our degree, hath passed in discord and debate. And hey, then up go we. A common people strove in vain to shame us unto toil, but they are spent and we remain, and we shall share the spoil, according to our several needs, as beauty shall decree, as age ordains or birth concedes. And hey, then up go we. And they that with accursed zeal our service would amend, shall own the odds and come to heel, ere worse befall their end. For though no naked word be wrote, yet plainly shall they see what pinneth orders to their coat. And hey, then up go we. Our doorways that in time of fear we opened over wide, shall softly close from year to year, till all be purified. For though no fluttering fan be heard, nor chaff be seen to flee, the Lord shall winnow the Lord's preferred. And hey, then up go we. Our altars which the heathen break shall rankly smoke anew, and anise mint and cummin take their dread and sovereign due, whereby the buttons of our trade shall all restored be, with curious work in gilt and braid. And hey, then up go we. Then come my brethren and prepares the candlesticks and bells, the scarlet brass and badger's hair, wherein our honour dwells, and straitly fence and strictly keep the ark's integrity, till Armageddon break our sleep. And hey, then up go we. The Army of a Dream. Part 1. I sat down in the club smoking room to fill a pipe. It was entirely natural that I should be talking to Boy Bailey. We had met first 20-odd years ago at the Indian mess of the Tyneside Tailtwisters. Our last meeting, I remembered, had been at the Mount Nelson Hotel, which was by no means India, and there we had talked half the night. Boy Bailey had gone up that week to the front, where I think he stayed a long, long time. But now he had come back. "Are you still a Tynesider?" I asked. "I command the Imperial Guard battalion of the old regiment, my son," he replied. "Guard which they've been Fusiliers since Fontenoy. Don't pull my leg, boy." I said Guard, not Guards, the Roman 1G battalion of the Tailtwisters. Does that make it any clearer? Not in the least. Then come over to the mess and see for yourself. We aren't a step from barracks, keep on my right side, a bit deaf on the near. We left the club together and crossed the street to a vast four-storied pile, which more resembled a Roton lodging house than a barrack. I could see no sentry at the gates. "There ain't any," said the boy lightly. He led me into a manitabled restaurant full of civilians and grey-green uniforms. At one end of the room, on a slightly raised dais, stood a big table. "Here we are. We usually lunch here and dine in mess by ourselves. These are our chaps, but what am I thinking of? You must know most of Devon's my second in command. Now, there's old Luttrell, remember him, at Cherat Burgard Verskell. You were at school with him, Harrison, Pigeon and Kid." With the exception of this last, I knew them all, but I could not remember that they had all been Tynesiders. "I've never seen this sort of place," I said, looking round. "Half the men here are in plain clothes, and what are those women and children doing?" "Eating, I hope," Boy Bailey answered. "Our canteens would never pay if it wasn't for the line and militia trade. When they were first started, people looked on 'em rather as cat's meat shops. But we got a duchess or two to lunch in 'em, and they've been grossly fashionable since." "So I see," I answered. A woman of the type that shops at the stores came up the room. Looking about her, a man in the dull grey uniform of the Corps rose up to meet her, piloted her to a place between three other uniforms, and there began a very merry little. "I give it up," I said. "This is guilty splendor that I don't understand." "Quite simple," said Burgard across the table. "The barrack supplies breakfast, dinner, and tea on the army scale to the Imperial Guard, which we call Roman 1G when it's in barracks, as well as to the line and militia. They can all invite their friends, if they choose to pay for them. That's where we make our profits look." Near one of the doors were 4 or 5 tables crowded with workmen in the raiment of their callings. They ate steadily, but found time to jest with the uniforms about them, and when one arclock clanged from a big half-built block of flats across the street, filed out. "Those," Devine explained, "are either our line or militiamen, as such entitled to the regulation whack at regulation. Cost it's cheaper than they could buy it, and they meet their friends, too. A man'll walk a mile in his dinner hour to mess with his own lot." "Wait a minute," I pleaded. "Will you tell me what those plumbers and plasterers and bricklayers that I saw go out just now have to do with what I was taught to call the line?" "Tell him," said the boy over his shoulder to Burgard. He was busy talking with the large Verskell, my old schoolmate. "The line comes next to the guard. The linesman's generally a town bird who can't afford to be a volunteer. He has to go into camp in an area for 2 months, his first year 6 weeks, his second, and a month the third. He gets about 5 bob a week the year round for that, and for being on duty 2 days of the week, and for being liable to be ordered out to help the guard in a row. He needn't live in barracks unless he wants to, and he and his family can feed at the regimental canteen at usual rates. The women like it." "All this," I said politely, but intensely, "is the raving of delirium. Where may your precious recruit, who needn't live in barracks, learn his drill? At his precious school, my child, like the rest of us. The notion of allowing a human being to reach his 20th year before asking him to put his feet in the first position was raving lunacy, if you like." Boy Bailey dived back into the conversation. "Very good," I said meekly. I accept the virtuous plumber who puts in 2 months of his valuable time at Aldershot. Aldershot, the table exploded. I felt a little annoyed. A camp in an area is not exactly Aldershot, said Burgard. The line isn't exactly what you fancy. Some of them even come to us. You recruit from M. I beg your pardon, said Divine with mock solemnity. The guard doesn't recruit, it selects. It what I said with a spears and pond restaurant pretty girls to play with and a room apiece for barb a day, and all found, said Verskell. Don't forget that. Of course I said it probably beats off recruits with a club. No, with the ballot box, said Verskell laughing, at least in all our Roman 100 companies. I didn't know Roman Catholics were so particular, I ventured. They grinned. Our Roman 100 companies, said the boy, mean right of choice. When a company has been very good and pious for a long time, it may, if the Roman 100 thinks fit, choose its own men. All same 1PC club. All our companies are our Roman 100s. And as the battalion is making up a few vacancies starting once more on the wild and trackless heath into the areas, the linesman is here in force today, sucking up to our noncoms. Would someone mind explaining to me the meaning of every other word you've used? I said, what's a trackless heath? What's an area? What's everything generally? I asked. Oh, heath's part of the British Constitution, said the boy. It began long ago, when they'd first mapped out the big military manoeuvring grounds we call M areas, for short, where the Roman 1G spend 2/3 of their time, and the other regiments get their training. It was slang originally for beef on the hoof, because in the military areas 2/3 of your mitrations at least are handed over to you on the hoof, and you make your own arrangements. The word heath became a parable for camping in the military areas, and all its miseries. There are 2 areas in Ireland, one in Wales for hillwork, a couple in Scotland, and a sort of parade ground in the Lake District, but the real working areas are in India, Africa and Australia, and so on. And what do you do there? We heath under service conditions, which are rather like hard work. We heath in an English area, for about a year, coming into barracks for 1 month to make up wastage. Then we may heath foreign for another year or 18 months. Then we do sea time in the war boats. What I said. Sea time, Bailey repeated, just like Marines, to learn about the big guns and how to embark and disembark quick. Then we come back to our territorial headquarters for 6 months to educate the line and volunteer camps, to go to Hythe to keep abreast of any new ideas, and then we fill up vacancies. We call those 6-month schools. Then we begin all over again. Thus home heath, foreign heath, sea time schools. Heathing isn't precisely luxurious, but it's on heath that we make our head money. Or lose it, said the sallow pigeon, and all laughed as men will at regimental jokes. The dove never lets me forget that, said Boy Bailey. It happened last March. We were out in the 2nd Northern area at the top end of Scotland, where a lot of those silly deer forests used to be. Id Sooner Heath, in the middle of Australia. Myself a Athabasca, with all respect to the dove, a native of those parts. We were camped somewhere near Caithness, and the Armady, that's the combined Navy and Army board that runs our show, sent us about 800 raw remounts to break in to keep us warm. Why, horses for a foot regiment. Roman 1 GS don't foot it unless they're obliged to know. Have Gigi, how can move ill show you later. Well, as I was saying, we broke those beasts in on compressed forage and small box spurs, and then we started across Scotland to Applecross to hand him over to a horse depot there. It was snowing cruel, and we didn't know the country overmuch. You remember the 30th old East Lancashire at mine. Their guard battalion had been heathing round those parts for 6 months. We thought they'd be snowed up all quiet and comfy, but Burden, their Roman 100 got wind of our coming and sent spies into Eschal. Confound him, said Luttrell, who was fat and well-liking. I entertained one of Emin, a red worsted comforter under Bean de Rig. He said he was a crofter, gave him a drink too. I don't mind admitting, said the boy, that what with the cold and the remounts, we were moving rather base over Apex. Burden bottled us under Esker Mower in a snowstorm. He stampeded half the horses, cut off a lot of us in a snowbank, and generally rubbed our noses in the dirt. Was he allowed to do that? I said. There is no peace in a military area. If we'd beaten him off or got away, without losing anyone, we'd have been entitled to a day's pay from every man engaged against us. But we didn't. He cut off 50 of ours, held them as prisoners for the regulation 3 days, and then sent in his bill 3 days' pay for each man, taken 50 men at 12 bob a head, plus £5 for the dove as a captured officer. And Kid here, his junior 3, made about 40 quid to Burden Co. They crowed over us horrid. Couldn't you have appealed to an umpire or something? We could, but we talked it over with the men, and decided to pay and look happy. We were fairly had the 30th, knew every foot of esker mower. I spent 3 days hunting in the snow, but they went off on our remounts about 20 mile that night. Do you always do this shamfight business? I asked. Once inside an area you must look after yourself, but I tell you that a fight which means that every man jack of us may lose a week's pay isn't so damn sham. After all, it keeps the men nippy still in the long run. It's like whist on a PO, it comes out fairly level, if you play long enough now and again, though one gets a present say when line regiment's out on the heath, and signifies that it's ready to abide by the rules of the game. You mustn't take head money from a line regiment in an area, unless it says that it'll play you, but after a week or two, those clever linesmen always think they see a chance of making a pot, and send in their compliments to the nearest Roman 1G. Then the fun begins. We caught a line regiment single-handed about 2 years ago in Ireland, caught it on the hop between a bog and a beach. It had just moved in to join its brigade, and we made a 42-mile march in 14 hours, and cut it off lock, stock and barrel. It went to ground like a badger, will say those line regiments can dig, but we got out privily by night, and broke up the only road it could expect to get its baggage and company guns. Along then, we blew up a bridge that some sappers had made for experimental purposes. They were rather stuffy about it on its line of retreat, while we lay up in the mountains, and signalled for the A Roman 100 of those parts. Who's an A Roman 100? I asked. The Adjustment Committee, the umpires of the military areas. They're a set of superannuated old ants of colonels kept for the purpose, but they occasionally combined to do justice. Our A Roman 100 came, saw our dispositions, and said it was a sanguinary massacre for the line, and that we were entitled to our full pound of fleshhead money for one whole regiment with equipment, 4 company guns, and all kit at line rates. This worked out as one fat check for 250, not bad. But we had to pay the sappers 7 to 4 quid for blowing their patent bridge to pieces. Divine interpolated that was a swindle. That's true, the boy went on, but the Adjustment Committee gave our helpless victims a talking to that was worth another 100 to hear. But isn't there a lot of unfairness in this head money system? I asked. Can't have everything perfect, said the boy. Head money is an attempt at payment by results, and it gives the men a direct interest in their job 3 times out of 5. Of course, the Roman 100 will disallow both sides' claim, but there's always the chance of bringing off a coup. Do all regiments do it? Heavily. The line pays a bob per prisoner, and the militia 9pence, not to mention side bits, which are what really keep the men keen. It isn't supposed to be done by the volunteers, but they gamble worse than anyone. Why, the very kids do it when they go to first camp at Aldershot or Salisbury. Head money's a national institution like betting, said Rudyard. I should say it was, said Pigeon suddenly. I was roped in the other day as an adjustment committee by the Kemptown board school. I was riding under the Brighton racecourse, and I heard the whistle goin' for umpire regulation, 2 longs and 2 shorts. I didn't take any notice till an infant about a yard high jumped up from a furze patch and shouted, "Guard, guard, come here. I want you professionally, Alf," says he. "Ain't outflanked, ain't he a liar? Come and look. 'Ow I've posted my men. You bet I looked." The young demon trotted by my stirrup and showed me his whole army, 20 of 'em laid out under cover, as nicely as you please round a cowhouse in a hollow. He kept on shouting. I've drew Alf into there. Is position ain't tenable. Say, it ain't tenable, guard. I rode round the position, and Alf with his army came out of his cowhouse and sat on the roof and protested like a militia colonel, but the facts were in favour of my friend, and I umpired according. Well, Alf abode by my decision. I explained it to him at length, and he solemnly paid up his head monefarthing points, if you please. Did they pay you umpire's fee? Said Kid. I umpired a whole afternoon once for a village school at home, and they stood me a bottle of hot ginger beer. I compromised on a halfpenny a sticky. One or i'd have hurt their feelings, said Pigeon gravely, but I gave 'em 6pence back. How were they manoeuvring, and what with? I asked. Oh, by whistle and hand signal. They had the dummy board school guns and flags for positions, but they were rushing their attack much too quick for that open country. I told 'em so, and they admitted it. But who taught 'em? I said. They had learned in their schools, of course, like the rest of us. They were all of 'em over 10, and squadrill begins when they're 8. They knew their company drill a heap better than they knew their King's English. How much drill do the boys put in? I asked. All boys begin physical drill to music in the board schools. When they're 6, squadrill 1 hour a week. When they're 8, company drill. When they're 10, for an hour and a half a week between 10 and 12, they get battalion drill of a sort. They take the rifle at 12, and record their first target score at 13. That's what the code lays down, but it's worked very loosely so long as a boy comes up to the standard of his age. In Canada, we don't need your physical drill, we're born fit, said Pigeon, and our 10-year-olds could knock spots out of your 12-year-olds. I may as well explain, said the boy, that the Dove is our swap officer. He's an untamed husky from Nootka Sound. When he's at home, and Roman 1G Corps exchanges one officer every 2 years with a Canadian or Australian or African Guard Corps. We've had a year of our Dove, and we shall be sorry to lose him. He humbles our insular pride. Meantime, Morton, our swap in Canada, keeps the ferocious Canuck humble. When Pidge goes, we shall swap Kid, who's next on the roster for a cornstalk or a Maori. But about the education drill, a boy can't attend first camp, as we call it, till he is a trained boy, and holds his first musketry certificate. The education code says he must be 14, and the boys usually go to first camp at about that age. Of course, they've been to their little private camps and boys' fresh air camps and public school picnics while they were at school, but first camp is where the young drafts all meet, generally at Aldershot in this part of the world. First camp lasts a week or 10 days, and the boys are looked over for vaccination and worked lightly in brigades with lots of blank cartridge. Second camp, that's for the 15 to 18-year-olds, lasts 10 days or a fortnight, and that includes a final medical examination. Men don't like to be chucked out on medical certificates much nowadays. I assure you, second camp at Salisbury, say, is an experience for a young Roman 1G officer. We're told off to M in rotation. A wilderness of monkeys isn't in it. The kids are apt to think themselves soldiers, and we have to take the edge off M with lots of pickwork and night attacks. And what happens after second camp? It's hard to explain. Our system is so illogical theoretically. The boys needn't show up for the next 3 or 4 years after second camp. They are supposed to be making their way in life. Actually, the young doctor or lawyer or engineer joins a volunteer battalion that sticks to the minimum of Campton days per annum that gives him a holiday in the open air. And now that men have taken to endowing their volunteer drill holes with baths and libraries, he finds if he can't run to a club that his own drill hole is an efficient substitute. He meets men their hull be useful to him later, and he keeps himself in touch with what's going on while he's studying for his profession, the townbird, such as the chemist's assistant, clerk, plumber, mechanic, electrician, and so forth, generally put in for their town volunteer corps. As soon as they begin to walk out with the girls, they like talking their true loves to our restaurants. Look yonder. I followed his gaze and saw across the room a man and a maid at a far table forgetting in each other's eyes the good food on their plates. So it is, said Roman 1, go ahead. Then too we have some town volunteer corps that lay themselves out to attract promising youths of 19 or 20, and make much of 'em on condition that they join their line battalion and play for their county under the new county qualifications. Birth or 3 years residence, if that means a great deal in league matches, and the same in county cricket. By Jove, that's a good notion, I cried. Who invented it? Roman 100 Fry long ago. He said in his paper that county cricket and county volunteering ought to be on the same footing. Unpaid and genuine, no cricketer, no corps, no corps, no cricketer was his watchword. There was a row among the pros at first, but Roman 100 won, and later the league had to come in. They said at first it would ruin the gate, but when county matches began to be Pucker County plus interregimental affairs, the gate trebled, and as 2/3 of the gate goes to the regiments supplying the teams. Some volunteer corps fairly wallow in cash. It's all unofficial, of course, but league corps, as they call 'em, can take their pick of the second camper. Some corps ask 10 guineas entrance fee, and get it too from the young bloods that want to shine in the arena. I told you we catered for all tastes. Now as regards the line proper, I believe the young artisan and mechanic puts in for that before he marries. He likes the 2 months heath in his first year, and 5 bob a week is something to go on with between times. Do they follow their trade while they're in the line? I demanded. Why not? How many well-paid artisans work more than 4 days a week? Anyhow, remember, a linesman hasn't to be drilled in your sense of the word. He must have had at least 8 years grounding in that, as well as 2 or 3 years in his volunteer battalion. He can sleep where he pleases. He can't leave town limits without reporting himself, of course, but he can get leave if he wants it. He's on duty 2 days in the week as a rule, and he's liable to be invited out for garrison duty down the Mediterranean, but his benefit societies will insure him against that. I'll tell you about that later. If it's a hard winter and trades slack, a lot of the bachelors are taken into the Roman 1G barracks, while the Roman 1G is out on the heath for theoretical instruction. Oh, I assure you the line hasn't half a bad time of it. Amazing, I murmured. And what about the others? The volunteers observed the beauty of our system. We're a free people, we get up and slay the man who says we aren't. But as a little detail, we never mention if we don't volunteer in some corps or another as combatants, if we're fit as non-combatants, if we ain't till we're 35, we don't vote, and we don't get poor relief, and the women don't love us. Oh, that's the compulsion of it, said Roman. One Bailey inclined his head gravely. That, sir, is the compulsion. We voted the legal part of it ourselves in a fit of panic. And we have not yet rescinded our resolution. The women attend to the unofficial penalties, but being free British citizens. And Snobs put in Pigeon, the point is well taken. Pay, we have supplied ourselves with every sort and shape, and make a volunteer corps that you can imagine, and we've mixed the whole show up with our odd fellows, and our Roman 1 OGTs, and our Buffaloes, and our Burkes, and our Debrits, not to mention leagues and athletic clubs, till you can't tell t'other, from which you remember the young pup, who used to look on soldiering as a favour, done to his ungrateful contrived gun-poking ferret pet in landed gentlemen's offspring, suck-in facey Romford. Well, he generally joins a foreign service corps when he leaves college. Can volunteers go foreign then? Can't they just if their Roman 100 or his wife has influence? The Armady will always send a well-connected FS Corps out to help a guard battalion in a small campaign. Otherwise FS Corps make their own arrangements about camps. You see, the military areas are always open. They can heath there and gamble on head money, as long as their finances run to it, or they can apply to do sea time in the ships. It's a cheap way for a young man to see the world, and if he's any good he can try to get into the guard later. The main point, said Pigeon, is that FS Corps are swagger the correct thing. It 'ud never do to be drawn for the militia, don't you know? He drawled, trying to render the English voice. That's what happens to a chap who doesn't volunteer, said Bailey. Well, after the FS Corps, we've about 40 of 'em, come our territorial volunteer battalions, and a man who can't suit himself somewhere among 'em must be a shade difficult. We've got those League Corps I was talking about, and those studious corps that just scrape through their 10 days camp, and we've crack corps of highly paid mechanics who can afford a 2 months heath in an interesting area every other year, and we've senior and junior scientific corps of earnest boilermakers and fitters and engineers who read papers on high explosives and do their heafing in a wet picket boat mine dropping at the ports. Then we've heavy artillery recruited from the big manufacturing towns and shipbuilding yards and ferocious hardridden yeomanry. They can ride no genteel, semi-genteel and hooligan corps, and so on and so forth, till you come to the home defence establishment. Young chaps knocked out under medical certificate at the second camp, but good enough to sit behind hedges or clean up camp, and the old waspbirds who've served their time but don't care to drop out of the fun of the yearly camps, and the halls. They call themselves veterans, and do fancy shooting at Bisley. But between you and me, they're a mostly fresh air benefit clubs. They contribute to the volunteer journals, and tell the guard that it's no good, but I like 'em. I shall be one of 'em some day, a copper-nosed waspbird, so you see we're mixed to a degree on the volunteer side. It sounds that way, I ventured. You've overdone it, Bailey, said Devine. You've missed our one strong point. He turned to me and continued its embarkation. The volunteers may be as mixed as the colonel says, but they are trained to go down to the sea in ships. You ought to see a big bank holiday rollout. We suspend most of the usual railway traffic and turn on the military timetable, say on Friday at midnight, by 4 Roman 1000. The trains are running from every big centre in England to the nearest port at 2 minute intervals. As the Armady meets us at the other end with shipping of sorts, fleet reserves, or regular men of war or hulks anything. You can stick a gangplank till we pile the men on to the troop decks, stack the rifles in the racks, send down the sea kit steam about for a few hours, and land somewhere. It's a good notion, because our army to be any use must be an army of embarkation. Why, last Whit Monday, we had how many were down at the dock edge in the first 8 hours? Kid you, the volunteer enthusiast last from school. In the first 10 hours over 118,000, said Kid across the table, with 36,000 actually put in and taken out of ship in the whole 36 hours. We had close on 90,000 men on the water, and 133,000 on the quays fallen in with their sea kit. That must have been a sight, I said. One didn't notice it much. It was scattered between Chatham, Dover, Portsmouth, Plymouth, Bristol, Liverpool, and so on, merely to give the inland men a chance to get rid of their breakfasts. We don't like to concentrate and try a big embarkation at any one point. It makes the continent jumpy. Otherwise, said Kid, I believe we could get 200,000 men with their kits away on one tide. What do you want with so many? I asked. We don't want one of 'em, but the continent used to point out every time relations were strained that nothing would be easier than to raid England. If they got command of the sea for a week, after a few years, some genius discovered that it cut both ways and there was no reason why we, who are supposed to command the sea and own a few ships, should not organize our little raids, in case of need. The notion caught on among the volunteers. They were getting rather sick of manoeuvres on dry land, and since then we haven't heard so much about raids from the continent, said Bailey. It's the offensive and defensive, said Verskell, that they talk so much about. We learned it all from the continent plus they insisted on it so. No, we learned it from the fleet, said Devine. The Mediterranean fleet landed 10,000 marines and sailors with guns in 20 minutes once at manoeuvres. That was long ago. I've seen the fleet reserve and a few paddle steamers hired for the day land, 25,000 volunteers at Bantry in 4-hour chaff. The men seasick too. You've no notion what a difference that sort of manoeuvre makes in the calculations of our friends on the mainland. The continent knows what invasion means. It's like dealing with a man whose nerve has been shaken. It doesn't cost much after all, and it makes us better friends with the great European family. We're now as thick as thieves. Where does the Imperial Guard come in all this gorgeousness? I asked. You're unusual modest about yourselves. As a matter of fact, we're supposed to go out and stay out. We're the permanently mobilized lot. I don't think there are more than 8 Roman 1G battalions in England. Now, we're 100 battalions all told, mostly on the Heath in India, Africa, and so forth. 100,000 isn't that small allowance, I suggested. You think so? 100,000 men, without a single case of venereal, and an average sick list of 2% permanently on a war footing. Well, perhaps you're right. But it's a useful little force to begin with, while the others are getting ready. There's the native Indian army also, which isn't a broken reed. And since no volunteer, no vote is the rule throughout the empire, you will find a few men in Canada, Australia and elsewhere that are fairly hefty in their class. But 100,000 isn't enough for garrison duty, I persisted. 100,000 sound men, not sick boys, go quite a way, said Pigeon. We expect the line to garrison the Mediterranean ports and thereabouts, said Bailey. Don't sneer at the mechanic, he's deuced good stuff. He isn't rudely ordered out, because this ain't a military despotism. And we have to consider people's feelings. The armady usually brackets 3-line regiments together, and calls for men for 6 months or a year for Malta Jib or elsewhere. At a bob a day, 3 battalions will give you nearly a whole battalion of bachelors between you fill up deficiencies with a call on the Territorial Volunteer Battalion, and away you go with what we call a Ports Battalion. What's astonishing in that, remember that in this country, where 50% of the able-bodied males have got a pretty fair notion of soldiering, and which is more, have all camped out in the open, you wake up the spirit of adventure in the young. Not much adventure at Malta Jib or Cyprus, I retorted. Don't they get sick of it? But you don't realize that we treat rather differently from the soldier of the past. You ought to go and see a ports battalion drawn from a manufacturing center, growing vines in Cyprus in its shirt sleeves. And at Jib and Malta, of course, the battalions are working with the fleet half the time. It seems to me, I said angrily, you are knocking esprit de corps on the head. With all this Army-Navy jumble, it's as bad as... I know what you're going to say, as bad as what Kitchener used to do when he believed that 1,000 details picked up on the veldt were as good as a column of 2 regiments in the old days, when drill was a sort of holy sacred art, learned in old age. You'd be quite right, but remember our chaps are broke to drill from childhood, and the theory we work on is that 1,000 trained Englishmen ought to be about as good as another 1,000 trained Englishmen. We've enlarged our horizon, that's all. Someday the Army and the Navy will be interchangeable. You've enlarged it enough to fall out of. I think now we're in all this mess of compulsory volunteers. My dear boy, there's no compulsion. You've got to be drilled when you're a child, same as you've got to learn to read. And if you don't pretend to serve in some corps or other till you're 35 or medically chucked, you rank with lunatics, women and minors. That's fair enough. Compulsory conscripts, I continued. Where, as I was going to say, does the militia come in? As I have said, for the men who can't afford volunteering, the militia is recruited by ballot pretty comprehensively. 2 volunteers are exempt, but most men not otherwise accounted for are bagged by the militia. They have to put in a minimum 3 weeks camp every other year, and they get 15 bob a week and their keep when they're at it, and some sort of a yearly fee. I've forgotten how much. 'Tisn't a showy service, but it's very useful. It keeps the mass of the men between 25 say and 35 moderately fit, and gives the armady an excuse for having more equipment ready in case of emergencies. I don't think you're quite fair on the militia, drawled Verskell. They're a better than we give 'em credit for. Don't you remember the Middlemore collieries strike? Tell me, I said quickly. Evidently, the others knew. Well, it was no end of a pitman's strike about 8 years ago. There were 25,000 men involved, militia of course. At the end of the first month, October, when things were looking rather blue, one of those clever Labour leaders got hold of the Militia Act and discovered that any militia regiment could by a 2/3 vote go on heath in a military area, in addition to its usual biennial camp. 22 battalions of Geordies solemnly applied, and they were turned loose into the Irish and Scotch areas under an Roman 1G brigadier, who had private instructions to knock clinkers out of 'em. But the pitman is a strong and agile bird. He throve on snowdrifts and entrenching and dragging guns through heather. He was being fed and clothed for nothing besides having a chance of making head money, and his strike pay was going clear to his wife and family. You see, wily man, but watched a bitch when that heath finished in December. The strike was still on then. That same Labour leader found out from the same act that if at any time more than 30 or 40 men of a militia regiment wished to volunteer to do sea time and study big guns in the fleet, they were in no wise to be discouraged, but were to be taken on as opportunity offered, and paid a bob a day. Accordingly, about January, Geordie began volunteering for sea time. 700 and 800 men out of each regiment. Anyhow, it made up 17,000 men. It was a splendid chance, and the Armady jumped at it. The home and channel fleets and the North Sea and cruiser squadrons were strengthened with lame ducks from the Fleet Reserve, and between with a little stretching and pushing, they accommodated all of that young division. Yes, but you've forgotten how we lied to the continent about it. All Europe wanted to know what the deuce we were at, said Boy Bailey, and the wretched cabinet had to stump the country in the depths of winter, explaining our new system of poor relief. I beg your pardon, Verscoil. The Armady improvised naval manoeuvres between Jib and Land's End, with frequent coalings and landings, ending in a cruise round England that fairly paralysed the pitmen the first day out. They wanted the fleet stopped, while they went ashore and killed their Labour leader. But they couldn't be obliged. Then they wanted to mutiny over the coaling. It was too like their own job. Oh, they had a lordly time. They came back, combined fleets anchored off Hull with a nautical hitch to their breeches. They'd had a free fight at Jib with the Ports Battalion. There they cleared out the town of Lagos, and they'd fought a pitched battle with the dockyard mateys at Devonport. So they'd done themselves well, but they didn't want any more military life for a bit. And the strike, that ended all right enough. When the strike money came to an end, the pitmeners were furious. They said the Armady had willfully prolonged the strike, and asked questions in the House. The Armady said that they had taken advantage of the crisis to put a 6 months' polish on 15,000 fine young men, and if the masters cared to come out on the same terms, they'd be happy to do the same by them. And then, palaver done set, said Bailey. Everybody laughed. I don't quite understand about this sea-time business. I said, is the fleet open to take any regiment aboard? Rather the Roman 1G must, the line can, the militia may, and the volunteers do put in sea time. The coast volunteers began it, and the fashion is spreading inland under certain circumstances. As Verscoil told you, a volunteer or militia regiment can vote whether it heaths wet or dry. If it votes wet and has influence like some FS corps, it can sneak into the Channel or the home fleet and do a cruise round England or to Madeira or the North Sea. The regiment, of course, is distributed among the ships, and the fleet dry nurse it rather breaks up shore discipline, but it gives the inland men a bit of experience, and of course it gives us a fairish supply of men behind the gun in event of any strain on the fleet. Some coast corps make a specialty of it, and compete for embarking and disembarking records. I believe some of the Tyneside engineering corps put 10% of their men through the fleet engine rooms. But there's no need to stay talking here all the afternoon. Come and see the Roman 1G in his lathe miserable conscript, driven up to the colours at the point of the bayonet. Part 2. The great hall was emptying apace as the clocks struck 2, and we passed out through double doors into a huge reading and smoking room, blue with tobacco and buzzing with voices. We're quieter as a rule, said the boy, but we're filling up vacancies today, hence the anxious faces of the line and militia. Look, there were 4 tables against the walls, and at each stood a crowd of uniforms. The centres of disturbance were non-commissioned officers, who seated, growled and wrote down names. Come to my table, said Burgard. Well, Purvis, have you earmarked our little lot? I've been tellin' for the last hour we've only 23 vacancies, was the sergeant's answer. I've taken nearly 50 for trials, and this is what's left. Burgard smiled. I am very sorry, he said to the crowd, but C Company's full. "Excuse me, sir," said a man, "but wouldn't seat time count in my favour? I've put in 3 months with the fleet small quickfirers, sir, company guns, any sort of light machinery." "Come away," said a voice behind. "They've chucked the best ferrier between Hull and Dewsbury. Think they'll take you and your party quickfirers?" The speaker turned on his heel and swore. "Oh, damn the guard, by all means," said Sergeant Purvis, collecting his papers. "Do suppose it's any pleasure to me to reject chaps of your build, and make vote us a second guard battalion, and well accommodate you now. You can come into schools and watch trials if you like." Most of the men accepted his invitation, but a few walked away angrily. I followed from the smoking room across a wide corridor into a riding school under whose roof the voices of the few hundred assembled wandered in lost echoes. "I'll leave you if you don't mind," said Burgard. "Company officers aren't supposed to assist at these games. Here, Matthews," he called to a private, and put me in his charge. In the center of the vast floor my astonished eyes beheld a group of stripped men, the pink of their bodies startling the tan. "These are our crowd," said Matthews. "They've been vetted, and we're putting 'em through their paces." "They don't look a bit like raw material," I said. "No, we don't use either raw men or raw meat, for that matter, in the guard," Matthews replied. "Life's too short." Purvis stepped forward and barked in the professional manner. It was physical drill of the most searching, checked only when he laid his hand over some man's heart. 6 or 7 I noticed were sent back at this stage of the game. Then a cry went up from a group of privates standing near the line of contorted figures. "White, Purvis, white, number 9 is spitting white." "I know it," said Purvis. "Don't you worry." "Unfair," murmured the man who understood quickfirers. "If I couldn't shape better than that, I'd hire myself out to wheel a perambulator. He's cooked." "Nah," said the intent Matthews. "Hell answer to a month's training like a horse. It's only suet you've been training for this, haven't you?" "Look at me," said the man simply. "Yes, you're overtrained," was Matthews' comment. "The guard isn't a circus." "Guns," roared Purvis as the men broke off, and panted. "Number off from the right, 14 is 1, 3 is 2, 11's 3, 20 and 39 are 4 and 5 and 5 is 6. He was giving them their numbers at the guns, as they struggled into their uniforms in like manner. He told off 3 other gun crews, and the remainder left at the double to return through the further doors, with 4 light quickfirers jerking at the end of man-ropes. "Knock down and assemble against time," Purvis called. The audience closed in a little as the crews flung themselves on the guns, which melted wheel by wheel beneath their touch. "I've never seen anything like this," I whispered. "Huh," said Matthews scornfully. "They're always doing it in the line and militia drill holes. It's only circus work." The guns were assembled again, and someone called the time. Then followed 10 minutes of the quickest firing and feeding with dummy cartridges that was ever given man to behold. "They look as if they might amount to something this draft," said Matthews softly. "What might you teach 'em after this then?" I asked. "To be guard," said Matthews. "Spurs," cried Purvis as the guns disappeared through the doors into the stables. Each man plucked at his sleeve and drew up first one heel and then the other. "What the deuce are they doing?" I asked. "This," said Matthews. He put his hand to a ticket pocket inside his regulation cuff, showed me 2 very small black box spurs drawing up a gaitered foot. He snapped them into the box in the heel, and when I had inspected, snapped them out again. "That's all the spur you really need," he said. Then horses were trotted out into the school barebacked, and the neophytes were told to ride. Evidently the beasts knew the game, and enjoyed it, for they would not make it easy for the men. A heap of saddlery was thrown in a corner, and from this each man, as he captured his mount, made shift to draw proper equipment, while the audience laughed, derided, or called the horses towards them. It was most literally wild horseplay, and by the time it was finished the recruits and the company were weak with fatigue and laughter. "That'll do," said Purvis while the men rocked in their saddles. "I don't see any particular odds between any of you. C Company. Does anybody here know anything against any of these men?" "That's a bit of the regulations," Matthews whispered. "Just like forbidden the banns in church, really. It was all settled long ago when the names first came up." There was no answer. "Y'all take 'em as they stand." There was a grunt of assent. "Very good, there's 40 men for 23 billets." He turned to the sweating horsemen. "I must put you into the hat." With great ceremony and a shower of company jokes that I did not follow, an enormous Ally Sloper top hat was produced, into which numbers and blanks were dropped, and the whole was handed round to the riders by a private, evidently the joker of C Company. Matthews gave me to understand that each company owned a cherished receptacle, sometimes not a respectable one, for the papers of the final drawing. He was telling me how his company had once stolen the sacred article used by D Company for this purpose, and of the riot that followed when through the west door of the schools entered a fresh detachment of stripped men, and the arena was flooded with another company. Said Matthews as we withdrew, each company does trials their own way. B Company is all for teaching men how to cook, and Camp D Company keeps em to horsework mostly. We call D the circus riders, and B the cooks, they call us the gunners. And you've rejected me, said the man who had done sea time, pushing out before us. The army's goin' to the dogs. I stood in the corridor looking for Rudyard. Come up to my room and have a smoke, said Matthews, private of the Imperial Guard. We climbed 2 flights of stone stairs, ere we reached an immense landing flanked with numbered doors. Matthews pressed a spring latch and led me into a little cabin-like room. The cot was a standing bunk with drawers beneath. On the bed lay a brilliant blanket. By the bed head was an electric light, and a shelf of books. A writing table stood in the window, and I dropped into a low wicker chair. This is a cut above subaltern's quarters, I said, surveying the photos, the durry on the floor, the rifle in its rack, the field kit hung up behind the door, and the knickknacks on the walls. The line bachelors use em while we're away, but they're a nice to come back to after. Heath Matthews passed me his cigarette case. Where have you heafed? I said. In Scotland, Central Australia and northeastern Rhodesia, and the Northwest Indian front. What's your service? 4 years. I'll have to go in a year. I got in when I was 20. It will be a fluke from the militia directin' trials. Trials like those we just saw. Not so severe, there was less competition, then I hope to get my stripes, but there's no chance. Why? I haven't the knack of handling men. Purvis let me have a half company for a month in Rhodesia over towards Lake Engarni. I couldn't work em properly, it's a gift. Do colour sergeants handle half companies with you? They can command em on the heath. We've only 4 company officers, Burgard Luttrell Kid, and Harrison Pigeons our swap. And he's in charge of the ponies. Burgard got his company on the heath. You see, Burgard had been a lieutenant in the line, but he came into the guards on trials like the men he could command. They tried him in India with a wing of the battalion for 3 months. He did well, so he got his company. That's what made me hopeful. But it's a gift, you see, managing men, and so I am only a senior private. They let 10% of us stay on for 2 years extra after our 3 are finished to polish the others. Aren't you even a corporal? We haven't corporals or lances for that matter in the guard. As a senior private, I'd take 20 men into action, but one guard don't tell another how to clean himself. You've learned that before you apply. Come in. There was a knock at the door, and Burgard entered, removing his cap. I thought you'd be here, he said as Matthews vacated the other chair and sat on the bed. Well, has Matthews told you all about it? How did our trials go, Matthews? 40 names in the hat, sir, at the finish. They'll make a fairish lot. Their gun tricks weren't bad, but D Company has taken the best horsemen as usual. Oh, I'll attend to that on heath. Give me a man who can handle company guns, and I'll engage to make him a horsemaster. D Company will end by thinking themselves Captain Pigeon's private cavalry some day. I had never heard a private and a captain talking after this fashion, and my face must have betrayed my astonishment, for Burgard said, "These are not our parade manners in our rooms, as we say in the guard. All men are men outside. We are officers and men." I begin to see, I stammered. Matthews was telling me that sergeants handled half companies, and rose from the ranks, and I don't see that there are any lieutenants, and your companies appear to be 250 strong. It's a shade confusing to the layman. Burgard leaned forward didactically. The regulations lay down that every man's capacity for command must be tested to the uttermost. We construe that very literally. When we're on the heath, for instance, any man can apply to take the command next above him. And if a man's too shy to ask, his company officer must see that he gets his chance. A sergeant is given a wing of the battalion to play with for 3 weeks a month or 6 weeks according to his capacity, and turned adrift in an area to make his own arrangements. That's what areas are for, and to experiment in a good gunner. A private very often has all 4 company guns to handle through a week's fight, acting for the time as the majors of guard battalions. Verticals are supposed to be responsible for the guns. By the way, there's nothing to prevent any man who has the gift working his way up to the experimental command of the battalion on heath. Purvis, my colour sergeant, commanded the battalion for 3 months at the back of Coolgardie, and very well he did it. Bailey verted to company officer for the time being and took Harrison's company, and Harrison came over to me, as my colour sergeant do you see, well Purvis is down for a commission, when there's a vacancy he's been thoroughly tested, and we all like him. 2 other sergeants have passed that 3 months trial in the same way, just as second mates go up for extra master's certificate. They have Roman 100 after their names in the army list, that shows they're capable of taking command in event of war. The result of our system is that you could knock out every single officer of a guard battalion early in the day, and the wheels 'ud still go forward, not merely round. We're allowed to fill up half our commissioned list from the ranks direct now. Do you see why there's such a rush to get into a guard battalion? Indeed, I do. Have you commanded the regiment experimentally? Oh, time and again, Burgard laughed. We've all had our Roman 100 turn. Doesn't the chopping and changing upset the men? It takes something to upset the guard. Besides, they're all in the game together. They give each other a fair show, you may be sure. That's true, said Matthews. When I went to Ngami with the half company, he sighed, they helped me all they knew, but it's a gift handling men, I found that out. I know you did, said Burgard softly, but you found it out in time, which is the great thing. You see, he turned to me, with our limited strength, we can't afford to have a single man who isn't more than up to any duty and reason. Don't you be led away by what you saw at trials just now. The volunteers and the militia have all the monkatricks of the trade, such as mounting and dismounting guns, and making fancy scores, and doing record marches, but they need a lot of working up before they can pull their weight in the boat. There was a knock at the door, a note was handed in. Burgard read it, and smiled. Bailey wants to know if you'd care to come with us to the park and see the kids. It's only a Saturday afternoon walk round before the taxpayer. Very good, if y'all press the button, well, try to do the rest. He led me by 2 flights of stairs up an iron stairway that gave on a platform, not unlike a ship's bridge, immediately above the barreled glass roof of the Ridding School. Through a ribbed ventilator, I could see B Company far below, watching some men who chased sheep. Burgard unlocked a glass-fronted fire alarm arrangement, flanked with dials and speaking tubes, and bade me press the center button. Next moment I should have fallen through the Ridding School roof if he had not caught me, for the huge building below my feet thrilled to the multiplied purring of electric bells. The men in the school vanished like minnows before a shadow, and above the stamp of booted feet on staircases, I heard the neighing of many horses. What in the world have I done? I gasped. Turned out the guard horse, foot and guns. A telephone bell rang imperiously. Burgard snatched up the receiver. Yes, sir. What, sir? I never heard. They said that. He laughed, but it would be just like in an hour and a half. Yes, sir, opposite the statue. Yes, sir. He turned to me with a wink as he hung up. Bailey's playing up for you now. Y'all see some fun. Who's going to catch it? I demanded. Only our local Foreign Service Corps. It's Roman 100 has been boasting that it's en état de partir, and Bailey's going to take him at his word and have a kit inspection this afternoon in the park. I must tell their drill hole. Look over yonder, between that brewery chimney and the mansard roof. He readdressed himself to the telephone, and I kept my eye on the building to the southward. A blue Peter climbed up to the top of the flagstaff that crowned it and blew out in the summer breeze. A black storm cone followed. Inspection for FS Corps, acknowledged, sir, said Burgard down the telephone. Now we'd better go to the Ridding School. The battalion falls in there. I have to change. But you're free of the Corps. Go anywhere, ask anything. In another 10 minutes we're off. I lingered for a little, looking over the great city, its huddle of houses, and the great fringe of the park, all framed between the open windows of this dial-dotted eyrie. When I descended, the halls and corridors were as hushed as they had been noisy, and my feet echoed down the broad tiled staircases on the 3rd floor. Matthews gaitered, and armed overtook me, smiling. I thought you might want a guide, said he. We've 5 minutes yet, and piloted me to the sun-splashed gloom of the Ridding School. 3 companies were in close order on the tan. They moved out at a whistle, and as I followed in their rear I was overtaken by Pigeon on a rough black mare. Wait a bit, he said, till the horses are all out of stables, and come with us. D Company is the only one mounted just now. We do it to amuse the taxpayer, he explained above the noise of horses on the tan. Where are the guns? I asked, as the mare lipped my coat collar. Gone ahead long ago. They come out of their own door at the back of barracks. We don't haul guns through traffic more than we can help. If Belinda breathes down your neck, smack her shell. Be quiet in the streets. She loves looking into the shop windows. The mounted company clattered through vaulted concrete corridors in the wake of the main body and filed out into the crowded streets. When I looked at the townsfolk on the pavement or in the double-deck trams, I saw that the bulk of them saluted not grudgingly or of necessity, but in a light-hearted, even flippant fashion. "Those are line and militia men," said Pigeon, "that old chap in the top hat by the lamp-post is an ex-guardie, that's why he's saluting in slow time. No, there's no regulation governing these things, but we've all fallen into the way of it, somehow. Steady, mare. I don't know whether I care about this aggressive militarism," I began when the company halted, and Belinda almost knocked me down. Looking forward, I saw the badged cuff of a policeman, upraised at a crossing, his back towards us. "Horrid aggressive, ain't we?" said Pigeon with a chuckle when we moved on again, and overtook the main body. Here I caught the strains of the band, which Pigeon told me did not accompany the battalion on Heath, but lived in barracks and made much money by playing at parties in town. "If we want anything more than drums and fifes on Heath, we sing," said Pigeon. "Singin' helps the wind." I rejoiced to the marrow of my bones, thus to be borne along on billows of surging music, among magnificent men, in sunlight through a crowded town, whose people I could feel regarded us with comradeship, affection, and "By Jove," I said at last, watching the eyes about us, "these people are looking us over as if we were horses. Why not? They know the games." The eyes on the pavement, in the trams, the cabs at the upper windows, swept our lines back and forth with a weighed intensity of regard, which at first seemed altogether new to me, till I recalled just such eyes, 1,000 of them, at manoeuvres in the Channel, when one crowded battleship drew past its sister at Biscuitos range. Then I stared at the ground overborne by those considering eyes. Suddenly the music changed to the wail of the Dead March in Sol, and once more were crossing a large Squareth regiment halted. "Damn," said Pigeon, glancing behind him at the mounted company, "I believe they save up their Saturday corpses on purpose." "What is it?" I asked. "A dead volunteer. We must play him through again." I looked forward, and saw the top of a hearse followed by 2 mourning coaches boring directly up the halted regiment, which opened out company by company to let it through. "But they've got the whole blessed square to funeralize in," I exclaimed. "Why don't they go round?" "Not so," Pigeon replied. "In this city, it's the volunteer's perquisite to be played through by any corps he happens to meet on his way to the cemetery, and they make the most of it. You'll see." I heard the order, "Rest on your arms," run before the poor little procession, as the men opened out. The driver pulled the black Flanders beasts into a more than funeral crawl, and in the first mourning coach, I saw the tearful face of a fat woman, his mother doubtless, a handkerchief pressed to one eye, but the other rolling vigilantly alight with proper pride. Last came a knot of uniformed men privates. "I took it off the dead one's corps," said a man in the crowd, beside us, to the girl on his arm. "There, Jenny, that's what he'll get if I ave the luck to meet him when my time comes." "You and your luck," she snapped. "Ow, can you talk such silly nonsense?" "Played through by the guard," he repeated slowly. "The undertaker could guarantee that, mark you, for all his customers well ed monopolize. The trade is all I can say. See the horse's passage in sideways." "She done it a purpose," said the woman with a sniff. "And I only hope y'all follow her example, just as long as you think ill keeped." We reclosed when the funeral had left us 20 paces behind. A small boy stuck his head out of a carriage and watched us jealously. "Amazing, amazing," I murmured. "Is it regulation?" "No town custom. It varies a little in different cities, but the people value being played through more than most things. I imagine Duddell, the big Ipswich manufacturer, has a quackery to bring in a bill to suppress it," as unchristian Pigeon laughed. "And it cost him his seat next election. You see, we're all in the game." We reached the park without further adventure, and found the 4 company guns with their spike teams and single drivers waiting for us. Many people were gathered here, and we were halted so far as I could see that they might talk with the men in the ranks. The officers broke into groups. "Why on earth didn't you come along with me?" said Boy Bailey at my side. "I was expecting you." Well, I had a delicacy about brigading myself with a colonel at the head of his regiment, so I stayed with the rear company, and the horses. It's all too wonderful for any words what's going to happen next. I've handed over to Verskil, who will amuse and edify the school children, while I take you round our kindergarten. Don't kill anyone. Are you goin' to charge em?" Old Verskil hitched his big shoulder and nodded precisely as he used to do at school. He was a boy, a few words grown into a kindly, taciturn man. Now Bailey slid his arm through mine and led me across a riding road towards a stretch of rough common singularly out of place, in a park perhaps 3/4 of a mile long and half as wide. On the encircling rails leaned an almost unbroken line of men and women. Outnumbering the men, I saw the guard battalion move up the road flanking the common and disappear behind the trees. As far as the eye could range through the mellow English haze, the ground inside the railings was dotted with boys, in and out of uniform, armed and unarmed. I saw squads, here half companies, there then 3 companies, in an open space, wheeling with stately steps, a knot of drums and fifes near the railings unconcernedly slashing their way across popular airs, and a batch of gammons labouring through some extended attack, destined to be swept aside by a corps crossing the ground at the double. They broke out of furze bushes, ducked over hollows and bunkers held, or fell away from hillocks and rough sandbanks, till the eye wearied of their busy legs. Bailey took me through the railings, and gravely returned the salute of a freckled 12-year-old nearby. "What's your corps?" said the colonel of that Imperial Guard battalion to that child. 8th District Board School, 4th Standard, sir. We aren't out today then. With a twinkle I go to first camp next year. What are those boys yonder, that squad at the double? Jubilees, sir. Jewish voluntary schools, sir. And that full company, extending behind the 3 elms to the southwest? Private day school, sir, I think, judging distance, sir. Can you come with us? Certainly, sir. Here's the raw material at the beginning of the process, said Bailey to me. We strolled on towards the strains of a bicycle built for 2, breathed jerkily into a mouth organ by a slim maid of 14. Some dozen infants with clenched fists and earnest legs were swinging through the extension movements which that tune calls for. A stunted hawthorn overhung the little group, and from a branch a dirty white handkerchief flapped in the breeze. The girl blushed, scowled, and wiped the mouth organ on her sleeve as we came up. "We're all waiting for our big brothers," piped up one bold person in blue breeches. 7, if he was a day. "It keeps 'em quieter, sir," the maiden lisped. "The others are with the regiments." "Yeth, and they've all lots of blank for you," said the gentleman in blue breeches ferociously. "Oh, Artie, ush," the girl cried. "But why have they lots of blank for us?" Bailey asked. Blue breeches stood firm. "'Cause the guards goin' to fight the schools this afternoon, but my big brother says they'll be damn well surprised." "Artie," the girl leaped towards him, "you know your ma said I was to smack." "Don't, please don't," said Bailey, pink with suppressed mirth. "It was all my fault. I must tell old Verskell this. I've surprised his plan out of the mouths of babes and sucklings." "What plan?" "Old V has taken the battalion up to the top of the common, and he told me he meant to charge down through the kids, but they're on to him already. Hell be scuppered, the guard will be scuppered." Here Blue Breeches, overcome by the reproof of his fellows, began to weep. "I didn't tell," he roared. "My big brother, he knew when he saw them go up the road." Never mind, old man," said Bailey soothingly. "I'm not fighting today, it's all right." He rightened it yet further with sixpence, and left that band loudly at feud over the spoil. "Oh, VV, the strategist," he chuckled. "Well, pull V's leg tonight. Our freckled friend of the barriers doubled up behind us." "So you know that my battalion is charging down the ground?" Bailey demanded. "Not for certain, sir, but we're preparing for the worst," he answered with a cheerful grin. "They allow the schools a little blank ammunition after we've passed the 3rd standard, and we nearly always bring it on to the ground of Saturdays." "The deuce you do. Why?" "On account of these amateur volunteer corps, so they're always experimenting upon us, so coming over from their ground, and developing attacks on our flanks. Oh, it's chronic air of a Saturday, sometimes, unless you flag yourself." I followed his eye and saw white flags fluttering before a drum and fife band, and a knot of youths in sweaters gathered round the dummy breech of a 4-inch gun, which they were feeding at express rates. "The attacks don't interfere with you if you flag yourself, sir," the boy explained. "That's a second camp team from the technical schools, loading against time for a bet." We picked our way deviously through the busy groups. Apparently, it was not etiquette to notice a guard officer, and the youths at the 25-pounder were far too busy to look up. I watched the cleanly finished hoist and shovey home of the full-weight shell from a safe distance, when I became aware of a change among the scattered boys on the common who disappeared among the hillocks, to an accompaniment of querulous whistles. A boy or 2 on bicycles dashed from corps to corps, and on their arrival each corps seemed to fade away. The youths at loading practice did not pause for the growing hush round them, nor did the drum and fife band drop a single note. Bailey exploded afresh. "The schools are preparing for our attack. By Jove, I wonder who's directing 'em, do you know?" The warrior of the 8th District looked up shrewdly. "I saw Mr. Cameron speaking to Mr. Levitt just as the guard went up the road. 'E's our Eadmaster, Mr. Cameron, but Mr. Levitt of the 6th District is acting as senior officer on the ground. This Saturday, most likely, Mr. Levitt is commanding." How many corps are there here, I asked. Oh, bits of lots of 30 or 40 p'raps, sir, but the whistle says they've all got to rally on the board school's arc. There's the whistle for the private schools, they've been called up the ground at the double. Stop, cried a bearded man with a watch, and the crews dropped beside the breach, wiping their brows and panting. Hullo, there's some attack on the schools, said one. Well, Marden, you owe me 3 half-crowns, I've beaten your record, pay up. The boy beside us tapped his foot fretfully, as he eyed his companions melting among the hillocks, but the gun team adjusted their bets without once looking up. The ground rose a little to a furze-crowned ridge in the centre, so that I could not see the full length of it, but I heard a faint bubble of blank in the distance. The Saturday allowance murmured, Bailey war's begun, but it wouldn't be etiquette for us to interfere. What are you saying, my child? Nothin', Sir Onlionly. I don't think the guard will be able to come through on so narrow a front, Sir. They'll all be jammed up bane the ridge. If we've got there in time, it's awful sticky for guns at the end of our ground, sir. I am inclined to think you're a right molk. The guard is hung up distinctly, so old V will have to cut his way through what a pernicious amount of blank the kids seem to have. It was quite a respectable roar of battle that rolled among the hillocks for 10 minutes, always out of our sight. Then we heard the cease fire over the ridge. They've sent for the umpires, the board school boy squeaked, dancing on one foot. You've been hung up, sir. I thought the sandpits 'ud stop you, said one of the jerseyed hobbledehoys at the gun, slipping on his coat. Well, that's enough for this afternoon, I am off, and moved to the railings without even glancing towards the fray. I anticipate the worst, said Bailey with gravity after a few minutes. Hullo, here comes my disgraced corps. The guard was pouring over the ridge, a disorderly mob, horse foot, and guns mixed, while from every hollow of the ground about rose small boys cheering shrilly. The outcry was taken up by the parents at the railings, and spread to a complete circle of cheers, hand-clappings, and waved handkerchiefs. Our 8th District private cast away restraint, and openly capered. We got 'em, he squealed. The grey-green flood paused a fraction of a minute, and drew itself into shape, coming to rest before Bailey Verskell saluted. VV, said Bailey, give me back my legions. Well, I hope you're proud of yourself. The little beasts were ready for us, deuced well posted too, Verskell replied. I wish you'd seen that first attack on our flank, rather impressive. Who warned 'em? I don't know, I got my information from a baby in blue plush breeches. Did they do very decently indeed? I've complimented their Roman 100 and buttered the whole boiling. He lowered his voice. As a matter o' fact, I halted 5 good minutes to give 'em time to get into position. Well, now we can inspect our foreign service corps. We shan't need the men for an hour. V. Very good, sir. Colour, sergeants, cried Verskell, raising his voice, and the cry ran from company to company, whereupon the officers left their men. People began to climb over the railings, and the regiment dissolved among the spectators and the school corps of the city. No sense keeping men standing when you don't need 'em, said Bailey. Besides, the schools learn more from our chaps in an afternoon than they can pick up in a month's drill. Look at those board school master captains buttonholing old Purvis on the art of war. Wonder what the evening papers'll say about this, said Pigeon. You'll know in half an hour, Burgard laughed. What possessed you to take your ponies across the sandpits, Pidge? Pride, silly pride, said the Canadian. We crossed the common to a very regulation parade ground overlooked by a statue of our queen. Here were carriages, many and elegant, filled with pretty women, and the railings were lined with frock coats and top hats. This is distinctly social, I suggested to Kid. Rather, our FS corps is nothing if not correct, but Bailey'll sweat 'em all the same. I saw 6 companies drawn up for inspection behind lines of long sausage-shaped kit bags. A band welcomed us with a life on the ocean wave. What cheek, muttered Verskell, give 'em beans, Bailey. I intend to, said the colonel grimly. Will each of you fellows take a company, please, and inspect 'em faithfully en etat departure? Is their little boast, remember, when you've finished you can give 'em a little pillow fighting. What does the single cannon on those men's sleeves mean, I asked. That they're a big gunmen who've done time with the fleet, Bailey returned. Any FS corps that has over 20% big gun men thinks itself entitled to play a life on the ocean wave when it's out of hearing of the Navy. What beautiful stuff they are. What's their regimental average? It ought to be 5'8" height, 38 chest, and 24 years age. What is it, Bailey asked of a private. 5'9½", sir. 39 24½" was the reply, and he added insolently en etat departure, evidently that FS corps was on its mettle ready for the worst. What about their musketry average, I went on. Not my pigeon, said Bailey, but they wouldn't be in the corps a day if they couldn't shoot. I know that much now. I am going to go through M for socks and slippers. The kit inspection exceeded anything I had ever dreamed. I drifted from company to company, while the guard officers oppressed them. 20% at least of the kits were shoveled out on the grass and gone through in detail. What have they got jumpers and ducks for? I asked of Harrison. For fleet work, of course. En état de partir with an FS corps means they are amphibious. Who gives them their kit? Government. There is a government allowance, but no Roman 100 sticks to it. It's the same as paint and gold leaf in the Navy. It comes out of someone's pockets. How much does your kit cost? Euthize to the private in front of us. About 10 or 15 quid, every other year I suppose, was the answer. Very good, pack your bag quick. The man knelt, and with supremely deft hands returned all to the bag, lashed, and tied it and fell back. Arms, said Harrison, strip, and show ammunition. The man divested himself of his rolled greatcoat and haversack with one wriggle, as it seemed to me a twist of a screw, removed the side plate of the rifle breech. It was not a bolt action. He handed it to Harrison with one hand, and with the other loosed his clip-studded belt. What baby cartridges, I exclaimed, no bigger than bulleted breech caps. They're the regulation 256, said Harrison. No one has complained of them, yet they expand a bit when they arrive. Empty your bottle, please, and show your rations. The man poured out his water bottle and showed the 2-inch emergency tin. Harrison passed on to the next, but I was fascinated by the way in which the man re-established himself amid his straps and buckles, asking no help from either side. How long does it take you to prepare for inspection? I asked him. Well, I got ready this afternoon in 12 minutes, he smiled. I didn't see the storm cone. Till 3:30 I was at the club. Weren't a good many of you out of town? Not this Saturday. We knew what was coming, you see. If we pull through the inspection, we may move up one place on the roster for foreign service. You'd better stand back. We're going to pillow fight. The companies stooped to the stuffed kit bags, doubled with them, variously piled them in squares and mounds, passed them from shoulder to shoulder like buckets at a fire, and repeated the evolution. What's the idea? I asked of Verskell, who, arms folded behind him, was controlling the display. Many women had descended from the carriages and were pressing in about us admiringly. For one thing, it's a fair test of wind and muscle, and for another, it saves time at the docks. Well, suppose this first company to be drawn up on the dockhead, and those 5 others still in the troop train. How would you get their kit into the ship? Fall em all in on the platform, march em to the gangways, I answered, and trust to heaven, and a fatigue party to gather the baggage and drunks in later. Yees, and have half of it sent by the wrong trooper. I know that game. Verskell drawled. We don't play it any more. Look. He raised his voice, and 5 companies, glistening a little and breathing hard, formed at right angles to the 6th, each man embracing his 60-pound bag. Pack away, cried Verskell, and the great beanbag game, I can compare it to nothing else, began in 5 minutes. Every bag was passed along either arm of the T, and forward down the 6th company, who passed stacked and piled them in a great heap. These were followed by the rifles, belts, greatcoats, and knapsacks, so that in another 5 minutes the regiment stood as it was stripped clean. Of course, on a trooper, there'd be a company below stacking the kit away, said Verskell, but that wasn't so bad. Bad, I cried. It was miraculous. Circus work, all circus work, said Pigeon. It won't prevent 'em being sick as dogs when the ship rolls. The crowd round us applauded, while the men looked meekly down their self-conscious noses. A little grey-whiskered man trotted up to the boy. Have we made good, Bailey? He said. Are we en état de partir? That's what I shall report, said Bailey, smiling. I thought my bit o' French draw you, said the little man, rubbing his hands. Who is he? I whispered to Pigeon. Ramsay, their Roman 100, an old guard captain, a keen little devil, they say. He spends 600 a year on the show. He used to be in the Lincolns, till he came into his property. Take him home and make him drunk, I heard Bailey say. I suppose y'all have a dinner to celebrate, but you may as well tell the officers of E Company that I don't think much of them. I shan't report it, but their men were all over the shop. Well, they're a young, you see, Colonel Ramsay began. You're quite right, send em to me, and ill talk to em youth, is the time to learn. 600 a year, I repeated to Pigeon. That must be an awful tax on a man, worse than in the old volunteering days. That's where you make your mistake, said Verskell. In the old days, a man had to spend his money to coax his men to drill, because they weren't the genuine article. You know what I mean. They made a favour of putting in drills. Didn't they? And they were most of 'em the children we have to take over at second camp, weren't they? Well now, that a Roman 100 is sure of his men now, that he hasn't to waste himself in conciliating and bribbin' and beerin' kids. He doesn't care what he spends on his corps, because every pound tells, do you understand? I see what you mean, having the male material guaranteed. And trained material at that, Pigeon, put in 8 years in the schools, remember, as well as. Precisely, a man rejoices in working them up, that's as it should be, I said. Bailey's saying the very same to those FS pups, said Verscoil. The boy was behind us between 2 young FS officers, a hand on the shoulder of each. Yes, that's all deuced interesting, he growled paternally, but you forget, my sons, now that your men are bound to serve, you're trebly bound to put a polish on 'em. You've let your company simply go to seed, don't try, and explain I've told all those lies myself in my time. It's only idleness, I know. Come and lunch with me tomorrow, and I'll give you a wrinkle or 2 in barracks. He turned to me. Suppose we pick up V's defeated legion, and go home. Y'all dine with us tonight. Goodbye, Ramsay. Yes, you're en at departure, right enough. You'd better get Lady Gertrude to talk to the Armady, if you want the corps sent for, and I am no politician. We strolled away from the great white statue of the widow with sceptre, orb and crown that looked toward the city, and regained the common, where the guard battalion walked with the female of its species, and the children of all its relatives. At sight of the officers, the uniforms began to detach themselves, and gather in companies. A board school corps was moving off the ground, headed by its drums and fifes, which it assisted with song. As we drew nearer, we caught the words, for they were launched with intention. "Who is it mashes the country nurse? The guardsman, Who is it takes the lady's purse? The guardsman, calls for a drink and a mild cigar, batters a sovereign down on the bar, collars the change and says tartar. The guardsman, Why, that's one of old Jimmy Fawn's songs. I haven't heard it in ages. Little devil, said Pigeon. Special extra, special sports edition. A newsboy cried, ere year captain defeat the guard. I'll buy a copy, said the boy as Pigeon blushed wrathfully. I must to see how the Dove lost his mounted company. He unfolded the flapping sheet, and we crowded round it. Complete rout of the guard. He read, too narrow a front, that's one for UV attack anticipated by Mr. Levitt B. Aha, the schools stand fast. Here's another version, said Kid, waving a tinted sheet to your tents, O Israel. The Hebrew schools stop the mounted troops. Pidge, were you scuppered by Jubies? Umpires decide all 4 guns lost. Bailey went on, by Jove, there'll have to be an inquiry into this regrettable incident. I'll never try to amuse the kids again, said the baited Verscoil. Children and newspapers are low things, and I was hit on the nose by a wad too. They oughtn't to be allowed blank ammunition. So we leaned against the railings in the warm twilight haze, while the battalion silently as a shadow formed up behind us, ready to be taken over. The heat, the hum of the great city, as it might have been the hum of a camped army, the creaking of the belts, and the well-known faces bent above them, brought back to me the memory of another evening years ago, when Verscoil and I waited for news of guns missing in no sham fight. A regular Santa's post, isn't it? I said at last. Do you remember, VB, the market square that night, when the wagons went out? Then it came upon me with no horror, but a certain mild wonder, that we had waited and I that night for the body of boy Bailey, and that himself had died of typhoid in the spring of 1902. The rustling of the papers continued, but Bailey, shifting slightly, revealed to me the 3-day-old wound on his left side that had soaked the ground about him. I saw Pigeon fling up helpless arm as to guard himself against a spatter of shrapnel, and Luttrell, with a foolish tight-lipped smile, lurched over all in one jointless piece. Only old V's honest face held steady for a while against the darkness that had swallowed up the battalion behind us. Then his jaw dropped, and the face stiffened so that a fly made bold to explore the puffed and scornful nostril. I waked brushing a fly from my nose, and saw the club waiter set out the evening papers on the table. The return of the children. Neither the harps nor the crowns amused, nor the cherubs dove-winged races. Holding hands forlornly, the children wandered beneath the dome, plucking the radiant robes of the passers-by, and with pitiful faces, begging what princes and powers refused our pleas, will you let us go home? Over the jeweled floor, nigh weeping, ran to them Mary the mother, kneeled and caressed and made promise with kisses, and drew them along to the gate. Yea, the alluring unbribable door which Peter must guard, and none other. Straightway she took the keys from his keeping and opened, and freed them straightway. Then to her son who had seen and smiled, she said on the night that I bore thee, what didst thou care for a love beyond mine, or a heaven that was not my arm? Didst thou push from the nipple, O child, to hear the angels adore thee? When we two lay in the breath of the kine, and he said thou hast done no harm. So through the void the children ran homeward merrily hand in hand, looking neither to left nor right, where the breathless heavens stood still. And the guards of the void resheathed their swords, for they heard the command, shall I that have suffered the children to come to me, hold them against their will? They One view called me to another, one hilltop to its fellow half across the county, and since I could answer at no more trouble than the snapping forward of a lever, I let the country flow under my wheels. The orchid-studded flats of the east gave way to the thyme ilex and grey grass of the downs, these, again, to the rich cornland and fig trees of the lower coast, where you carry the beat of the tide on your left hand for 15 level miles. And when at last I turned inland through a huddle of rounded hills and woods, I had run myself clean out of my known marks beyond that precise hamlet which stands godmother to the capital of the United States. I found hidden villages where bees, the only things awake, boomed in 80-foot lindens that overhung grey Norman, churches, miraculous brooks diving under stone bridges built for heavier traffic than would ever vex them again, tithe barns larger than their churches, and an old smithy that cried out aloud how it had once been a hall of the Knights of the Temple Gypsies. I found on a common where the gorse, bracken and heath fought it out together up a mile of Roman road, and a little farther on I disturbed a red fox rolling dog fashion in the naked sunlight. As the wooded hills closed about me, I stood up in the car to take the bearings of that great down whose ringed head is a landmark for 50 miles across the Low Countries. I judged that the lie of the country would bring me across some westward running road that went to his feet, but I did not allow for the confusing veils of the woods. A quick turn plunged me first into a green cutting brimful of liquid sunshine, next into a gloomy tunnel, where last year's dead leaves whispered and scuffled about my tires. The strong hazel stuff meeting overhead had not been cut for a couple of generations at least, nor had any axe helped the moss-cankered oak and beech to spring above them here. The road changed frankly into a carpeted ride, on whose brown velvet spent primrose clumps showed like jade, and a few sickly white-stalked bluebells nodded together. As the slope favoured, I shut off the power and slid over the whirled leaves, expecting every moment to meet a keeper. But I only heard a jay far off arguing against the silence under the twilight of the trees. Still the track descended. I was on the point of reversing and working my way back on the second speed, ere I ended in some swamp when I saw sunshine through the tangle ahead, and lifted the brake. It was down again at once as the light beat across my face. My forewheels took the turf of a great still lawn from which sprang horsemen 10 feet high, with levelled lances, monstrous peacocks, and sleek round-headed maids of honour, blue, black, and glisteningle, of clipped yew across the lawn. Marshalled woods besieged it. On 3 sides stood an ancient house of lichened and weather-worn stone with mullioned windows and roofs of rosered tile. It was flanked by semicircular walls, also rosered, that closed the lawn on the 4th side, and at their feet a box hedge grew man-high. There were doves on the roof about the slim brick chimneys, and I caught a glimpse of an octagonal dove-house behind the screening wall. Here then I stayed, a horseman's green spear laid at my breast, held by the exceeding beauty of that jewel in that setting. If I am not packed off for a trespasser, or if this knight does not ride a wallop at me, thought I, Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth, at least, must come out of that half-open garden door and ask me to tea. A child appeared at an upper window, and I thought the little thing waved a friendly hand, but it was to call a companion, for presently another bright head showed. Then I heard a laugh among the peacocks, and turning to make sure, till then I had been watching the house, only I saw the silver of a fountain behind a hedge thrown up against the sun. The doves on the roof cooed to the cooing water, but between the 2 notes I caught the utterly happy chuckle of a child absorbed in some light mischief. The garden door, heavy oak sunk deep in the thickness of the wall, opened. Further, a woman in a big garden hat set her foot slowly on the time-hallowed stone step, and as slowly walked across the turf. I was forming some apology when she lifted up her head, and I saw that she was blind. I heard you, she said. Isn't that a motor car? I'm afraid I've made a mistake in my road. I should have turned off up above. I never dreamed I began. But I am very glad. Fancy a motor car coming into the garden. It will be such a treat. She turned and made as though looking about her. You haven't seen anyone, have you? Perhaps. No one to speak to, but the children seemed interested at a distance. Which? I saw a couple up at the window just now, and I think I heard a little chap in the grounds. "Oh, lucky you," she cried, and her face brightened. "I hear them, of course, but that's all you've seen them and heard them." "Yes," I answered, "and if I know anything of children, one of them's having a beautiful time by the fountain yonder, escaped, I should imagine." "You're fond of children." I gave her 1 or 2 reasons why I did not altogether hate them. Of course," she said then. "You understand, then you won't think it foolish if I ask you to take your car through the gardens once or twice, quite slowly. I am sure they'd like to see it. They see so little, poor things. One tries to make their life pleasant." But she threw out her hands towards the woods. "We're so out of the world here." "That will be splendid," I said, "but I can't cut up your grass." She faced to the right. "Wait a minute," she said, "we're at the south gate, aren't we? Behind those peacocks. There's a flagged path, we call it, the Peacock's Walk. You can't see it from here, they tell me. But if you squeeze along by the edge of the wood, you can turn at the first peacock and get onto the flags." It was sacrilege to wake that dreaming house front with the clatter of machinery, but I swung the car to clear the turf brushed along the edge of the wood, and turned in on the broad stone path where the fountain basin lay like one star sapphire. "May I come too?" she cried. "No, please don't help me. They'll like it better if they see me." She felt her way lightly to the front of the car, and with one foot on the step she called, "Children, oh children, look, and see what's going to happen." The voice would have drawn lost souls from the pit for the yearning that underlay its sweetness, and I was not surprised to hear an answering shout behind the yews. It must have been the child by the fountain, but he fled at our approach, leaving a little toy boat in the water. I saw the glint of his blue blouse among the still horsemen. Very disposedly we paraded the length of the walk, and at her request backed again. This time the child had got the better of his panic, but stood far off and doubting. "The little fellow's watching us," I said. "I wonder if he'd like a ride." "They're very shy, still very shy, but oh, lucky you to be able to see them. Let's listen." I stopped the machine at once, and the humid stillness, heavy with the scent of barks, cloaked us deep shears. I could hear where some gardener was clipping a mumble of bees and broken voices that might have been the doves. "Oh, unkind," she said weariedly. "Perhaps they're only shy of the motor. The little maid at the window looks tremendously interested." "Yes," she raised her head. "It was wrong of me to say that they are really fond of me. It's the only thing that makes life worth living when they're fond of you, isn't it? I daren't think what the place would be without them. By the way, is it beautiful?" "I think it is the most beautiful place I have ever seen." "So they all tell me. I can feel it, of course, but that isn't quite the same thing." "Then have you never," I began, but stopped abashed. "Not since I can remember. It happened when I was only a few months old, they tell me. And yet I must remember something else. How could I dream about colors? I see light in my dreams and colors. But I never see them, I only hear them, just as I do when I'm awake. It's difficult to see faces in dreams. Some people can, but most of us haven't the gift." I went on, looking up at the window, where the child stood all but hidden. "I've heard that too," she said, "and they tell me that one never sees a dead person's face in a dream. Is that true?" "I believe it is. No, I come to think of it." "But how is it with yourself?" The blind eyes turned towards me. "I have never seen the faces of my dead in any dream," I answered. "Then it must be as bad as being blind." The sun had dipped behind the woods, and the long shades were possessing the insolent horsemen one by one. I saw the light die from off the top of a glossy-leaved lance, and all the brave hard green turn to soft black the house, accepting another day at end, as it had accepted 100,000 gone, seemed to settle deeper into its rest among the shadows. "Have you ever wanted to?" she said after the silence. "Very much sometimes," I replied. The child had left the window as the shadows closed upon it. "Ah, so vi, but I don't suppose it's allowed. Where do you live?" "Quite the other side of the counter, 60 miles and more, and I must be going back. I've come without my big lamp. But it's not dark yet. I can feel it. I'm afraid it will be by the time I get home. Could you lend me someone to set me on my road? At first I've utterly lost myself." "I'll send Madden with you to the crossroads. We are so out of the world. I don't wonder you were lost. I'll guide you round to the front of the house. But you will go slowly, won't you, till you're out of the grounds? It isn't foolish, do you think?" "I promise you I'll go like this," I said, and let the car start herself down the flagged path. We skirted the left wing of the house, whose elaborately cast lead guttering alone was worth a day's journey, past under a great rose-grown gate in the red wall, and so round to the high front of the house, which in beauty and stateliness as much excelled the back as that all others I had seen. "Is it so very beautiful?" she said wistfully, when she heard my raptures, And you like the lead figures too. There's the old azalea garden behind. They say that this place must have been made for children. Will you help me out, please? I should like to come with you as far as the crossroads, but I mustn't leave them. Is that you, Madden? I want you to show this gentleman the way to the crossroads. He has lost his way. Bath has seen them. A butler appeared noiselessly at the miracle of old oak, that must be called the front door, and slipped aside to put on his hat. She stood looking at me with open blue eyes in which no sight lay, and I saw for the first time that she was beautiful. Remember, she said quietly, if you are fond of them you will come again, and disappeared within the house. The butler in the car said nothing, till we were nearly at the large gates, where, catching a glimpse of a blue blouse in a shrubbery, I swerved amply, lest the devil that leads little boys to play should drag me into child murder. Excuse me, he asked of a sudden, but why did you do that, sir? The child yonder. Our young gentleman in blue. Of course. He runs about a good deal. Did you see him by the fountain, sir? Oh yes, several times. Do we turn here? Yes, sir. And did you happen to see them upstairs too? At the upper window, yes. Was that before the mistress come out to speak to you, sir? A little before that. Why do you want to know? He paused a little, only to make sure that they had seen the car, sir, because with children running about, though I am sure you're driving particularly careful, there might be an accident. That was all, sir. Here are the crossroads. You can't miss your way from now on. Thank you, sir, but that isn't our custom. Not with. I beg your pardon, I said, and thrust away the British silver. Oh, it's quite right with the rest of 'em, as a rule. Goodbye, sir. He retired into the armour-plated conning tower of his caste, and walked away, evidently a butler solicitous for the honour of his house, and interested probably through a maid in the nursery. Once beyond the signposts at the crossroads, I looked back, but the crumpled hills interlaced so jealously that I could not see where the house had lain when I asked its name at a cottage along the road. The fat woman who sold sweetmeats there gave me to understand that people with motor cars had small right to live, much less to go about talking like carriage folk. They were not a pleasant-mannered community. When I retraced my route on the map that evening, I was little wiser. Hawkins' Old Farm appeared to be the survey title of the place, and the old county gazetteer generally, so ample, did not allude to it. The big house of those parts was Hodnington Hall, Georgian, with early Victorian embellishments, as an atrocious steel engraving attested. I carried my difficulty to a neighbour, a deep-rooted tree of that soiland. He gave me a name of a family which conveyed no meaning. A month or so later I went again, or it may have been that my car took the road of her own volition. She overran the fruitless downs, threaded every turn of the maze of lanes below the hills, drew through the high-walled woods impenetrable in their full leaf, came out at the cross-roads where the butler had left me, and a little further on developed an internal trouble, which forced me to turn on a grass waywaste that cut into a summer-silent hazel wood so far as I could make sure by the sun and a 6-inch ordnance map. This should be the road flank of that wood, which I had first explored from the heights above. I made a mighty serious business of my repairs, and a glittering shop of my repair kit, spanners, pump, and the like, which I spread out orderly upon a rug. It was a trap to catch all childhood, for on such a day I argued the children would not be far off. When I paused in my work I listened, but the wood was so full of the noises of summer, though the birds had mated, that I could not at first distinguish these from the tread of small cautious feet, stealing across the dead leaves. I rang my bell in an alluring manner, but the feet fled, and I repented, for to a child a sudden noise is very real terror. I must have been at work half an hour when I heard in the wood the voice of the blind woman crying, "Children, oh children, where are you?" And the stillness made slow to close on the perfection of that cry. She came towards me, half feeling her way between the tree boles, and though a child it seemed clung to her skirt, it swerved into the leafage like a rabbit as she drew nearer. "Is that you?" she said, "from the other side of the county?" "Yes, it's me, from the other side of the county." "Then why didn't you come through the upper woods? They were there just now." "They were here a few minutes ago. I expect they knew my car had broken down and came to see the fun." "Nothing serious, I hope. How do cars break down?" "In 50 different ways, only mine has chosen the 51st. She laughed merrily at the tiny joke, cooed with delicious laughter, and pushed her hat back. "Let me hear," she said. "Wait a moment," I cried, "and I'll get you a cushion." She set her foot on the rug, all covered with spare parts, and stooped above it eagerly. What delightful things the hands through which she saw glanced in the checkered sunlight! A box here, another box. Why, you've arranged them like playing shop. I confess now that I put it out to attract them. I don't need half those things really. How nice of you, I heard your bell in the upper, would you say they were here before that? I am sure of it, why are they so shy? That little fellow in blue, who was with you just now, ought to have got over his fright, he's been watching me like a red Indian. It must have been your bell, she said. I heard one of them go past me in trouble, when I was coming down there, shy, so shy, even with me. She turned her face over her shoulder, and cried again, children, oh children, look and see. They must have gone off together on their own affairs, I suggested, for there was a murmur behind us of lowered voices, broken by the sudden squeaking giggles of childhood. I returned to my tinkerings, and she leaned forward, her chin on her hand, listening interestedly. How many are they? I said. At last the work was finished, but I saw no reason to go. Her forehead puckered a little in thought. I don't quite know. She said simply, sometimes more, sometimes less. They come and stay with me, because I love them, you see. That must be very jolly, I said, replacing a drawer, and as I spoke I heard the inanity of my answer. Yow, you aren't laughing at me, she cried. I haven't any of my own. I never married. People laugh at me sometimes about them because they're savages, I returned. It's nothing to fret for that sort, laugh at everything that isn't in their own fat lives. I don't know how should I only don't like being laughed at about them. It hurts, and when one can't see, I don't want to seem silly. Her chin quivered like a child's as she spoke. But we blindies have only one skin. I think everything outside hits straight at our souls. It's different with you. You've such good defenses in your ice. Looking out before anyone can really pain you in your soul. People forget that with us. I was silent, reviewing that inexhaustible matter more than inherited, since it is also carefully taught brutality of the Christian peoples, beside which the mere heathendom of the West Coast nigger is clean, and restrained. It led me a long distance into myself. Don't do that, she said of a sudden, putting her hands before her eyes. What? She made a gesture with her hand. That it's all purple and black. Don't that color hurts. But how in the world do you know about colors? I exclaimed, for here was a revelation indeed. Colors as colors? She asked. No, those colors which you saw just now. You know as well as I do, she laughed, else you wouldn't have asked that question. They aren't in the world at all. They're in Yowen. You went so angry. Die, you mean a dull purplish patch like portwine mixed with ink, I said. I've never seen ink or portwine, but the colors aren't mixed, they are separate, all separate. Do you mean black streaks and jags across the purple? She nodded. Yes, if they are like this, and zigzagged her finger again, but it's more red than purple, that bad color. And what are the colors at the top of the whatever you see? Slowly she leaned forward and traced on the rug the figure of the egg itself. I see them, so she said, pointing with a grass stem, white, green, yellow, red, purple, and when people are angry or bad, black across the red as you were just now. Who told you anything about it in the beginning? I demanded. About the colors? No one. I used to ask what colors were when I was little, in table covers and curtains and carpets, you see, because some colors hurt me and some made me happy, people told me. And when I got older, that was how I saw people again. She traced the outline of the egg, which it is given to very few of us to see. All by yourself? I repeated. All by myself. There wasn't anyone else. I only found out afterwards that other people did not see the colors. She leaned against the tree-hole plating, and unplating chance-plucked grass stems the children in the wood had drawn nearer. I could see them with the tail of my eye, frolicking like squirrels. Now I am sure you will never laugh at me, she went on after a long silence, nor at them. Goodness no, I cried, jolted out of my train of thought. A man who laughs at a child, unless the child is laughing too, he's a heathen. I didn't mean that, of course you'd never laugh at children, but I thought I used to think that perhaps you might laugh about them, so now, I beg your pardon, what are you going to laugh at? I had made no sound, but she knew. At the notion of your begging my pardon if you had done your duty as a pillar of the state, and a landed proprietress. You ought to have summoned me for trespass when I barged through your woods the other day. It was disgraceful of main excusable. She looked at me, her head against the tree trunk, long and steadfastly, his woman, who could see the naked soul. How curious, she half whispered, how very curious. Why, what have I done? You don't understand, and yet you understood about the colors, don't you understand? She spoke with a passion that nothing had justified, and I faced her bewilderedly. As she rose, the children had gathered themselves in a roundel behind a bramble bush, one sleek head bent over something smaller, and the set of the little shoulders told me that fingers were on lips. They too had some child's tremendous secret. I alone was hopelessly astray there in the broad sunlight. No, I said and shook my head, as though the dead eyes could note whatever it is I don't understand, yet perhaps I shall latter if you'll let me come again. You will come again, she answered, you will surely come again and walk in the wood. Perhaps the children will know me well enough by that time to let me play with Themas a favour. You know what children are like. It isn't a matter of favour but of right, she replied, and while I wondered what she meant, a dishevelled woman plunged round the bend of the road, lucid-haired, purple, almost lowing with agony as she ran. It was my rude fat friend of the sweetmeat shop. The blind woman heard, and stepped forward. What is it, Mrs. Madehurst? She asked. The woman flung her apron over her head, and literally grovelled in the dust, crying that her grandchild was sick to death, that the local doctor was away fishing, that Jenny the mother was at her wit's end, and so forth with repetitions and bellowings. Where's the next nearest doctor? I asked between paroxysms. Madden will tell you go round to the house, and take him with you. Ill attend to this, be quick. She half supported the fat woman into the shade in 2 minutes. I was blowing all the horns of Jericho under the front of the house, beautiful, and Madden in the pantry rose to the crisis like a butler and a man. A quarter of an hour at illegal speeds caught us a doctor 5 miles away within the half-hour. We had decanted him, much interested in motors, at the door of the sweetmeat shop, and drew up the road to await the verdict. Useful things, cars, said Madden, all man, and no butler. If id had one when mine took sick she wouldn't have died. How was it? I asked. Croup, Mrs. Madden was away, no one knew what to do. I drove 8 miles in a tax cart for the doctor. She was choked. When we came back this car ha saved her. Shed have been close on 10 now. I am sorry, I said. I thought you were rather fond of children, from what you told me going to the crossroads the other day. Have you seen Em again, Surthai's mornin'? Yes, but they're well broke to cars. I couldn't get any of them within 20 yards of it. He looked at me carefully, as a scout considers a stranger, not as a menial should lift his eyes to his divinely appointed superior. I wonder why, he said, just above the breath that he drew. We waited on a light wind from the sea, wandered up and down the long lines of the woods, and the wayside grasses whitened already with summer dust rose and bowed in sallow waves. A woman wiping the suds off her arms came out of the cottage next the sweetmeat shop. I've been listenin' in de backyard, she said cheerily. He says Arthur's unaccountable bad. Did ye hear him shruck just now? Unaccountable bad. I reckon 'twill come Jenny's turn to walk in de wood next week along Mr. Madden. Excuse me, sir, but your laprobe is slipping, said Madden deferentially. The woman started, dropped a curtsy, and hurried away. What does she mean by walking in the wood? I asked. It must be some saying they use hereabouts. I'm from Norfolk myself, said Madden. They're an independent lot in this county. She took you for a chauffeur, sir. I saw the doctor come out of the cottage, followed by a draggle-tailed wench, who clung to his arm as though he could make treaty for her, with death dat sort she wailed dear. Just as much to us dat has as if day was lawful born, just as much, and God he be just as pleased if you saved doctor. Don't take it from me, Miss Florence, will tell ye de very same, don't leave I am doctor. I know, said the man, but hell be quiet for a while now. Well, get the nurse and the medicine as fast as we can. He signalled me to come forward with the car, and I strove not to be privy to what followed, but I saw the girl's face blotched and frozen with grief, and I felt the hand without a ring clutching at my knees when we moved away. The doctor was a man of some humour, for I remember he claimed my car under the oath of Sculappius, and used it and me without mercy. First we convoyed Mrs. Madehurst and the blind woman to wait by the sick bed, till the nurse should come next. We invaded a neat county town for prescriptions. The doctor said the trouble was cerebrospinal meningitis, and when the county institute, banked and flanked with scared market cattle, reported itself out of nurses for the moment, we literally flung ourselves loose upon the county. We conferred with the owners of great house magnates at the ends of overarching avenues, whose big-boned womenfolk strode away from their teetables to listen to the imperious doctor. At last, a white-haired lady, sitting under a cedar of Lebanon, and surrounded by a court of magnificent borzoi, all hostile to motors, gave the doctor who received them, as from a princess, written orders which we bore many miles at top speed through a park to a French nunnery, where we took over in exchange a pallid-faced and trembling sister. She knelt at the bottom of the tonneau telling her beads without pause, till by short cuts of the doctor's invention we had her to the sweetmeat shop once more. It was a long afternoon, crowded with mad episodes that rose and dissolved like the dust of our wheels, cross-sections of remote and incomprehensible lives through which we raced at right angles, and I went home in the dusk, wearied out to dream of the clashing horns of cattle, rounded nuns, walking in a garden of graves, pleasant tea parties, beneath shaded trees, the carbolic-scented grey-painted corridors of the county, institute the steps of shy children in the wood, and the hands that clung to my knees as the motor began to move. I had intended to return in a day or two, but it pleased fate to hold me from that side of the county on many pretexts, till the elder and the wild rose had fruited there, came at last a brilliant day swept clear from the southwest, that brought the hills within hand's reach. A day of unstable airs, and high filmy clouds. Through no merit of my own I was free and set the car for the third time on that known road. As I reached the crest of the downs, I felt the soft air change, saw it glaze under the sun, and looking down at the sea in that instant beheld the blue of the channel turn through polished silver and dulled steel to dingy pewter. A laden collier, hugging the coast, steered outward for deeper water, and across copper-coloured haze I saw sails rise one by one on the anchored fishing fleet. In a deep dene behind me, an eddy of sudden wind drummed through sheltered oaks and spun aloft the first day sample of autumn leaves. When I reached the beach road, the sea fog fumed over the brickfields, and the tide was telling all the groins of the gale beyond. Ushant in less than an hour, summer England vanished in chill grey. We were again the shut island of the north, all the ships of the world bellowing at our perilous gates, and between their outcries ran the piping of bewildered gulls. My cap dripped moisture, the folds of the rug held it in pools, or sluiced it away in runnels, and the salt rime stuck to my lips. Inland the smell of autumn loaded the thickened fog among the trees, and the drip became a continuous shower, yet the late flower swallow of the wayside, scabious of the field, and dahlia of the garden showed gay in the mist, and beyond the sea's breath there was little sign of decay in the leaf. Yet in the villages the house doors were all open, and bare-legged, bare-headed children sat at ease on the damp doorsteps to shout pip-pip at the stranger. I made bold to call at the sweetmeat shop, where Mrs. Madehurst met me with a fat woman's hospitable tears. Jenny's child, she said, had died 2 days after the nun had come. It was, she felt, best out of the way, even though insurance offices, for reasons which she did not pretend to follow, would not willingly insure such stray lives. Not but what Jenny didn't tend to Arthur as though he'd come all proper at the end of the first year. Like Jenny herself, thanks to Miss Florence, the child had been buried with a pomp which in Mrs. Madehurst's opinion more than covered the small irregularity of its birth. She described the coffin within and without, the glass hearse, and the evergreen lining of the grave. "But how's the mother?" I asked. "Jenny, oh, shall get over it. I've felt dat way with 1 or 2 o' my own. Shall get over. She's walkin' in de wood now. In this weather." Mrs. Madehurst looked at me with narrowed eyes across the counter. "I dunno, but it opens de eart, like yes, it opens de eart. Dat's where Larson and Berrin comes so alike in de long run, we do say. Now the wisdom of the old wives is greater than that of all the fathers, and this last oracle sent me thinking so extendedly, as I went up the road, that I nearly ran over a woman and a child at the wooded corner, by the large gates of the House Beautiful. Awful weather, I cried as I slowed dead for the turn. Not so bad, she answered placidly out of the fog mines. Used to y'all find yours indoors, I reckon. Indoors. Madden received me with professional courtesy and kind inquiries for the health of the motor, which he would put under cover. I waited in a still nut-brown hall, pleasant with late flowers, and warmed with a delicious wood fire, a place of good influence and great peace. Men and women may sometimes, after great effort, achieve a creditable lie, but the house which is their temple cannot say anything save the truth of those who have lived in it. A child's cot and a doll lay on the black-and-white floor where a rug had been kicked back. I felt that the children had only just hurried away to hide themselves, most liking the many turns of the great adze staircase that climbed statelily out of the hall, or to crouch at gaze behind the lions and roses of the carven gallery above. Then I heard her voice above me singing as the blind sing from the soul. In the pleasant orchard closes, and all my early summer came back at the call. In the pleasant orchard closes. God bless all our gains, say we, but may God bless all our losses. Better suits with our degree. She dropped the marring 5th line and repeated, better suits with our degree. I saw her lean over the gallery, her linked hands white as pearl against the oak. Is that you from the other side of the county? She called. Yes, me from the other side of the county, I answered, laughing. What a long time before you had to come here again. She ran down the stairs, one hand lightly touching the broad rail. It's 2 months, and 4 days summer's gone. I meant to come before, but fate prevented. I knew it. Please do something to that fire, they won't let me play with it. but I can feel its behaving badly hit it. I looked on either side of the deep fireplace, and found but a half-charred hedge-stake with which I punched a black log into flame. It never goes out day or night, she said, as though explaining in case anyone comes in with cold toes, you see. It's even lovelier inside than it was out, I murmured. The red light poured itself along the Aegipolis dusky panels, till the Tudor roses and lions of the gallery took colour and motion. An old eagle-topped convex mirror gathered the picture into its mysterious heart, distorting afresh the distorted shadows, and curving the gallery lines into the curves of a ship. The day was shutting down in half a gale, as the fog turned to stringy scud through the uncurtained mullions of the broad window. I could see valiant horsemen of the lawn rear, and recover against the wind that taunted them with legions of dead leaves. Yes, it must be beautiful, she said. Would you like to go over it? There's still light enough upstairs. I followed her up the unflinching wagon-wide staircase to the gallery, whence opened the thin fluted Elizabethan doors. Feel how they put the latch low down for the sake of the children. She swung a light door inward. By the way, where are they? I asked. I haven't even heard them today. She did not answer at once. Then, I can only hear them, she replied softly. This is one of their rooms, everything ready, you see. She pointed into a heavily timbered room. There were little low-gate tables, and children's chairs. A doll's house, its hooked front half open, faced a great dappled rocking horse from whose padded saddle it was but a child scrambled to the broad windows at. Overlooking the lawn, a toy gun lay in a corner, beside a gilt wooden cannon. Surely they've only just gone, I whispered in the failing light. A door creaked cautiously. I heard the rustle of a frock, and the patter of feet, quick feet through a room beyond. I heard that she cried triumphantly, "Did you children, oh children, where are you?" The voice filled the walls that held it lovingly to the last perfect note. But there came no answering shout such as I had heard in the garden. We hurried on from room to oak-floored room, up a step here, down 3 steps there, among a maze of passages, always marked by our quarry. One might as well have tried to work an unstopped warren with a single ferret. There were bolt-holes, innumerable recesses, in walls, embrasures of deep-slitten windows now darkened, whence they could start up behind us, and abandoned fireplaces 6 feet deep in the masonry, as well as the tangle of communicating doors. Above all, they had the twilight for their helper in our game. I had caught 1 or 2 joyous chuckles of evasion, and once or twice had seen the silhouette of a child's frock against some darkening window at the end of a passage. But we returned empty-handed to the gallery, just as a middle-aged woman was setting a lamp in its niche. "No, I haven't seen her either this evening, Miss Florence," I heard her say, "but that Turpin, he says he wants to see you about his shed." "Oh, Mr. Turpin must want to see me very badly. Tell him to come to the hall, Mrs. Madden." I looked down into the hall, whose only light was the dulled fire, and deep in the shadow, I saw them at last. They must have slipped down while we were in the passages, and now thought themselves perfectly hidden behind an old gilt leather screen. By child's law, my fruitless chase was as good as an introduction, but since I had taken so much trouble, I resolved to force them to come forward later by the simple trick, which children detest, of pretending not to notice them. They lay close in a little huddle, no more than shadows, except when a quick flame betrayed an outline. "And now we'll have some tea," she said. "I believe I ought to have offered it you at first, but one doesn't arrive at manners somehow when one lives alone, and is considered peculiar." Then with very pretty scorn, "Would you like a lamp to see to eat by? The firelight's much pleasanter." I think we descended into that delicious gloom, and Madden brought tea. I took my chair in the direction of the screen, ready to surprise, or be surprised, as the game should go, and at her permission, since a hearth is always sacred, bent forward to play with the fire. "Where do you get these beautiful short faggots from?" I asked idly. "Why, they are tallies." "Of course," she said, "as I can't read or write, I'm driven back on the early English tally, for my accounts give me one, and I'll tell you what it meant." I passed her an unburned hazel tilly about a foot long, and she ran her thumb down the nicks. "This is the milk record for the home farm for the month of April last year in gallons," said she. "I don't know what I should have done without tallies. An old forester of mine taught me the system. It's out of date now for everyone else, but my tenants respect it. One of them's coming now to see me. Oh, it doesn't matter, he has no business here out of office hours. He's a greedy, ignorant man, very greedy, or wouldn't come here after dark." "Have you much land then?" "Only a couple of 100 acres in hand, thank goodness. The other 600 are nearly all let to folk who knew my folk before me, but this Turpin is quite a new man and a highway robber." "But are you sure I shan't be?" "Certainly not. You have the right. He hasn't any children." "Ah, the children," I said, and slid my low chair back, till it nearly touched the screen that hid them. "I wonder whether they'll come out for me." There was a murmur of voices Madden's, and a deeper note at the low dark side door, and a ginger-headed canvas-gaitered giant of the unmistakable tenant-farmer type stumbled or was pushed in. "Come to the fire, Mr. Turpin," she said. If you please, miss, it'll be quite as well by the door." He clung to the latch. As he spoke like a frightened child, of a sudden, I realized that he was in the grip of some almost overpowering fear. Well, about that new shed for the young stock, that was all these first autumn storms settin' in, but ill come again, miss. His teeth did not chatter much more than the door latch. "I think not," she answered levelly. "The new Shedham Roman 1000. What did my agent write you on the 15th? I fancied p'raps that if I came to see Yowmerman to man like miss, but—" His eyes rolled into every corner of the room wide with horror. He half opened the door through which he had entered, but I noticed it shut again from without and firmly. "He wrote what I told him," she went on. "You are overstocked already. Dunet's farm never carried more than 50 bullocks seven in Mr. Wright's time, and he used cake you've 6 to 7, and you don't cake you've broken the lease in that respect. You're dragging the heart out of the farm. I'm getting some mineral superphosphates next week. I've as good as ordered a truckload already. I'll go down to the station tomorrow about then I can come and see you man to man like miss, in the daylight. That gentleman's not going away, is he?" He almost shrieked. I had only slid the chair a little further back, reaching behind me to tap on the leather of the screen, but he jumped like a rat. "No, please attend to me, Mr. Turpin." She turned in her chair and faced him with his back to the door. It was an old and sordid little piece of scheming that she forced from him his plea for the new cowshed at his landlady's expense, that he might with the covered manure pay his next year's rent out of the valuation after, as she made clear, he had bled the enriched pastures to the bone. I could not but admire the intensity of his greed when I saw him out facing for its sake whatever terror it was that ran wet on his forehead. I ceased to tap the leather, was indeed calculating the cost of the shed when I felt my relaxed hand taken and turned softly between the soft hands of a child. So at last I had triumphed. In a moment I would turn and acquaint myself with those quick-footed wanderers. The little brushing kiss fell in the center of my palmars, a gift on which the fingers were once expected to close, as the all-faithful half-reproachful signal of a waiting child, not used to neglect even when grown-ups were busiest, a fragment of the mute code, devised very long ago. Then I knew, and it was as though I had known from the first day, when I looked across the lawn at the high window. I heard the door shut, the woman turned to me in silence, and I felt that she knew. What time passed after this I cannot say. I was roused by the fall of a log and mechanically rose to put it back. Then I returned to my place in the chair very close to the screen. "Now you understand," she whispered across the packed shadows. "Yes, I understand. No, thank you. I only hear them." She bowed her head in her hands. "I have no right, you know, no other right. I have neither borne nor lost, neither borne nor lost." "Be very glad then," said I, for my soul was torn open within me. "Forgive me." She was still, and I went back to my sorrow and my joy. "It was because I loved them so," she said at last brokenly. "That was why. It was even from the first, even before I knew that they were all I should ever have, and I loved them so." She stretched out her arms to the shadows, and the shadows within the shad. "They came because I loved them, because I needed them. I must have made them come. Was that wrong, think you?" No. I grant you that the toys and all that sort of thing were nonsense, but I used to so hate empty rooms myself. When I was little," she pointed to the gallery, "and the passages all empty, and how could I ever bear the garden door shut, suppose?" "Don't, for pity's sake, don't," I cried. The twilight had brought a cold rain with gusty squalls that plucked at the leaded windows. "And the same thing with keeping the fire in all night. I don't think it's so foolish, do you?" I looked at the broad brick hearth, saw through tears, I believe, that there was no unpassable iron on or near it, and bowed my head. "I did all that and lots of other things just to make believe. Then they came, I heard them, but I didn't know that they were not mine by right till Mrs. Madden told me. The butler's wife, what? One of them I heard saw, and knew hers not for me. I didn't know at first, perhaps I was jealous afterwards. I began to understand that it was only because I loved them, not because, oh, you must bear or lose," she said piteously. "There is no other way, and yet they love me, they must, don't they?" There was no sound in the room, except the lapping voices of the fire, but we two listened intently. and she at least took comfort from what she heard. She recovered herself and half rose. I sat still in my chair by the screen. Don't think me a wretch to whine about myself like this, but I am all in the dark, you know, and you can see. In truth I could see, and my vision confirmed me in my resolve, though that was like the very parting of spirit and flesh. Yet a little longer I would stay, since it was the last time. You think it is wrong, then, she cried sharply, though I had said nothing. Not for you 1,000 times no, for you it is right. I am grateful to you beyond words. For me, it would be wrong. For me only. Why, she said, but passed her hand before her face, as she had done at our second meeting in the wood. Oh, I see. She went on simply as a child. For you it would be wrong then, with a little indrawn laugh, and Diu, remember, I called you lucky Auntseat first, you who must never come here again. She left me to sit a little longer by the screen, and I heard the sound of her feet die out along the gallery above. Mrs. Bathurst. From Liddon's Ironeous. Act Roman 3 Sc Roman 2 Gow, had it been your prince instead of a groom caught in this noose, there's not an astrologer of the city. Prince sacked we were a city yesterday. Gow, so be it, but I was not governor, not an astrologer, but would ha sworn he'd foreseen it at the last versary of Venus, when Vulcan caught her with Mars in the house of stinking Capricorn, but since teased Jack of the straw that hangs the forgetful stars, had it not on their tablets. Prince, another life, were there any left to die? How did the poor fool come by it? Gow simpliciter thus, she that damned him to death knew not that she did it, or would have died ere she had done it, for she loved him. He that hangs him does so in obedience to the Duke, and asks no more than where is the rope. The Duke very exactly, he hath told us, works God's will, in which holy employ he's not to be questioned. We have then left upon this finger only Jack, whose soul now plucks the left sleeve of destiny in hell to overtake. Why, she clapped him up like a fly on a sunny wall. Waff so. Prince, your cloak. Ferdinand, ill sleep now. Ferdinand sleep, then he too loved his life. Gow, he was born of woman, but at the end threw life from him like your prince for a little sleep. Have I any look of a king? Said he, clanking his chain. To be so baited on all sides by fortune, that I must e'en die now to live with myself one day longer. I left him railing at fortune and woman's love. Ferdinand, our woman's love. Aside, who knows not fortune glutted on easy thrones, stealing from feasts as rare to Kinnicutch privily in the hedgerows, for a clown with that same cruel lustful hand, and I those nails and wedges that one hammer and lead, and the very gerb of long-stirred lightnings loosed yesterday gainst some king. Mrs. Bathurst. The day that I chose to visit H. Roman 1000 S. Peridot in Simon's Bay was the day that the Admiral had chosen to send her up the coast. She was just steaming out to sea as my train came in, and since the rest of the fleet were either coaling or busy at the rifler ranges, 1,000 feet up the hill I found myself stranded lunchless on the seafront, with no hope of return to Cape Town before 5 p. Roman 1000. At this crisis, I had the luck to come across my friend Inspector Hooper, Cape Government Railways, in command of an engine and a brake van chalked for repair. If you get something to eat, he said, I'll run you down to Glengariff siding, till the goods comes along. It's cooler there than here, you see. I got food and drink from the Greeks who sell all things at a price, and the engine trotted us a couple of miles up the line, to a bay of drifted sand, and a plank platform half buried in sand, not 100 yards from the edge of the surf-moulded dunes, whiter than any snow rolled far inland up a brown and purple valley of splintered rocks, and dry scrub. A crowd of Malays holded a net beside 2 blue and green boats on the beach. A picnic party danced and shouted barefoot, where a tiny river trickled across the flat, and a circle of dry hills whose feet were set in sands of silver locked us in against a 7-coloured sea at either horn of the bay. The railway line cut just above high water mark ran round a shoulder of piled rocks and disappeared. You see, there's always a breeze here, said Hooper, opening the door as the engine left us in the siding on the sand, and the strong southeaster buffeting under Elsie's Peak dusted sand into our ticky beer. Presently, he sat down to a file full of spiked documents he had returned from a long trip up country, where he had been reporting on damaged rolling stock, as far away as Rhodesia. The weight of the bland wind on my eyelids, the song of it under the car roof, and high up among the rocks the drift of fine grains chasing each other musically ashore, the tramp of the surf, the voices of the picnickers, the rustle of Hooper's file, and the presence of the assured sun joined with the beer to cast me into magical slumber. The hills of False Bay were just dissolving into those of fairyland when I heard footsteps on the sand outside and the clink of our couplings. Stop, that snapped Hooper without raising his head from his work. It's those dirty little Malay boys you see there, always playing with the trucks. Don't be hard on the railway's a general refuge in Africa, I replied. 'Tis up country at any rate. That reminds me, he felt in his waistcoat pocket. I've got a curiosity for you from Wankesby and Bulawayo. It's more of a souvenir perhaps than the old hotels inhabited, cried a voice. White men from the language marines to the front. Come on, Pritch, here's your Belmont Y. The last word dragged like a rope, as Mr. Pyecroft ran round to the open door, and stood looking up into my face behind him. An enormous sergeant of marines trailed a stalk of dried seaweed, and dusted the sand nervously from his fingers. What are you doing here? I asked. I thought the Hierophant was down the coast. We came in last Tuesday from Tristan d'A Cunhafer overhaul, and we shall be in dockyard, and's for 2 months with boiler seatings. Come and sit down. Hooper put away the fire. This is Mr. Hooper of the railway, I exclaimed as Pyecroft turned to haul up the black-moustached sergeant. This is Sergeant Pritchard of the Agaric, an old shipmate, said he. We were strolling on the beach. The monster blushed and nodded. He filled up one side of the van when he sat down. And this is my friend Mr. Pyecroft, I added to Hooper, already busy with the extra beer which my prophetic soul had bought from the Greeks. Moi aussi, quoth Pyecroft, and drew out beneath his coat a labelled quart bottle. Why, it's Bass, cried Hooper. It was Pritchard, said Pyecroft. They can't resist him. That's not so, said Pritchard mildly. Not verbatim perhaps, but the look in the eye came to the same thing. Where was it? I demanded. Just on beyond here at Calc Bay. She was slapping a rug in a back veranda. Pritch hadn't more than brought his batteries to bear before she stepped indoors and sent it flying over the wall. Pyecroft patted the warm bottle. It was all a mistake, said Pritchard. I shouldn't wonder if she mistook me for Maclean were about of a size. I had heard householders of Musenberg, St. James and Calc Bay complain of the difficulty of keeping beer or good servants at the seaside, and I began to see the reason. None the less it was excellent Bass, and I too drank to the health of that larger-minded maid. It's the uniform that fetches and they fetch, it said Pyecroft. My simple navy blue is respectable, but not fascinating. Now Pritchin is number 1 rig, is always per Mary on the terrace ex officio, as you might say. She took me for Maclean, I tell you. Pritchard insisted. Wiwito listened to him. You wouldn't think that only yesterday. Pritch, said Pyecroft, be warned in time, if we begin tellin' what we know about each other, we'll be turned out of the pub, not to mention aggravated desertion on several occasions. Never anything more than absence without leave. I defy you to prove it, said the sergeant hotly, and if it comes to that, how about Vancouver in '87? How about it? Who pulled Beau in the gig going ashore? Who told Boy Niven? Surely you were court-martialed for that. I said the story of Boy Niven, who lured 7 or 8 able-bodied seamen and marines into the woods of British Columbia, used to be a legend of the fleet. Yes, we were court-martialed to rights, said Pritchard, but we should have been tried for murder if Boy Niven hadn't been unusually tough. He told us he had an uncle who'd give us land to farm. He said he was born at the back o' Vancouver Island, and all the time the beggar was a balmy Barnado orphan. But we believed him, said Pyecroft. I did. You did. Patterson didn't. Oo was the marine that married the coconut woman afterwards him with the mouth. Oh, Jones, Spitkid Jones, I haven't thought of him in years, said Pritchard. Yes, Spitkid believed it, and George Anstey and Moon. We were very young and very curious, but lovin' and trustful to a degree, said Pyecroft. Remember when he told us to walk in single file for fear o' bears? Remember, Pye, when he upped about in that bog full o' ferns and sniffed and said he could smell the smoke of his uncle's farm, and all the time it was a dirty little outlying uninhabited island. We walked round it in a day, and come back to our boat lying on the beach a whole day. Boy Niven kept us walking in circles looking for his uncle's farm. He said his uncle was compelled by the law of the land to give us a farm. Don't get hot, Pritch, we believed, said Pyecroft. He'd been reading books. He only did it to get a run ashore and have himself talked of a day and a night 8 of us following Boy Niven round an uninhabited island in the Vancouver archipelago. Then the picket came for us, and a nice pack o' idiots we looked. What did you get for it? Hooper asked. Heavy thunder with continuous lightning for 2 hours, thereafter sleet squalls, a confused sea, and cold unfriendly weather till conclusion o' cruise, said Pyecroft. It was only what we expected, but what we felt, and I assure you, Mr. Hooper, even a sailorman has a heart to break, was Bain told that we able seamen and promising marines had misled Boy Niven. Yes, we poor back to Thelanders was supposed to have misled him. He rounded on us o' course and got off easy. Except for what we gave him in the steerin' flat, when we came out o' cells eared anything of I am lately pie. Signal bosun in the Channel Fleet, I believe Mr. Roman 50 Niven is. An Anstey died o' fever in Benin. Pritchard mused what come to Moon Spitkid we know about. Moon now where did I last? Oh yes, when I was in the Palladium, I met Quigley at Buncrana Station. He told me Moon 'ad run, when the Astrald sloop was cruising among the South Seas 3 years back. He always showed signs o' bein' a more monastic beggar. Yes, he slipped off quietly and they 'adn't time to chase IM round the islands, even if the navigatin' officer 'ad been equal to the job. Wasn't he, said Hooper. Not so accordin' to Quigley. The Astrald spent half her commission rompin' up the beach like a shettertle and the other half hatching turtles' eggs on the top o' numerous reefs. When she was docked at Sydney, her copper looked like Aunt Maria's, washing on the linian her midship frames was sprung. The commander swore the dockyard 'ad done it haulin' the poor thing onto the slips. They do strange things at sea, Mr. Hooper. I am not a taxpayer, said Hooper, and opened a fresh bottle. The sergeant seemed to be one who had a difficulty in dropping subjects. How it all comes back, don't it, he said. Why Moon must ave add 16 years' service before he ran. It takes at all ages look at you, no, said Pyecroft. Who, I asked. A service man within 18 months of his pension, is the party you're thinkin' of, said Pritchard. A warrant whose name begins with a Roman 5, isn't it? But in a way puttin' it, we can't say that he actually did desert, Pyecroft suggested. Oh no, said Pritchard, it was only permanent absence up country without leaf, that was all. Up country, said Hooper, did they circulate his description? What for, said Pritchard, most impolitely. Because deserters are like columns in the war, they don't move away from the line. You see, I've known a chap caught at Salisbury, that way tryin' to get to Nyassa, they tell me. But o' course I don't know that they don't ask questions on the Nyassa Lake flotilla. Up there I've heard of a P&O quartermaster, in full command of an armed launch there. Do you think Click 'ud ha gone up that way, Pritchard asked. There's no saying. He was sent up to Bloemfontein to take over some Navy ammunition, left in the fort. We know he took it over, and saw it into the trucks. Then there was no more Click then, or thereafter. 4 months ago it transpired, and thus the casus belli stands at present, said Pyecroft. What were his marks, said Hooper again. Does the railway get a reward for returnin' M? Then said Pritchard. If I did die, you suppose I'd talk about it, Hooper retorted angrily. You seemed so very interested, said Pritchard, with equal crispness. Why was he called Click? I asked to tide over an uneasy little break in the conversation. The two men were staring at each other very fixedly. Because of an ammunition hoist carryin' away, said Pyecroft, and it carried away 4 of his teeth on the lower port side, wasn't it, Pritch? The substitutes which he bought weren't screwed home in a manner o' sayin'. When he talked fast they used to lift a little on the bedplate. And say Click. They called I am a superior man, which is what we'd call a long black-haired, genteelly speakin' off-bred beggar, on the lower deck. 4 false teeth on the lower left jaw, said Hooper, his hand in his waistcoat pocket. What tattoo marks? Look here, began Pritchard, half rising. I'm sure we're very grateful to you, as a gentleman, for your hospitality, but perhaps we may have made an error in. I looked at Pyecroft for aid. Hooper was crimsoning rapidly. If the fat marine now occupying the forecastle will kindly bring his status quo to an anchor, yet once more we may be able to talk like gentlemen ought to say friends, said Pyecroft. He regards you, Mr. Hooper, as an emissary of the law. I only wish to observe that when a gentleman exhibits such a peculiar, or I should rather say such a bloomin' curiosity in identification, marks as our friend here. Mr. Pritchard, I interposed, take all the responsibility for Mr. Hooper. And you'll apologize all round, said Pyecroft. You're a rude little man, Pritch. But how was I, he began, wavering. I don't know and I don't care, apologize. The giant looked round bewildered, and took our little hands into his vast grip. By one I was wrong, he said meekly, as a sheep. My suspicions was unfounded. Mr. Hooper, I apologize. You did quite right to look out for your own end. Oh, the line, said Hooper. I'd ha done the same with a gentleman. I didn't know, you see. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear a little more o' your Mr. Vickery. It's safe with me, you see. Why did Vickery run? I began, but Pyecroft's smile made me turn my question to who was she. She kep' a little hotel at Horickin near Auckland, said Pyecroft. By God, roared Pritchard, slapping his hand on his leg, not Mrs. Bathurst. Pyecroft nodded slowly, and the sergeant called all the powers of darkness to witness his bewilderment. So far as I could get at it, Mrs. B was the lady in question. But Click was married, cried Pritchard. And 'ad a 15-year-old daughter. E's shown me her photograph settin', that aside so to say, Ave, you ever found these little things make much difference, because I haven't. Good Lord alive, and watchin' Mrs. Bathurst then, with another roar, you can say what you please, Pye, but you don't make me believe it was any of 'er fault, she wasn't that. If I was going to say what I please, I'd begin by callin' you a silly ox and work up to the higher pressures at leisure. I am trying to say solely what transpired, Rover, for once you're right, it wasn't her fault. You couldn't haven't made me believe it if it 'ad been, was the answer. Such faith in a sergeant of Marines interested me greatly. Never mind about that, I cried, tell me what she was like. She was a widow, said Pyecroft, left so very young, and never respliced. She kept a little hotel for warrants and noncoms close to Auckland, and she always wore black silk and neck. You ask what she was like, Pritchard broke in. Let me give you an instance. I was at Auckland first in '97 at the end, the Marroquin's commission, and as I'd been promoted, I went up with the others. She used to look after us all, and she never lost by it not a penny. Pay me now, shed say, or settle later. I know you won't let me suffer. Send the money from home if you like. Why, gentlemen, all I tell you, I've seen that lady take her own gold watch and chain off her neck in the bar, and pass it to a boatswain who'd come ashore without his ticker and 'ad to catch the last boat. I don't know your name, she said, but when you've done with it, you'll find plenty that know me on the front. Send it back by one o' them, and it was worth £30 if it was worth half a crown, the little gold watch, Pye, with the blue monogram at the back. But as I was sayin', in those days, she kept a beer that agreed with me slits. It was called one way and another. I must ave punished a good few bottles of it, while we was in the Bakerman ashore every night, or so chaffin' across the bar like. Once when we were alone, Mrs. B, I said, when next I call I want you to remember that this is my particular, just as you ray my particular, shed. Let you go that far, just as you ray my particular. I said, oh thank you, Sergeant Pritchard, she says, and put her hand up to the curl-baned ear. Remember that way she had, Pye? I think so, said the sailor. Yes, thank you, Sergeant Pritchard, she says, the least I can do is to mark it for you in case you change your mind. There's no great demand for it in the fleet, she says, but to make sure I'll put it at the back o' the shelf. And she snipped off a piece of her hair ribbon with that old dolphin cigar cutter on the bar. Remember it, Pye? She tied a bow round what was left, just 4 bottles. That was 97, no, 96 in 98. I was in the Resilient China Station full commission in 1901, Mark. I was in the Carthusian back in Auckland Bay again, of course. I went up to Mrs. B.S. with the rest of us to see how things were goin'. They were the same as ever. Remember the big tree on the pavement by the sidebar, Pye? I never said anything in special. There was too many of us talking to her, but she saw me at once. That wasn't difficult, I ventured. But wait, I was calming up to the bar, when Ada, she says to her niece, get me Sergeant Pritchard's particular, and gentlemen, all I tell you before I could shake. And with the lady there were those 4 bottles o' slits with air ribbon in a bow round each o' their necks set down in front o' me, and as she drew the cork she looked at me under her eyebrows in that blindish way she had lookin', and Sergeant Pritchard, she says, I do 'ope you 'aven't changed your mind about your particulars. That's the kind o' woman she was after 5 years. I don't see her yet somehow, said Hooper, but with sympathy. Shesh never scrupled to feed a lame duck, or set 'er foot on a scorpion at any time of 'er life, Pritchard added valiantly. That don't help me either, my mother's like that for one. The giant heaved inside his uniform and rolled his eyes at the Caroof, said Pyecroft suddenly. How many women have you been intimate with all over the world, Pritch? Pritchard blushed plum colour to the short hairs of his 17-inch neck. Undread, said Pyecroft, sove Roman one. How many of 'em can you remember in your own mind set, aside the first and perhaps the last and one more? Few, wonderful few now, I tax myself, said Sergeant Pritchard relievedly. And how many times might you ave been at Auckland? Wantwo, he began, why I can't make it more than 3 times in 10 years, but I can remember every time that I ever saw Mrs. B. So can Ian. I've only been to Auckland twice. How she stood and what she was sayin' and what she looked like, that's the secret. 'Tisn't beauty, so to speak, nor good talk necessarily. It's just some women'll stay in a man's memory, if they once walked down a street. But most of 'em you can live with a month on end, and next commission you'd be put to it, to certify whether they talked in their sleep, or not, as one might say. Said Hooper, that's more the idea I've known, just 2 women of that nature. And it was no fault theirs, asked Pritchard. None whatever, I know that. And if a man gets struck with that kind, woman, Mr. Hooper, Pritchard went on. He goes crazier, just saves himself, was the slow answer. You've hit it, said the sergeant. You've seen and known something in the course o' your life, Mr. Hooper. I'm looking at you. He set down his bottle. And how often had Vickery seen her, I asked. That's the dark and bloody mystery, Pyecroft answered. I'd never come across him, till I come out in the Hierophant, just now, and there wasn't anyone in the ship who knew much about him. You see, he was what you call a superior man. He spoke to me once or twice about Auckland and Mrs. B on the voyage out. I called that to mind subsequently. There must have been a good deal between to my way. Thinking, mind you, I am only giving you my sum of it all, because all I know is second-hand, so to speak, or rather, I should say more than second-hand. How, said Hooper peremptorily, you must have seen it or heard it. Yes, said Pyecroft, I used to think seeing and hearing was the only regulation aids to ascertaining facts, but as we get older we get more accommodating, the cylinders work easier, I suppose. Were you in Cape Town last December when Phyllis Circus came? Nope, country, said Hooper, a little nettled at the change of venue. I ask because they had a new turn of a scientific nature, called Home and Friends for a Ticky. Oh, you mean the cinematograph, the pictures of prize fights and steamers. I've seen up country. Biograph or cinematograph was what I was alluding to. London Bridge with the omnibusessa troop ship, goin' to the War Marines on parade at Portsmouth, and the Plymouth Express arrivin' at Paddington. Seen all, said Hooper impatiently. We Hierophants came in just before Christmas week, and leaf was easy. I think a man gets fed up with Cape Town quicker than anywhere else on the station. Why, even Durban's more like nature. We was there for Christmas, Pritchard put in. Not bane a devotee of Indian Pyrrhus, as our doctor said to the pusser. I can't exactly say Phyllis was good enough after musketry practice at Mozambique. I couldn't get off the first 2 or 3 nights, on account of what you might call an imbroglio with our torpedo lieutenant in the submerged flat, where some pride of the West Country had sugared up a gyroscope. But I remember Vickery went ashore with our carpenter, rigged an old Crocus. We called him as a general rule Crocus, never left his ship, unless and until he was hoisted out with a winch, but when he went he would return nodding like a lily gemmed with dew. We smothered him down below that night, but the things he said about Vickery as a fit-in playmate for a warrant officer of his cubic capacity before we got him quiet was what I should call pointed. I've been with Crocusen, the redoubtable, said the sergeant. He's a character, if there is one. Next night I went into Cape Town with Dawson and Pratt, but just at the door of the circus I came across Vickery. He says, you're the man I am looking for, come and sit next me this way to the shillin' places. I went astern at once protestin', because ticky seats better suited my so-called finances. Come on, says Vickery, I am payin' naturally. I abandoned Pratt and Dawson in anticipation. Drinks to match the seats, no, he says, when this was in Tednot, not now, as many as you please afterwards, but I want you sober for the occasion. I caught his face under a lamp just then, and the appearance of it quite cured me of my thirsts. Don't mistake, it didn't frighten me, it made me anxious. I can't tell you what it was like, but that was the effect which it had on me, if you want to know. It reminded me of those things in bottles in those herbalistic shops at Plymouth, preserved in spirits of wine, white and crumply things previous to birth, as you might say. You have a bestial mind, Pye, said the sergeant, relighting his pipe. Perhaps we were in the front row and home, and friends came on early. Vickery touched me on the knee when the number went up. If you see anything that strikes you, he says, drop me a hint. Then he went on clicking. We saw London Bridge and so forth and so on, and it was most interesting. I'd never seen it before. You eared a little dynamo like buzzin', but the pictures were the real thingalive and movin'. I've seen said Hooper. Of course they are taken from the very thing itself, you see. Then the Western Mail came into Paddington on the big magic lantern sheet. First we saw the platform empty and the porters standin'. By then the engine come in head on and the women in the front row jumped. She headed so straight, then the doors opened, and the passengers came out, and the porters got the luggage just like life onlyanly. When anyone came down too far towards us that was watchin', they walked right out o' the picture, so to speak. I was igly interested, I can tell you, so were all of us. I watched an old man with a rug dropped a book and was tryin' to pick it up when quite slowly from baned to Porterscarrion, a little reticule and lookin' from side to side comes out Mrs. Bathurst. There was no mistake in the walk in 100,000. She come forward, right forward, looked out straight at us with that blindish look which Pritch alluded to. She walked on and on till she melted out of the picture like. a shadow jumpin' over a candle, and as she went I eared Dawson in the ticky seats baned sing out Christ there's Mrs. B. Hooper swallowed his spittle and leaned forward intently. Vickery touched me on the knee again. He was clicking his 4 false teeth with his jaw down like an enteric at the last kick. Are you sure, says he. Sure, I says. Didn't you ear Dawson give tongue? Why, it's the woman herself. I was sure before, he says, but I brought you to make sure. Will you come again with me tomorrow? Willingly, I says. It's like meetin' old friends. Yes, he says, opening his watch. Very like it will be 24 hours less 4 minutes before I see her again. Come and have a drink, he says. It may amuse you, but it's no sort of earthly use to me. He went out shaking his head and stumbling over people's feet, as if he was drunk already. I anticipated a swift drink and a speedy return, because I wanted to see the performing elephants instead. Oh, which Vickery began to navigate the town at the rate. Oh, not looking in at a bar every 3 minutes approximate Greenwich time. I'm not a drinking man, though there are those present, cocked his unforgettable eye at Muho, may have seen me more or less imbued with the fragrant spirit none the less. When I drink I like to do it at anchor and not at an average speed of 18 knots on the measured mile. There's a tank, as you might say, at the back o' that big hotel up the hill. What do they call it? The Molteno Reservoir, I suggested, and Hooper nodded. That was his limit o' drift. We walked there, and we come down through the gardens. There was a southeaster blowin' and we finished up by the docks. Then we bore up the road to Salt River, and wherever there was a pub Vickery put in sweatin'. He didn't look at what he drunk, didn't look at the change. He walked and he drunk, and he perspired in rivers. I understood why old Crocus 'ad come back in the condition he did, because Vickery and I 'ad 2.5 hours o' this gypsy manoeuvre, and when we got back to the station, there wasn't a dry atom on or in me. Did he say anything? Pritchard asked. The sum total of his conversation from 7 P Roman 1000 till 11 P Roman 1000 was let's have another. Thus the morning and the evening were the first day, as scripture says, to abbreviate a lengthy narrative. I went into Cape Town for 5 consecutive nights with Master Vickery, and in that time I must have logged about 50 knots over the ground and taken in 2 gallon all the worst spirits south. The equator, the evolution never varied. 2 shilling seats for us, 5 minutes the pictures, and perhaps 4 to 5 seconds Mrs. B walking down towards us with that blindish look in her eyes and the reticule in her hand, then out walk and drink till train time. What did you think? Said Hooper, his hand fingering his waistcoat pocket. Several things, said Pyecroft. To tell you the truth, I aren't quite done thinking about it yet. Mad the man was a dumb lunatic, must have been for months years p'raps. I know something o' maniacs, as every man in the service must I've been shipmates with a mad skipper and a lunatic number 1. But never both together. I think even I could give you the names o' 3 captains now who ought to be in an asylum, but you don't find me interfering with the mentally afflicted till they begin to lay about 'em with rammers and winch handles. Only once I crept up a little into the wind towards Master Vickery. I wonder what she's doing in England. I says, don't it seem to you she's looking for somebody that was in the gardens again with the southeaster blowin', as we were mackin' our desperate round? She's looking for me, he says, stopping dead under a lamp and clickin', when he wasn't drinking, in which case all his teeth clicked on the glass. He was clickin' his 4 false teeth like a Marconi ticker. Yes, looking for me, he said, and he went on very softly and, as you might say, affectionately, but he went on in future, Mr. Pyecroft, I should take it kindly of you if you'd confine your remarks to the drink set before you. Otherwise, he says, with the best will in the world towards you, I may find myself guilty of murder. Do you understand? He says, perfectly, I says, but would it at all soothe you to know that in such a case the chances o' your being killed are precisely equivalent to the chances o' me being outed? Why no, he says, I am almost afraid that 'ud be a temptation. Then I said we was right under the lamp, by that arch at the end o' the gardens where the trams came round assumin' murder. Was donor attempted murder? I put it to you, that you would still be left so badly crippled, as one might say, that your subsequent capture by the policeto whom you would have to explain would be largely inevitable. That's better, he says, passin' his hands over his forehead. That's much better, because he says, do you know, as I am now I'm not so sure if I could explain anything much. Those were the only particular words I had with im in our walks, as I remember. What walks? Said Hooper. Oh my soul, what walks? They were chronic, said Pyecroft gravely, but I didn't anticipate any danger till the circus left. Then I anticipated that, being deprived of his stimulant, he might react on me, so to say, with a hatchet. Consequently, after the final performance and the ensuing wet walk, I kept myself aloof from my superior officer on board in the execution of his duty, as you might put it. Consequently, I was interested when the sentry informs me, while I was passing on my lawful occasions, that Click had asked to see the captain. As a general rule, warrant officers don't dissipate much of the owner's time, but Click put in an hour and more baned that door my duties kept me within eyeshot of it. Vickery came out first and he actually nodded at me and smiled. This knocked me out o' the boat, because having seen his face for 5 consecutive nights, I didn't anticipate any change there more than a condenser in hell, so to speak. The owner emerged later. His face didn't read off at all, so I fell back on his cox who'd been 8 years with him, and knew him better than boat signals lamps. On that was the cox's name, crossed his bows once or twice at low speeds, and dropped down to me, visibly concerned. He's shipped his court-martial face, says Lampson. Someone's going to be 'ung. I've never seen that look, but once before when they chucked the gunsights overboard in the fantastic throw-in. Gunsights overboard, Mr. Hooper, is the equivalent for mutiny in these degenerate days. It's done to attract the notice of the authorities and the Western Morning News generally by a stoker. Naturally word went round the lower deck, and we had a private overall of our little consciences, but bearing a shirt which a second-class stoker said Ad walked into his bag from the Marine's flat by itself. Nothing vital transpired. The owner went about flying the signal for attend public execution, so to say, but there was no corpse at the yardarm. He lunched on the beach and he returned with his regulation harbour routine face about 3 p. Roman 1000. Thus, Lampson lost prestige for raising false alarms. The only person who might have connected the epicycloidal gears correctly was one Pyecroft, when he was told that Mr. Vickery would go up country that same evening to take over certain naval ammunition left after the war in Bloemfontein Fort. No details. Was ordered to accompany Master Vickery. He was told off first person singularis, a unit B himself. The Marine whistled penetratingly. That's what I thought, said Pyecroft. I went ashore with him in the cutter, and he asked me to walk through the station. He was clicking audibly, but otherwise seemed happyish. You might like to know, he says, stopping just opposite the Admiral's front gate, that Phyllis Circus will be performing at Worcester tomorrow night, so I shall see her yet once again. You've been very patient with me, he says. Look here, Vickery, I said, this thing's come to be just as much as I can stand. Consume your own smoke. I don't want to know any more. You, he said, what have you got to complain of? You've only 'ad to watch I'm it, he says, but that's neither here nor there. He says I've one thing to say before shacking, and's remember, he says we would just by the Admiral's guarding gate. Then remember that I am not a murderer, because my lawful wife died in childbed 6 weeks after I came out. That much at least I am clear of, he says. Then what have you done that signifies? I said. What's the rest of it? The rest, he says, is silence, and he shook and went clicking into Simon's Town station. Did he stop to see Mrs. Bathurst at Worcester? I asked. It's not known. He reported at Bloemfontein, saw the ammunition into the trucks, and then he disappeared, went out deserted, if you care to put it so, within 18 months of his pension. And if what he said about his wife was true, he was a free man. As he then stood, how do you read it off? Poor devil, said Hooper, to see her that way every night. I wonder what it was. I've made my head ache in that direction many a long night. But ill swear, Mrs. B. Ad no, and in it, said the sergeant, unshaken. No, whatever the wrong or deceit was, he did it. I'm sure, that I 'ad to look at his face for 5 consecutive nights. I'm not so fond o' navigating about Cape Town, with a southeaster blowing these days. I can hear those teeth click, so to say. Ah, those teeth, said Hooper, and his hand went to his waistcoat pocket. Once more, permanent things, false teeth. Are you read about in all the murder trials? What do you suppose the captain knew her? Did I asked. I never turned my searchlight that way, Pyecroft answered unblushingly. We all reflected together, and drummed on empty beer bottles, as the picnic party, sunburned, wet and sandy, passed our door, singing the honeysuckle and the bee. Pretty girl under that cap, said Pyecroft. They never circulated his description, said Pritchard. I was asking you before these gentlemen came, said Hooper to me, whether you knew Wankerson the way to the Zambizibay and Bulawayo. Would he pass there trying to get to that lake? What's his name? Said Pritchard. Hooper shook his head, and went on. There's a curious bit o' line there, you see. It runs through solid teak forester, sort o' mahogany, really 72 miles. Without a curve. I've had a train derailed there 23 times in 40 miles. I was up there a month ago, relieving a sick inspector. You see, he told me to look out for a couple of tramps in the teak. To Pyecroft said, I don't envy that other man. If we get heaps of tramps up there, Since the war the inspector told me id find em at bindwe, siding waiting to go north he'd given em some grub and quinine you see. I went up on a construction train. I looked out for em. I saw them miles ahead along the straight waiting in the teak. One of em was standin' up by the dead end of the siding and the other was squattin' down lookin' up at im you see. What did you do for em? Said Pritchard. There wasn't much I could do except bury em. There'd been a bit of a thunderstorm in the teak you see, and they were both stone dead, and as black as charcoal. That's what they really were you see, charcoal. They fell to bits. When we tried to shift em the man who was standin' up had the false teeth. I saw em shinin' against the black fell to bits. He did too, like his mate, squatting down and watchin' him, both of em all wet in the rain, both burned to charcoal you see. And that's what made me ask about marks just now. The falsity there was tattooed on the arms, and chest a crown and foul anchor, with Roman 1000 Roman 5 above. I've seen that, said Pyecroft quickly. It was so. But if he was all charcoal-like, said Pritchard, shuddering. You know how writing shows up white on a burned letter. Well, it was like that you see. We buried em in the teak, and I kept, but he was a friend of you two gentlemen you see. Mr. Hooper brought his hand away from his waistcoat pocket empty. Pritchard covered his face with his hands for a moment like a child, shutting out an ugliness. And to think of her at Horaki, he murmured with Erebon on my beer Ada. She said to her niece, oh my God. On a summer afternoon when the honeysuckle blooms, and all nature seems at rest, underneath the bower mid the perfume of the flower, sat a maiden with the one she loves the best, sang the picnic party waiting for their train at Glengariff. Well, I don't know how you feel about it, said Pyecroft, but having seen his face for 5 consecutive nights on end, I am inclined to finish what's left of the beer and thank God he's dead. Below the mill dams. Our fathers also, by thee are by with mirth and tears, wit or the works of desire, cushioned about on the kindly years, between the wall and the fire. The grapes are pressed, the corn is sharked, standeth no more to glean, for the gates of love and learning locked, when they went out between. All lore our Lady Venus bears, signalled it was or told, by the dear lips long given to theirs, and longer to the mould. All prophet, all device, all truth, written it was or said, by the mighty men of their mighty youth, which is mighty being dead. The film that floats before their eyes, the temple's veil they call, and the dust that on the showbread lies, is holy over all. Warn them of seas that slip our yoke, of slow conspiring stars, the ancient front of things unbroke, but heavy with new wars, by thee are by with mirth and tears, wit or the waste of desire, cushioned about on the kindly years, between the wall and the fire, below the mill dams. Book Doomsday Book they were letting in the water for the evening stint at Robert's Mill, and the wooden wheel, where lived the spirit of the mill, settled to its 900-year-old song here. Azra Freeman held 1 rod, but it never paid geld nunanunquam geld of it here. Reimbert has 1 villain and 4 carters with 1 plough and wood for 6 hogs, and 2 fisheries of 6pence, and a mill of 10 shillings son and Malinumon Roman 1099, Reimbert's mill Roberts Roman 1099, then, and afterwards and nautunk, et post, et modo Roberts Roman 1099, book Doomsday Book. I confess, said the black rat on the crossbeam, luxuriously trimming his whiskers, I confess I am not above appreciating my position, and all it means. He was a genuine old English black rat, a breed which report says is rapidly diminishing before the incursions of the brown variety. Appreciation is the surest sign of inadequacy, said the grey cat coiled up on a piece of sacking. But I know what you mean, she added, to sit by right at the heart of things. Yes, said the black rat as the old mill shook, and the heavy stones thuttered on the grist. To possess all this environment as an integral part of one's daily life must insensibly, of course, you see. I feel, said the grey cat, indeed, if we are not saturated with the spirit of the mill, who should be? Book Doomsday Book, the wheel set to his work, was running off the tenure of the whole rape, for he knew Doomsday Book backwards, and forwards in furl tenuit abatia de wiltuna, unum hidum et, unum virgum et dimidium nunquam geldavit, and Agemund of Freeman has half a hide, and 1 rod. I remember Agemund well, charmin' fellow friend of mine, He married a Norman girl in the days when we rather looked down on the Normans, as upstarts and agemans dead. So he is a dearie me, I remember the wolves howling outside his door in the big frost of 1059, Esweld 100 nunquam geldum redidit book doomsday book. After all, the grey cat continued atmosphere is life. It is the influences under which we live that count in the long run. Now outsidish cocked one ear towards the half-open door there is an absurd convention that rats and cats are I won't go so far as to say natural enemies, but opposed forces. Some such ruling may be crudely effective. I don't for a minute presume to set up my standards as final among the ditches, but from the larger point of view that one gains by living at the heart of things, it seems for a rule of life a little overstrained. Why? Because some of your associates have, shall I say, liberal views on the ultimate destination of a sack overmiddlings, don't they call them? Something of that sort, said the black rat, a most sharp and sweet-toothed judge of everything ground in the mill for the last 3 years. Thanks middlings be it. Why, as I was saying, must I disarrange my fur and my digestion to chase you round the dusty arena whenever we happen to meet? As little reason, said the black rat, as there is for me, who I trust am a person of ordinarily decent instincts, to wait till you have gone on a round of calls, and then to assassinate your very charming children. Exactly, it has its humorous side, though the grey cat yawned. The miller seems afflicted by it. He shouted large and vague threats to my address last night at tea, that he wasn't going to keep cats who caught no mice. Those were his words. I remember the grammar sticking in my throat like a herringbone. And what did you do? What does one do when a barbarian utters one ceases to utter, and removes? I removed towards his pantry. It was a riposte he might appreciate. Really, those people grow absolutely insufferable, said the black rat. There is a local ruffian who answers to the name of Manglesa Builder who has taken possession of the outhouses on the far side of the wheel. For the last fortnight, he has constructed cubicle horrors in red brick, where those deliciously picturesque pigsties used to stand. Have you noticed? There has been much misdirected activity of late among the humans. They jabber inordinately. I haven't yet been able to arrive at their reason for existence. The cat yawned. A couple of them came in here last week with wires, and fixed them all about the walls, wires protected by some abominable composition, ending in iron brackets, with glass bulbs utterly useless for any purpose, and artistically absolutely hideous. What do they mean? I have known 24 leaders of revolt in Finza, said the cat who kept good company with the boarders spending a summer at the mill farm. It means nothing, except that humans occasionally bring their dogs with them. I object to dogs in all forms. Shouldn't object to dogs, said the wheel sleepily. The abbot of Wilton kept the best pack in the county. He enclosed all the Harrington woods to Sturt Common Aluric. A freeman was dispossessed of his holding. They tried the case at Lewes, but he got no change out of William de Warenne on the bench. William de Warenne fined Aluric 8 and 4 for treason, and the abbot of Wilton excommunicated him for blasphemy. Aluric was no sportsman. Then the abbot's brother married, I've forgot her name, but she was a charming little woman. The Lady Philippa was her daughter. That was after the barony was conferred. She rode devilish straight to hounds. They were a bit throatier than we breed now, but a good pack, one of the best. The abbot kept em in splendid shape. Now who was the woman? The abbot kept book. I shall have to go right back to Doomsday and work up the centuries modo per omnia reddit Bergam tunk. Was it Bergam or hundredum? I shall remember in a minute. There's no hurry. He paused as he turned over silvered with showering drops. This won't do, said the waters in the sluice. Keep moving. The wheel swung forward. The waters roared on the buckets and dropped down to the darkness below. Noisier than usual, said the black rat. It must have been raining up the valley. Floods maybe, said the wheel dreamily. It isn't the proper season, but they can come without warning. I shall never forget the big one. The miller went to sleep and forgot to open the hatches more than 200 years ago it was, but I recall it distinctly, most unsettling. We lifted that wheel off his bearings, cried the waters. We said, take away that bauble, and in the morning he was 5 miles down the valley hung up in a tree. Vulgar, said the cat, but I am sure he never lost his dignity. We don't know, he looked like the ace of diamonds. When we had finished with him, move on there, keep on moving over, get over. And why on this day more than any other, said the wheel statelily. I am not aware that my department requires the stimulus of external pressure to keep it up to its duties. I trust I have the elementary instincts of a gentleman. Maybe the waters answered together, leaping down on the buckets. We only know that you are very stiff on your bearings, over, get over. The wheel creaked and groaned. There was certainly greater pressure upon him than he had ever felt, and his revolutions had increased from 6¾ to 8⅓ per minute, but the uproar between the narrow weed-hung walls annoyed the grey cat. "Isn't it almost time," she said plaintively, "that the person who is paid to understand these things shuts off those vehement drippings with that screw thing on the top of that box thing?" "They'll be shut off at 8 o'clock, as usual," said Rat, "then we can go to dinner." "But we shan't be shut off till ever so late," said the Waters gaily. "We shall keep it up all night." The ineradicable offensiveness of youth is partially compensated for by its eternal hopefulness, said the cat. "Our dam is not, I am glad to say, designed to furnish water for more than 4 hours at a time. Reserve is life." "Thank goodness," said the black rat, "then they can return to their native ditches." "Ditches," cried the Waters. "Ravensgill Brook is no ditch, it is almost navigable, and we come from there away they slid over solid and compact, till the wheel thudded under their weight." "Ravensgill Brook," said the rat, "I never heard of Ravensgill." "We are the waters of Harpenden Brook down from under Colton rise few, how the race stinks compared with the heather country." Another 5 foot of water flung itself against the wheel, broke, roared, gurgled, and was gone. "Indeed," said the grey cat, "I am sorry to tell you that Ravensgill Brook is cut off from this valley by an absolutely impassable range of mountains, and Colton Rise is more than 9 miles away. It belongs to another system entirely." "Ah yes," said the rat, grinning, "but we forget that, for the young water always runs uphill." "Oh, hopeless, hopeless, hopeless," cried the Waters, descending open-palmed upon the wheel. "There is nothing between here and Ravensgill Brook that 100 yards of channeling and a few square feet of concrete could not remove and hasn't removed. And Harpenden Brook is north of Ravensgill and runs into Ravensgill at the foot of Colton Rise where ilex trees are, and we come from there. These were the glassy clear waters of the high chalk. And Batten's ponds that are fed by springs have been led through Trot's Wood, taking the spare water from the old witch's spring under Churt Hor and Weewew. Are their combined waters, those were the waters from the upland bogs and Musa porter-coloured dusky and foam-flecked flood." "It's all very interesting," purred the cat to the sliding waters, "and I have no doubt that Trot's Woods and Bart's Woods are tremendously important places, but if you could manage to do your work whose value I don't in the least dispute a little more soberly, I, for one, should be grateful." Book, 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 Domesday Book." The urged wheel was fairly clattering now in Burgelstaltone. "A monk holds of Earl Godwin 1 hide and a half with 8 villains. There is a church and a monk. I remember that monk blessed if he could rattle his rosary off any quicker than I am doing now, and would for 7 hogs. I must be running 12 to the minute almost as fast as steam. Damnable invention. Steam, surely it's time we went to dinner or prayer, sir. Something can't keep up this pressure day in and day out and not feel it. I don't mind for myself, of course. Noblesse oblige, you know. I am only thinking of the upper and the nether millstones. They came out of the common rock. They can't be expected to." "Don't worry on our account, please," said the millstones huskily. "So long as you supply the power, well, supply the weight and the bite." "Isn't it a trifle blasphemous, though, to work you in this way?" grunted the wheel. "I seem to remember something about the mills of God grinding slowly. Slowly was the word." "But we are not the mills of God, we're only the upper and the nether millstones. We have received no instructions to be anything else. We are actuated by power transmitted through you." "Ah, but let us be merciful, as we are strong. Think of all the beautiful little plants that grow on my woodwork. There are 5 varieties of rare moss within less than 1 square yard, and all these delicate jewels of nature are being grievously knocked about by this excessive rush of the water." "Umph," growled the millstones, "what with your religious scruples and your taste for botany, we'd hardly know you for the wheel that put the carter's son under last autumn. You never worried about him. He ought to have known better. So ought your jewels of nature. Tell him to grow where it's safe." "How a purely mercantile life debases and brutalizes," said the cat to the rat. "They were such beautiful little plants too," said the rat tenderly. "Maiden stung and heartshare fern, trellising all over the wall, just as they do on the sides of churches. In the downs, think what a joy the sight of them must be to our sturdy peasants pulling hay." "Golly," said the millstones, "there's nothing like coming to the heart of things for information," and they returned to the song that all English watermills have sung from time beyond telling. "There was a jovial miller once lived on the river Dee, and this the burden of his song for ever used to be. Then as fresh grist poured in and dulled the note, I care for Nobodino, not I, and nobody cares for me." Even these stones have absorbed something of our atmosphere, said the grey cat. 9/10 of the trouble in this world comes from lack of detachment. One of your people died from forgetting that, didn't she, said the rat. One only, the example has sufficed us for generations. Ah, but what happened to don't care, the waters demanded. Brutal riding to death of the casual analogy is another mark of provincialism. The grey cat raised her tufted chin. I am going to sleep with my social obligations. I must snatch rest when I can. But as our old friend here says, noblesse oblige, pity me, 3 functions tonight in the village, and a barn dance across the valley. There's no chance, I suppose, of your looking in on the loft about 2. Some of our young people are going to amuse themselves with a new sacredance white flower, only, said the black rat. I believe I am officially supposed not to countenance that sort of thing, but youth is youth. By the way, the humans set my milk bowl in the loft these days. I hope your youngsters respect it. My dear lady, said the black rat, bowing, you grieve me, you hurt me inexpressibly, after all these years too. A general crush is so mixed highways and hedgehole, that sort of thing, and no one can answer for one's best friends. I never try so long as mine are amusin', and in full voice, and can hold their own at a tile party. I am as Catholic as these mixed waters in the dam here. We aren't mixed, we have mixed, we are one now, said the waters sulkily. Still uttering, said the cat, never mind, here's the miller coming to shut you off. Yees, I have known for a 5, is it, and 20 leaders of revolt in Finza, a little more babble in the dam, a little more noise in the sluice, a little extra splashing on the wheel, and then they will find that nothing has occurred, said the black rat. The old things persist and survive, and are recognized. Our old friend here, first of all, by the way, he turned toward the wheel. I believe we have to congratulate you on your latest honor. Profoundly well deserved, Evan. If he had never us, he has labored strenuously through a long life for the amelioration of milkind, said the cat, who belonged to many tile and outhouse committees. Doubly deserved, I may say, for the silent and dignified rebuke his existence offers to the clattering fidgety-footed demands. Oh, for some people, what form did the honor take? It was, said the wheel bashfully, a machine-molded pinion. Pinions, oh how heavenly, the black rat sighed. I never see a bat without wishing for wings. Not exactly that sort of pinion, said the wheel, but a really ornate circle of toothed iron wheels. Absurd, of course, but gratifying. Mr. Mangles, and an associate herald, invested me with it, personally, on my left rim, the side that you can't see from the Roman 1099. I hadn't meant to say anything about either the new steel straps round my axlis, bright red, you know, to be worn on all occasions, but without false modesty, I assure you that the recognition cheered me not a little. How intensely gratifying, said the black rat. I must really steal an hour between lights some day, and see what they are doing on your left side. By the way, have you any light on this recent activity of Mr. Mangles? The grey cat asked. He seems to be building small houses on the far side of the tail race. Believe me, I don't ask from any vulgar curiosity. It affects our order, said the black rat simply but firmly. Thank you, said the wheel. Let me see if I can tabulate it properly. Nothing like system, in accounts of all kinds. Book on the side of the wheel, towards the 100 of Burgelstalton, where till now was a sty of 3 hogs. Mangles, a freeman with 4 villains and 2 carts of 2,000 bricks, has a new small house of 5 yards and a half and 1 roof of iron, and a floor of cement. Then now and afterwards beer in large tankards, and Feldon, a stranger with 3 villains and 1 very great cart, deposits on it 1 engine of iron and brass, and a small iron mill of 4 feet, and a broad strap of leather, and Mangles, the builder with 2 villains, constructs the floor for the same, and a floor of new brick with wires for the small Roman 1099. There are also chalices filled with iron and water in number 57. The whole is valued at £174. I am sorry, I can't make myself clearer, but you can see for yourself. Amazingly lucid, said the cat. She was the more to be admired, because the language of Doomsday Book is not perhaps the clearest medium wherein to describe a small but complete electric light installation, deriving its power from a water wheel by means of cogs and gearing. See for yourself, be all means see for yourself, said the waters, spluttering and choking with mirth. Upon my word, said the black rat furiously, I may be at fault, but I wholly fail to perceive where these offensive eavesdroppers are come in. We were discussing a matter that solely affected our order. Suddenly they heard, as they had heard many times before, the miller shutting off the water to the rattle and rumble of the labouring stones, succeeded thick silence, punctuated with little drops from the stayed wheel. Then some waterbird in the dam fluttered her wings as she slid to her nest, and the plop of a water rat sounded like the fall of a log in the water. It is all over, it always is all over at just this time. Listen, the miller is going to, but as usual nothing has occurred, said the cat. Something creaked in the house where the pigsties had stood as metal, engaged on metal with a clink and a burr. Shall I turn her on? Cried the miller. I, said the voice from the dynamo house. A human in Mangle's new house, the rat squeaked. What of it, said the grey cat, even supposing Mr. Mangle's cat's meat-coloured hovel ululated with humans, can't you see for yourself that? There was a solid crash of released waters leaping upon the wheel more furiously than ever, a grinding of cogs, a hum like the hum of a hornet. And then the unvisited darkness of the old mill was scattered by intolerable white light. It threw up every cobweb, every burl and knot in the beams and the floor, till the shadows behind the flakes of rough plaster on the wall lay clear-cut, as shadows of mountains on the photographed moon. See, hissed the waters in full flood. Yes, see for yourselves, nothing has occurred, can't you see? The rat, amazed, had fallen from his foothold and lay half-stunned on the floor. The cat, following her instinct, leaped nigh to the ceiling, and with flattened ears and bared teeth, backed in a corner, ready to fight whatever terror might be loosed on her. But nothing happened through the long aching minutes, nothing whatever happened, and her wire-brush tail returned slowly to its proper shape. Whatever it is, she said at last, it's overdone, they can never keep it up, you know. Much you know, said the waters. Over you go, old man. You can take the full head of us now. Those new steel axle straps of yours can stand anything. Come along, Raven's Gill, Harpend and Colton, Rise, Battens, Pawns, Witches, Spring, all together. Let's show these gentlemen how to work. But, I thought it was a decoration. It only means more work for me. Exactly, you're to supply about 68 candle lights when required, but they won't be all in use at once. I thought as much, said the cat. The reaction is bound to come. And said the waters, you will do the ordinary work of the mill as well. Impossible, the old wheel quivered as it drove a lyric. Never did it nor Azar nor Rienbert, not even William de Warenne or the papal legate. There's no precedent for it, I tell you, there's no precedent for working a wheel like this. Wait a while, we're making one as fast as we can. A lyric and co. are dead, so's the papal legate. You've no notion how dead they are, but we're Hereth waters of 5 separate systems. We're just as interesting as Doomsday Book. Would you like to hear about the lanternure in Trots? Would it? Squatrite chiefly. The mocking waters leaped one over the other, chuckling and chattering profanely. In that 100, Jenkins a tinker with 1 Daguni's canisholds by the grace of God, and a habit he has of working hard on 'em. Hidama large potato patch, charmin' fellow, Jenkins, friend of ours. Now who the deuce did Jenkins keep in the 100 of Colton? Is 1 charcoal burner irreligiosissimus homoa, bit of a ripbutt, thorough sportsman, ibi est ecclesia non multum, not much of a church queer, because Episcopus, the vicar, irritated the nonconformists tunc et post et mardarthan, and afterwards, and no until they built a cutstone congregational chapel, with red brick facings, that did not return itself defendebet seat £4,000. Charcoal burners, vicars, schismatics, and red brick facings, groaned the wheel. But this is sheer blasphemy. What waters have they let in upon me? Floods from the gutters, for this light is positively sickening, said the cat, rearranging her fur. We come down from the clouds, or up from the springs, exactly like all other waters everywhere. Is that what's surprising you? Sang the waters. Of course not, I know my work. If you don't, what I complain of is your lack of reverence, and repose you've no instinct of deference towards your better seer. Heartless parody of the sacred volume. The wheel meant Doomsday Book proves it. Our betters, said the waters most solemnly. What is there in all this damned race that hasn't come down from the clouds, or? Spare me that talk, please, the wheel persisted. You'd never understand. It's the tone, your tone, that we object to. Yes, it's your tone, said the black rat, picking himself up limb by limb. If you thought a trifle more about the work you're supposed to do, and a trifle less about your precious feelings, you'd render a little more duty in return for the power vested in Yao, mean wasted on you, the waters replied. I have been some hundreds of years, laboriously acquiring the knowledge which you see fit to challenge so light-heartedly. The wheel jarred. Challenge him, clamored the little waves, riddling down through the tail race, as well now as later take him up. The main mass of the waters plunging on the wheel shocked that well-bolted structure almost into barkslids, by saying, very good, tell us what you suppose yourself to be doing at the present moment. Waiving the offensive form of your question, I answer purely, as a matter of courtesy, that I am engaged in the trituration of farinaceous substances, whose ultimate destination it would be a breach of the trust reposed in me to reveal. Fiddle, said the waters, we knew it all along. The first direct question shows his ignorance of his own job. Listen, old thing, Thanks to us you are now actuating a machine of whose construction you know nothing, that machine may over wires of whose ramifications you are by your very position profoundly ignorant deliver a power which you can never realize to localities beyond the extreme limits of your mental horizon, with the object of producing phenomena, which in your wildest dreams, if you ever dream, you could never comprehend. Is that clear, or would you like it all in words of 4 syllables? Your assumptions are deliciously sweeping, but may I point out that a decent and the dear old Abbot of Wilton would have put it in his resonant monkish Latin, much better than I can. A scholarly reserve does not necessarily connote blank vacuity of mind on all subjects. Ah, the dear old Abbot of Wilton, said the rat sympathetically, as one nursed in that bosom charmin fellow thorough scholar and gentleman, such a pity. O sacred fountains, the waters were fairly boiling, he goes out of his way to expose his ignorance by triple bucketfuls, he creaks to high heaven that he is hopelessly behind the common order of things, he invites the streams of 5 watersheds to witness his supernal incompetence, and then he talks as though there were untold reserves of knowledge behind him, that he is too modest to bring forward for a bland, circular, absolutely sincere impostor a miracle o wheel. I do not pretend to be anything more than an integral portion of an accepted and not altogether mushroom institution. Quite so, said the waters, then go round hard. To what end, asked the wheel. Till a big box of tanks in your house begins to fizz, and fumigating is the proper word. It would be, said the cat, sniffing. That will show that your accumulators are full. When the accumulators are exhausted, and the lights burn badly, you will find us whacking you round and round again. The end of life as decreed by Mangles and his creatures is to go whacking round and round for ever, said the cat. In order, the rat said, that you may throw raw and unnecessary illumination upon all the unloveliness in the world, unloveliness, which we shall have always with us at the same time, you will riotously neglect the so-called little but vital graces that make up life. Yes, life, said the cat, with its dim delicious halftones and veiled indeterminate distances, its surprisals, escapes, encounters and dizzying leaps, its full-throated choruses in honor of the morning star, and its melting reveries beneath the sun-warmed wall. Oh, you can go on the tiles, Pusselina, just the same as usual, said the laughing waters, we shan't interfere with you. On the tiles, forsooth, hissed the cat. Well, that's what it amounts to, persisted the waters. We see a good deal of the minor graces of life on our way down to our job. But I fear I speak to deaf ears, though they never impress you, said the wheel. Enormously, said the waters, we have already learned 6 refined synonyms for loafing. But here again, I feel as though preaching in the wilderness. It never occurs to you that there may exist some small difference between the wholly animal rumination of bovine minds and the discerning, well-apportioned leisure of the finer type of intellect. Oh yes, the bovine mind goes to sleep under a hedge, and makes no bones about it when it's shouted at. We've seen that in haying time all along the meadows. The finer type is wide awake enough to fudge up excuses for shirking and mean enough to get stuffy when its excuses aren't accepted turn over. But my good people, no gentleman gets stuffy, as you call it, a certain proper pride, to put it no higher, forbids. Nothing that he wants to do if he really wants to do it. Get along, what are you giving us, do you suppose? We've scoured half heaven in the clouds and half earth in the mists, to be taken in at this time of the day by a bonadal old handquern of your type. It is not for me to bandy personalities. With you I can only say that I simply decline to accept the situation. Decline away, it doesn't make any odds. They'll probably put in a turbine if you decline too much. What's a turbine, said the wheel quickly. A little thing you don't see that performs surprising revolutions, but you won't decline. You'll hang on to your 2 nice red-strapped axles, and your new machine-molded pinions like a leech on a lily stem. There's centuries of work in your old bones if you'd only apply yourself to it, and mechanically an overshot wheel with this head of water is about as efficient as a turbine. So in future I am to be considered mechanically. I have been painted by at least 5 Royal Academicians. Oh, you can be painted by 500 when you aren't at work, of course, but while you are at work you won't half stop and think and talk about rare plants and dickabirds and farinaceous fiduciary interests. You'll continue to revolve, and this new head of water will see that you do so continue. It is a matter on which it would be exceedingly ill-advised to form a hasty or a premature conclusion. I will give it my most careful consideration, said the wheel. Please do, said the waters gravely. Hullo, here's the miller again. The cat called herself in a picturesque attitude on the softest corner of a sack, and the rat, without haste yet certainly without rest, slipped behind the sacking as though an appointment had just occurred to him. In the doorway with the young engineer stood the miller, grinning amazedly. Well, 'tis truly wonderful, and what a power o' dirt it come over me now looking at these lights, that I've never rightly seen my own mill, before she needs a lot bane done to her. I suppose one must make oneself moderately agreeable to the baser sort, they have their uses. This thing controls the dairy. The cat, pincing on her toes, came forward, and rubbed her head against the miller's knee. You pretty puss, he said, stooping, you're as big a cheat as the rest of 'em, that catch no mice about me, a wonderful smooth-skinned, raw-tongued cheat you be. I've more than half a mind. She does her work well, said the engineer, pointing to where the rat's beady eyes showed behind the sacking cats, and rats live in toaddersy. Too much they da too long they've done. I'm sick and tired of it. Go and take a swim and larn to find your own victuals honest when you come out, pussy. My word, said the Waters as a sprawling cat landed all unannounced in the centre of the tail race. Is that you, Mussolina? You seem to have been quarrelling with your best friend. Get over to the left, it's shallowest there up on that alder root, with all four paws. Good night. You'll never get any they rats, said the miller, as the young engineer struck wrathfully with his stick at the sacking. They're not the common sort, they're the old black English sort. Are they? By Jove, I must catch one to stuff some day. 6 months later, in the chill of a January afternoon, they were letting in the Waters as usual. Come along, it's both gears this evening, said the wheel, kicking joyously in the first rush of the icy stream. There's a heavy load of grist just in, from Lammer's Wood, 11 miles. It came in an hour and a half in our new motor lorry. And the miller's rigged 5 new 5-candle lights in his cow stables. I am feeding 'em tonight, there's a cow due to calve. While I think of it, what's the news from Colton Rise? The Waters are finding their level, as usual. But why do you ask? Said the deep outpouring Waters. Because Mangles and Felden and the miller are talking of increasing the plant here, and running a sawmill by electricity. I was wondering whether we... I beg your pardon, said the Waters, chuckling. What did you say? Whether we, of course, had power enough for the job. It will be a biggish contract. There's all Harpenden Brook to be considered, and Batten's Ponds as well, and Witch's Fountain, and the Cherts Hod system. We've power enough for anything in the world, said the Waters. The only question is whether you could stand the strain if we came down on you full head. Of course I can, said the wheel. Mangles is going to turn me into a set of turbines beauties. I suppose it's the frost that has made us a little thick-headed. But to whom are we talking? Asked the amazed Waters. To Meth, spirit of the mill, of course. Not to the old wheel then. I happen to be living in the old wheel, just at present. When the turbines are installed, I shall go and live in them. What earthly difference does it make? Absolutely none, said the Waters. In the earth, or in the waters under the earth. But we thought turbines didn't appeal to you. Not like turbines, me, my dear fellows. Turbines are good for 1500 revolutions, and minutined with our power. We can drive 'em at full speed. Why, there's nothing we couldn't grind or saw or illuminate or heat with a set of turbines. That's to say, if all the 5 watersheds are agreeable. Oh, we've been agreeable for ever so long. Then why didn't you tell me? Don't know, suppose it slipped our memory. The Waters were holding themselves in for fear of bursting with mirth. How careless of you! You should keep abreast of the age, my dear fellows. We might have settled it long ago, if you'd only spoken yes for good turbines, and a neat brick penstock. This old wheel's absurdly out of date. Well, said the cat, who after a little proud seclusion had returned to her place, impenitent, as ever praised be pashed, and the old gods that whatever may have happened, I at least have preserved the spirit of the mill. She looked round as expecting her faithful ally the black rat, but that very week the engineer had caught and stuffed him, and had put him in a glass case, he being a genuine old English black rat, that breed, the report says, is rapidly diminishing before the incursions of the brown variety.